The protagonist, Chen Juan, is a titan of commerce on Wall Street in the 21st century. During a yacht party, he unexpectedly drowns and finds himself in a fantastical realm known as the Great Sheng Dynasty's Apocalypse City, where he becomes a destitute refugee. Determined to survive in this alternate reality, he gradually employs his former life's business acumen, forging alliances with like-minded friends and a soulmate, ultimately establishing his own commercial empire. Chapter 1. The Fall of Wall Street's Chosen One. Gurgle. Salt water invaded his nostrils, and Chen Juan's last thought was still calculating leverage ratios. Thank goodness I can swim, he thought, though unfortunately, he was unaware that he was already disoriented, his body sinking deeper into the ocean's embrace. Chen Juan, the pride of Wall Street, whose age remained a mystery, bore a narrow face with deep-set features, stood at 6 feet tall, possessing a robust, athletic physique, and was worth trillions, far beyond the simplistic labels of rich and handsome. On the deck of the Artemis, a private party was underway. Laura, a statuesque secretary with golden hair and brown eyes, approached him. President, Ishi Biotech stock is poised to rise by 300 next week. He savored a sip of the 1990 Cook's champagne in his hand, and with his other hand, he playfully slapped Laura's rear. Acquire 10 million shares. Understood. Though his expression remained composed, the alcohol had already clouded his mind, causing him to sway slightly as he exuberantly shouted, "Let the music play on. Let the dancing continue." The atmosphere on the yacht surged to a new crescendo. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the crowd, colliding with Chen Juan. "Die, you bastard!" A sharp pain struck his waist, and losing his balance, he stumbled backward and fell into the sea. The descent felt interminable as he counted each illuminated lantern on the ship's railing. 13. A decidedly inauspicious number. The icy water pierced every pore. Suffocation. Air was gradually expelled from his lungs. That moment, his mind began to calculate anew. Drowning survival rate, 3. Body temperature loss rate, 1.5 degrees Celsius per minute. Hedge options, none. Risk level, extreme. Damn it, is this how I'm going to die? Chen Juan cursed inwardly. His vision faded to complete darkness, and oh light, no sound, and eventually, even the cold became a distant sensation. The relentless calculations in his mind continued. Vital signs, steadily declining. Consciousness threshold, nearing its limit. Suggested action, immediate loss mitigation. Loss mitigation? How the hell do I do that? Short sell myself? Then, he knew nothing more. When he awoke again, he thought he was in hell. An odor that penetrated to the marrow invaded Chen Juan's nostrils, far more repugnant than the combined stench of all of New York's sewers. Instinctively, he held his breath, but his lungs craved oxygen, and the automatic expansion resulted in a mouthful of this infernal air. Ugh! He turned his head to retch, his empty stomach producing only a few drops of bile. Beneath him was not seawater, but a slick, viscous substance, warm to the touch. With a slight movement of his fingers, he sank into the soft, disgusting muck. Dizziness overwhelmed him. He slowly raised his head to behold a sky tainted with soot and dust, shrouded in gray. His gaze fell upon ramshackle wooden shanties haphazardly constructed from rags and straw, beneath which lay motionless figures shrouded in darkness. With all his strength, Chen Juan turned his neck. 3 steps to his left lay a figure, or rather, a skeletal remnant of a person. The ribs jutted out, skin stretched taut over bones, eyes half open, pupils cloudy and devoid of light, with no discernible rise and fall of the chest. Chen Juan stared for about 10 seconds. Breathing rate, 0 breaths/minute. Vital signs, not detected. Status assessment, deceased probability 98.3. The haunting table in his mind reappeared. He closed his eyes, shook his head vigorously, and when he opened them again, the figure remained utterly still. Not an illusion, he turned to the other side. To the right, a chipped earthen jar lay, beside which an old man hunched over. The only reason he could identify the man as old was his unkempt mane of dirty white hair. The old man extended a thick, purplish-black tongue, slowly and obsessively licking the jar's wall. With each lick, he paused to gasp for breath, a rasping sound emanating from his throat, before continuing. The jar was long empty, yet he licked with unwavering focus. Chen Juan shifted his gaze to the alley ahead. Narrow, about 2 meters wide, The ground was soaked with various liquids, dark and soft. Debris littered the area, spoiled vegetable leaves, tattered rags, what appeared to be animal bones, and unidentifiable filth, and the incessant buzzing of flies. On either side of the alley lay people, some lying, some sitting, some crouched, each one gaunt, with prominent cheekbones and sunken eye sockets. Their clothing was a patchwork of rags, stained a uniform deep brown by dirt. Most were barefoot, their soles thick with black crust. No one spoke. Only the heart-wrenching sounds of coughing and indistinguishable moans of either pain or hunger broke the silence. He looked down at himself. He wore a gray-brown garment, if it could even be called that, a few tattered burlap pieces tied together with grass rope, riddled with holes, stiff against high heat, attempted to rise, propping himself up on his elbows. But as soon as he exerted himself, darkness engulfed his vision, a ringing echoed in his ears, and his temples throbbed violently. The searing pain in his stomach radiated throughout his body, and he trembled uncontrollably. He collapsed back down, shutting his eyes and gasping for breath, each inhalation tainted with an unbearable stench. How long had it been since he had consumed food or water? The answer eluded him. His heart raced feebly, and his limbs felt cold. This body, suffering from hypoglycemia and dehydration, was perhaps further afflicted by an infection. If he did not consume something soon, he would soon find himself in the company of the lifeless figure to his left. A sharp pain gripped his neck. The it was a pair of filthy hands, caked in mud, clutching his throat with a vice-like grip, accompanied by a hushed, mocking laugh. "Hand over your rations, you worthless wretch." Chapter 2. Hunger and survival. He was on the brink of starvation. Where could he possibly find sustenance? With eyes shut tight, he muttered, "Get lost." Relentless hands roamed from his upper body to his lower half, pausing at his waist. It was astonishing that he still possessed any vigor while teetering on the edge of death. Chen Juan kicked out his legs in alarm, his eyes snapping open. "What the hell are you touching?" The man with buck teeth and a dark visage grinned lewdly at him. 91, it's me, Li San." Chen Juan delivered a feeble kick towards Li San, lacking strength. "Get lost." Li San spat disdainfully and stepped back. "It's not like you haven't experienced this before. Stop pretending." "What the hell are you saying?" "Seeking death." Chen Juan, despite his fatigue, refused to back down verbally. Yet before he could finish his retort, Li San scurried away. Sounds echoed from the alleyway. Heavy footsteps, the dull thudding of a stick against the ground, and a coarse voice cursing. "Get out of the way, you filthy bastards." Ahead, a man who could only move on one leg struggled to crawl aside. A filthy, brutish figure clad in a tattered blue uniform appeared, wielding a thick wooden club, stained with dark red. As he walked, he poked at the barely breathing souls lining the roadside. "Are you dead?" "Huh?" He jabbed at a curled-up old woman. "If you're alive, make a sound." Upon receiving a faint groan, he kicked her aside with a sneer and continued on his way. The brute halted before an old man who was licking a pot, observing with keen interest before suddenly kicking the pot away. It shattered against the wall, splattering its contents across the ground. The old man howled in despair, crawling frantically to lap up the shards and filth. The brute laughed heartily, delivering another kick and hurling insults, treating the old man like livestock. He then approached Chen Juan. Looking up, Chen Juan was greeted by the shadow of the wall, the stench of sweat mingling with the odor of cheap alcohol emanating from the man. The brute loomed over him, his gaze filled with contempt and malice. "Oh, still awake? Are we? You've got some life left in you, 91. Chen Juan opened his mouth, but his throat was parched. "If you're not dead, get up." The brute barked, spittle flying onto Chen Juan's face. "Move. Don't block the way. Do you hear me?" Noticing Chen Juan's inertia, the brute scowled, raising his club and savagely jabbing it towards Chen Juan's collarbone. The excruciating pain made Chen Juan curl in on himself. Playing dead? The brute's expression darkened as he struck again, this time targeting his ribs. Chen Juan coughed, darkness blurring his vision. "Useless." The brute spat, thick phlegm hitting the ground. "If you stay here, tonight, I'll toss you to the mass grave for the wild dogs. Do you hear me?" Chen Juan could not respond. The pain had seized his ability to articulate. The brute mockingly lifted a foot, but when Chen Juan raised a hand in defense, he merely scoffed and let it drop. "Thought you were tough, huh?" He turned away, striding towards the alley's entrance, calling out loudly, "Listen up. The West City brick kiln needs 20 people. Move those bricks. A bowl of thin gruel for the lot. Those who can move, gather at the alley's mouth. No waiting around." As his words echoed, the alley sprang to life. All those capable of motion, as if infused with a primal frenzy, struggled, crawled, and stumbled towards the entrance, driven solely by a ravenous greed for that meager bowl of gruel. Chen Juan lay on the ground, witnessing this tragic scene of humanity. A limping middle-aged man muttered to himself as he hurried past, while a young woman, clutching a baby, desperately pushed forward. An elderly man, with bloodied arms from crawling, soon found himself among the few who remained, all unable to move or already lifeless. The clamor faded, leaving only the buzzing of flies. Chen Juan slowly lowered his hand from his head, the pain in his ribs surging with each breath. Environmental scan updated, potential targets for movement. 12, including himself, among them. Vital signs weak. 8 no signs of life. 3 threat assessment. Managed targets have departed, and there are no immediate intentions of attack in the vicinity. Task priority adjusted 1. Acquire food, urgent 2. Acquire water, urgent 3. Address external wounds, secondary 4. Establish a safe point, long term. The analysis in his mind was cold yet precise. Heading to the brick kiln, though fraught with risk, remained the only viable option for obtaining resources for survival. Staying put equated to awaiting death. He could not lie down. If he did, his body would decay here, becoming fodder for wild dogs in a mass grave. But Chen Juan refused to die this way. Clenching his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to roll over. Transitioning from lying on his back to lying face down, a simple motion that nearly sent him into unconsciousness once more. He gasped, awaiting the dizziness to subside. Propping himself up with his elbows, inching his body upward until his knees were on the ground, his palms sinking into the damp earth. He exerted himself, striving to stand. On his first attempt, his legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily back to the ground. On the second try, he wobbled, but finally rose to his feet. The world swayed around him as he leaned against the filthy earthen wall to steady himself. Steady now. Breathe deeply. Endure the pain. He released the wall and attempted to take a step. The first step was unsteady, the second slightly more secure, and with the third and fourth, he moved toward the alley's entrance, inching closer to the frenzied crowd vying for thin gruel. The pain in his ribs persisted, and his breathing was labored. Yet he did not halt. Reaching the alley's mouth, he squeezed into a throng of 20, securing his portion of the meager sustenance. Survive today. As for tomorrow, that concern could wait until today was survived. When he finally made it to the entrance, he was met by a dark mass of jostling, shouting individuals. A man in tattered clothing stood atop a dirt mound, brandishing a wooden stick to maintain order, selecting the fortunate 20 from a crowd of 50 or 60. Akin to starving hyenas fighting over carrion. Chen Juan inhaled a deep breath of the foul air, plunging into the chaos. As the gong sounded for the distribution of gruel, he scraped at the moss growing in the cracks of the earthen wall with his nails. The gong was a broken one, its sound hoarse, yet the moment it resonated, the entire alley seemed to come alive with electricity. Those who had lain like corpses moments before suddenly animated with a fierce vitality. Chen Juan's gaze fell upon the nearest limping old man, who had just moments ago been curled in a corner, coughing up blood. With the sound of the gong, the old man's eyes shot wide open, devoid of white, filled instead with blood vessels. He propped himself up on the ground, dragging his injured leg behind him, moving faster than a dog. All around him were bodies crawling, rolling, and staggering forward in a desperate rush. A woman clutched something wrapped in tattered cloth, presumably a child. As she ran, she clutched the top of the cloth tightly, fearing that the child would cry out, thus splitting her heart. Chen Juan took a deep breath and steadied himself against the wall, the world around him fading to black for 3 seconds. Regaining his composure, he moved forward with the throng of people. The porridge distribution point lay in an open area at the corner of the alley, where a large iron pot sat, crackling with the sound of burning firewood beneath it. 2 attendants in uniforms stood by the pot. One stirred the contents with a long-handled ladle. while the other wielded a short stick, his hawk-like eyes scanning the crowd below. From a distance of 10 paces, Chen Juan could discern the contents of the pot. Water? No, it was murkier than clear water, a grayish-yellow hue, revealing the bottom of the pot. Occasionally, a few undercooked grains of husk would float to the surface before sinking again. Was this porridge? The attendants began to serve, not by filling bowls, but by ladling a scoop and flinging it into the crowd. Fight for it. What you can grab is yours. The first scoop splashed onto the ground 3 meters away, and the crowd surged forward, akin to a swarm of ravenous maggots. Some cupped their hands, while others simply dropped to the ground to lick. One person stepped on another's hand, prompting the bitten individual to retaliate with a vicious bite to the ankle, tearing away a piece of skin. Bite. Bite hard. The attendant with the stick laughed heartily as he hurled another scoop toward a different direction. Chen Juan remained still, leaning against the wall. He began to assess the situation with a cold, perhaps desperate, rationality. Current stamina, negative assets. Charging in to snatch a portion would likely result in being trampled or beaten to death. Total food supply, extremely low mobility. Scattered, contaminated, with a high acquisition cost. Competitive environment, systemic risk. The participants had devolved into beasts, devoid of any rules. Conclusion. The expected return from participating in the scramble was negative. Another scoop of porridge splashed closer to him this time. 3 individuals lunged for the puddle simultaneously, their heads colliding with a dull thud. One was knocked unconscious, convulsing on the ground, while the other 2 disregarded him, bent down to lick the muddy water. Chen Juan averted his gaze. He needed a new target, not the scraps on the ground, but something stable and of sufficient value density. His eyes scanned the edge of the open space. There, several carts belonging to nearby vendors stood, distance from the porridge distribution point, noses covered, their faces contorted with disdain and caution. To them, these refugees were more terrifying than a plague. The plague only spread illness, but these people would seize anything. Chen Juan's gaze landed on a merchant of foreign descent. The merchant, in his 40s, with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, wore an intricately embroidered robe and a belt adorned with a piece of inferior jade. He was gripping the collar of a cart vendor, spitting words in anger. Moldy. Completely moldy. I paid for premium dried tangerine peel. The vendor, a thin man with a flushed face, protested. Heavens, it's too humid. I can't help it. Refund me, or I'll break your legs for a single coin. I truly have no money left, sir. It's all gone into stock. The merchant raised his hand as if to strike. Other vendors retreated further away, offering no counsel. The refugees scrambled for porridge while a fight broke out nearby, each commotion not hindering the other. Chen Juan fixated on the cart, which was piled high with bundles of dried herbs tied with straw rope. The topmost bundles darkened, indeed showing signs of mold. Several burlap sacks lay scattered beside the cart, bulging with contents that resembled provisions. A series of calculations flickered through his mind. The merchant's emotional value, anger, poised to escalate into the cost of violence. The vendor's asset value, the cart, moldy herbs, provisions, potential collateral. Nature of the conflict, a zero-sum game, on the verge of mutual loss. Opportunity, to craft a transaction structure, transforming the negative-sum game into a positive-sum game. He sprang into action, not by walking but by crawling, exerting his last reserves of strength to inch toward the feet of the 2 men. The merchant's fist was already raised. Sir, Chen Juan's voice emerged, hoarse and strained. The merchant glanced down, momentarily taken aback by the sight of a filthy beggar at his boot, before his anger surged anew. Get lost, you filthy beggar. With that punch of yours, Chen Juan gasped, each word seeming to claw its way from his lungs. You stand to lose more than just the worth of a few bundles of dried tangerine peel. The merchant's fist hung in midair, representing a sunk cost. Chen Juan's gaze fixed on the jade ornament on the merchant's belt, which had already sunk. What you ought to consider now is the opportunity cost. The vendor, too, was momentarily stunned, glancing down at him. What cost? The merchant, though unable to comprehend fully, gradually lowered his fist. Every moment you linger here. Chen Juan raised a hand, gesturing towards the docks. The newly arrived spices on that ship await inspection. A mere moment's delay incurs demurrage fees at the dock. which translate directly into your hard-earned opportunity cost. The merchant narrowed his eyes. How do you know I have goods coming in? Your boots bear the distinctive red mud of the docks, still fresh. The tilt of your jade buckle to the left suggests you are accustomed to checking the time with your right hand. And only in moments of urgency do you tug at askew. You glanced at the docks 3 times, each time with increasing impatience. Chen Juan coughed twice, a metallic taste rising in his throat. The merchant stared at him as if he were a creature from another realm. And you, Chen Juan turned to the vendor, may not possess the means to repay, but you have a cart, remaining goods, and your very self. Your debts can be converted into equity. Convert what? The vendor asked, bewildered. This gentleman's debt need not be repaid in cash. Chen Juan hastened, his breath waning. Consider him as an investor. He will take a stake in your business for the next 3 months. You will allocate him 30% of your profits each month until the principal and interest are fully repaid. He will avert a bad debt now while securing future income. You preserve your cart and goods, allowing you to continue your trade. The vendor gaped, rendered speechless. Yet the merchant began to perceive a glimmer of insight. After years of negotiating, he had encountered many bargaining tactics, but none as peculiar as this. Why should I trust him? The merchant crouched down. Now I level with Chen Juan. What if he absconds? What if he deliberately incurs losses? Que lateral, Chen Juan de Plaif. Have him place the cart and remaining goods in a warehouse you trust. Sign a binding contract. Should he flee, you can report him to the authorities. And he would be deemed a runaway slave, to be captured and punished without question. The vendor's face drained of color. As for intentionally incurring losses, Chen Juan quirked a smile. He would not dare, for he too has invested his own capital, his time, effort, in this livelihood, his entire fortune. No one would willingly squander their own assets. The merchant remained silent, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The horn echoed from the dock, signaling the cargo ship's impending unloading. Master, the opportunity cost, Chen Juan softly reminded. Sheng abruptly rose, pacing twice in place before stamping his foot decisively. Fine, let us proceed, as you suggested. He gestured towards a vendor, cart, goods. Come with me to the warehouse. Sign the contract. If you dare to play tricks, I will break your legs. The vendor, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to his feet and hurriedly pushed his cart alongside Sheng. After a few steps, Sheng paused, glancing back at the still prostrate Chen Juan. He rummaged through his pocket, producing a palm-sized object which he tossed before Chen Juan. It was a hard, brick-like flatbread, baked to a crisp, with greasy fingerprints from Sheng adorning its surface. A gift for you. You have a bit of wit, he remarked, before swiftly departing towards the dock with the vendor. Chapter 4. The Bread That Saves Lives. Chen Juan stared at the flatbread on the ground. Its golden hue, marked with charred streaks, emanated the primal aroma of grain. He reached for it, hands trembling, finally grasping it after 3 attempts. It was indeed hard. He brought it to his mouth and bit down. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Yet the bread remained unyielding, sending vibrations through his jaw. Moistening the edge with saliva, he nibbled at it cautiously. The flour mixed with his spit formed clumps, scratching his throat painfully as he swallowed. Nevertheless, he persevered, chewing earnestly until he paused after the 3rd bite. From the corner of his eye, he noticed shadows shifting. Slowly turning his head, he saw 3 vagrants standing 5 paces away, forming a semicircle around him. All were young men, gaunt yet with a glint of ferocity in their eyes. He recognized them from earlier, the most aggressive among the crowd during the porridge raid. Now, they were fixated on the bread in his hand. No, it was him they were eyeing. The scarred man in the middle grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Brother, that bread looks tough. Can one person handle it? Chen Juan remained silent, tucking the bread into his cloak. No need to rush, the scar-faced man stepped forward, while the other 2 flanked him. Share a piece, and we can become friends. Chen Juan braced himself against the ground, attempting to rise, but his legs felt like jelly. The scar-faced man laughed, though there was no warmth in his expression. Look at you, struggling to stand. Can you even manage that bread? Don't choke on it. We can help you. The other 2 had already snuck up behind him. Leaning against the wall, Chen Juan's fingers dug into the crevices as flakes of plaster fell away. His mind raced with calculations. Enemy combat strength assessment. 3 individuals, moderate stamina, clear intent to attack. On status, Exhausted, unarmed, no retreat. Conflict mode. Zero-sum game. Win probability 5. No, not zero-sum. Chen Juan lifted his gaze to the scar-faced man. The bread can be shared, his voice remained calm. But how will the three of you divide a single piece? The scar-faced man hesitated. The lean, tall one to the left interjected. You can't dictate how we split it. Hand it over. A single piece of bread divided among three would yield less than a third for each. Chen Juan continued, his eyes fixed on the scar-faced man, but I know where to find whole pieces of bread. More than one. The scar-faced man raised his hand, halting the tall one who was about to leap forward. Speak, referring to the Sheng from earlier. Chen Juan pointed towards the dock with a subtle nod. In his warehouse, there are half a sack of these cakes. He is eager to inspect the goods. But only an old servant is guarding the warehouse at present. The scarred face lit up momentarily, yet soon narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting we steal? Not steal. It's an arbitrage opportunity. That old servant is hard of hearing and has poor eyesight. You need not enter. Simply mimic a cat's call by the back wall of the warehouse. If you sound convincing enough, the old man will come out to shoo away the cat. When he does, the door will not be securely locked. You can slip inside and carry out half a sack of cakes, sufficient for 3 days' sustenance. The risk is minimal, and the reward is substantial. The tall, lanky one swallowed hard. How do you know all this? The merchant himself revealed it. Chen Juan lied without a hint of anxiety. He cursed that vendor, claiming that half a sack of cakes in his warehouse is worth more than your dried tangerine peel. He also mentioned that the old servant despises wild cats, and will certainly come out if he hears one. The scarred face scrutinized Chen Juan for a full 10 breaths. If you're deceiving us, he lowered his voice, gesturing towards his throat. I will be right here waiting for you. If I were to deceive you, where could I possibly flee? The scarred face regarded him one last time before waving his hand. The three men turned and hurried toward the dock. Once they vanished around the corner, Chen Juan immediately leaned against the wall, his legs still weak, though somewhat improved. He tucked the remaining half-cake deep into his garment, wrapping it tightly in a rag. Then he began to move in the opposite direction of the dock. 1 step, 2 steps, gradually increasing his pace. Of course, he had deceived them. The merchant had uttered none of those words. Whether the old servant harbored a hatred for cats was unknown to him, and he was even unaware of the warehouse's location. But that was inconsequential. What mattered was that the three men would meander near the dock, search for the warehouse, and attempt to mimic the sound of a cat, a process that would require at least a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour would be sufficient for him to vacate this area, to find a suitable hiding place, and finish the remaining cake. As for whether those three would return to confront him upon discovering the deception, undoubtedly, they certainly would. But by then, he ought to have vanished from the scene. Chen Juan turned down 2 alleyways and found a dilapidated shed to burrow into. The previous occupant had likely perished, leaving only a pile of blackened straw. He nestled deep within, leaning against the earthen wall, extracted the cake, and continued to gnaw at it. In his mind, the cold calculations resurfaced. Operation summary, input, false information, high risk, output, escape time window, quarter of an hour. Half a wheat cake, actual acquisition, risk transfer, converting personal survival peril into the search costs and potential legal risks for the trio assessment. Optimal solution. As Chen Juan chewed on the cake, he gazed at the sliver of daylight filtering through the shed's entrance. In that light, dust danced. Suddenly, he recalled Laura. He remembered her last visit to his office, where she pointed to a line in the financial report and said, "Midas, you see everything as costs and benefits. Even emotions can be converted into annualized rates." At that moment, he had smiled and retorted, "Then what is your annualized rate?" Laura had not smiled. She merely stared at him for a long while before stating, "You will come to regret this." Now he comprehended. The regret did not stem from quantifying emotions. It arose from not calculating sooner the annualized rate of survival after the yacht's plunge into the sea, which turned out to be so dismally low. The desperation had sunk so low that one had to rely on a mere half piece of hard bread and the peril of 3 lives, merely to procure a fleeting moment of respite. After consuming the last bite of bread, he removed the obtrusive wooden tag from his wrist and haphazardly tied it to his waist. He then reclined upon the pile of straw, closing his eyes. He needed a rest for a while, just a brief moment. When he awoke, he would reckon the next account. Half a piece of bread could sustain him for a day. As the sun rose the following day, Chen Juan found himself back at square one, hungry. The familiar, gnawing hunger, capable of burning through his very insides, was more ferocious than the day before. He curled up in the half-collapsed hut he had discovered the previous night, listening to the rumblings of his stomach. The lingering scent of the hut's former occupant still hung in the air, mingling sweat, mildew, and a faint odor of decay. Outside, the alley had come alive, with sounds of coughing, groaning, and the scuffle of contention seeping in like background noise. This could not continue. Chen Juan understood all too well that relying on deceit might allow him to survive a day or two, but it was not a sustainable strategy. The tricks of the Scarface gang had a shelf life. Once that expired, the risks would escalate exponentially. He needed a fulcrum, a point from which he could stabilize himself in this mire. This fulcrum must be rooted here, familiar with the rules, and ideally possess a modicum of untainted conscience. He found a relatively clean stream to wash his face, the water reflecting his clean, wheat-colored, chiseled visage, and he nodded in satisfaction. At last, he bore a semblance of humanity, and he tidied his hair slightly. Venturing back into the alley, he soon observed that the three ruffians from yesterday passed by without recognizing him, and a sigh of relief escaped Chen Juan's lips. After watching for the better part of the morning, he set his sights on a young tooth collector. Chapter 5. Seeking a partner, as was customary. Anu would patrol this fixed route today, counting heads and distributing various odd jobs. Chen Juan timed his movements carefully, leaning against a wall as he positioned himself in the narrow alleyway that Anu was destined to traverse. He found a relatively clean corner and slowly sank down to the ground. Adjusting his breathing, he paled his complexion and dulled his gaze. As Anu's footsteps drew nearer, he tilted his head and allowed himself to collapse in the middle of the path. The footsteps halted, and a scrutinizing gaze fell upon Chen Juan, laced with impatience. "Hey, move aside." Anu's voice rang out, youthful and clear, yet decidedly firm. Chen Juan remained still, even slowing his breath to mimic the state of one on the brink of death. Anu nudged his calf lightly with his foot. "Is he dead? If he is not dead, get out of the way." A tightening sensation gripped Chen Juan's heart, yet he maintained his facade of unconsciousness, wagering on Anu's flicker of unextinguished conscience. After a few moments of silence, he could hear Anu's somewhat labored breathing. Then, a muted curse escaped Anu's lips, seemingly directed at the inconvenience of the situation as well as the state of the world. Next, a hand reached out to check for his breath. The hand was rough, calloused, yet the gesture was not violent. "TSK." Anu clicked his tongue. Chen Juan sensed the youth crouching down, seemingly in a moment of hesitation. This was the moment. A faint, almost unconscious groan escaped from Chen Juan's throat, his eyelids fluttering before he managed to pry them open slightly, his dazed gaze falling upon Anu's face. Anu furrowed his brow, and Chen Juan noticed a flicker of struggle in his eyes. The youth glanced around, confirming that the alley was momentarily deserted. He then looked down at Chen Juan's tattered form and cracked lips. "Damn it," Anu muttered under his breath. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a small cloth pouch, opening it to reveal a half of a dark, grainy steamed bun and a small bamboo tube of water. He awkwardly brought the tube to Chen Juan's lips, pouring a bit of water into his mouth. The cool liquid coursed down his seared throat, and Chen Juan nearly succumbed to instinct, wanting to snatch it away. But he restrained himself, swallowing it in small, passive sips. After a few mouthfuls, Anu broke off a small piece of the bun and stuffed it into Chen Juan's mouth. "Eat. Take your time. If you choke, I won't be responsible." The bun was coarse and moldy, yet to Chen Juan at that moment, it surpassed any delicacy. He chewed slowly, swallowing in tandem with his feeble breaths, embodying the struggle of a dying man being revived. After a couple of bites, Anu ceased feeding him, wrapping the remaining bun carefully and returning it to his pocket. "All right, if you're not dead, get up. If you can move, hurry along, don't delay me." Chen Juan understood that the real challenge was just beginning. He couldn't simply leave. Bracing himself against the wall, he laboriously sat up straighter, casting a grateful yet feeble look at Anu, his voice hoarse. "Thank you immensely for saving my life." Anu waved his hand dismissively and stood to leave, cut the theatrics. Hurry up. I cannot accept your kindness without offering something in return, Chen Juan urged, raising his voice slightly. You seem to be in the business of finding workers. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Anu halted, glancing back at him, his eyes brimming with skepticism and mockery. You assist me? What did you possibly offer? Help me eat another bowl of rice? Ignoring the derision in Anu's tone, Chen Juan's gaze shifted to the grimy wooden sign propped against the wall at the alley's entrance. It served as Anu's bulletin board, where disjointed information was scrawled in crooked charcoal. Sheng's shop in the East Market needs 3 short-term workers, food provided. And Widow Li in the West City has a half room for rent, 20 coins a month. The handwriting haphazard and the messages jumbled together without any organization. This sign of yours, Chen Juan pointed at it, his tone deliberately weak yet assertive. The information is far too chaotic, lacking fluidity. Anu's brows knitted tighter. What do you mean by fluidity? Speak plainly. People seeking work must sift through the entire board to find suitable opportunities. And employers looking for workers have no idea if there's anyone here who fits the bill. It's cumbersome for both sides, leading to fewer transactions. Chen Juan explained as simply as possible. After catching his breath, he continued. You see, the information here could be categorized. For instance, the left side could be dedicated to those seeking work, while the right side could be for those offering jobs. Rental requests could be on top, with listings for available rentals below. Those looking for work would go straight to the right side, and those offering jobs would head to the left. It would be crystal clear. Anu remained silent, yet the mockery in his eyes had diminished somewhat. Chen Juan seized the opportunity, saying, moreover, your commission structure could use some adjustment. Currently, you receive payment from whoever pays, which can sometimes be challenging to obtain. You might establish a rule, regardless of whether a deal is finalized. For inquiries regarding listings or information, you should charge a nominal inquiry fee. Once a deal is struck, you can then take a percentage from the wages. In this manner, even if a deal does not materialize, your efforts will not be in vain. As more inquiries come in, naturally, the number of successful transactions will increase, thereby elevating your total earnings. Anu's eyes gradually brightened. He was not foolish. He simply had never contemplated this perspective. Struggling at the bottom, his thoughts had always revolved around scraping together a meager livelihood, never considering concepts such as information flow or commission models. He approached the wooden sign, gazing at the chaotic scribbles upon it, then turned back to Chen Juan. His expression entirely transformed, from skepticism and pity to a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Who exactly are you? Anu's voice bore a hint of barely perceptible awe. Anyone capable of articulating such insights could hardly be an ordinary drifter. Chen Juan offered a faint smile. Evading the question, I am merely a man on the verge of starvation, rescued by Brother Meng, wishing to repay his kindness. This method, I suggest you consider trying. Anu scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly gritting his teeth. All right, I will trust you this once. The youth displayed remarkable initiative. He promptly procured a relatively clean rag, dampened it, and wiped away a significant portion of the old markings on the sign. Following Chen Juan's guidance, he divided the sign into 2 columns, morning and afternoon. Although the handwriting remained unrefined, the layout was now much clearer. Just then, a few drifters wandered over seeking work. Anu, adhering to the new rules, required each to pay an inquiry fee before revealing the job listings on the right side. Though reluctant, the drifters complied, driven by the need for work. Fortune smiled upon them, as shortly thereafter, a small overseer arrived in search of temporary labor. Anu directed him to the job listings on the left, and the overseer quickly selected 2 individuals who appeared reasonably sturdy, allowing Anu to successfully collect his commission. Chapter 6. Persuading the first partner in the brief span of a morning, the inquiry fees Anu collected equaled his earnings from the past 2 days, and he secured several more jobs than usual. Counting the jingling copper coins in his hand, his face radiated excitement and astonishment. Wei glanced once more at Chen Juan. Curled up in the corner, his gaze had transformed entirely, filled with respect, curiosity, and even a touch of trepidation. You, Anu approached Chen Juan, crouching down, his voice lowered. Do you truly have a way? Can we possibly aim for something greater? Chen Juan exhaled in relief. The bait had been taken. He raised his head. meeting the boy's bright eyes, shimmering with excitement, and replied with calm assurance, "Something greater?" "Yes, indeed. However, this place is too small and the people too scattered. We require a fixed location to refine our information and build our reputation. We want everyone in the southern city seeking work to think of you anew first." Anu's breath quickened. "How we proceed?" Chen Juan's gaze swept toward the depths of the alley, cluttered with refuse and filth, buzzing with flies. "First, we need a stronghold, a somewhat decent place." His eyes finally settled on the abandoned, partially collapsed shack at the alley's mouth, precisely where he had sought refuge the previous night. Beside the makeshift shelter lies a fetid drainage ditch. "First and foremost, we must address the most fundamental issue." Anu inquired, "What issue?" Chen Juan gestured towards the sewage-laden trench, swarming with flies, as well as the pervasive filth that littered the alley. "Sanitation. We must transform this alley into a place that is at least somewhat habitable. Otherwise, regardless of how brilliant our ideas may be, no respectable individual would be inclined to engage in business." Anu was taken aback. Cleaning this stinking alley? The notion seemed 100-fold more absurd than the earlier task of sorting information. It was hardly a matter for those of their struggling ilk to even contemplate. Chen Juan observed the boy's unabashed astonishment, aware that yet another moment of cognitive upheaval had arrived. He ceased speaking, choosing instead to await silently. He understood that Anu required time to digest whether to continue wallowing in the mire, scavenging for scraps, or to follow this enigmatic madman toward a seemingly unattainable future. The choice resided with Anu. As for Chen Juan, he never engaged in uncertain gambles. After a moment of contemplation, Anu slapped his thigh. "All right, since those barefoot have no fear of those in shoes, I'll trust you once more. What shall we do next?" "No rush," Chen Juan replied, patting his stomach. "We need sustenance to muster the energy for a concrete plan." Anu, seeing his pitiful state, felt a pang of sympathy. "Wait here," he said, rising and disappearing into the alley. After a brief interval, Anu swiftly returned, clutching a jar of ungreasy vegetable soup and producing a few pieces of multi-grain flatbread from his coat. "Come, let us eat inside." The two slipped into the farthest corner of the shelter, where they devoured their meal in the dim light. Chen Juan ate quickly, yet savored each bite. Food was fuel, and he desperately needed to replenish his energy for the greater plans that lay ahead. Anu, while eating, occasionally cast curious glances at Chen Juan, his intrigue nearly spilling over. This sudden emergence of a vagrant had multiplied his daily earnings several-fold with just a few words, and now he spoke of even grander schemes. Anu was eager to discover what secrets Chen Juan harbored. He caught sight of the wooden plaque hanging from Chen Juan's waist. "Are you named Gue Jiu? "I am Chen Juan." Chen Juan gulped down the vegetable soup, maintaining a semblance of decorum despite his hunger. "Isn't that what it says on your plaque?" Chen Juan forcefully yanked the plaque from his waist and tossed it into a nearby pile of straw. "Now, there's no plaque." Anu was speechless. "From now on, call me Brother Juan. As long as you heed my words and follow my lead, I promise to guide you to the pinnacle of life." Upon hearing Chen Juan's words, Anu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Juan, what does it mean to reach the pinnacle of life?" "You will find out in due course." After enduring several days of hellish existence, Chen Juan had come to terms with reality and shed his fastidiousness. Having finished the last bite of flatbread, he licked the crumbs from his fingers, feeling invigorated, and stood up. "Let's go." "Where to?" Anu asked, bewildered, as he rose to follow. "A field study." The so-called field of observation refers to the fetid alley in which they find themselves, along with several other equally squalid streets nearby. As noon approached, the sunlight struggled to penetrate the low rooftops of a shanty town, illuminating the scene in the alley with a clarity that only heightened its repulsiveness. The ground was a morass of flowing sewage, littered with heaps of refuse, and most conspicuously, the corners of the walls, the ends of the alley, and even the doorsteps of some homes bore the casual disposal of human waste, left unattended. Flies swarmed incessantly, their buzzing a constant din, while the air was thick with an acrid stench, a noxious blend of decay, fermentation, and ammonia that was almost unbearable. Anu had long since acclimatized to this environment. instinctively stifling his breath as he followed along. He could not fathom what was so captivating about this place. He could navigate it with his eyes closed. Chen Juan, however, ambled slowly, his keen gaze scanning every filthy corner as if appraising a collection of goods. Anu shivered at the absurdity of this thought. Chen Juan halted before a particularly overwhelming pile of filth. Clearly, this was a public toilet of sorts, yet devoid of any facilities, merely an established dumping ground, where excrement had spread into the center of the road, forming hardened clumps that had been layered with new waste. "Look here," Chen Juan spoke, his tone serene, as if discussing a landscape painting rather than a heap of refuse. Anu pinched his nose and grumbled, "What is there to see? It stinks. Let us hurry up and go." Chen Juan remained unmoved. Instead, he crouched down, picking up a small twig to poke at the surface of the half-dried clumps. "Anu, what do you find most bothersome in this alley? Isn't it obvious? It's this." Anu gestured to the filth on the ground and the flies swirling above. "It's dirty and smelly, and it's a breeding ground for disease. Just 2 years ago, old Wang's family at the end of the alley fell ill and died from plague. The doctor said it was due to the foul air." "Indeed," Chen Juan nodded, continuing to prod with the twig. "But do you think anyone might need these things?" Anu widened his eyes, regarding Chen Juan as if he were mad. "Need? Who would want this? No one would take it even for free, and it would require effort to clean it up. What about the farmers outside the city?" Chen Juan inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Anu's. "They cultivate the land. Don't they require fertilizer?" Anu paused, momentarily taken aback. He was aware of this. He had a distant cousin who grew vegetables outside the city and occasionally mentioned the need for enriching the soil. "Yes, they do," he conceded, "but they use their own manure or purchase soybean meal and ash. Who would want this filthy mess from the city? It's unsanitary. It might harm their crops." If Chen Juan discarded the twig and stood up, his eyes ablaze with fervor, he proclaimed, "We could transform this refuse into clean, usable, nutrient-rich fertilizer." "How we do that? Do you think you're a deity who can turn waste into gold?" Anu scoffed at Chen Juan's increasingly outrageous assertions. "It's not turning waste into gold," Chen Juan corrected him. "It's turning excrement into gold." He no longer gazed at the filth on the ground, but surveyed the entire alley, his vision seemingly piercing through the grimy reality to glimpse a vision of a promising future. "You see, this entire alley of filth is regarded by you as a nuisance, a burden, an externality." He uttered words that Anu could not comprehend, yet his tone was irresistibly compelling. "In my view, these are all money. They are premium assets, yet to be securitized." Anu's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless. Securitization? Assets? He could only surmise that Chen Juan must be delirious from hunger, spouting nonsense. Undeterred by Anu's reaction, Chen Juan continued his pitch. "Let us embark on a venture. First, we will secure the rights to clean the refuse from this alley and a few adjacent ones. We shall negotiate with the local officials, assuring them that we will restore cleanliness without costing the government a dime. Perhaps we might even symbolize our efforts with a nominal management fee." Anu gasped, nearly choking on the stench. "Are you mad? We're going to pay people to clean this filthy place? Do we have money to burn?" It was not a mere cleanup. Chen Juan raised a second finger. "Second, we shall find an inexpensive vacant lot on the outskirts of the city. We will transport the collected refuse there, employing specific methods to pile it up, allowing it to ferment and mature into high-quality fertilizer. This process is called composting." "Composting?" "Indeed." A third finger was raised, Chen Juan's gaze sharp. "Third, we will sell the fertilizer we produce to farmers outside the city. They need this. And if we can enhance its efficacy, offering it at a price lower than bean cake, they will be eager to acquire it." Anu's mind struggled to keep pace with Chen Juan's vision. He stared blankly, attempting to grasp the entire chain of logic, cleaning unwanted refuse, processing it into fertilizer, and selling it for profit. This notion seemed to possess a modicum of validity. Yet, the overwhelming absurdity quickly engulfed him. How much manpower would this require? How would the refuse be collected? How would it be transported? Would composting even work? Would there be demand for the fertilizer? Each step presented a challenge. He found himself at a loss for words. Chen Juan appeared to sense his doubts. He picked up a half-dry clod of earth from the ground and began sketching on a relatively clean wall. He drew a simple cycle, One side depicted a filthy alley, with arrows pointing to a box labeled composting site, then to flourishing seedlings, and finally another arrow leading back to the alley, now pristine and tidy, adorned with symbols of grain and currency. What we sell is not refuse. Chen Juan pointed to the cycle. We offer a service. We provide environmental sanitation services to address the hygiene issues of this alley and this city. We sell hope, a solution for increasing agricultural yields in the fields beyond the city. He discarded the clod, dusting off his hands, and gazed at the astonished Anu. Consider, Anu. When this alley is clean, the stench dissipated and illness diminished. Living conditions will improve. We will need to hire workers to clean the refuse, providing jobs for the displaced. Selling fertilizer will yield profit, creating revenue streams for us. This is a win-win situation, a true enterprise. Anu stared at the rudimentary diagram on the wall, then at the seemingly divine Chen Juan, his heart racing. A madman. This person was undoubtedly insane. The ideas were too radical, too unconventional. It was as if he intended to pierce the heavens, to meddle with refuse that everyone else avoided. If this were to be disclosed, the entire city would mock him mercilessly. But what if it were true? What if this madman truly possesses the ability to transform the most wretched and foul substance into gleaming copper coins and radiant silver? He has struggled for survival in this fetid alley for over a decade, witnessing nothing but the despair and numbness of a destitute. Yet, Chen Juan's words struck him like a lightning bolt, piercing through the heavy gloom in his heart, revealing a glimmer of hope he had never dared to envision. Anu could scarcely contain his trembling. Are you truly confident? The corners of Chen Juan's mouth curled upward, and Anu perceived the confidence and conviction radiating from him. Confidence is forged through action, not mere contemplation. Now, I require you to answer one question. Are you willing to wager with me once more? Anu gazed at this enigmatic man before him, who spoke in delirious riddles and was convinced he could shake the very foundations of Apocalypse City. The surge of suppressed fervor within him soared to his very crown. A wager it shall be. Who can fear whom? Gritting his teeth, with eyes ablaze, Anu declared, "Damn it, I shall stand with you." Could it possibly worsen than it is now? Chen Juan's smile deepened. The first fulcrum of his plan had firmly lodged itself within this mire. Next, he must seek the lever that would unlock his initial fortune. Persuading Anu was merely the first step. He understood that with only the two of them, this alchemical scheme was but a futile endeavor. They required funds, resources, and a pivotal point to initiate their first venture. Chen Juan had already identified this pivotal point. The merchant Salmon, just days prior, had been ensnared by Chen Juan's clever ruse involving sunk costs and debt for equity swaps, rewarding him with a loaf of life-saving bread. Chen Juan recalled the complex gaze Salmon had cast upon him as he departed. He knew then that he had chance. That was sufficient. Curiosity is the most effective leverage. We must seek out Salmon, Chen Juan instructed Anu, having just accompanied Chen Juan to survey the fetid alley. Anu's mind was still in a whirl from terms like securitized assets and environmental sanitation services. Upon hearing this, he nearly leapt in disbelief. Seek him out? That merchant? What do we have to approach him with? Are we to rely solely on your words, to tell him we wish to collect excrement? Certainly not. If we were to approach him directly, he would dismiss us as lunatics. We require a lure, something to pique his interest. A lure? Anu was bewildered. Chen Juan's gaze drifted to a more dilapidated shack deep within the alley. Following his line of sight, Anu saw a destitute scholar by the surname of Liu, who was rumored to have once been a talented student. After his family fell into disarray, he had found himself in this predicament, surviving by penning letters for others, often inebriated, and was infamous as the alley's melancholic figure. Chapter 8. Leveraging Salmon, however, Chen Juan had observed him over the past few days, and had noted that the scholar's calligraphy, when sober, held a certain elegance. Anu, I need you to enlist Mr. Liu's assistance. Have him compose a summary of the clean streets and beneficial policies in the most exquisite script. It need not be lengthy, just one page suffices, detailing the merits of cleaning the streets and the advantages of composting for agriculture, and it should be articulated grandiosely. Oh, though Anu was perplexed, he complied. A half bottle of cheap wine and a few flattering words earned him a page adorned with Lu's flourishing calligraphy. Chen Juan glanced at the ornate prose, rich in allusions. Although it lacked substance, it was sufficiently impressive. Next, he set about orchestrating a chance encounter. He instructed Anu to inquire about Salmon's schedule. Having mingled at the docks and markets for quite some time, Anu was acquainted with a diverse array of individuals and quickly learned that Salmon had a habit of visiting a particular tea house in the afternoons to listen to music and conduct business. That afternoon, Chen Juan and Anu took their positions early near the tea house. Chen Juan donned a slightly cleaner set of old clothes that Anu had procured, which barely concealed the most glaring signs of his destitution. When Salmon's somewhat portly figure appeared at the street corner, Anu, following the plan, clumsily collided with him while carrying several rolls of tattered cloth, feigning a delivery. The contents scattered on the ground, including a scroll titled Strategies for a Clean Street and Benefit to the People. "Oh dear, my apologies, sir. I'm so sorry," Anu exclaimed in a fluster, hastily picking up the items while deliberately leaving the scroll in the most conspicuous spot. Salmon, momentarily taken aback by the collision, was about to express his ire when his gaze was drawn to the unfolded scroll on the ground. The elegant calligraphy and the peculiar content, clean streets, benefiting the populace, composting, increasing agricultural yield, seemed utterly incongruous for a common vendor to possess. "What is this?" Salmon inquired suspiciously, pointing at the scroll. Anu, adhering to Chen Juan's instructions, scratched his head innocently. "Oh, this? It's something a scholar wrote, claiming that the refuse in our city could be turned into money. I don't understand it. But I thought the characters looked nice, so I kept it for, well, you know." As he spoke, he reached to retrieve it. "Wait," Salmon commanded, bending down to pick up the scroll for a closer examination. The more he struggled to comprehend it, the greater his curiosity grew. Just then, Chen Juan happened to pass by, and, upon spotting Salmon, feigned surprise. "Ah, is that not Lord Salmon? What a serendipitous encounter." Salmon looked up, momentarily taken aback before recognizing the clever vagabond who had left a strong impression on him days prior. He raised the scroll in his hand. "Is this yours?" Chen Juan smiled sheepishly. "Forgive me for the embarrassment, sir. It is merely my whimsical musings, which my companion has carried, and I did not expect to disturb you." Salmon scrutinized Chen Juan from head to toe, although his attire remained modest. The man's clear eyes and composed demeanor set him apart from the other beggars he knew from the refuse-laden alley. If not for the man's striking appearance and eloquent speech that lingered in his memory, he would have found it hard to connect him with a near-dying vagabond from days past. Furthermore, the scroll he held, with its peculiar discourse, had thoroughly piqued Salmon's curiosity. Whimsical musings. Salmon squinted. "Pray tell, what is this strategy for a clean street and benefit to the people?" Chen Juan weighed his words carefully. It seemed the first step had been taken. Yet, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the bustling street, adopting a troubled expression. "Lord Salmon, there are many eyes and ears here. Some matters are not suitable for public discourse. Moreover, without evidence, if you're interested, perhaps you might accompany me to witness for yourself what I speak of." "Witness? Witness what?" Salmon inquired, his curiosity further piqued. "Witness how we transform refuse into gold." Chen Juan replied, wearing a mysterious smile, "Not far from the city." Salmon hesitated for a moment. As a prudent merchant, he was cautious by nature. Yet the wisdom displayed by Chen Juan during their last encounter, coupled with the enigmatic script before him, compelled him to take a risk. "Very well. I am eager to see what scheme you have concocted." Chen Juan did not escort Salmon to any respectable establishment. Instead, he led him directly out of the city to a desolate patch of land at the foot of the southern city wall. This area, once the periphery of a graveyard, was low-lying and overgrown with weeds, typically devoid of visitors. However, at this moment, a rudimentary shed had emerged on the vacant lot, alongside several large pits. Under the direction of Anu, dozens of emaciated refugees were dumping the refuse transported from the city into these pits, mixing it with weeds and soil. The air was thick with an indescribable, ferment-like stench, far more complex and pungent than the simple foulness of the city. Upon arrival, Salmon instinctively covered his nose. his expression turning exceedingly grim. "What on earth have you brought me to this wretched place for? To watch these peasants play in the mud?" Chen Juan, imperturbed, approached a mound of compost that had been accumulating for several days, its surface cloaked in dirt. He used a spade to clear away the top layer, revealing the dark brown, partially decomposed fertilizer beneath. "Sir Salmon, what you see is not mere mud. It is wealth, an inexhaustible source of future riches." "Nonsense," Salmon retorted angrily. This is the nascent form of urban sanitation franchising," Chen Juan interjected with resolute certainty. He instructed Anu to unfurl a more detailed diagram of the urban energy cycle, crafted by Sheng based on his description. Although the artwork was crude, the connections were unmistakable. Filthy streets led to composting sites, which in turn directed towards bountiful farmlands, ultimately resulting in a thriving city and increased tax revenue. "Consider this, my lord," Chen Juan continued, his pace quickening as he pointed to the diagram. "With approximately 1 million inhabitants in Tianqi City, producing an endless stream of waste daily. What you perceive as a burden, an externality, I view as an untapped premium asset. We shall cleanse, process, and transform this refuse into the fertilizer desperately needed by farmers. Just imagine the profit margins. And this is merely the fertilizer itself. With cleaner streets, diseases will diminish, laborers will be healthier, and productivity will soar. This represents an intangible value. Should we secure the government's approval to monopolize the cleaning rights of several streets, we would establish a foundational service capable of generating a continuous cash flow." As Salmon absorbed this unprecedented discourse, watching the fervent labor unfolding before him, his initial anger gradually gave way to astonishment. Though the workers were refugees and the scene was grimy, the seemingly absurd yet subtly coherent cyclical diagram began to resonate with him. As a businessman, he possessed an instinctive sensitivity to terms such as monopoly, cash flow, and profit margins. "How easy it is to speak of such matters," Salmon scoffed. "What about the investments? Labor, space, transportation. Don't any of these require capital? And the real question remains, do people even want your fertilizer? Investments are precisely why I sought you out, my lord." Chen Juan replied, his gaze fixed intently on Salmon. "I do not require you to invest a single copper coin." "What?" Salmon was taken aback. Chapter 9. The deal. "I have heard that your warehouse is burdened with a surplus of burlap sacks and handcart from last year, which have languished unsold due to their outdated designs, occupying valuable space and incurring costs." Chen Juan leaned closer to Salmon, proposing that he could invest in their cleaning business by valuing a batch of burlap sacks and a cart, thus acquiring a 30% share without any monetary exchange. They would utilize Salmon's tools for cleaning and transportation, with the profits from the fertilizers yielding him a share as well. Essentially, they were using future earnings to cover current investments. For Salmon, this was merely a means to activate idle assets, presenting almost negligible risk. Salmon was utterly taken aback by Chen Juan's suggestion. No cash, investing with surplus goods? Such a method of investment was unheard of after decades in trade. It seemed like a case of pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that if the project succeeded, those nearly worthless sacks and cart could be transformed into a steady source of income. If it failed, his loss would be minimal. The stark contrast between risk and reward, coupled with the seemingly absurd yet meticulously planned vision Chen Juan painted, tightened around Salmon like an invisible noose. He gazed into Chen Juan's calm, yet fathomless eyes, then cast his glance over the filthy yet vibrantly alive construction site, his breath quickening. This vagabond was nothing short of a devil incarnate, a figure capable of awakening the greatest greed with the most ludicrous tales. The pungent odor in the air suddenly felt less unbearable. Salmon's facial muscles twitched as he battled internally between fear and avarice. Ultimately, the merchant's greed for exorbitant profits triumphed over his fear of risk. He slapped his forehead, as if to dispel all hesitation, gritting his teeth and uttering, "All right, I will bring the sacks and cart tomorrow. 30% share, as you say," with the plan succeeding. Chen Juan revealed his characteristic confident smile. "Pleasure doing business, Mr. Salmon." The first angel investment was secured, acquired through a collection of unsold sacks and a broken cart. Chen Juan instructed several laborers to pile Salmon's sacks and cart in an empty space against the city wall. The pungent scent of compost grew stronger, and Anu, accustomed to the stench of sewage, found it increasingly difficult to bear. Yet Chen Juan went about his business as if unfazed, circling the compost heaps daily, occasionally squatting to sift through it as if inspecting its quality, and sometimes even leaning in to take a whiff. Anu, standing nearby, gritted his teeth to suppress the urge to vomit. He didn't understand, but he respected Chen Juan as he was counting on him to turn his fortunes around. Observing the golden piles of compost before him, the once unbearable stench had evolved into a peculiar aroma, or rather, a scent. "Brother Juan, when do we begin?" "I have gathered 15 reliable workers, just waiting for your command," Anu said, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Chen Juan brushed the dust off his hands, avoiding the topic, and instead inquired, "How has that signboard been performing these past few days?" "The signboard?" Anu paused, then recalled the information board. "It's doing well, as you suggested. I categorized the tasks, and more people have been inquiring, leading to a few more transactions. However, they're mostly trivial jobs, carrying packages, running errands, clearing drains. Not much profit to be made. Even trivial tasks can accumulate to create something substantial," Chen Juan remarked. Chen Juan and Anu walked back to the makeshift shelter, where stood Anu's wooden sign, already scuffed and densely inscribed. Merely recording tasks was insufficient. One must also note the individuals. Note individuals? Indeed. Chen Juan pointed to a line on the sign that detailed a labor requirement. Seeking laborers for brick moving, daily wage 15 won. Who would take this job? Zhang San, Li Si, or Wang Ermatzi? What was their strength like? Were they diligent in their work? Would they resort to trickery? Once the task was completed, would the employer be satisfied? Anu scratched his head, perplexed. Who keeps track of such things? When there's work, we just call people. Once done, they get paid and leave. If they don't meet expectations, we 1T hire them again. Thus, you're limited to sporadic jobs and cannot scale up. Chen Juan picked up a piece of charcoal and sketched a simple table on the blank space of the sign. From today onwards, let us register those seeking work. Besides their name, we should inquire a few more details. Their strength categorized as high, medium, or low, whether they can read, if they possess any skills, and what prior experience they have. After the job, let the employer mark their satisfaction. A circle for satisfaction, a triangle for average, and a cross for dissatisfaction. Let us compile this information. Anu gazed at the table, his eyes widening. Isn't that rather cumbersome? Most of the migrants can't even write their own names. I understand it's troublesome. Chen Juan seemed to read his thoughts, but it's worthwhile. We're not merely seeking laborers, we're building a database. With this, we'll not only sell people, but reliable human resource solutions. Anu didn't grasp everything, but he understood the value in selling solutions. If Brother Juan deemed it valuable, then it must be so. He set to work, asking questions until his throat was dry, enduring scorn for being overly inquisitive, yet keeping a smile. Several charcoal pencils broke, and his fingers grew sore. After a few days, the back of the sign was filled with crooked symbols and annotations only he could decipher. Then, fortune smiled upon them. That afternoon, a middle-aged man clad in a silk shirt, his belly protruding and face slick with sweat, accompanied by a young assistant, loitered at the entrance of the muck-filled alley, his brow furrowed in frustration. Anu, sharp-eyed, recognized him as the esteemed manager who from Yongshan Kiln in the southern part of the city, a significant client known for producing green bricks. Manager who was evidently not there to seek laborers. He cursed the air, raising prices on spot. Such a black-hearted grasp. 30 workers, and they demand 30%. His disdain was palpable, and they're all a bunch of misfits. A veteran from the area, attempting to ingratiate himself, approached with a forced smile. Manager who? Please calm down. The labor force is tight. Good workers have been taken to the West City construction sites. This is the price, and these are the workers. If you don't want them, other kills are waiting. Manager who, his beard bristling with anger, found himself in a bind. The kiln had received an urgent order, and failing to deliver would incur substantial losses. Anu's heart raced as he glanced at Chen Juan, who subtly nodded. Steeling himself, Anu took a deep breath, donned a smile, and approached, ignoring the veteran. He bowed to Manager Hu. Manager Hu, are you in search of 30 strong, obedient laborers who can meet deadlines? Hu cast him a sideways glance. Who are you? You have them? I am Anu, residing in this alley. Anu straightened his posture and pointed to his sign. We have 30. Their strength is above average. They are honest and hardworking and guaranteed not to slack off. The wages will be at market rate, and we only take a commission of 15%. After 3 days of labor, payment will be settled. Should there be any deceitful behavior or disobedience, you may speak, and we will replace the individual on the spot, compensating for their wages. Chapter 10. A modest trial of skill. The visage of the old man, wrinkled and lined, darkened instantly upon hearing Anu's assertive response. His expression soured to the point of resembling a storm cloud. His eyes, filled with venomous rage, bore down on Anu as if they sought to consume him whole. A sharp, mocking laugh escaped his lips, laced with a piercing edge of derision and menace. Ah, who do we have here? It's Anu. In just a few days, you've truly grown bold, haven't you? You think you can challenge me? Just you? With those pitiful scraps you fished out from the cesspool? Spittle flew from his mouth, nearly hitting Anu as he pointed toward the ragged, pallid figures of the displaced individuals in the alley. His voice rose, dripping with exaggerated scorn. Master Hu, are you seeing this? These people are refugees from the north, carrying misfortune, perhaps even pestilence. You would let them into the kiln? If, after a few days of work, some were to collapse and spread disease, jeopardizing your kiln's operations and ruining your precious porcelain, who would you turn to for redress? This fool, or his master from some obscure corner? As he spoke, the old man cast a venomous glance at Chen Juan, who stood a few paces behind Anu, his demeanor calm yet watchful. Initially, Master, who had been intrigued by Anu's mention of readily available labor at a low price, but the old man's tirade sowed seeds of doubt in his mind. As a purveyor of porcelain, he was particularly wary of unclean or inauspicious labor. The prospect of hiring the sickly was indeed troubling. His gaze toward Anu shifted, now tinged with skepticism and scrutiny. Anu, incensed by the old man's venomous words, felt his chest rise and fall with agitation, his eyes nearly igniting with fury, the veins in his hand gripping the wooden stick standing out in stark relief. Yet, he resisted the impulse to charge at that loathsome mouth. Inhaling deeply and recalling Chen Juan's repeated counsel, to maintain composure and reason, particularly in such critical moments, and to never lose one's composure. He straightened his posture, meeting Master Hu's gaze with determined steadiness, his voice striving for calm. Master Hu, idle talk is easy for anyone. To discern good from bad, to distinguish a mule from a horse, one need only observe. The people are right here, all living souls. If you wish, you may select them personally now. Feel free to inquire and inspect. See if any of them bear the ailments you fear. He paused, emphasizing his words with conviction, drawing upon the most credible assertion taught by Chen Juan. We maintain records of all individuals capable of work, all duly registered. Moreover, there are guarantors. Guarantors? The old man laughed derisively, as if hearing the greatest jest. You, a bunch of mud-covered vagabonds, have guarantors? Who would vouch for you? Some deity from a temple, or perhaps an ancestor from a grave. Pray, enlighten me. Anu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The concept of a guarantor had been introduced by Chen Juan, yet he had not inquired into the specifics. Just as he felt a twinge of anxiety, unsure of how to respond, the gentle voice of Lu Mingyuan, a refined scholar, emerged from the side. The crowd turned in the direction of the sound to see a middle-aged scholar, clad in a faded blue long gown adorned with several patches yet impeccably clean, approaching with a thin wooden tablet and a piece of charcoal in hand. Though his face bore the marks of malnutrition, appearing gaunt and weary, his hair was neatly combed, his posture upright, and his eyes radiated clarity and composure, exuding an air of dignified resilience despite his disheveled appearance. It was none other than Lu Mingyuan. As he stepped forward, he performed a respectful bow to the shopkeeper, his demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant, and his voice resonated clearly throughout the assembly. I am Lu Mingyuan, courtesy named Jingji, a native of this province. I have had the fortune to receive an education and am honored to be regarded as a scholar. Recently, I found myself in this unfortunate situation and have observed that Chen Juan and Anu have been diligently sheltering and aiding the displaced, meticulously registering and categorizing them with considerable organization. Though I lack talent, I possess a modest understanding of literature and thus offer my assistance in recording these matters. He paused, calmly surveying the distressed elder among them before continuing to address who. Respected shopkeeper who, I have been here for several days, and my observations indicate that although the individuals here suffer from the hardships of displacement and are physically weakened, there are no signs of illness. The categorization mentioned by Anu is based on my inquiries regarding each person's past experiences, skills, and physical condition. While I do not claim absolute precision, I believe this method is preferable to a haphazard approach. Scholar Lu, whose expression became earnest, and he quickly returned the gesture of respect. In these times, although scholars may be impoverished, their status as educated men is undeniable, positioned at the base of the gentry. Their words carry far more weight than those of common folk. And with looming Yuan's endorsement, the credibility of the situation was immediately elevated. Furthermore, Lu's articulation was impeccable. He clearly stated his identity as a scholar, elucidated his motivations to repay kindness by documenting, and emphasized the scientific rationale behind the categorization, starkly contrasting with the crude methods employed by the elder. Excellent. With Scholar Lu's endorsement, I place my trust in this, who, a straightforward man, perhaps driven by an urgent need for labor, no longer hesitated. He turned to Anu and declared, "Then let us select, right now, 30 individuals, quick-witted and diligent." "Understood. Just a moment," Anu replied, invigorated by the prospect. He turned towards the alley and shouted with all his might, "Everyone, he my call. Shopkeeper, whose kiln requires 30 laborers. Wages paid daily, with lunch provided. Those who are nimble and willing to work hard, step forward." This is a rare opportunity. In an instant, dozens of displaced individuals gathered, their eyes shining with a yearning for work and sustenance. However, they did not rush forward. Instead, they looked eagerly at Anu, waiting for him to call their names. At that moment, Chen Juan, who had approached unbeknownst to anyone, stood beside Anu. He did not gaze at the excited crowd or the satisfied who, but rather surveyed the assemblage with a calm demeanor, as if appraising a selection of tools. Then, without hesitation, he raised his hand, extending his index finger, swiftly and accurately pointing to 5 individuals within the throng. You, and you. Step forward." The 5 individuals summoned, varying in height and build, exchanged glances, yet complied and stepped forward from the crowd, forming a line. They cast somewhat anxious looks at Chen Juan and Manager Hu. Chen Juan then turned to Manager Hu, his tone unassuming. "Manager Hu, feel free to conduct any assessments. Inquiries, physical examinations, strength tests, anything goes. Mr. Lu, please adjust their profiles." "Understood." Lu Mingyuan complied, stepping forward to open the stack of thin wooden slips bound together with hemp rope. His fingers swiftly skimmed over the charcoal inscriptions as he fluidly reported, "Li Daniu, age 28, hailing from Xinjiang. Possesses considerable strength, having worked at the local docks for 3 years, with no records of excessive drinking or brawling. His former employer rated him 3 circles, indicating he is diligent and reliable, with few errors. Wang Shirtu, age 31, origin unspecified, of moderate strength, possesses basic literacy, and has driven large carts for 2 years, familiar with livestock. He demonstrated enthusiasm in clearing debris yesterday, actively assisting others, rated with a circle. Zhao Si, age 25, from Qinzhou, exhibits average strength, possesses some woodworking skills, is rather reserved, yet never complains when tasked with duties, rated with a circle. Sun Laowu, age 39, of below-average strength, but possesses good endurance, having worked in a brick kiln for 6 months, heat-resistant. He maintained order during food distribution the day before, rated with a circle. Zhou Wu, age 22, of moderate strength, young and quick to learn. He mastered pushing a wheelbarrow in half a day after being taught recently, rated with a circle. With each report, Anu promptly supplemented with her loud voice. Li Daniu cleared the western ditch yesterday, single-handedly performing the work of two. Wang Shitu helped repair a crooked cart this morning. Zhao Xi's little stool is quite sturdy. Sun Laowu carried stones over a dozen times yesterday without any complaints. Zhou Wu learns to read faster than Dogshan. This harmonious exchange, rich in detail and concrete examples, vividly illustrated the 5 individuals' abilities, characteristics, and recent performances. Manager Hu's eyes sparkled increasingly, his mouth slightly agape. Good heavens, this is exceedingly thorough, far clearer than what the foremen at my kiln know about their workers. Typically, those sent by the pawnshop only know a name and approximate age. Good or bad is purely a matter of luck, and if they are unfit, one can only hold their nose and accept it. Yet what lies before me is a ready-made, detailed manual for labor. Unable to contain his curiosity, he approached the 5 individuals, scrutinizing them closely. He squeezed Li Daniu's solid, muscular arm, observed Wang Shitu's calloused hands, clearly accustomed to holding reins, and queried Zhao Xi with a few simple woodworking terms. Though shy, Zhao Xi managed to respond haltingly. As for the other 2, despite their lean frames, their bright eyes bore no signs of illness. The difference was stark. No, it was a chasm. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Manager Hu exclaimed thrice. A satisfied smile spreading across his face, his hesitation dissipating. Pointing at Anu, he declared loudly, just as you suggested. 30 of them, just like this. The wages will be as you proposed. Tomorrow morning, precisely at the hour of Chun, they shall commence work at my Yongshan kiln in the western part of the city. You shall be responsible for your people. Should any issues arise, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, Manager Hu, your satisfaction is guaranteed. Anu was filled with elation, his heart pounding with excitement. The old man, observing this scene, saw his face transition from ashen to a ghastly pallor, ultimately settling into a hue of despair. He cast a venomous glare at Chen Juan and Anu, his eyes sharp as daggers, seemingly wishing to inflict upon them 1,000 torments. He understood that he had suffered a significant setback today. Not only had he lost the lucrative deal with Manager Hu, but more alarmingly, the reputation of the laborers from the sewage alley was now tarnished, jeopardizing his future business prospects in the southern city. He spat vehemently, gathered his subordinates, and with a disgraced demeanor, forced his way through the crowd, not daring to look back. Yet Chen Juan bore little of the joy one might expect from a successful transaction. It was as if the triumph belonged to another. Approaching Anu, he whispered instructions with urgency and clarity. Tonight, ensure that the 30 selected individuals are well fed. Tomorrow morning, you shall lead them to the kiln site. For the first 3 days, keep them under strict supervision. They must perform flawlessly, leaving no room for error. Wages must be paid daily, and you are to return in the evening to distribute them publicly. No debts are to be incurred. Do you understand? Anu nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with determination. Rest assured, Brother Juan, I comprehend. The first 3 kicks must resonate. Reputation is worth more than life. I shall oversee their meals tonight and ensure everything is executed flawlessly tomorrow. Chen Juan patted his shoulder, refraining from further discourse. He recognized that despite Anu's bluntness, once he committed, he would see it through with utmost dedication. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Anu began to excitedly select and inform the 30 fortunate individuals. Meanwhile, as Lu Mingyuan meticulously recorded details, Chen Juan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the alley's entrance. 2 men approached leisurely, one following the other, their pace unhurried yet deliberate. The man in front was tall and robust, moving with a clean, rhythmic grace. Clad in plain garments, he bore a blade at his waist, his posture relaxed yet vigilant, surveying the surroundings with keen eyes. Clearly, he was a capable protector. The man behind him, though appearing nonchalant, exuded an indescribable air of composure. His attire, also modest, appeared more refined and softer than that of the preceding guard, glistening subtly in the dim light of the alley. Both wore wide-brimmed hats, casting shadows over their faces, obscuring their true visages. Nevertheless, their presence was incongruous amidst the filth and chaos of the sewage alley. their aura of cleanliness and nobility starkly contrasting with the desperate struggle for survival surrounding them, like two drops of pure oil in murky water. Immediately perceived by Chen Juan's astute senses. What day was it? Just as he had bid farewell to Manager Hu, two seemingly formidable guests had arrived. Anu, with his sharp eyes and memory of Chen Juan's teachings on the importance of hospitality, promptly adopted the professional smile instilled in him, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. He hastened to intercept them in the middle of the alley, warmly greeting, "Gentlemen, are you merely passing through? Perhaps here to hire workers for some tasks? Our establishment boasts a full complement of personnel, reasonable pricing, and the endorsement of an accomplished scholar." Before he could finish his words, the imposing figure of a guard in the lead subtly furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased with Anu's obstruction in proximity. He did not pause his stride. Instead, he casually raised a hand, a subtle motion of his arm. Anu felt a slight yet exquisitely deft force that compelled him to stagger 2 steps aside, clearing a path. The guard did not even spare him a glance, steadfastly escorting his master towards Chen Juan's location. Anu stood momentarily dazed, a surge of indignation rising within him. However, recognizing the formidable demeanor of the pair, he restrained himself, maintaining a vigilant watch. The 2 men, with singular intent, disregarded Anu's excited selection of personnel and Lu Mingyuan, who was busy taking notes, and approached Chen Juan, halting a few steps before him. The master, who had been lingering behind, now stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Chen Juan. It was then that Chen Juan discerned the man's tall stature, towering over him by a considerable margin. Though clad in seemingly ordinary plain robes, the garments were impeccably tailored, accentuating a sleek silhouette of broad shoulders and a narrow waist. A matching jade belt encircled his waist, from which hung a piece of exquisite jade. Even at a distance, Chen Juan could detect a faint, cool fragrance emanating from him, reminiscent of a rare spice. Sharply contrasting with the fetid air of the alley, the wide-brimmed hat obscured his face, revealing only a sharply defined, resolute chin and slightly pursed, pale lips. Observing the demeanor, poise, and attire of these 2 individuals, Chen Juan's alertness surged to unprecedented heights. They were no ordinary affluent merchants, nor commonplace tradesmen. They were figures of considerable consequence, individuals of whom he must remain wary. Yet, Chen Juan was not one to cower in fear, nor was he a pliable fruit to be easily manipulated. He neither displayed panic nor retreated in trepidation, but instead maintained his previous posture, having been crouched on the ground, idly tracing patterns in the dirt with a twig. He slightly raised his head, gazing up at the distinguished figure before him, and calmly inquired, "What brings you esteemed gentlemen here?" The man standing before him did not respond immediately. He advanced a step closer, his exquisitely crafted, impeccably clean boots nearly brushing against Chen Juan's toes. Then, he inclined his head slightly, and Chen Juan sensed the scrutinizing gaze from beneath the hat resting upon him, imbued with a sense of appraisal. After a prolonged silence, a voice emerged from beneath the brim, steady in tone, devoid of discernible emotion, yet resonating with a peculiar, almost ear-shattering magnetism. Each word was articulated with remarkable clarity, striking profoundly within the heart. "What is your name?" Good heavens! That voice! Chen Juan tilted his head back, a tingling sensation coursing through his scalp as if electrified. He had encountered many men, oh no, countless individuals, and in this age of information overload had heard the voices of various voice actors, singers, and hosts. Yet he had never before encountered such a richly textured male voice. The tone was somber yet not murky, clear yet not piercing, imbued with a metallic coldness, curiously enveloped in an ineffable magnetism, as if it could directly penetrate the auditory canal and echo within one's mind. In that instant, he comprehended why the world had such a phenomenon as sound control. However, this thought was fleeting. Chen Juan considered himself a man of traditional and conventional inclinations, at least psychologically, harboring no interest in male beauty. Reflecting on his ability to maintain his principles amidst a world replete with temptation and indulgence, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He nonchalantly dug at his ear with his left pinky, a gesture somewhat crude and even provocative, before responding leisurely, Chen Juan. The man seemed indifferent to his name, offering no further inquiry. The alley fell silent once more, save for the distant low calls of Anu and the excited murmurs of the vagrants. After a few moments of waiting in vain for the other to speak, Chen Juan tilted his head and inquired, his tone still flat. "May I ask your esteemed name?" Another silence ensued. The shadow cast by the wide-brimmed hat obscured the man's expression, although the elegantly contoured jaw appeared to shift ever so slightly. The atmosphere thickened with an awkward and eerie tension, as if an invisible pressure emanated from the man at its center. At that moment, a guard, who had remained silent a step behind, advanced slightly, bowing slightly, and reminding in a low yet clear voice, "Sir, the hour grows late." The man with the extraordinary bubble-like voice showed no sign of acknowledgement, merely casting one last glance at Chen Juan, who felt the tangible weight of that gaze, before decisively turning and striding away. The two moved in tandem, leisurely traversing the dwindling crowd, and soon vanished into the dim light, as if they had never existed. Once their figures completely disappeared, Anu hurried over, squatting before the still-crouched Chen Juan, her gaze following as towards the alley's entrance, her face etched with curiosity. "Brother Juan, what was the meaning of those two? So mysterious, merely asking for a name?" Chen Juan emitted an ambiguous scoff from his nose, casually tossing aside the twig he held, rising to dust off his hands. "Who knows?" he replied nonchalantly, though a hint of gravity lingered in his eyes. Perhaps it was some bored noble, passing through this notorious alley of filth, seeking a curious spectacle on a whim. Or perhaps something else entirely. He kept his thoughts vague, yet his instinct warned him that the appearance of those two was far from a mere whim. The aura of the man in the hat, the guard's prowess, and that nonsensical inquiry. Anew, Chen Juan turned to face her, his expression serious. "For the next few days, keep your eyes sharp. Not only must you monitor the activities at Hu Zhanggui's kiln, but also be vigilant for any suspicious faces around our alley, especially those who appear out of place yet linger nearby. Report any findings to me immediately." Upon observing Chen Juan's serious demeanor, Anu promptly concealed his doubts and nodded earnestly. "All right, Brother Juan, you can rest assured. I will have the brothers take turns on watch." 3 days later, the first batch of labor arranged by manager, who concluded successfully. 30 individuals, under Anu's stringent supervision and Chen Juan's prior training, worked diligently, displaying remarkable agility and precision. Not only did they encounter no mishaps, but a few experienced workers, such as Old Sun, who had previously worked in a brick kiln, offered minor suggestions that enhanced the efficiency of certain processes. Manager, who was immensely pleased and, when settling the payment, generously compensated them not only with the full wages, but also with a substantial bonus. He clapped Anu on the shoulder. Anu, suppressing the urge to flinch, exclaimed, "Excellent. Anu, your men are quite proficient. Should there be any more work at the kiln in the future, I will certainly seek your assistance." Cradling the heavy, clinking bag of copper coins, Anu trembled with excitement. The earnings from these 3 days surpassed what they had managed to scrape together through arduous labor over the span of a month. More importantly, this money was earned with dignity and pride. The news that Anu possessed reliable, cost-effective labor, which even manager who praised, spread like wildfire among small merchants and workshop owners. An ever-increasing number of vagrants approached Anu to register and inquire about work opportunities. Anu recorded their information with fervor, and the stack of wooden slips in Lu Mingyuan's database grew thicker, the charcoal inscriptions densely packed. At night, beneath the dim glow of a small oil lamp in his makeshift shelter, Anu meticulously counted the coins one by one, carefully stringing them together with coarse hemp rope. His face radiated joy, and sleep eluded him. He leaned over to Chen Juan, who was lost in thought, gazing at the wooden slips under the lamp's light, and whispered, barely able to contain his excitement, "Brother Juan, your method is truly remarkable. Look at this. In just a few days, we earned money and gained a reputation. If this continues, we could specialize in labor matchmaking, take a commission, and amass wealth." Chen Juan's gaze shifted from the wooden slips to the flickering, dim light of the lamp. The flames danced in his deep, dark eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly shook his head. Labor matching and information consolidation, is merely the first step. His voice was calm, yet imbued with a clarity that transcended the paltry gains at hand. It is the most fundamental, primitive form of resource optimization. What? The first step? Anu was taken aback, his excitement waning. Isn't this sufficient? We can survive, and even thrive. This is far better than scavenging or cleaning waste. While Chen Juan affirmed his statement, he shifted his focus, his gaze seemingly penetrating the shabby grass curtain of the shelter, peering into the vast, oppressive darkness outside. But it is not enough. Far from sufficient. Not enough. Anu was utterly perplexed, scratching his head. What more do we need? Brother Juan, we have people, a bit of money, and a reputation now. What else is necessary? Chen Juan did not respond directly. His fingers gently traced the charcoal symbols on the wooden slips, each representing different skills, levels, and experiences. Behind these symbols lies a multitude of struggling lives, a reservoir of labor that is squandered, neglected, and suppressed. It represents the most substantial and chaotic treasure of this filthy and disorderly South City, and indeed of the entire underbelly of Apocalyptic City. He perceives the existence of labor, yet discerns even more profoundly the unfulfilled demands, untapped resources, unestablished regulations, and the unfathomable depths of poverty and despair that consume everything in their wake. The trafficking of labor is merely a reed probing the surface of the water. His task is to uncover the true spring, buried deep beneath the surface, and to devise a means to channel it forth, thereby nurturing a different realm altogether. Chapter 11. Partnering for marketing and packaging. Are you not eager to commence? Next, we must address the refuse that no one desires in this city, alongside the fields outside that languish in desperate need, turning waste into gold. Yet, before we embark on this endeavor, we must ensure it does not sound like a farce. We require a presentation worthy of the stage. He turned to Anu. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to invite Lu Mingyuan. We need his pen to craft our scavenging efforts into something magnificent. Anu, though somewhat bewildered, nodded emphatically. He trusts Brother Juan. The concepts swirling in his mind, though seemingly arcane, have consistently materialized into tangible coins. Outside the window, the night deepened, heavy with dew. In the dimly lit room of the old dental clinic in South City, several grim-faced individuals convened. Have you uncovered the truth? Who exactly is this Chen Juan? We have investigated. He is merely a vagrant from the sewage alley, of unknown origins. Yet he possesses a certain cunning. Anu, once a mere errand runner, has been transformed under his tutelage. And that Lu scholar has become entangled as well. A vagrant? I suspect he is a river dragon masquerading as a loach. We cannot let him sever our revenue stream without consequence. Brother, what do you propose? He claims to be discerning, does he not? He speaks of rules. The leader scoffed, his jowls quivering. Let him choose, let him speak. We shall see whether his rules are more formidable than those of South City. Go seek Iron Hand Wang San. Assign him a task. The oil lamp crackled, casting eerie shadows on their faces. Chen Juan and Anu stood by the roadside, observing the throngs of passers-by, each consumed by their own thoughts. Ever since the human trafficking black market erupted, Anu walked with newfound swagger. Yet Chen Juan bore no trace of joy upon his countenance. He fixated on the pile of refuse at the foot of the city wall, now somewhat plump, his brow furrowed as he contemplated this venture. Brother Juan, we have earned money and made a name for ourselves. When shall we officially launch our waste management enterprise? Anu's mind began to envision himself as the proprietor, directing operations with a flourish, causing him to grin foolishly. A few strands of hair on Chen Juan's forehead were tousled by the wind. Launch? With what shall we commence? Just the two of us? A vagrant leader, a tooth extractor, and the motley crew you have just gathered? Anu was momentarily speechless. We have funds now. We can hire more people. Moreover, there is Lord Salmon's silent partnership. Silent partnerships cannot shield us from scorn. Chen Juan turned away. What we are currently engaged in is, in the eyes of the respectable, akin to shoveling excrement. It is the lowest of the low. Do you wish for someone like Hu Zhangguwei to introduce us as the manure overlords? Anu opened his mouth, but fell silent. The title manure overlords indeed lacks charm. We must craft a more appealing narrative. Chen Juan began to draw patterns in the dirt with a twig, suggesting that we must extol our sanitation work in grandiose terms, portraying it as beneficial for the nation and the people, emphasizing that those who reject our services are merely turning their backs on prosperity and benevolence. Anu suddenly grasped the concept. Yes, we must embellish. We must exaggerate, possessing the skill to transform excrement into gold. Chen Juan turned slightly. Weren't you supposed to invite Lu Mingyuan again last night? Oh dear, I almost forgot. Anu scratched his head. Brother Juan, wait for me. I shall fetch Mr. Lu immediately. Not so fast. Come here first. Anu obediently leaned closer to Chen Juan. All right, Brother Juan. With that, he dashed off toward Lu Mingyuan's residence. Chen Juan watched Anu's retreating figure, his mind still calculating the subsequent plans. Successfully earning the first pot of gold this time owed much to Lu Mingyuan, who had proven himself to be a person of talent. Lu Mingyuan, with his lofty ideals, often felt his talents were unrecognized, yet he yearned more than anyone for his abilities to be acknowledged. However, this scholarly individual was rather obstinate. If only he could be persuaded to alter his rigid mindset, he would undoubtedly maximize his intrinsic value. Yet, winning him over would require some effort. This time, Anu arrived at Lu Mingyuan's modest study, carrying 2 jugs of inferior wine and a whole roast chicken. Although it was called a study, it was merely a corner cluttered with old books. Upon entering, one was greeted by a peculiar blend of ink and alcohol. Lu Mingyuan was dozing at a rickety desk. Propped up by bricks, his hair disheveled, oil stains decorating his long robe, with an empty wine jug lying beside him. Mr. Lu, Anu greeted with a smile. Upon recognizing Anu, Lu Mingyuan set down his writing tools and approached. Anu placed the items on the table, exchanged pleasantries, and then revealed his purpose. When Lu Mingyuan heard that he was to embellish the composting plan with his writing, he reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, bursting with indignation. He felt that his dignity and talents had been gravely insulted. Previously, he had reluctantly assisted in writing a few characters, but this time, the demand to glorify such filth was a profound affront to his scholarly integrity. He absolutely refused to engage in such a disgraceful task. Get out. Leave at once. His face flushed. He trembled as he pointed at Anu, spitting words in fury. Do not presume that, because of a few interactions, I shall condescend to associate with your sordid endeavors, nor dare you sully my writing with your copper stench. Can refuse the matter of excrement even be deemed worthy of literature? It is an affront to scholarship, an insult to the sages. Anu, thoroughly chastised, fled in disarray, forgetting the roast chicken and wine. Upon returning, he panted in frustration. Brother Juan, this is impossible. That Lu is as stubborn as a rock in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. Chen Juan was not surprised. It seemed he would have to administer a stronger remedy. He instructed Anu to lead the way back to Lu Mingyuan's study. Upon seeing him return, Lu Mingyuan seized the inkstone from the table, ready to hurl it. Chen Juan stood unwavering, gazing calmly at him. Mr. Lu, after 10 years of diligent study, accumulating vast knowledge, are you truly resigned to allowing your lifelong endeavors to decay alongside this wretched form in a lane scarcely superior to a muck pit? Lu Mingyuan's hand, which held the inkstone, froze mid-air. Chen Juan's eyes swept over a pile of dusty manuscripts in the corner. Aside from yourself, who has ever laid eyes upon your poems and essays? Do they elicit admiration from the elite or circulate among the common folk? Or are they merely a means to trade for a few jugs of inferior wine, allowing you to drown your sorrows and forget the failures of your existence? These words were venomous, piercing Lu Mingyuan's most tender spot. His complexion shifted from crimson to pallid. His lips trembled as he sought to retort. Yet no words escaped his lips. The hand that held the inkstone eventually fell limply, surrendering to heavy breaths. You know nothing, he uttered, his voice steeped in despair and indignation. I do not comprehend poetry, Chen Juan replied, stepping forward to retrieve a rough, yellowed piece of paper from his pocket, tossing it before Lu Mingyuan. Chapter 12. Persuading the scholar. This was a makeshift creation fashioned from scraps of burlap provided by Salmon, mixed with tree bark and tattered cloth, an experiment coarse to the touch, inscribed with the crooked words "clean streets, beneficial to the people and toilet paper first." "But I understand this," Chen Juan declared, pointing at the crude paper. "This is toilet paper destined for the street corner to aid in personal hygiene. Currently, it holds no value, akin to a stone by the roadside." Lu Mingyuan cast a disdainful glance, as if the paper itself exuded filth. "I grant you 3 days. Utilize your extensive knowledge and your misguided talents to persuade at least 10 individuals, be they tea stall workers, pharmacy apprentices, or even passing peddlers, to willingly inscribe, draw, or leave a message on this toilet paper. The content is yours to choose. You may denounce me as a fraud or extol us as saviors." Lu Mingyuan found Chen Juan's proposal absurd, his lips twitching in an attempt to laugh, yet laughter eluded him. "If you succeed, I shall grant you the opportunity to be the chief editor of a genuine newspaper, printed on the finest paper with the best ink, showcasing your name and your articles on the front page for all literate citizens of Tianqi City to behold. Let the name Lu Mingyuan no longer languish in obscurity." Lu Mingyuan was rendered speechless by Chen Juan's words. A newspaper? The front page? Circulated throughout the city? These phrases detonated in his mind like thunderclaps. Such aspirations were beyond his wildest dreams, an unattainable luxury for a destitute scholar like himself. "If you fail," Chen Juan's tone turned merciless, "it will merely confirm that your knowledge and your writings serve no purpose beyond self-indulgence and self-admiration. You may as well clutch your revered texts and perish in this cesspit." He intertwined the literary aspirations cherished by scholars with the most despised form of toilet paper. Success would elevate him to great heights. Failure would lead to eternal damnation. Clearly, Chen Juan's words struck a nerve with Lu Mingyuan, whose face turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He glanced at the coarse, abrasive toilet paper and then at Chen Juan's eyes, deep and seemingly capable of devouring everything. A tumult of shame, indignation, humiliation, and a flicker of forcibly ignited ambition, one that even he feared, raged within his chest. Chen Juan's words trampled upon everything he had held sacred throughout his life. Yet, the name on that little paper would be visible to all. He bent down, grasped the rough roll of paper from the ground, and lifted his head. "All right, 3 days. Just 3 days. Chen Juan, remember your words." Chen Juan nodded indifferently. "I shall return in 3 days for the assessment." With that, he turned and strode away without a hint of hesitation. Anu hurried to catch up, glancing back with lingering trepidation only after they had walked a considerable distance. There stood Lu Mingyuan, frozen in the act of grasping the paper, in the dilapidated study. "Brother Juan, can this truly work?" Anu's heart raced. To have the scholar write upon toilet paper, that seemed more challenging than theft. Chen Juan continued his pace. Desperate times call for desperate measures. When a person is cornered, they can accomplish anything. Moreover, what I offer him is something he has yearned for in his dreams. But what if he truly cannot do it? Cannot do it? Chen Juan chuckled lightly. Then it would indicate that he possesses no value at all, unworthy of our time. Anu shivered, hesitant to inquire further. At that moment, Lu Mingyuan was gripping the roll of rough paper tightly, his nails almost embedding into its surface. Gazing at the 8 crooked characters on the paper, he saw the reflection of his own dismal life. To leave a legacy, he murmured, "Must I rely on this filthy object?" He slammed the paper onto the table, causing dust to swirl. It settled, but only 3 days remain. Relying on his self-proclaimed lofty poetry and prose? Impossible. A different approach was necessary. The following morning, Lu Mingyuan donned his most respectable long robe, albeit faded and patched at the elbows, yet still presentable. He meticulously washed his face and hands, managing to tie his hair back somewhat neatly. Looking at his haggard yet resolute face in the basin of water, he gritted his teeth, tucked the roll of paper and charcoal pencil under his arm, and stepped out. Instead of heading to the more respectable inns and tea houses, he ventured into the southern city's bustling tea stalls filled with small merchants. The locals recognized him as a poor scholar, occasionally hiring him to compose letters for a few copper coins. He found a tea stall against the wall, ordered the cheapest coarse tea, and sipped it slowly. Lu Mingyuan sat in the ramshackle shelter, clutching the roll of rough paper until midnight, the effects of alcohol long faded, leaving only a throbbing headache and a parched throat. Write an exquisite piece on this paper meant for wiping, then present it to someone, begging them to write upon it? That felt more humiliating than performing on the street. After all, Lu Mingyuan was a scholar, someone who had studied the classics. Yet, Chen Juan's words slithered through his mind like a venomous serpent. Your knowledge serves no purpose beyond self-admiration. The headline would be visible to the entire city. These words echoed in Lu Mingyuan's ears, intensifying the fire of agitation within him. At that moment, he overheard a few porters nearby complaining, and he perked up his ears to listen. This cursed weather, stifling and humid. And that pile of rubbish at the alley's entrance stinks enough to suffocate flies. Yesterday, my wife lamented her discomfort, fearing she had once again succumbed to foul energies. Indeed, our street is no better. The sewers overflow, and children dare not venture outside to play, lest they contract illness. In such times, Louis Mingyuan secretly rejoiced. An opportunity had arisen. He set down his tea bowl, cleared his throat, and approached the group. Good sirs, I overheard your discussion regarding the maladies stemming from the filth of our streets, and it reminded me of something. The porters, recognizing him as a scholar, albeit a poor one, treated him with a modicum of respect. What insights do you offer, Mr. Liu? Insights may be too grand a term. Louis Mingyuan waved his hand dismissively, his face reflecting just the right amount of concern. I have recently heard that in our South City, in the vicinity of the excrement-laden alley, a remarkable individual has emerged, endeavoring to cleanse our streets. He proposes to transport the refuse to an open space beyond the city, employing a special method to transform it into fertile soil. This would not only eradicate the sources of disease, but also benefit agriculture. Is that so? The porters regarded him with skepticism. Who would be so idle as to handle such filth, not to mention the stench? The stench is but a temporary discomfort. The long-term benefits are undeniable. Consider this. If our streets were clean and pests diminished, would there not be fewer individuals falling ill? With fewer ailments, the expenses for medicine would decrease, and the days available for labor and earning would increase. Would this not make our business more viable? The porters exchanged glances, beginning to find some merit in his argument. Noticing the moment was ripe, Louis Mingyuan cautiously retrieved a roll of coarse paper from his breast pocket and unfurled a small section. In addition, this extraordinary individual has devised a means to distribute this paper, to be placed at clean corners of the street for public use. He wishes to hear the genuine thoughts of our neighbors. Any difficulties or suggestions can be inscribed upon it, and he may find a way to assist. He placed a charcoal pencil beside it. The porters regarded the rough paper and the pencil with bemusement. Writing on paper? To them, this was a most peculiar and daunting task. What should we write? We can scarcely scrawl a few characters, one porter muttered. Just write anything, a circle across. Or perhaps ask a literate lad nearby to assist you with a few lines, Louis Mingyuan urged, striving to infuse his voice with sincerity. The point is, someone is listening. This is far more productive than our idle complaints, is it not? Perhaps the notion of being heard resonated with a few. An elder porter hesitantly grasped the charcoal pencil and, with a shaky hand, drew a circle on the paper, punctuated by several dots, muttering, "The circle represents our street, and the points signify the rubbish heaps. If only they could be removed." Once the ice was broken, others began to join in. A vegetable vendor approached, requesting Louis Mingyuan's assistance in writing. At the entrance of East 3rd Alley, the stench of night soil is unbearable. By day's end, Louis Mingyuan's throat was parched, his smile worn thin, subjected to countless doubts, ridicule, and gazes of incredulity. Yet, the roll of coarse paper gradually filled with crooked letters, simple symbols, and even a crude drawing of a turtle by a mischievous child. He was utterly exhausted, yet the fire within him blazed ever brighter. For indeed, someone had written. Even if it was merely a complaint, even if the script was illegible, it signified that his words had found an audience. His pen, for the first time, was not wielded for mere amusement or to procure funds for libations. It was genuinely engaged in communication, in the act of conveying meaning. As Lu Mingyuan laboriously pursued his toilet paper referendum, The pilot project for Chen Juan Sanitation Initiative commenced in the Alley of Excrement. Salmon's burlap sacks and cart were put to use. Anu selected a dozen or so registered homeless individuals who had received favorable evaluations and distributed rudimentary masks crafted from burlap, repurposed from tattered sacks, and gloves, beginning the arduous task of clearing the most severely contaminated areas of the alley. The cart creaked as refuse was shoveled into the sacks and transported away from the alley. Initially, the process progressed relatively smoothly, with many onlookers among the homeless pointing and commenting. However, trouble soon arose. A gaunt old man suddenly dashed out, clutching a corner that was being cleaned, and cried out hoarsely, "You can't touch this. This is my family's place. It's been like this for over a decade. If you disturb the feng shui, can you compensate for it?" Anu approached to reason with him, but the old man refused to listen, rolling on the ground and wailing. Next, a woman splashed a basin of dirty water onto the freshly cleared space, hands on her hips, berating, "What good is it to be clean? Just because it's clean, does that mean it belongs to you? Where will my family's junk go?" Her outburst prompted the other homeless individuals to react. Indeed, with space now available, who would claim it? A few quick hands were already rushing to the vacant lot, clutching their tattered mats and broken pots. Shoving and shouting ensued, and it seemed a brawl was imminent. Anu, in a panic, was ready to intervene forcefully. "Stop!" Chen Juan's voice, though not loud, silenced the agitated crowd for a moment. He parted the throng and approached, observing the commotion caused by the old man and the squabbling homeless. He called over a perspiring Anu and Lu Mingyuan, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion. "Violence will not resolve the issue. If you subdue them today, they will still create chaos tomorrow," Chen Juan said to Anu, then turned to Lu Mingyuan. "Mr. Lu, kindly procure a prominent wooden board and inscribe a few statements." "What should I write?" Lu inquired. "The Sanitation Covenant of Excrement Alley. First, designate 2 secluded corners as collection points for waste, to be cleaned daily by designated personnel. Those who litter in other areas will be penalized. Second, the public spaces cleared must be uniformly planned by the Sanitation Initiative and may not be privately occupied. Violators will face penalties. Third, residents of the alley will take turns being responsible for the daily cleaning of the area in front of their homes, under the supervision of the Sanitation Initiative." Lu Mingyuan hastily noted this down. "Penalize? With what? We can hardly feed ourselves. What can we impose as a penalty?" Someone shouted. Chen Juan glanced at the individual and slowly replied, "The penalty is quite straightforward. Those who violate the covenant, along with their families, shall not be introduced to any employment opportunities by the Sanitation Initiative for 3 months and will be ineligible to receive any provisions distributed by it." The crowd fell silent. "No employment opportunities? That would effectively sever their most vital source of income. And what about those who comply with the rules?" Someone quietly asked. "Those who adhere to the rules," Chen Juan raised his voice, "will be able to claim a sheet of rough paper daily, based on their household registration. All employment opportunities within the Sanitation Initiative will be prioritized for those who demonstrate good compliance with the covenant and their families. If the overall sanitation of the alley meets standards during festive occasions, the Sanitation Initiative will consider distributing rice and grain, employment opportunities, and there will be provisions to receive." Though merely rough paper, it was still something. The carrot and the stick, simple, blunt, and effective. Most of the refugees swiftly calculated the situation in their minds. Adhering to those few rules was not difficult. It allowed them to work first and receive paper for their needs. Only a fool would refuse. As for the raucous old man and the land-grabbing woman, they retreated awkwardly under the increasingly hostile gazes and jeers of the crowd. Lu Mingyuan promptly inscribed the agreement neatly on a wooden board and placed it at the alley's entrance. Anu, leading a group of people, restored order and the work resumed. On the evening when the 3-day deadline arrived, Lu Mingyuan stood before Chen Juan, clutching a bundle of rough paper filled with scrawled notes and chaotic sketches. His eyes were sunken, lips cracked, yet he stood tall, his gaze reflecting an unusual brightness. "Mr. Chen," he addressed him anew. They had received a total of 107 messages, covering 17 streets, with complaints and suggestions exceeding 200. Among them was a query from an apprentice at the medicinal kitchen regarding waste disposal and disease prevention, as well as questions concerning the efficacy of fertilizers. He had deliberately extracted that particular sheet, which exhibited relatively neat handwriting. Chen Juan took it and examined it carefully. He turned to Lu Mingyuan and said, "Mr. Lu, you have worked hard. From this day forth, you shall serve as our scribe for the cleaning department, responsible for all written correspondence and educational outreach. Your first wage will be advanced to you." He gestured for Anu to bring forth a small string of copper coins. Lu Mingyuan did not accept the money. "That little report will come. But for now, we must first attend to the guests at hand. Anu, prepare. Tomorrow we shall visit the medicinal kitchen." Anu responded with excitement. Lu Mingyuan gazed at Chen Juan's refined profile, while holding the rough paper that bore countless grievances and hopes from the lower class. He suddenly felt that what he had grasped might be more than just a wage or a mere title. In the corner of the alley, an inconspicuous refugee quietly departed, hastening towards the direction of the old pharmacy in the southern city. Chapter 14. Courtship of the medicinal kitchen. Early the next morning, the group had breakfast and prepared to set off for the medicinal kitchen. The message from the apprentice at the kitchen, written on rough paper, was meticulously transcribed by Lu Mingyuan onto a slightly more respectable piece of mulberry paper, which he had reluctantly purchased with the first allocation of funds provided by Chen Juan for documentation. The paper also included additional lines, an estimate of fertilizer components, primarily a rough analogy of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, using terminology understandable to the ancients regarding soil and essence. A brief explanation of composting principles, transforming waste into fertilizer, turning decay into marvel, and a cautiously worded letter of intent for trial use. Chen Juan held the thin sheet of paper, feeling the coarse texture of the mulberry paper beneath his fingertips. This was likely the most formal commercial document they could currently present. Chen Juan carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his garment. Anu was both excited and anxious. "Brother Juan, can we really succeed? They are a major pharmacy. Whether we succeed or not, we will only know once we try. Remember, we are not selling excrement. We are offering solutions." The medicinal kitchen was located at a relatively bustling street corner in the southern city, with a spacious facade and the fragrant aroma of herbs wafting through the air. The proprietor was a lean, elderly man in his 50s, surnamed He, whose eyes reflected the shrewdness of a businessman. He accepted the mulberry paper handed over by Chen Juan, initially nodding slightly at Lu Mingyuan's commendable handwriting, but his brow furrowed upon reading the content. Fertilizer? Made from waste? He, the shopkeeper, set down the paper, his tone laced with evident skepticism and disdain. "Young lad, the medicinal herbs cultivated in the pharmacy's garden require a high-quality soil. How can we possibly use such filthy substances? What if the soil quality is compromised and the seedlings destroyed? Who will bear the responsibility?" Calmly, Chen Juan cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and replied, "Your concerns are indeed valid. Precisely because medicinal materials are precious, they necessitate superior fertilizer. Our fertilizer is not mere refuse. It has been meticulously processed through a specific secret method of fermentation, purging impurities while retaining its essence. Commonly referred to as mature fertilizer, it offers a gentle and lasting potency, ideal for nurturing and fortifying roots. If your garden were to utilize bean cakes or plant ash, what would the cost amount to? With our fertilizer, the price could be reduced by 30%, and the supply would remain stable." He paused to gauge the shopkeeper's expression. "Furthermore, your esteemed establishment is dedicated to healing the sick, valuing the benevolence of the healer. Consider if the surroundings of your pharmacy were clean and free of foul odors. Would it not facilitate the recovery of patients and enhance the reputation of your establishment? We could even take on the regular cleaning of the streets surrounding your pharmacy at a favorable rate, as a gesture of friendship." The shopkeeper stroked his beard, lost in thought. A 30% reduction in fertilizer cost was indeed tempting, and a clean street would reflect positively on the pharmacy. However, the risks associated with this refuse fertilizer were considerable. Noticing the shopkeeper's hesitation, Chen Juan promptly proposed a trial scheme. "If you're still doubtful, you may designate a small corner of your medicinal field for a trial run. If the results are satisfactory, we can discuss further arrangements. If not, you will owe us nothing, and we shall restore the land to its original state while compensating for any loss of seedlings. This assurance dispelled the shopkeeper's final reservations. A small plot of land would entail limited risk. Should it prove effective, the benefits would be substantial. He ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Relying on the elegance of Liu Xiaozai's handwriting and your sincerity to conduct a trial. Here are the copies of the land deed and the designated plot map. The fertilizer will be delivered in 3 days. Thank you, shopkeeper. Anu nearly leaped in joy. However, Chen Juan maintained his composure, accepting the map and adding, to demonstrate our sincerity, we shall send someone tomorrow to clean the back street of your establishment as a complimentary service. The shopkeeper readily assented. Upon exiting the medicinal cuisine hall, Anu's face flushed with excitement. Brother Juan, we did it. We truly did it. We have our first major client. Chen Juan merely instructed calmly. Return immediately, arrange for the manpower, and deliver the fertilizer according to the map. Also, expedite the cleaning of the back street. It must be done impeccably. This is our living advertisement. For the next 3 days, the cleaning crew of Fecal Water Alley operated at full capacity. The team delivering the fertilizer was meticulous, while those cleaning the back street were thorough. The shopkeeper sent individuals to observe discreetly on several occasions, and upon witnessing their disciplined work ethic, he felt a sense of reassurance. When the first batch of dark brown fertilizer, exuding the earthy scent rather than a foul odor, was spread across the medicinal field of the rejuvenation hall, a small yet substantial commercial cycle had finally completed its initial validation, cleaning the streets, acquiring free, low-cost raw materials, compost production, value transformation, and selling fertilizer to secure cleaning contracts, realizing profits and expanding influence. Anu and Lu Mingyuan both glimpsed the dawn of hope, their spirits invigorated. However, just as the fertilizer was delivered to the medicinal cuisine hall on the afternoon of the second day, trouble arrived. This time, not only was the enforcer from the old tooth shop present, but he was also accompanied by 2 officials dressed in dark uniforms, armed with iron rulers. The group exuded a menacing aura as they directly blocked the entrance of Fecal Water Alley. Which one of you is Chen Juan? Which is Anu? The leading constable wore a stern expression, his voice icy. The vagrants were frightened and scattered. Anu's heart tightened as he glanced at Chen Juan. Chen Juan stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect, and said, Sir, I am Chen Juan. May I inquire what you wish to convey? The constable scrutinized him with a cold snort. Convey? Someone has reported that you vagrants are congregating, disturbing the peace, and unlawfully disposing of filth, which could incite an epidemic and endanger the neighborhood. Come with us. This accusation was grave indeed. Gathering in groups could lead to severe consequences, and the unlawful disposal of waste that triggered an epidemic was a serious crime warranting imprisonment. Clearly, there were knowledgeable individuals behind this. The head of the old tooth shop's thug stood nearby, arms crossed, a spiteful glint in his eyes. Anu turned pale, and Lu Mingyuan clenched his fists anxiously. Chen Juan, however, was acutely aware of the implications. This was retaliation for encroaching on someone else's interests. Yet, he feigned appropriate surprise and indignation. Sir, please see clearly. We are not causing trouble, but rather, with the approval of manager He Shao of the medicinal kitchen, we are transporting fertilizer for his herb garden and assisting in cleaning the back streets. This is a benevolent act for the benefit of the community. How could there be any danger to the neighborhood? Fertilizer? The constable furrowed his brow. What fertilizer? Lu Mingyuan, quick-witted, immediately presented a copy of the medicinal kitchen's trial intention letter, which Chen Juan had prepared in advance, along with the wooden plaque of the sanitation agreement that stood at the alley entrance. Sir, please take a look. Lu Mingyuan pointed at the intention letter and the agreement. Speaking eloquently yet clearly, we are responding to the government's call for education, improving the street's appearance, and preventing disease. We are transporting refuse from the streets to the outskirts of the city, where it will be disposed of through secret methods, transforming it into fertile soil to benefit agriculture. This is an act of turning waste into treasure and transforming harm into benefit. What crime is there in this? The constable took the intention letter, examining the medicinal kitchen's seal and Lu Mingyuan's scholarly signature, then glanced at the agreement, his expression softening slightly. They were merely following orders to collect a little profit and did not wish to entangle themselves in any real trouble, especially not with a medicinal shop of some repute involved and a scholar participating. Observing this, Chen Juan discreetly pulled Anu aside, swiftly slipping a small handful of coins into his hand, whispering a few words. Chapter 15. The three masters of waste removal. Anu understood immediately and stepped forward with a smile, addressing the constable. Sir, you have worked hard. This little token of appreciation is for you and your brothers to enjoy a cup of tea. Our sanitation efforts have just begun, and we will need your continued support for a clean street in the future. Consider this a cleanliness donation? Yes, a cleanliness donation. The sum was just right. Enough to be shared among 2 constables and a few lackeys without appearing as a bribe. The constable weighed the coins in his hand, glanced at Chen Juan and the others with their reasonable demeanor, and considered the potential involvement of the medicinal kitchen. His mind began to calculate. He maintained a stern face. Those tones softened. Even if you have some justification, do not be careless. Should an epidemic arise, you will be held accountable. In the future, act with greater caution and be prepared for summons from the authorities. We shall take our leave. With that, he turned and departed. The head thug from the old tooth shop could only glare fiercely at Chen Juan before leaving in a huff. The crisis was temporarily averted, and both Anu and Lu Mingyuan breathed sighs of relief. Once the constables had left, the entire filth lane was still in a state of trepidation. The vagrants hid in the shadows of their makeshift shelters, their eyes flickering as they whispered among themselves. Anu gasped for breath. Her fists clenched so tightly that they turned white, while Lu Mingyuan's face was ashen, his legs trembling slightly beneath his long robe. In stark contrast, Chen Juan appeared unfazed as he bent down to retrieve the hygiene regulation plaque that had been knocked over by the errant officials, wiping away the footprints with his sleeve before resetting it securely. Brother Juan, they will undoubtedly return. Lu Mingyuan expressed his concerns. It is certain they will come back. Next time, it may not simply be 2 officials. Mr. Chen, Lu Mingyuan continued, worry etched on his face after this incident. It is evident that although we possess practical skills, we lack a noble cause to stand upon, rendering our efforts as insubstantial as castles in the air, easily undermined. The urgent task at hand is to craft a compelling manifesto, one that can withstand scrutiny from both the government and the scholarly community. Otherwise, our endeavors will forever remain unfounded, like drifting weeds at the mercy of others. You are correct, Chen Juan replied. Merely toiling away is insufficient. We must ensure that our voices are heard by those in power. He gazed towards the foul water alley. Mr. Liu, we require a spark, one that your pen can ignite. We must compose a piece that will captivate the entire city. That evening, in Chen Juan's makeshift shelter, a solitary oil lamp burned through the night. The lamp oil had been freshly purchased by Anu, and the wick was trimmed to perfection. Lu Mingyuan spread out several relatively smooth mulberry papers he had painstakingly acquired, prepared the ink, and awaited his cue. Anu sat on a small stool nearby, tasked with recalling and supplementing examples and data from the marketplace. Chen Juan sat cross-legged on the grass mat, articulating ideas not in archaic language, but in the most straightforward terms, each sentence pointing towards a grand objective. To begin, we must not mention our task of waste removal. Instead, we should highlight the benevolence of the emperor and his concern for the populace, portraying Tianqi City as a paragon of virtue. Yet, in a corner of the southern part of the city, the streets are clogged and foul odors prevail, lamentably indicative of the shortcomings of benevolent governance. Lu Mingyuan's pen danced across the paper, elevating the act of waste removal to a matter of imperial neglect. Next, they needed to address the dangers it posed. We cannot merely describe the stench. We must articulate the sources of disease, the depletion of public resources, and the unsightliness that deters commerce. Anu, can you recall how many people perished last year in the southern city due to dysentery and fever? How many businesses suffered due to the filth outside their doors? Anu strived to remember fragmented information, relaying a few rough figures. Lu Mingyuan refined these into a statement. According to investigations, last year over 100 individuals in the southern city succumbed to ailments related to this issue, and shop revenues may have plummeted by as much as 30%. Following this, they would propose their solution. It should not merely be about waste removal, but rather about sanitation improvements and resource utilization. They would detail how they could employ labor to assist the displaced, enabling them to become self-sufficient, how they could transform waste into fertilizer, benefiting agriculture. Anu, provide the scale of the compost pits and the estimated fertilizer yield. How many acres could benefit from this? Both Anu and Lu Mingyuan were invigorated by this grand narrative. One figure after another, each instance woven together by Lu Mingyuan's semi-classical language, gradually shaped an article entitled A Preliminary Discussion on Sanitation Improvement and Resource Utilization in the Southern Foul Water Alley of Tianqi City. At the conclusion of the article, Chen Juan emphasized the necessity of elevating it to a national policy level. In the pursuit of a pristine environment, the city's visage transforms, reflecting the grandeur of a prosperous era. In addressing the decline of afflictions, the vitality of the populace is preserved and the national treasury remains robust. By advocating for the augmentation of fertilizers, granaries brim with abundance, ensuring the stability of the realm. As the first light of dawn broke over the east, Lu Mingyuan inscribed the final character, setting down his brush, his fingers twitching slightly from the exertion. He gazed at the densely packed script before him and exhaled deeply. This composition seamlessly amalgamated half a lifetime of learning with an endeavor so extraordinary. He had never penned with such fervor, nor felt his words to carry such weight. Excellent. Truly splendid. Although Anu could not decipher every character, she felt her blood surge as she listened to Lu Mingyuan recite the piece softly, envisioning a radiant future. Chen Juan nodded after a cursory glance. This will suffice. Mr. Lu, I must trouble you to transcribe several copies. The writing must be meticulous, free from errors or omissions. In the ensuing 2 days, Lu Mingyuan, pouring forth his utmost skill, transcribed multiple copies. One was deftly delivered by Anu to the hands of Manager He at the medicinal kitchen. After a prolonged contemplation, Manager He instructed his assistant to present this document to Manager Li of the Huimin Pharmacy, remarking that it was merely a humble opinion from a merchant of the southern city. Another copy was inadvertently left by Lu Mingyuan at the feet of an overseer in the alley of feces and water, who upon discovering it, initially frowned, then expressed astonishment, ultimately pondering deeply as he tucked it into his coat. A further copy found its way into the hands of Salman, who ostentatiously brandished it at a gathering of merchants. Feigning mystery, behold, my latest investment. Observe the framework, the vision, transforming waste into treasure, benefiting the nation and its people. This remarkable article, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, swiftly stirred ripples among the limited circles of officials, merchants, and overseers. Its audacious perspective, linking the matter of filth with the national agenda, along with its seemingly rigorous data and logic, left all who beheld it momentarily speechless, grappling with its absurdity. Yet upon reflection, sensing an inkling of reason, leaving a profound impression. On the evening of the 3rd day, in an area of the feces water alley that had been cleared and rendered relatively clean, Chen Juan, Anu, and Lu Mingyuan gathered around a broken earthen basin filled with clear water. There was no wine, no incense, only 3 rough ceramic bowls. Chen Juan was the first to lift a bowl of water, his gaze sweeping across Anu's youthful and spirited face, then to Lu Mingyuan, whose weary visage belied bright eyes. Today, I, Chen Juan, join hands with Anu and Lu Mingyuan to forge a brotherhood. We do not seek to share the same life, but rather to embark together on a grand venture. Henceforth, we shall share both fortune and misfortune, and our hearts shall be open to one another. Anu, filled with excitement, raised her bowl. I, Anu, vow to follow Brother Juan and Mr. Lu unto death. Lu Mingyuan solemnly lifted his bowl, speaking earnestly yet eloquently. Though I am but an unworthy scholar, having encountered a sagacious leader, I pledge to dedicate my efforts to our grand endeavor. The 3 ceramic bowls gently clinked together, sending ripples across the clear water, reflecting the hues of the dawn. They drank. The water, though bland in flavor, coursed warmth through their beings. The moniker of the 3 heroes of the feces water alley spread like wildfire. The trio temporarily secured a modest shop in the feces water alley, establishing a foothold. The following midday, two unexpected guests arrived at their establishment. A young man in his 20s, clad in a deep blue satin long robe of exquisite fabric, approached with a demeanor that was both cold and incisive, surveying those around him with an air of superiority. Following closely behind him was a servant, equally disdainful in his gaze. The young man walked directly to Chen Juan, who was overseeing the transportation efforts, and offered a slight nod, a gesture of acknowledgement. "How may I assist you, young master?" Chen Juan inquired, stepping forward with cupped hands. The young man surveyed his surroundings meticulously, his gaze landing on Chen Juan and his companion, Lu Mingyuan. "Who is in charge here?" he queried. Chen Juan, pressed for time, responded swiftly. "Are you seeking to hire workers or to place an advertisement?" "Advertisement?" the young man replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. Chen Juan had observed the finely crafted leather pouch at the young man's waist as he entered. An advertisement is essentially a poster, also referred to as a zhaozi, which can be affixed to walls or promoted with fanfare. Its contents are diverse, encompassing everything from store openings and vacant rentals to business solicitations and even recruitment. Should you have any needs, please feel free to express them. The young man scoffed lightly, his disdain evident. "I am merely browsing, though your advertisements do seem intriguing." He produced a handwritten note from his pocket and handed it to Chen Juan. "Tomorrow at noon, at the Tea Fragrance Pavilion. Be punctual." With that, he departed. Lu Mingyuan glanced at the note and recognized the official seal of the Pingjuan Prefecture. The Pingjuan Prefecture. It governed the market, pricing, and transportation, wielding significant power over merchants' fates. Their trivial activities had indeed attracted the attention of such influential figures. Chen Juan lowered his gaze to the small red seal on the note, gently tracing the delicate texture of the paper with his fingertip. The anticipated had finally arrived. Chen Juan tucked the note into his bosom. "Brother Juan, I shall accompany you," Anu exclaimed, brimming with reckless enthusiasm. Lu Mingyuan's lips moved as if to speak, but he ultimately exhaled a long sigh and clasped his hands, advising, "Mr. Chen, please exercise caution. The officials of the Pingjuan Prefecture are not to be trifled with." Chen Juan patted Anu on the shoulder. "You stay here and watch the stall. I shall return shortly." The Tea Fragrance Pavilion, situated in the southern city, was regarded as a respectable tea house, featuring a two-story building adjacent to the river, frequented by small merchants and clerks from officialdom. Upon his arrival, just past noon, Chen Juan found the establishment not overly crowded. Upon mentioning Mr. Chi's name, the attendant regarded him with a peculiar expression, as Chen Juan had changed into a slightly cleaner set of old garments, presenting himself with a revitalized demeanor. The attendant led him to a private room on the second floor, overlooking the river. The door was ajar, and within sat a solitary figure. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, wore a grayish-blue straight robe made of ordinary fabric, yet impeccably starched and devoid of any creases. His hair was meticulously arranged, secured with a simple wooden hairpin. He was engaged in the act of brewing tea, his movements measured and unhurried. His gaze lowered, as if his entire focus resided on the pristine white porcelain tea set before him. As Chen Juan entered, the man did not even lift his eyelids. Chen Juan halted at the threshold, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. "I am Chen Juan, here at Mr. Chi's invitation." Only then did Mr. Chi gradually set down the teapot and raise his eyes to meet Chen Juan's. His gaze was tranquil, reminiscent of a deep pool, yet it seemed capable of perceiving the innermost depths of a person's being. He gestured toward the seat opposite him, indicating, "Please, take a seat." Chen Juan sat down, his back straight, exuding an air of neither subservience nor arrogance. The attendant served tea and then discreetly withdrew, closing the door behind him. In the private chamber, only the gentle bubbling of boiling water and the distant clamor of the marketplace outside could be heard. Mr. Chi remained silent, lifting his cup of tea and sipping it slowly. Chen Juan, unhurried, let his gaze linger on Mr. Chi's long, clean hands. With neatly trimmed nails, hands accustomed to holding a pen and flipping through account books, not those engaged in manual labor. After finishing his tea, Mr. Chi set down his cup, his voice as tranquil as his gaze. "How much refuse can we collect daily?" He got straight to the point, bypassing pleasantries and even the need to inquire about names. Chen Juan retrieved a roll of coarse mulberry paper from his pocket, a compilation that Lu Mingyuan had painstakingly prepared for him during the night. "Sir," he began, "we are currently conducting a trial in Refugee Lane and 2 adjacent short streets, collecting approximately 30 to 50 barrels of waste daily, depending on the weather and street conditions. And how many workers are employed? What are the costs involved? We have 12 workers at present, with daily wages and meals amounting to around 601. The depreciation and wear of vehicles and tools cost us about 101 per day." Chen Juan answered smoothly, these figures having been committed to memory. "Rehearsed each night before sleep. And what is the output? What is the selling price of the fertilizer? Is there a market for it? After composting, we yield about 15 to 20 dan of dry fertilizer. We have already signed a trial contract with the medicinal herb garden of the Yaoshan Hall, selling at 70% of the market price of bean cake. Additionally, for street cleaning, we may collect a small sanitation fee from merchants, though meager. It can offset some expenses." Chen Juan gently pushed the mulberry paper forward. "This is a rough estimate of income and expenditure for your review." The paper featured a simple table sketched in charcoal, clearly outlining revenues, expenses, and profits. The handwriting was neat and elegant, courtesy of Lu Mingyuan. Mr. Qi scanned the paper, pausing momentarily. He clearly understood the content, yet his expression remained inscrutable. He poured tea into Chen Juan's empty cup until it was 7/10 full. With over 10,000 households and more than 1,000 shops in Nanjing Qifeng, if all refuse were entrusted to your management, the daily collection could exceed 1,000 barrels. How many workers would be necessary? Where would the refuse be stored? How would it be transported? With a gathering of vagrants, the risk of disorder, theft, and the spread of disease looms. Who would be accountable? How would responsibility be managed? Each question unveiled the societal risks associated with Chen Juan's ambition for expansion. A small endeavor could be seen as a clever trick, harmless in nature. However, aspirations for growth could lead to chaos, posing threats that might undermine the foundations of governance. Chen Juan raised his teacup without drinking, feeling the warm porcelain against his fingertips. He understood that Mr. Qi was not merely challenging him, but conducting a pressure test. The authorities were not concerned solely with the cleanliness of a street or two. They were wary of whether this approach could spiral into an uncontrollable beast. He set down his teacup and met Mr. Qi's calm gaze. "Your concerns are entirely valid, sir. I do not presume to swallow the entirety of Nansheng in one gulp." Chapter 17. The waste bearer of the South City, Chen Juan's voice remained steady. "I only seek one thing. The government's tacit approval to trial a sanitary contracting system in Refugee Lane and the 3 adjacent streets. All manpower, cleaning, disposal, profits and losses, and even any legal infractions or outbreaks of disease shall be my sole responsibility, governed by a sanitation agreement with the local residents. All I require is a permit for the pilot project, without the government needing to invest a single coin or provide any personnel. In the month of March, I beseech you, esteemed sir, and the officials behind you, to observe the subsequent effects. He has assumed all the risks upon himself. Are you apprehensive about the populace gathering and causing unrest? Allow me to manage that. Are you concerned about the repercussions of disease? I shall bear that burden. Are you worried about financial losses inciting public discontent? I will take responsibility for that as well. I seek nothing but your tacit approval to allow me to test the waters. This is known as risk isolation, encapsulating the aspects most feared by the authorities within a cage of his own design." For the first time, Mr. Qi regarded Chen Juan with earnest attention, his gaze lingering upon the young man's face for a longer duration than before. "This youth is remarkably composed, methodical, and possesses an acute sense of measure. He comprehends the boundaries of power and knows how to negotiate for the greatest latitude without transgressing those limits. You dare to dream," Mr. Qi remarked, his tone devoid of discernible praise or criticism. "Without such daring, one is doomed to languish in the filth of the alleys," Chen Juan retorted. The private room fell silent once more, save for the gentle rustle of the river breeze stirring the paper at the window. After a considerable interval, Mr. Qi lifted the now lukewarm tea and drank it in one gulp. "This matter is beyond my purview. It requires reporting to the superior." He rose. indicating it was time for the guest to depart. Take care of yourself. His response neither affirmed nor denied, leaving an ambiguous space filled with uncertainty. Chen Juan also stood, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the audience, sir. He turned and descended the stairs, his steps steady. It was not until he exited the tea fragrance pavilion and walked into the glaring sunlight of the street that he felt a chill at his back. His inner garments slightly dampened by cold sweat. The exchange that had appeared tranquil was, in fact, a dance upon the edge of a blade. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. He glanced back at the second-floor window of the tea fragrance pavilion. Mr. Chi stood there, his gaze seemingly fixed on the flowing river in the distance. Yet it also appeared to penetrate the crowd, resting upon Chen Juan's retreating figure. Chen Juan averted his eyes and hastened to merge with the throng on the street. He understood the implication of Mr. Chi's final words, "Take care of yourself," until he received a clear response, or rather, the endorsement or rejection from the unseen superior. He must expeditiously produce results that could not be overlooked. Achievements are the finest talisman and the sole bargaining chip. However, such results demand a larger territory, more manpower, steadier resources, and more efficient operations. His gaze shifted towards a more chaotic yet fertile area to the south of the city, focusing on the entrenched waste baron, Old Lu, who controlled the nocturnal waste transport of several streets. He intended to make himself substantial enough that those in higher echelons would hesitate before considering his removal, or perhaps deem him useful. Upon returning from the tea fragrance pavilion, Chen Juan secluded himself in his quarters for an extended period, while Anu and Lu Mingyuan waited anxiously at the door, refraining from intruding. They sensed the sharpness emanating from Chen Juan, typically restrained, now akin to a blade drawn from its sheath, exuding a chilling aura. In the evening, Chen Juan emerged and instructed Anu, "Go, gather more intelligence on Old Lu, especially regarding his recent dealings with farmers, the prices involved, and whether his subordinates harbor any grievances." Anu complied, slipping into the deeper alleys of the southern city like an agile eel. Old Lu, the waste baron of the southern city. His title may sound formidable, yet he too is merely a figure wallowing in the mire. In his 50s, stout and imposing, he had made a name for himself in his early years through sheer force in the refuse trade, commanding a group of about 20 discontented workers and monopolizing the night soil collection across several streets. He maintained close ties with local officials and was deeply entrenched in the community, embodying the archetype of a local strongman. He held a disdain for the newly emerged band of vagrants led by Chen Juan, regarding their endeavors as futile and incapable of yielding any substantial results. The news brought back by Anu corroborated Chen Juan's suspicions. Lu Laohai had recently fallen on hard times. His workers were disgruntled over meager wages and the unpleasant nature of their tasks, often voicing their grievances. To complicate matters further, a farmer named Zhang outside the city, leveraging his connections, relentlessly pressured Lu Laohai on the price of fertilizers, claiming the quality of his manure was subpar. Lu Laohai seethed with frustration, yet found himself bereft of better avenues for sales. The instability of his income was palpable. Chen Juan, upon hearing this, uttered 3 words: unstable income. Relying on collecting a few copper coins from door to door, his livelihood hinged precariously on the whims of the weather and the moods of others. The following day, Chen Juan, accompanied by Anu, made their way to a dilapidated tea house frequented by Lu Laohai. Inside, the air was thick with smoke as Lu Laohai engaged in a rowdy card game with his subordinates, peppering the air with expletives. As Chen Juan approached, a young worker with a swagger stood up to block his path, sizing him up with a sideways glance. "What do you want? Who are you looking for?" "I seek Lu Yi to discuss a business proposition." The worker scoffed. "Business? You? Our Lu Yi has no time for beggars. Get lost." Anu's brow furrowed, ready to confront the worker, but Chen Juan subtly restrained him with a glance. Unperturbed, Chen Juan regarded the worker for a moment before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he quietly instructed Anu, "Go find a few sharp-witted individuals and spread the word. Tell them that Chen Juan from Manure Alley is willing to offer 20% above market price for Lu Laohai's wet goods for the next 3 months, with cash payment up front." Anu's eyes sparkled with realization. "Brother Juan, that's brilliant. You're cutting off his retreat." The news spread like wildfire, reaching the refuse workers of South City by that very afternoon. 20% above market price. A full buyout. What did this imply? It signified an end to the need for ingratiating oneself door to door, no longer fretting over inclement weather leaving them without customers, and no more being pressured on prices by farmers. It promised a stable income. Lu Laohai could no longer remain passive. Initially enraged, perceiving Chen Juan's actions as a provocation and an encroachment on his territory, he soon noticed a shift in the expressions of his subordinates. Their eyes glimmered with intrigue. One brave soul ventured to ask, "Lu Yi, should we not meet him? Hear what he has to say." On the third day, Lu Laohai dispatched a trusted elder to find Chen Juan, arranging their meeting in an abandoned dock warehouse by the river. Inside, the dilapidated structure, replete with decaying timber and a musty odor, Lu Laohai sat upon a rickety wooden crate, his countenance dark as he glared at Chen Juan. "What the hell do you want, kid? Are you here to meddle in my business?" Chen Juan met his ire with calmness, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "Lu Yi, I am not here to disrupt, but rather to offer you an opportunity. 20% above market price for a 3-month buyout of your wet goods. Here is the deposit." He gestured for Anu to produce a small pouch. Jingling with copper coins, though modest in amount, it was sufficient to convey sincerity. Lu Laohai cast a cursory glance at the pouch, snorting derisively. "Empty words. Who would believe that? If you can't deliver in 3 months, who am I to hold accountable?" Chapter 18. Financing. We can sign a forward contract for the fertilizer. The voice of Chen Juan echoed within the cluttered warehouse of Lu Laohai, permeated by the acrid aroma of dry tobacco and decay. This utterance stirred the murky depths of Lu Laohai's heart, creating ripples of greed and suspicion. Perched on a rickety, 3-legged stool in the corner, Lu Laohai held a glistening copper-headed tobacco pipe in his hands. Upon hearing Chen Juan's words, his weathered, stained face lifted slightly, and his clouded eyes strained to focus in the dim light upon the figure of Chen Juan, silhouetted against the doorway. Behind Chen Juan stood Anu, her hands poised on a knife, her gaze vigilant, alongside Lu Mingyuan, who held a wooden box, his expression solemn. "What do you mean?" Lu Laohai's voice rasped like a rusty bell. He took a deep drag from his pipe, releasing a pungent cloud of inferior tobacco smoke that obscured the uncertainty etched upon his face. "Long-term contract? Such a literary term. I've never even heard it before." Clearly articulated in black and white, Chen Juan stepped forward, allowing the light to illuminate his calm yet sincere visage. He disregarded the pungent odors of the warehouse and the glowering eyes of Lu Laohai's unsavory associates lurking in the shadows. "From this moment onward, for the next 3 months, I will procure all the wet goods produced by your team daily." Chen Juan gestured towards the foul-smelling dung cart parked outside. "Regardless of quantity or quality, I will buy it all at the price we just agreed upon, every last bit." He paused, gauging Lu Laohai's reaction, then continued with clarity. "I will first provide a 10% deposit, with the contract taking effect today. Over the next 3 months, you must guarantee daily supply, and I shall ensure payment every 3 days, in cash, with no delays. Thus, your income for the next 3 months will be secured. No matter the weather, no matter the fluctuations in the market, you will have a steady income, reliable and assured." Reliable and assured. These words struck deeply into Lu Laohai's heart. His murky eyes brightened for a fleeting moment, only to be quickly shrouded by deeper doubts. Having dealt with excrement throughout his life, he had witnessed the fickleness of fortune, often at the mercy of others, living hand to mouth. He feared the low prices in dry weather and the treacherous conditions during rain, not to mention the wealthy households who might arbitrarily lower prices or simply refuse payment altogether. Reliable and assured? For someone like him, scraping by at the bottom, the temptation was immense. It signified that for the next 90 days, he and his comrades could secure stable meals and sleep soundly. However, Lu Laohai was a seasoned streetwise veteran, suspicion ingrained in his very bones. He exhaled a thick plume of smoke, which made him cough twice before he hoarsely retorted, laced with doubt and sarcasm, "You speak sweetly. Honeyed words hide sharp blades. If you were to abscond halfway, taking everything with you, what then? Who am I to pursue for my money? To that dilapidated temple of yours?" He pointed rudely with his pipe towards Anu and Lu Mingyuan. Chen Juan appeared to have anticipated this inquiry, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, "Your concerns are valid, Lu. Words alone are insufficient. Thus, we require a guarantee." "A guarantee? What can you offer as assurance?" "Just your words?" "The warehouse of Lord Salman will serve as the guarantee," Chen Juan stated slowly. "Salman?" Lu Laohai furrowed his brow. He had heard of this name before. It belonged to a merchant who often operated in the southern city, reputed to be quite prosperous, with a warehouse near the docks, and seemingly honorable in his dealings. Indeed, it was Lord Salman. He was a legitimate merchant registered with the authorities, owning warehouses and properties within the city. There was no escaping that. Chen Juan asserted confidently, "The contract will stipulate that all payments will be settled every 3 days. Personally handled by Lord Salman's accountant, drawn from the accounts of his warehouse. Should I breach the contract, fail to make payments on time, or terminate the agreement midway, Lord Salman will compensate you with double the deposit as per the contract's terms, and cover all losses you incur as a result. It is all in black and white. With 3-party seals, he cannot escape. By bringing in Salman, a merchant of considerable credibility and assets, as a guarantor, the reliability of the contract was greatly enhanced. The suspicion on Lu Laohai's face diminished somewhat, though he was still weighing the pros and cons. Chen Juan sensed the moment was ripe. His gaze swept over the ragged figures behind Lu Laohai, their faces worn by the burdens of life. Yet their eyes mirrored a shared yearning for assured income. "Moreover, Lu Yi, it is not only you. Your subordinates, should they wish, can join us in forming a standardized waste management team starting tomorrow. Of course, you will still manage your own territories. We can collaborate initially to see how it goes." A standardized waste management team? This new term piqued the interest of Lu Laohai and his men. "Yes," Chen Juan elaborated, "we will clean designated streets according to our methods, and the wages will be calculated based on the number of waste barrels cleared. More work means more pay. I have roughly estimated that, provided they are willing to exert themselves, the earnings would surpass what you currently provide, Lu Yi." Upon hearing this, the eyes of several workers behind Lu Laohai sparkled with interest. Payment by the barrel? More work for more pay? Would they no longer need to worry about deductions or insufficient wages due to the weather or the employer's mood? Chen Juan continued to dangle the bait. "Furthermore, the vehicles, barrels, rakes, and brooms used by the waste management team will all be supplied by me. Should anything break, repairs will be covered, and if something is lost, as long as it is not intentional, there will be no charge. The brothers can focus solely on their work and receive their wages punctually." The idea of not having to prepare their own tools, with repairs covered, was akin to a windfall for these laborers who could scarcely afford a complete set of clothing. They exchanged glances, their throats involuntarily swallowing, as their gazes towards Lu Laohai grew increasingly complex. Lu Laohai's expression shifted dramatically, turning dark and even somewhat sinister. His fingers, gripping the smoking pipe, turned pale from the tension. He understood. He comprehended everything. This young man, Chen Juan, was not here to discuss futures contracts. He was here to undermine his very foundation. First, he secured Lu with a guaranteed contract, only to lure away his men with higher wages and better conditions. This was a direct assault on his very core. Such a ruthless scheme, real gold and silver, along with a more stable and secure livelihood awaited them. He directly targeted Lu Laohong, the most fragile and fatal link in this loose alliance, the people's hearts. The warehouse was engulfed in a deathly silence. Only the river, not far beyond the door, tirelessly lapped against the stone embankment, producing a monotonous and hollow sound. This noise further accentuated the heavy and oppressive atmosphere within the warehouse, nearly suffocating. Lu Laohong, stooped and crouched, resembled a silent statue, filled with struggle. He abruptly took several deep puffs of his pipe, the thick, pungent smoke enveloping his face, obscuring his expression, save for the 2 murky eyes that flickered violently behind the haze, revealing the intense inner turmoil of his soul. "We will only cooperate on the disposal of the wet goods. We will manage our own territory," Chen Juan stated. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "All right." He glanced at the heavy bag of copper coins that Chen Juan had brought, reflecting on the stability of the next 3 months. Then he observed the nearly undisguised longing in the eyes of his subordinates. He contemplated the outcome of his refusal, a fractured loyalty, abandonment by those he called friends. He realized he had no choice. To reject Chen Juan meant to continue living a precarious existence, dictated by the whims of others, always at risk of being supplanted by someone harsher. It implied that his long-standing brothers could be lured away by Chen Juan with better terms, ultimately leaving Lu Laohong isolated, unable to even retain this dilapidated warehouse. At last, the smoke began to dissipate. Lu Laohong's weathered face, etched with the scars of time and suffering, revealed a complex expression mingled with reluctance, resignation, and indignation. He forcefully struck his long-time, copper-headed pipe against the hardened earth beneath him. The dull, crisp sound echoed painfully in the warehouse. A remnant of ash was dislodged from the pipe's tip, swirling into the air. "Damn it! I'll trust you this once." The words squeezed through Lu Laohong's clenched teeth, imbued with a sense of desperation. He fixed his gaze on Chen Juan. "If you dare to play tricks and betray me and my brothers, I will haunt you even in death." Chen Juan's face betrayed no hint of triumph. He merely clasped his hands solemnly. "Rest assured, Lu, sir, I am a man of integrity. The contract is here, witnessed by all 3 parties, with no room for reneging." Lu Laohong grunted heavily, turning his face away, unwilling to behold Chen Juan's infuriatingly calm demeanor. Chen Juan gestured to Lu Mingyuan, who promptly stepped forward. Opening the wooden box he had been holding, retrieving 3 neatly written contracts on mulberry paper, along with prepared sealing wax. The terms of the contract were clear, delineating rights and responsibilities, from the delivery location and time, quality standards, price, and settlement methods, to Salmond's guarantee responsibilities and the details of breach and compensation, even including the transitional measures for laborers joining the standardized waste removal team. Everything was meticulously outlined. Clearly, Chen Juan and Lu Mingyuan had prepared for this moment for quite some time. Lu Laohong, not well-versed in reading, had a slightly more literate confidant stammer through the contract. Listening to those eloquent yet clear terms, Lu Laohai's expression shifted dramatically. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of Chen Juan, Lu Mingyuan, anew, and his most trusted subordinates, he extended his grimy hands, with dirt lodged beneath his nails and knuckles thickened by toil. He pressed down heavily on the seal ink box, and with a sense of near-tragic resolution, he affixed a vivid crimson thumbprint precisely at the supplier's position at the end of the contract. A soft yet distinct sound echoed as the fingerprint was imprinted, revealing intricate details. As that thumbprint thoroughly seeped into the mulberry paper, it became strikingly clear. From this moment forth, the seasoned workers under Lu Laohai, who daily collected what was once regarded as filthy refuse, along with their intimate knowledge of the streets and the people within them, would transform into a reliable and predictable source of raw materials and a primary processing network within Chen Juan's commercial domain. This marked a masterful encirclement, a clever subversion of the existing order. Having secured 3 signed contracts, 1 each for Lu Laohai, Chen Juan, and Salmon, Chen Juan did not linger. He instructed Lu Mingyuan to leave Lu Laohai's copy of the contract along with the bag of deposits, bowing once more to Lu. "Master Lu, may our collaboration be fruitful. Tomorrow morning, I shall send someone to receive the first batch of goods and arrange for the clearing team." With that, he averted his gaze from Lu Laohai's complex expression and departed the warehouse alongside Anu and Lu Mingyuan. Stepping outside, the afternoon sun was rather glaring. Chen Juan esquinteth, inhaling deeply. Though the air was still far from fresh, it was markedly better than the stifling atmosphere inside the warehouse. Anu, trailing closely behind, was nearly jumping with excitement. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, "Brother Juan, you're incredible. Just like that, you've managed to chew through this tough nut that is Lu Laohai, without drawing a single sword or firing a shot. Now we have both manpower and no worries about raw materials. This is splendid." Lu Mingyuan added, "Mr. Chen's strategy focuses on winning hearts, subduing the enemy without conflict. I am in admiration. With this, the greatest hindrance to our expansion has been significantly alleviated." Chen Juan boasted. standing by the riverbank, watching the murky water flow slowly. Collaborating with Lu Laohai was merely the first step of a long journey. It resolved the most fundamental issues of raw materials and primary labor force. The next challenges included managing Lu Laohai's supply, establishing and overseeing a standardized clearing team, constructing larger, more regulated and efficient composting sites, acquiring more specialized vehicles and tools, and covering the rapidly growing labor and management costs, all of which required money. A substantial and continuous influx of funds. However, the initial investment Salman had provided was already dwindling after covering preliminary clearing expenses, procuring the first batch of tools and materials, and settling accounts with Zhao Yuanpei and others. A skilled artisan cannot craft without resources. Without money, all blueprints and contracts are merely theoretical. Chen Juan turned to face the still excited Anu and the concerned Lu Mingyuan, speaking solemnly. The issues of raw materials and personnel have been temporarily resolved. However, what we desperately lack now is capital. The excitement on Anu's face froze. Indeed, vehicles require funding, the composting facility demands investment, and labor costs must be covered as well. Lu Mingyuan nodded in agreement. Mr. Chen's words hold significant truth. The contract with Lu Laohai has already been signed. We must fulfill our obligations promptly. For while the penalties for breach of contract are minor, the collapse of our reputation would be grave. However, there exists a financial shortfall. Chen Juan's gaze shifted towards a certain direction in the city, where Salman's warehouse is located. Therefore, we must seek Salman immediately to initiate a second round of financing. A second round of financing? Anu was not well versed in the term, but understood it as a call for further funds. Precisely. This time, what we intend to sell him is not merely a few carts, several hundred sacks, or even the refined dust itself. What we are offering is the future earnings from the sanitation franchise in the southern part of Tianqi City, shares in the entire excrement processing and golden fertilizer business, and the prospects it entails. Let us proceed to find Salman. Chen Juan took the lead. We must ensure he perceives that investing in us now is the most astute and rewarding decision he could ever make in his lifetime. As dawn broke, Chen Juan instructed Anu to deliver a message to Salman at his warehouse, requesting a meeting. The location was not chosen at the warehouse, nor was it the dilapidated temple in the sewage alley, but rather at the entrance of the alley, where a space had recently been cleared as part of the Demonstration Street project. Though still rudimentary, it was at least passable. Chen Juan aimed for Salman to witness the changes and progress firsthand, to evoke a stronger sentiment towards the investment. Salman arrived, clutching a spice-scented silk handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, accompanied by his people guards, stepping cautiously. His expensive silk robe and polished leather boots starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment. As he beheld the once foul alley, now devoid of the noxious stench, the ground roughly leveled, and even a few destitute individuals clad in matching gray, coarse short garments, methodically loading refuse collected from nearby streets into uniformly styled, clearly marked wheelbarrows under Anu's junior leader's direction. A flicker of unmasked astonishment crossed his small blue eyes, slightly obscured by flesh. This efficiency, this sense of order, was entirely dissimilar to his previous impressions of the chaotic and filthy southern city as sanitation efforts. Mr. Chen, you summoned me so early. Do you bring good news? Salman set down his handkerchief, striving to make his formal speech sound more refined, his small eyes darting between Chen Juan, Anu, and Lu Mingyuan. Apologies for the intrusion, Mr. Salman, Chen Juan replied, bowing slightly, foregoing excessive pleasantries. He gestured towards the busy cleanup crew in the cleared area. As you can see, the trial of our sanitation initiative has yielded results beyond our expectations. The entrance of the alley has been preliminarily cleaned, and the routine refuse collection from the nearby streets is now on a proper track. He paused, taking the recently inked contract copy from Lu Mingyuan and handing it to Salman. With Lu Laohai, we finalized a 3-month forward supply contract for fertilizer yesterday afternoon. Salman accepted the contract and swiftly perused its contents. He has been engaged in business for many years, displaying an acute sensitivity to contractual documents. Upon encountering the terms that stipulated the exclusive purchase of all wet goods under Lu Laohai for a duration of 3 months, with a Salmon cargo depot guaranteeing settlement, and the option for laborers to selectively join a standardized clearance team, he felt a jolt of surprise. This young man is remarkably swift in action and astonishingly efficient. Who is Lu Laohai? He is a notorious local tyrant in the southern part of the city's waste management sector, renowned for his tenacity. That Chen Juan could secure him in such a short span with a mere contract, while simultaneously absorbing his manpower and channels, is nothing short of astounding. This indicates that the previously constraining bottleneck of stable and ample raw material supply for the production of pure dust powder has been decisively broken. The scale of production could potentially expand several-fold, even tenfold. However, to take on Lu Laohai's goods, to manage the possible influx of dozens of vehicle loads of wet goods daily over the next 3 months, and to cover and clear more streets and alleys, our current resources are woefully inadequate. We require a greater number of specialized vehicles, additional manpower, larger and more regulated composting sites that ferment more quickly, as well as the procurement of lime, artemisia, and other supplementary materials, not to mention the sharply rising labor and management costs. All of these necessitate substantial financial resources. Chen Juan's gaze shifted once more to Salmon. All of this demands money, a significant amount of money. A preliminary estimate suggests we need at least 500 taels of silver. 500 taels? Salmon tightened his grip on the contract, his small eyes widening in astonishment. This figure far exceeds his psychological expectations. 500 taels of silver is no trivial sum. It is sufficient for him to organize a moderately sized merchant caravan for a lucrative short-distance trade. The previous investments he made in sacks, carts, and scattered silver barely total 100 taels. Chapter 19. 500 taels, Mr. Chen. This matter is intangible and elusive. How am I to believe your words? Does the government recognize it? Is there documentation? What if I invest my money and the government declares your privilege void? Who shall I turn to then? Thus, we must solidify the privilege. We require at least written permissions for 5 main streets. Even documents signed by the neighborhood chief would suffice. With this, we would be legitimate. This requires you, Lord Salmon, to leverage your connections and assist in negotiations. Salmon pondered. Navigating the channels with a neighborhood chief should not pose too great a challenge for him, given his long-standing presence in the marketplace. A small expenditure could facilitate this. However, 500 taels in actual silver, with a promised return of 50%, sounds deceptively simple. What if the returns do not materialize? Will my silver not be wasted? Not materialize? Chen Juan met his gaze directly. If a year hence the return rate fails to reach 50%, I, Chen Juan, along with Anu and Lu Mingyuan, voluntarily offer our labor to Lord Salmon as debt repayment until the principal of 500 taels and the agreed interest are fully settled. We can include this clause in the contract. Personal labor as debt repayment. Upon hearing this, even Anu and Lu Mingyuan, who were nearby, changed their expressions. This brother is effectively binding them into the deal as well. Salmon clearly did not anticipate Chen Juan's audacious gamble. Standing before him, Chen Juan exuded a palpable calmness, confidence, and determination that genuinely moved him. It seems this young man is utterly serious. Salmon stroked his chin, contemplating the considerable risk at hand. Chen Juan, however, offered him little time to ponder, pressing on with additional terms, this time meticulously crafted clauses aimed at mitigating risk. If you remain apprehensive, my Lord Salmon, we can further refine the stipulations. The return rate will not be assessed annually but quarterly. Should any single quarter meet the anticipated yield, you shall not withdraw your investment nor seek accountability during that period. If the annual targets are consistently met, resulting in a total return exceeding 50%, a portion of your 45% stake will automatically convert into preferred shares. This implies that in future dividends, you will receive your proportional share first, with any surplus distributed to others thereafter. Thus, your risk diminishes and your returns become fortified. Periodic assessments. Preferred dividends. Salmon's heart was thoroughly captivated. This Chen Juan not only dared to gamble, but possessed a profound understanding of the game. Such regulations significantly reduced his short-term risks while securing long-term gains. This was certainly beyond what a mere commoner could conceive. The young man must have substantial backing. Perhaps it was worthwhile to gamble once more. Greed ultimately triumphed over caution. 50% interest in a year, coupled with such stringent safeguards. This might be the finest investment opportunity he would ever encounter. The hesitation on Salmon's face vanished, replaced by the fervor of a gambler. Excellent. Mr. Chen is a man of his word. I, Salmon, shall wager with you once again. 500 taels it is. As for the contract, have Mr. Liu draft it. I will ensure the necessary connections on my end. The contract was swiftly prepared, its intricacies causing Liu Mingyuan to break into a sweat. Both parties affixed their signatures. Salmon retrieved a thick stack of silver notes from his pocket, counting out 500 taels and sliding them across to Chen Juan. The notes exuded the scent of ink mingled with a distinct spice, heavy in substance. Chen Juan accepted the notes, maintaining his composure, though his fingertips tightened slightly. A pleasant collaboration, my Lord Salmon. The funds are in place. The grand machinery can now begin its swift operation. Chen Juan immediately embarked on expansion, customizing new carts, procuring sacks, leasing composting sites, and recruiting a multitude of laborers. The lucrative wages attracted a significant number of commoners, and the previously desolate sewage lane suddenly thrived with activity. Brand new unicycles were crafted, each adorned with a uniform number painted in red. Although the rough burlap uniforms were simple, when dozens of workers donned them, pushing their standardized carts at designated times on specific streets, the collective momentum rendered the once disorganized sanitation workers a mere farce. Chen Juan established stringent regulations. Refuse collection commenced precisely at the first watch of the Chen hour, 7 in the morning, and tardiness would not be tolerated. Vehicles were to follow fixed routes, ensuring no disturbance to the populace. Designated dumping sites were established at the base of the city walls, with strict prohibitions against indiscriminate spilling. Each laborer received daily wages, with performance bonuses awarded for exceeding the quota of collected barrels. Anu was appointed as the site supervisor, donning a whistle around her neck to oversee and coordinate operations. Initially, the veteran workers under Liu Laohong's command resisted authority, but Anu swiftly dealt with 2 culprits caught surreptitiously dumping waste into the drainage ditch, promptly deducting their wages for the day and expelling them from the crew. To admonish the disobedient, the remaining individuals promptly became submissive, even competing to see who could clean up the quickest and most thoroughly. After all, diligence reaps rewards. The effect was immediate and palpable. Several streets, designated as pilot areas for licensed contracting, became noticeably cleaner within just a few days. As summer gave way to autumn, the presence of mosquitoes and flies seemed to diminish significantly. Some audacious children even dared to frolic at the alley's entrance during the evening hours. However, this cleanliness acted like a mirror, reflecting the filth elsewhere and painfully striking the eyes of some. The first to react were the old tooth merchants. The standardization of Chen Juan's operations and his generous wages acted like a magnet, not only drawing away the scattered vagrants who once relied on him, but also stirring discontent among some of his less capable subordinates, who began to inquire whether the cleaning industry was still hiring. This was a direct threat to his very foundation. He swiftly mobilized, allying with several shops along the streets that felt similarly endangered, primarily those managing low-end inns, foot massage parlors, and budget taverns. These proprietors, accustomed to squalor, resented the notion of paying even a few copper coins in sanitation fees, and were particularly irked by the idea that laborers in the cleaning sector could earn more than their own staff. Have you heard? Those folks from Feces Lane have raised their wages so high that they've disrupted the market. If we ever want to hire someone again, the prices will never come down, exclaimed one. Exactly. A bunch of dung collectors, dressed like they're someone important, really think they're a big deal? I suspect they gather so many vagrants that they're either thieves or worse. Who knows when they might cause trouble? What do we care about management fees? Is the street clean or not? Haven't we managed just fine before? More disgustingly, nearly every morning, Anu would discover that a section of the street that had been cleaned the night before had been surreptitiously littered with garbage and splashed with wastewater. It was evident that someone was deliberately sabotaging their efforts, attempting to undermine their authority. Anu was furious and, in his wrath, raged about, having staked out several nights without catching the culprits, as they were exceedingly cunning. Brother Juan, it must be those rascals from the old tooth merchant's gang. I'll let a group to smash his stall. Anu's eyes blazed red with anger. Chen Juan grasped his shoulder firmly. Vandalizing stalls 1T solved the problem. It will only provide them with ammunition against us. He stood at the newly cleaned street corner, gazing at the still filthy street across the way. They used dirty water. We shall utilize clean water. They spread rumors. We shall convey the truth. He promptly devised a counteroffensive strategy, employing a dual approach. The first tactic was to divide and conquer, creating a stark contrast. Chen Juan instructed Anu and Lu Laoong to adjust their cleaning routes and intensity. For those shops that were openly resistant and spreading rumors, they would temporarily neglect them, performing only the bare minimum of maintenance, even allowing a small amount of refuse from adjacent areas to be blown to their doorsteps. Conversely, they would pay special attention to those establishments that were neutral or had a genuine need for cleanliness, particularly restaurants, fabric shops, and pharmacies, ensuring their fronts were spotless, and occasionally sending Lu Mingyuan to share tidbits of sanitation and disease prevention knowledge. In just a few days, the differences became apparent. A restaurant and a budget foot massage parlor stood side by side. The restaurant's entrance gleamed like new, with a constant stream of patrons, while the foot parlor was overwhelmed with garbage, emanating a foul stench, and was deserted. The proprietor of the foot shop could no longer remain idle and discreetly approached Anu, expressing a willingness to pay the management fee in exchange for normal services. The second strategy involved a counteroffensive in public opinion to reclaim the narrative. Chen Juan encouraged Lu Mingyuan to leverage his strengths, opting for straightforward language instead of archaic phrases, and drafted several easily comprehensible public notices. The content struck at the heart of the matter. 1. Clarification of wages. The high wages for cleaning workers stem from the arduous and unpleasant nature of their labor, which operates on a merit-based system rather than malicious price inflation. Furthermore, the cleaning industry is specialized and does not adversely affect employment in other sectors. 2. Explanation of benefits. A clean street reduces the presence of pests, effectively preventing epidemics and safeguarding the health of the community. A tidy environment also attracts customers, naturally fostering prosperous business. 3. Disclosure of accounts. A rough outline of the allocation of management fees, labor, vehicle wear and tear, tool purchases, was provided to illustrate that these are not exorbitant profits, but rather funds sourced from the populace for their benefit. The notices were transcribed by literate vagrants and widely posted and read in several trial streets. This approach of differential treatment, combined with public opinion guidance, proved remarkably effective. The tangible advantages of cleanliness and the costs of filth were laid bare. Most merchants are inclined towards profit and avoidance of harm, and seeing is believing. Soon, the dissenting voices diminished, and an increasing number of merchants voluntarily came forward to pay the management fee, requesting to be included in the cleaning scope. The Anti-Chen Alliance, painstakingly assembled by the old dental shop, began to crumble from within even before it could officially exert its strength. Observing the restoration of order, which even appeared more prosperous than before, Anu broke into a smile. Wangu, you are truly remarkable. These scoundrels simply needed to be dealt with. Yet, Lu Mingyuan furrowed his brow, perceiving a deeper truth. Mr. Chen, though we have temporarily quelled the merchant's opposition, the root cause remains unaddressed. The old dental shop harbors resentment, and I suspect it is not the only one. Our actions have disturbed the traditional power dynamics of the lower echelons of South City. They have resorted to petty tactics this time, but next, they may unleash more formal forces. Chen Juan nodded in agreement. Lu Mingyuan was correct. They may have won this economic skirmish, but the adversary would certainly not relent. The next assault could very well originate from official channels or higher echelons of public opinion. Without legitimacy, words falter. When words falter, endeavors fail. Lu Mingyuan sighed. What we lack is a talisman of scholarly endorsement. Relying solely on these grassroots arguments will not suffice to withstand the true tempests. Chen Juan's gaze flickered as he looked at Lu Mingyuan. Will you propose, Mr. Lu? Lu Mingyuan inhaled deeply, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Though I am unworthy, I am willing to take up the pen once more. I shall compose a poem articulating the principles of our endeavor, using language that the literati can comprehend and appreciate, elevating this endeavor of ours from amok to the noble path of societal betterment. I will submit it to the Poetry Society and disseminate it through the academies. Even if it draws the ire of the masses, I will seize this fleeting opportunity for discourse. Chen Juan, observing the slight flush of excitement on Lu Mingyuan's cheeks, recognized that this down-and-out scholar was finally ready to embark on a cultural charge for the path he believed in. Excellent, Sheng Juan exclaimed, clapping the Mingyuan's shoulder firmly. Then write. The more sensational, the better. We must compel the entire city, whether they wish it or not, to discuss the gold hidden within our dung. Lu Mingyuan sequestered himself in his humble abode for 3 days. A tattered cloth hung at the entrance, and Anu dutifully delivered meals, which remained largely untouched. Within, the only sounds were the scratching of charcoal on coarse paper and the occasional stifled cough. Chen Juan refrained from intruding, fully aware that Lu Mingyuan was engaged in a solitary battle against the deeply entrenched dignity and high-mindedness of scholars that had persisted for millennia. On the 4th morning, Lu Mingyuan emerged. His eyes were sunken, his complexion as pallid as parchment, and his lips cracked, yet within those eyes burned an almost frenzied light. He clutched tightly a roll of mulberry paper inscribed with words, his knuckles trembling violently from exertion. Mr. Chen, he rasped, infused with an unusual fervor. I have finished it. Chen Juan took the scroll and examined it. The characters were meticulously penned, imbued with a resolute force, adorned with ornate phrases and complex allusions. Much of it eluded Chen Juan's comprehension. Nevertheless, he could sense the grand momentum attempting to elevate the filth to the celestial order within the lines. The article likened the treatment of impurities to the cyclical nature of the cosmos, the interplay of yin and yang, lauding their endeavor as a purification of the sordid, a restoration of tranquility, even invoking the ancient adage that a sage king must first repair the waterways before governing. Good, Chen Juan replied with a single word. He need not grasp every nuance. He only needed to understand that this piece was a formidable bombshell. I shall seek out my classmate at the Qingyun Poetry Society. Lu Mingyuan inhaled deeply, aware that success or failure hinged upon this pivotal moment. The article, through the hands of his equally downcast yet struggling classmate within the literary circles, subtly infiltrated several renowned poetry societies and academies. Initially, silence reigned, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, causing nary a ripple. Lu Mingyuan anxiously awaited at the entrance of the cesspool alley, his lips blistering from worry. Yet Chen Juan remained composed, attending to necessary cleanings and composting. On the 5th day, a tempest erupted. Heated debates ignited within the Poetry Society. Some applauded the work, declaring it groundbreaking, directly addressing the plight of the populace, echoing the spirit of ancient benevolence. Others, however, erupted in fury, denouncing it as a mere cacophony of commercialism, an affront to the literary arts, a disgrace to civility. Chapter 21 rumors the controversy surrounding Lu Mingyuan's transforming filth into profit, which had sparked debates at the Qinglu Poetry Conference, transcended the confines of the gathering, far exceeding the initial expectations of the trio from the cesspool alley. The quill of a scholar can wield a power more penetrating than swords, and its trajectory is often challenging to control. The initial derision and scorn quickly gave rise to ripples that spread rapidly. The debate, once confined to the intimate circles of the Poetry Society, swiftly permeated the myriad tea houses, taverns, and literary gatherings of Tianqi City, even infiltrating the more rigorously scholarly academies, which found themselves subtly divided into opposing factions over this unrefined topic. One faction, self-proclaimed guardians of orthodoxy, expressed themselves vehemently, spitting vitriol. Lu Mingyuan? Is he not the one who has spent a lifetime in vain, repeatedly failing, reduced to abject poverty? I am familiar with him. He once held a modicum of fleeting fame, yet has now fallen to such depths. To consort with dung collectors and the destitute is a disgraceful affront to our scholarly dignity. How dare he compose verses in praise of such ignoble trades? To brazenly incorporate filth into his writings, equating it with the lofty themes of wind, elegance, and praise? This is an unspeakable humiliation for us scholars. He sullies the ink and dishonors our forebears. One faction adopts a more pragmatic approach, either moved by the hardships of the populace or simply intrigued by the novelty of the matter, asserting that one cannot speak in absolutes. While the language employed may be coarse and the subject matter far from refined, a closer examination reveals an inclination towards benevolence. The squalor of the southern city, with its clogged drains and filthy streets, breeds disease. This is an undeniable reality. If one could clear and cleanse these areas, facilitating unobstructed passage and proper disposal of waste, would it not be an act of kindness in preventing illness and enhancing the well-being of the citizens? Even if the methods are unrefined, the intent is pitiable, and the outcomes promising. An act of kindness? Scoff the purists. You are all beguiled by flowery rhetoric. The cleansing of streets is the responsibility of the officials and laborers. What need is there for a mere scholar to wave a banner and embellish it with poetry? This is not an act of kindness, but rather a contrived spectacle, a deception to gain false acclaim. To introduce such a base endeavor into literature strays from tradition, and if everyone were to emulate this, would not the essence of literature be reduced to base language? The collapse of etiquette and music begins here. The pragmatists retort with equal derision. You sit high in your halls, engaging in lofty discussions of morality and benevolence. Yet have you ever truly ventured into the streets of the southern city? Have you inhaled the nauseating stench of summer? Have you witnessed impoverished children frolicking in the filth, or the desolation of neighborhoods during an epidemic? What is learned from paper remains shallow. If practical measures could alleviate such conditions, reducing the suffering of the people and bringing even a semblance of cleanliness to the streets, that would be a true virtue. As for the refinement of prose, when compared to the suffering of the populace, which bears greater weight? The focus of the debate swiftly shifts from the merits of the writing and the sophistication of the subject matter to the character and actions of Lu Mingyuan, as well as the enigmatic influence of the sewage alley behind him. Lu Mingyuan, deemed morally corrupt and frustrated by his lack of recognition, engages in these extreme actions to gain notoriety. He is indeed a disgrace to the literary community. Yet, upon examining his work, one finds clarity of thought and substantial data, albeit related to manure, suggesting he is not merely a product of insular contemplation. Perhaps he harbors genuine ideas? Genuine ideas? I suspect he harbors malicious intentions. Are you aware of the number of refugees congregating in the sewage alley? It is rumored to be in the hundreds. With unified commands and coordinated attire, they engage in daily drills resembling a military force. The leader, Chen Juan, is shrouded in mystery, while the individual known as Anu, once a mere street thug, now poses as a local strongman. What are their true intentions? Does the cleansing of streets necessitate such a display? Indeed, gathering hundreds and orchestrating them is no ordinary business. Coupled with ongoing conflicts with the established labor factions in the southern city, disrupting the market, their motives cannot be deemed noble. The notion of transforming waste into treasure, as mentioned in the poem, could it be a guise for gathering followers and accumulating wealth through nefarious means? Previously, the old labor factions, disturbed by Chen Juan's encroachment on their profits, spread rumors of market disruption and competition with the people, which now converge with the fears and speculations of certain literati engaging in turmoil and plotting ulterior motives. Like two murky streams merging into a single river, the current swelling and darkening, forming a more significant undercurrent of public opinion against the trio of the sewage alley. Yet, in the tapestry of existence, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The immense controversy has also sparked an unprecedented, explosive fervor. Terms such as turning waste into treasure, Lu Mingyuan, and the Cleanliness Commission, once relegated to the lower echelons of society, now penetrate the walls of the marketplace with unprecedented speed, infiltrating the upper echelons of society in Tianjin City, becoming topics of conversation over tea and during social engagements. Many have recently come to learn of the peculiar and thought-provoking transformations occurring in the corner of the South City, long regarded as a den of filth and decay. Even the venerable Zhao, an esteemed scholar who has retired to a life of tranquility, known for his integrity and connections across the political spectrum, found himself intrigued during a casual conversation with a few of his accomplished disciples. Despite his advanced years, with hair and beard as white as snow, his eyes retained a remarkable clarity. As he stroked his long, white beard and closed his eyes in contemplation, he refrained from vehemently condemning the situation like a dogmatic defender of tradition, nor did he affirm it with the pragmatism of a realist. Instead, he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the fallen leaves in the courtyard, and uttered a cryptic yet thought-provoking remark. The plight of the people is arduous, and material resources are scarce. To seek alternative paths amid adversity is, after all, a valid perspective. This seemingly unremarkable statement, delivered by Zhao, carried significant weight. And once it circulated, whether intentionally or inadvertently, it stirred up a tempest akin to a single drop of water splashing into a pot of boiling oil. Critics argued that Zhao had lost his discernment, expressing profound disappointment that he failed to denounce such sordid matters. Conversely, supporters or the merely curious perceive his words as a subtle endorsement, believing that even Zhao's acknowledgement as a potential avenue of thought suggested there might indeed be merit in the situation, or at the very least, it warranted observation. The ensuing controversy did not abate. Rather, it intensified and grew more intricate due to this ambiguous authoritative opinion. At the center of this tempest was Lu Mingyuan. After the initial thrill and pride of having sparked such a significant discourse, quickly found himself engulfed in immense pressure and torment that nearly crushed him. Letters from former classmates and friends no longer engaged in scholarly discourse, but rather expressed heartfelt admonitions or outright disdain, some even severing ties. A once-admired local scholar, who had previously imparted knowledge to him, sent a stern letter via an intermediary, chastising him for lowering himself and bringing shame upon his mentors, claiming he had sullied the teachings of the sages and urging him to renounce his associations with such disreputable individuals, suggesting that he reflect in solitude to salvage what little dignity remained. This disavowal and betrayal from those within his circle stung far deeper than the mockery of the masses or the disdain of officials, plunging Lu into sleepless nights and tasteless meals. Yet, during the stillness of the night, while anguish gnawed at his soul, he would don his garments and quietly walk to the entrance of the alley. Bathed in the soft glow of the moon or the faint light of dawn, he observed the once filthy streets, now cleared to reveal the original cobblestones. He watched the early risers pushing their standardized carts, clad in worn yet freshly laundered uniforms. As they energetically commenced their day's labor, he noticed the lower-class residents, their doorways now clean and free from flies, seeming to shed some of the numbing despair wrought by hardship, and occasionally, the sounds of children's laughter, less mournful than before, could be heard. All these were tangible changes, the fruits of his involvement in this endeavor. They may criticize as they wish. We shall continue our work, Lu Mingyuan would murmur to the crisp air, as if persuading himself, drawing strength from his resolve. With each instance of introspection and the validation of the present reality, he gradually straightened his back. The teachings of the sages instructed him in the cultivation of self, the governance of family, the administration of the state, and the pursuit of universal peace. They emphasized the importance of the populace, placing the state as secondary. If the actions before him could provide sustenance for hundreds of wandering souls, cleanse a neighborhood, and mitigate disease, what could be deemed a trivial practice? Is it merely through empty rhetoric of benevolence and morality, or the composition of neglected essays and poems, that one finds the righteous path? Chen Juan observed the struggles and resolve of Lu Mingyuan. On one occasion, while inspecting the fermentation at the compost site, Chen Juan casually remarked, "Mr. Lu, I presume you have heard quite a bit of idle gossip lately?" Lu Mingyuan offered a wry smile, neither confirming nor denying. Chen Juan picked up a handful of semi-dry fertilizer, now devoid of any foul odor, and crumbled in his fingers, admiring the uniform granules. In this world, the most useless yet vociferous element is idle chatter. It can drown a person, as well as nurture the most exquisite poisonous blooms. Yet it cannot coax an extra grain from the fields or make refuse vanish on its own. He paused, turning to Lu Mingyuan. What we are doing is akin to this fertilizer. It may not be visually appealing and may even be scorned by some, but its worth is known by the earth, by the crops, and by those who partake in the harvest. And those idle words, aside from dampening others' garments, cannot affect any change. Lu Mingyuan appeared contemplative, as the turmoil within him seemed to dissipate somewhat. Chen Juan recognized that public opinion, a double-edged sword, brought not only controversy and pressure, but also peril. Excessive, uncontrolled scrutiny, particularly from the upper echelons, imbued with suspicion and hostility, could transform into tangible repercussions at any moment. It was imperative to find a way to steer this chaotic storm into a force that could bolster them, or at the very least, allow them to establish a firm footing. Otherwise, the sudden notoriety might well become a harbinger of doom. As Chen Juan pondered how to guide public sentiment and defuse the looming crisis, two daunting challenges struck simultaneously, akin to two precise blows, forcefully impacting the trio of the muck-ridden alley, who had only recently gained a modicum of recognition amidst controversy, yet whose foundations remained precariously unstable. That afternoon, the autumn sun appeared somewhat fatigued. A well-dressed attendant, his expression devoid of emotion, arrived at the dilapidated warehouse, now adorned with the sign of the Southern City Cleanliness Bureau. Deep within the muck alley, the gatekeeper recognized him as the aide of Mr. Chi from before. This time, the attendant did not enter but stood at the threshold, delivering his message in a tone neither too high nor too low, yet clear enough for those nearby to hear. Chen Juan, heed my words. The official has issued a decree. He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping over the visibly tense Chen Juan and Anu, before continuing. In 3 days, the official will personally visit your designated pilot street to inspect the efficacy of your so-called cleanliness, the transformation of filth into benefit, as well as to evaluate your assembly regulations and accounts. The tone of the attendant contrasted sharply with his previous courteous inquiry at the tea house. The imminent visit from the official was no trivial matter. You must exert every effort to prepare adequately. The streets must remain immaculate. Personnel must be impeccably organized. And all accounts, documents, and regulations must be clear and complete, readily available for inspection. Should there be the slightest lapse, or should the official's inspection yield dissatisfaction, severe penalties shall ensue. Having spoken, he turned and departed, leaving Chen Juan and others standing at the door. An official presence. This is not a clandestine assessment by aides, nor a routine inspection by minor clerks. It is a visit from a representative of the Taiyan Pikafu, perhaps even a higher-ranking official, coming in person. This signifies that their affairs have indeed entered the purview of influential figures. It is an opportunity, if they can gain approval. Even mere non-committal acknowledgement could serve as a protective talisman. Yet, it also poses a tremendous and potentially lethal risk. Any oversight during the inspection, or if the official harbors a distaste for such matters, could result in accusations of gathering crowds, disturbing the market, or unclear accounts, any of which could obliterate their nascent enterprise. There is no evasion. They must confront it head-on. However, calamity does not come alone. Just within an hour after the departure of the attendant, while Chen Juan was urgently conferring with Lu Mingyuan and Anu on how to prepare for the inspection in 3 days, from minute details to the overall picture, amidst their frantic deliberations, Anu burst in. Brother Juan, this is bad. A grave matter has arisen. Anu rushed in, breathless and agitated. Calm down. What has happened? It's old Yang, that old scoundrel Lu Poppy. He has invested heavily this time. I can't fathom how much silver he has spent. But he has managed to engage the most notorious and unscrupulous lawyer in the South City, Zhang Weizui. Zhang Weizui. Lu Mingyuan's countenance turned ashen at the mention of the name. This individual is notorious in the South City, especially among the lower-tier merchants and common folk. He did not ascend through the proper channels of the imperial examination, but is well-versed in legal statutes, adept at cunning arguments, and possesses a ruthless disposition. He colludes deeply with the clerks of the court, handling the most convoluted and even evidently unjust cases, often managing to twist the truth with his silver tongue and behind-the-scenes dealings, leaving countless small merchants and commoners destitute. His reputation for being petty and crooked has earned him this moniker. Indeed, it is that Zhang Weizui. Our brothers witnessed Liu Papi entering Zhang Weizui's residence in Wudong Alley with lavish gifts. When he emerged, Zhang Weizui was grinning from ear to ear. Our people bribed the doorman at Zhang's residence, who discreetly informed us that Zhang has already accepted Liu Papi's legal papers and silver, and by tomorrow morning at the latest, he will present the petition to the court, formally accusing us. Accusing us of what? Chen Juan perplexed. Accusing us of a legal association, inciting unrest, competing with the populace for profit, and disturbing the market. 4 charges in total, each one a capital offense. That rascal Liu Papi has even rallied the casual laborers who lost work due to our standardized waste removal team, turning them into complainants to accuse us collectively. He claims we have robbed them of their livelihoods, severing their means of survival. Illegal association, inciting unrest, competing with the populace for profit, and disturbing the market. Each of these grave accusations strikes at the very heart of their existence. The illicit formation of associations and the incitement of public disturbances may vary in severity. In serious cases, they can be linked to conspiratorial intentions. Competing with the populace for profits and disrupting the marketplace constitutes a tangible economic offense, sufficient for the authorities to confiscate assets and shutter businesses. More ruthlessly, the adversary has enlisted a victim, adding a tragic dimension and persuasive weight to the lawsuit. This is no longer a mere street conflict or private rivalry. It threatens to drag them directly into the quagmire of legal proceedings. It aims to employ lawful means, leveraging the power of the authorities to obliterate them completely. In the warehouse, Lu Mingyuan's charcoal pencil clattered to the ground. Salman, upon hearing the news, rushed over. His small eyes filled with dread. All gazes turned to Chen Juan. He slowly approached the dilapidated wooden door of the warehouse, resting his hand on the doorframe, peering out into the gradually darkening alley. On this late autumn evening, only a sliver of the setting sun struggled to break through the horizon, casting a dark crimson hue reminiscent of congealed blood, feebly smeared along the edges of the leaden clouds, heightening the air of desolation and foreboding. Indeed, trouble seemed to multiply. Lu Mingyuan finally regained his voice, sighing bitterly, laden with endless worry. Chen Juan tugged at the corners of his mouth. The curve bore no semblance of a smile. Rather, it exuded a near-defiant excitement in the face of tumultuous waves. What is there to fear? The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Likewise, the fiercer the tempest, the more it affirms that our endeavors have struck at the very heart of certain individuals, obstructing their financial avenues. They are afraid. Thus they fight desperately. He returned to the center of the warehouse, casting his gaze over the anxious Lu Mingyuan, the irate and restless Anu, and the fearful Salman. His tone resolute. I, Chen Juan, have never been one to bide my time in calm waters. My life and my skills have been forged amidst storms tenfold greater and perilous 100-fold. Do they wish to see me capsized by the waves? Then let me show them how I ride the crest and overturn their vessel. Anu, Chen Juan called. Present. Anu straightened with renewed vigor. You must immediately fetch Lu Laohong for me. Be swift. Inform him of a significant deal that concerns the stability of all his subordinates' access to wet goods. It must be discussed in person. Understood. Though Anu did not comprehend the urgency of summoning Lu Laohong at this moment, he harbored no doubts regarding Chen Juan's command and dashed off. Mr. Lu. Chen Juan turned to Lu Mingyuan. Mr. Chen, please instruct. Lu Mingyuan forced himself to regain composure. Gather all the ledgers, contracts, sanitation agreements signed with various neighborhoods, lists of registered vagrants, records of wage disbursements, and all procurement documents that can substantiate that our clean general office operates legally, orderly, and in accordance with regulations. We are addressing the livelihoods of the displaced and improving public hygiene, all in a manner beneficial and harmless. Ensure every document is meticulously organized and clearly categorized. In particular, emphasize the aspects that prove our engagement with vagrants, wage payments, and societal stabilization. Moreover, prepare the transforming filth into profit treatise and the relevant data and explanations you previously drafted. Remember, we are not an illegal association. We are a grassroots cooperative aiding the authorities in resettling displaced individuals and enhancing the populace's well-being. We are not a mob inciting chaos. Rather, we are an organized and managed labor output. We do not seek to compete with the public for profit or disrupt the market. Instead, we aim to regulate the market, enhance services, and foster a win-win collaboration. These principles should be articulated in the most concise, impactful, and comprehensible manner to ensure they resonate, particularly with officials. Lu Mingyuan's eyes sparkled with understanding as he immediately grasped Chen Juan's intention to construct a comprehensive, presentable narrative and evidential chain to address inspections and lawsuits. He nodded emphatically, affirming his commitment to exert every effort. Mr. Salmon, Chen Juan turned his attention to Sheng. The previous arrangements cannot falter. In fact, they must be intensified, particularly concerning the Southern City Military Office and the Household Department. We must not be frugal with the funds required. We need time. We need them to conduct their inquiries slowly and meticulously. Moreover, given your extensive connections, please ascertain the identity of the official who will be conducting the inspection. What are their preferences? What do they abhor? We require as much information as possible. Salmon steadied himself and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will manage the financial matters and will also endeavor to gather intelligence. Chen Juan's gaze swept over the three individuals, his voice steady and imbued with a resolute determination. If they wish to observe, let them see clearly and comprehend fully. Let them witness whether we are inciting chaos or diligently working. If they intend to file complaints, let them pursue it to the fullest extent. Let us reveal who is truly competing with the public for profit and who is genuinely disturbing the market. From this day forward, until the conclusion of the inspection and the preliminary resolution of the lawsuit, Chen Juan pronounced each word with the gravity of a military command. All of us must be fully alert. This is not a mere social gathering. This is warfare. If we are to fight, let us fight with purpose. Let those who wish to see us fail widen their eyes and witness our resolve. Prepare yourselves. He inhaled deeply, delivering his final command. We must simultaneously engage in two formidable battles. One to maintain our facade before the authorities, the other within the bureaucratic halls. Neither battle can be lost. In the ensuing 3 days, the Southern City Cleaning Corporation operated as if wound tightly like a clockwork machine, powering into a frenzied motion. Even before dawn, the alleys echoed with the faint yet persistent sounds of rolling wheels, the rustle of brooms sweeping the ground, and hushed urgencies. To prepare for the official inspection, Chen Juan summoned all his experiences from Wall Street, where he had faced the most stringent regulatory audits and roadshows, striving for perfection in every detail. The streets were not merely clean. They were meticulously scrubbed and washed, with the bluestone pavement reflecting indistinct shadows. Even a long-standing grime in the crevices of the stones was carefully scraped away with specially designed tools. The composting area was thoroughly organized, delineating clear zones for raw materials, fermentation, finished products, and tools. Though the conditions were modest, they were orderly. All tools and vehicles gleamed with polish and were neatly arranged. Even the soil along the edges of the fermentation pools was flattened and smoothed. The migrant workers, under Anu's guidance, underwent urgent training in grooming and response etiquette. Each individual must cleanse their face and hands using plant ash and soap pods, and don the tittiest, least patched indigo garments. Chen Juan personally composed a few simple standard responses regarding the importance of cleanliness and its benefits, instructing Anu to lead the group in repeated recitation, insisting on loud voices and respectful attitudes while ensuring clarity in content. Lu Mingyuan, accompanied by several literate refugees, tirelessly recopied, organized, and bound all financial ledgers, contracts, and documents. He meticulously penned a detailed manuscript titled A Petition and Brief Account of the Southern City Cleanliness Initiative, outlining the initiative's origins, refugee resettlement, hygiene improvement, processes, organization, regulations, operation. Outcomes: clean streets, refugees gaining livelihoods, fertilizer production, and future aspirations, all articulated with clarity and supported by substantial data, neither exaggerated nor understated, while effectively highlighting its benefits to the nation and the people. He also appended a copy of Transforming Filth into Profit, along with a segment explaining its genesis and practical significance, attempting to incorporate this controversial piece into the narrative framework, demonstrating its heartfelt origins rooted in practical experience. The financial records were impeccably clear, documenting every income source, street sanitation fees, fertilizer sales, and every expenditure, wages, materials, tool depreciation. Even the payments made to master, who categorized as special relationship maintenance fees, all meticulously recorded in accordance with basic folk accounting principles. Following Chen Juan's request, Lu Mingyuan even created a rudimentary profit and loss estimate, as well as a social impact assessment, such as the number of resettled refugees and potential risks of epidemic reduction, which, though rudimentary, was rare for the time. On the third morning, the enigmatic official did not make a personal appearance. Instead, it was Mr. Chi who arrived for inspection, accompanied not only by a few subordinates, but also by two clerks clad in inferior official attire, evidently from the departments of finance or labor, their expressions stern and scrutinizing. The inspection process was palpably tense. Mr. Chi and his associates meticulously examined the streets inch by inch, occasionally feeling the corners of walls and prodding at the gaps in the stone slabs with their toes. At the composting site, they pinched their noses yet still diligently assessed the state of the fermentation pits, inquiring about the fermentation process, fertilizer yield, and sales figures. They scrutinized the substantial stack of documents Lu Mingyuan presented with utmost diligence, frequently posing questions, some quite challenging, concerning specific numbers, wage amounts, profit distribution, and conflicts with traditional industries. Lu Mingyuan, well-prepared, responded effortlessly, integrating references from authoritative texts on sanitation and epidemic prevention with data examples related to refugee resettlement, maintaining a demeanor both respectful and assertive. Chen Juan and Anu supplemented the discussion with operational details. Salman, present as a collaborator, elucidated the market prospects for fertilizer sales. The entire inspection lasted nearly 2 hours. Throughout, Mr. Chi remained expressionless, speaking little, merely listening, observing, and questioning. The two clerks conversed quietly, jotting down notes. As they departed, Mr. Chi paused at the alley's entrance, casting one last glance at the excessively pristine street and the orderly composting site in the distance, then deeply regarded Chen Juan, his gaze imbued with complex and inscrutable emotions. In the end, he left behind 4 words, fairly well organized. Then, accompanied by his entourage, he boarded the blue-cloth sedan waiting outside the alley and departed. Fairly well organized felt like a decree, yet also resembled a riddle. Chen Juan stood rooted, contemplating these 4 words. There were no accolades, no criticisms, only a detached, matter-of-fact assessment. Yet at least there was no immediate confrontation, no glaring oversights pointed out, and no overt signs of disdain or rejection. After 3 days of anxiety, Chen Juan's heart finally eased by half. This high-pressure inspection, akin to a sharp sword, had seemingly passed muster. Although the outcome remained unclear, fairly well-organized indicated that the other party had not found an immediate reason to take action against them. This afforded them precious time to breathe and strategize against hidden threats. As for the lawsuit instigated by the notorious lawyer Zhang Huazui, its progress appeared somewhat enigmatic. As expected, Zhang Huazui submitted the complaint to the Tianqi prefecture the very next day. On Chen Juan's side, with Salman as assistance, a lawyer, though of lesser caliber than Zhang Huazui, yet familiar with the process, submitted a substantial self-defense statement along with copies of evidence. However, on the day of the hearing, the atmosphere was unexpectedly mundane. The presiding judge, a middle-aged man with a pale face and slight beard, seemed somewhat distracted. He listened briefly to Zhang Huazui's impassioned and inflammatory narrative, which merely accused the gathering of hundreds. Suspicious behavior, seizing the livelihoods of laborers, inciting public resentment, and disrupting the city's order, among other claims, and flipped through the self-defense statement submitted by Chen Juan, which focused on resettling refugees, stabilizing the region, regulating services, improving the cityscape, maintaining clear records, and ensuring orderly operations. Zhang Huazui attempted to elaborate further, but the judge waved him off, interrupting with a measured tone. The matters involved in this case predominantly occurred within the jurisdiction of the South City. Whether the gathering incited unrest, contested public interests, or disrupted the marketplace requires thorough on-site investigation and verification of evidence. The plaintiff's claims regarding the victims must also be individually inquired to ascertain their veracity. However, the affairs of the prefecture are complex and such detailed matters. He paused, glanced at the case file in his hands, and rendered his verdict. This case shall be remitted back to the South City Military Office for a comprehensive investigation and verification of the circumstances, to be reported subsequently. Court adjourned. The case was unexpectedly and effortlessly returned to the South City Military Office for further scrutiny. The South City Military Office, responsible for local security, fire safety, and municipal affairs, is of a lower rank than the prefecture and often interacts more directly with local powers, such as Master Hugio and the Old Tooth Gang, and grassroots merchants, making it more adaptable. Zhang Huazui clearly did not anticipate this turn of events, momentarily taken aback, still wishing to contest, but the judge had already risen to leave. Chen Juan's lawyer was equally astonished. Upon receiving the news, Chen Juan furrowed his brow. Remitting the case back to the military office appeared to be a deferral, a delay. Yet it granted the opposing side greater maneuvering room. At the military office, Master Hugio and the Old Tooth Gang, having operated for many years with intricate connections, would undoubtedly have avenues available to them. Whether the case would sink into obscurity or whether an issue would be uncovered during the investigation remained uncertain. However, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. After receiving the return case file, the South City Military Office seemed to swallow it whole, as silent as a submerged ox in the sea. With no further developments to report, neither Chen Juan nor his associates were summoned for questioning, nor was there any effort to verify the situation with the victims. It was as if this incident had never transpired. Chen Juan instructed Salman to gather intelligence, and the feedback suggested that the military authorities seemed to have received some veiled hint from above, rendering their stance on the case ambiguous and their actions lethargic. Meanwhile, the old moneylender Liu Papi and the enigmatic Hu Jiuzhe appeared to be in a state of watchful waiting, refraining from exerting further pressure. This seemingly perilous litigation hung in a strange limbo, neither descending nor vanishing. Chen Juan was acutely aware that Salman's financial contributions had undoubtedly influenced certain aspects, delaying the proceedings. However, he sensed that there was more to this than mere monetary influence. The enigmatic figure behind Mr. Qi, along with the peculiar stagnation of the case after being referred back to the military, suggested an elusive thread pointing towards a powerful individual clandestinely observing the situation, possibly offering tacit approval or protection. Yet, who could this individual be? What were their intentions? Were they friend or foe? Chen Juan was left in a state of uncertainty. Nonetheless, this intuition heightened his vigilance. Opportunities that seemed too fortuitous often come with hidden costs. Regardless, the two imminent crises had, for the time being, subsided. The Southern City Cleaning Corporation resembled a sapling that had weathered a harsh winter storm, though its branches were broken and leaves fallen. Its roots remained firmly entrenched in the soil, unyielded. Moreover, following this ordeal, the corporation's operations experienced an unprecedented surge, expanding at an accelerated pace. Perhaps the inspection from the higher-ups inadvertently conferred a semblance of legitimacy, however faint it may have been. Or perhaps the stagnation of the lawsuit led to the perception that the corporation had influential backing. Or it could simply be that the efficacy of the cleansing powder, disseminated through word of mouth, was gaining renown. Orders for the cleaning powder flooded in from the southern city to other districts, even reaching upscale neighborhoods in the eastern city where affluent families specifically requested the western region cleansing powder for their gardens. The composting facility had to operate around the clock, expanding its scale. Newly recruited laborers flocked in, and within a fortnight, over 50 individuals were added to the workforce. Anu's standardized cleaning team was better equipped, covering more than half of the southern city, with numerous merchants approaching to negotiate long-term sanitation contracts. Seizing the momentum, Chen Juan utilized his earnings to rent an old warehouse deeper in the manure lane, complete with a yard and several large rooms. After some simple renovations, he officially hung the wooden sign of the Southern City Cleaning Corporation, inscribed by Lu Mingyuan. Although still modest, it provided a stable and respectable base for conducting business, where carts and horses for transporting fertilizer began to congregate, gradually creating a lively atmosphere. Chapter 22. Striking at the vital point in Hu Jiu's eyes. The southern city of Tianqi City resembled a murky pond in his own backyard, teeming with various fish and turtles. No matter how turbid or foul the water became, it was still his pond, the fish swimming within, the shrimp leaping on the shore, and even the loaches burrowing in the mud were all expected to offer their due tribute as long as they inhaled the air above his waters. This was the unchanging rule of the southern city for decades. In the past, Chen Juan and his gang were merely a few insignificant bubbles emerging from the muddy corners of a bog. A group of destitute refugees scavenging in the foul alleys, engaged in the most menial task of cleaning excrement, had managed to gather some followers and established a so-called cleanliness consortium. Yet, in the eyes of Master Hu Jio, it was nothing more than a child's play, a futile endeavor. Occasionally, he would send someone to collect a nominal fee, which Chen Juan referred to as a consulting fee, paid regularly as a means of securing peace. And the other party, recognizing the unspoken agreement, complied without resistance. Thus, Master Hu Jio turned a blind eye, perceiving it as merely an influx of feeble loaches in his pond, occasionally yielding a bit of profit, unworthy of his attention. However, in recent months, the situation has shifted dramatically. Those loaches have begun to stir with increasing vigor, hinting at an impending transformation. The Cleanliness Consortium's reputation has grown exponentially. Once confined to a few filthy alleys, it has now expanded to encompass nearly half of South City's streets. The number of refugees rallying under its banner has snowballed from a mere handful to over 100, all clad in uniform indigo attire, pushing neatly arranged carts, vociferously chanting slogans as they traverse the streets. The sight, the fervor, incites an inexplicable irritation in onlookers, not to mention the continuous outflow of fertilizer from the city, rumored to have produced a rare dust from the western regions, fetching exorbitant prices, with tales of their financial success igniting envy in the hearts of many. Yet, what troubles Hu Jiu the most, leaving him restless at night, is the merchant cooperative fund initiated by that Chen Juan. The merchants of South City, particularly the smaller shops and workshops lacking substantial backing, have always been a steady source of protection money for Hu Jiu, easily manipulated to yield profits. Each month, his subordinates would arrive on schedule, and the shopkeepers, donning forced smiles, would dutifully hand over their payments in pursuit of safety. However, since the inception of this cooperative fund, which offers daily cleaning services and nighttime patrols for a fee, many merchants have begun to waver, especially those who had suffered under Hu Jiu's men or those content with Chen Juan's street cleaning efforts have started to inquire discreetly. It is said that a few shops have even ceased their payments to Hu Jiu, opting instead to contribute to this fund. This is an outright assault on his very foundation. Chen Juan, who once merely played in the mud by the pond's edge, was a nuisance he could ignore. But now, this little loach not only stirs the waters of his pond, but audaciously seeks to construct dams and gates, attempting to divert the fish and shrimp he has nurtured to his own side. This is intolerable. How dare a mere refugee, crawling from the cesspool, a despicable wretch, establish his banner on Hu Jiu's territory when the hearts of the people and undermine his authority? In the smoky, boozy, and blood-soaked confines of his gambling den's back room, Hu Jiu slammed his wine cup down onto the greasy 8 Immortals table with a forceful thud. The cheap yellow wine splattered, soaking the front of his gaudy silk shirt embroidered with gaudy golden thread. On the left side of his face, from the brow bone to the cheek, a deep gash scar, inflicted during a territorial dispute, twisted and writhed under the flickering light of the dim oil lamp. Resembling an unsightly centipede sprawled across his visage. When he smiled, a chilling malice emanated from him. In the past, I had misjudged him, thinking he was merely a cunning peasant who could be easily appeased with a bit of money. Little did I know he was a treacherous wolf, one that, having been fed, sought to bite the hand that fed him. Grinding his teeth, his voice emerged from between clenched jaws, thick with nasal tones and hostility. Ninth Master, that young lad has been acting rather audaciously of late. A weaselly assistant, with a furtive demeanor, leaned in to stoke the flames. I've heard their Western Region S cleansing powder can fetch 5 taels of silver per load. It's a fierce competition. Their daily earnings are substantial. The brothers below are watching closely, saying you, Ninth Master, are too lenient with this newcomer who knows no decorum, which makes it seem as if we are intimidated by them. Intimidated? Hujui's slanted eyes gleamed with ferocity as he slammed his palm onto the table, causing the dishes to rattle. I, Hujio, have navigated the South City for 30 years. Whom have I ever feared? Even the county magistrate must show me some respect. A mere muckraker, does he think he can instill fear in me? He abruptly turned his head to the shadowy figure, resembling a silent iron tower. Wang San. Ninth Master, the man replied in a deep voice, stepping forward from the shadows. He was extraordinarily tall and robust, nearly brushing against the low beams of the room. His exposed arms were muscular, gleaming with a black iron-like sheen from years of toil, adorned with numerous scars. His broad face bore little expression, except for the occasional flicker of a beastly ferocity in his bovine-like eyes. He was Hujui's top enforcer, a notorious figure in the South City underworld, known by the moniker Iron Hand Wang San, reputed to possess the strength to fell a bull with a single blow, gather a few nimble and tight-lipped brothers. Hujui narrowed his eyes, the scar on his face contorting to appear even more menacing. Go and give that so-called cleaning organization a taste of our might. Let them understand who rules this territory in South City, who is the master, and who the subordinate. A fleeting glimmer of bloodlust sparked in Wang San's eyes. Ninth Master, what shall we do? Injure a few of them? Or, no fatalities? Hujui interrupted, his fury tempered by years of streetwise experience that allowed him to retain a sliver of rationality. The authorities have been cracking down on public order lately. A death would invite trouble, especially with that young man gaining some notoriety. If he were to actually kill someone, it would end poorly. He paused, then smiled sinisterly. Just smash everything they use to make a living. Whatever carts, sacks, tools, and that ramshackle compost yard, destroy them all. Let them realize that without these items, they are merely a bunch of beggars waiting for their demise. And let those merchants trailing behind them understand where to place their reverence in South City. Understood. Wang San nodded emphatically, cracking his knuckles with a sound like dry twigs snapping, a cruel excitement flickering across his face. Rest assured, I will ensure they cannot operate for 3 days, and their morale will dissipate significantly. Go then, be discreet, and leave no trace. Certainly, on a moonless night, with the wind howling and autumn's depths settling in, it is precisely the favored hour for phantoms and specters to roam. The composting site is situated in a natural, relatively low-lying wasteland at the base of the southern city wall, originally a dumping ground for refuse. It has been transformed by Chen Juan into the core production area of the Cleanliness Bureau. By day, this place is bustling with life, as voices rise and vehicles traverse. Steam billows from the fermentation pits, rendering it a fertile ground for the miraculous transformation of decay. Yet, as night falls, especially in the latter half, it becomes desolate and silent, permeated by an intricate aroma that mingles the freshness of the fields with the distinctive scent of fermenting fertilizer. In the distance, the wind lantern atop the arrow tower of the city wall flickers like a solitary, ghostly eye in the dark, casting a faint and quivering light that further deepens the ambiguity and enigma of this hollow ground. According to the regulations set by Chen Juan, for vagrants are tasked with guarding the site at night. Their primary responsibilities include fire prevention, as the organic materials in the compost may spontaneously combust, warding off wild dogs and cats, and preventing theft of fertilizer or tools. The guards typically form pairs, clutching rudimentary spears fashioned from sharpened hardwood, resembling crude substitutes for proper pikes, and patrol periodically between the shed and the fermentation pits. Most of the time, they huddle together to fend off the biting cold and drowsiness of the late hours. This night's watch is undertaken by Old Son and his nephew, along with two other robust young vagrants. Old Son, seasoned and wary, remains vigilant despite the string of peaceful nights. However, the deep autumn chill weighs heavily, and as the night drags on, weariness washes over him like a tide. The two young men, leaning against the wind-sheltered earthen wall of the shed, clutch their spears and begin to doze off. Old Son, forcing himself to stay alert, engages his nephew in quiet conversation, his eyes scanning the indistinct shapes in the darkness. At that moment, an exceedingly faint rustle, akin to gravel stirred by the night breeze, emanates from the thicket at the edge of the hollow. Old Son's ears perk up, instantly alerting him as he whispers sharply, "Who's there? What was that sound?" His nephew, stirred awake, grips his spear tightly. The sound fades, leaving only the mournful sigh of the wind. "Did I hear wrong, uncle?" The nephew rubs his eyes groggily. Old Son, feeling a gnawing unease, is about to rouse the other two companions when suddenly, whoosh, a piercing whistle, sharp and brief, slices through the stillness like a night owl's cry. Before the whistle fades, a dozen dark figures leap forth from the shadows surrounding the hollow, emerging stealthily from behind the earthen embankments and thickets, akin to long-concealed leopards. Their movements are swift and soundless, imbued with a fierce training, as they charge towards the shed and the guarding vagrants. "Who are you?" Old Son's hair stands on end, his voice a raspy shout as he thrusts his spear forward. His nephew also roars in defiance. Yet the assailants arrive too quickly, their numbers overwhelming. The foremost figure, a towering shadow, none other than Wang San, does not flinch, sidestepping Old Son's thrust with ease, his massive hand seizing the spear's shaft in a lightning-fast grip, twisting and wrenching it away. Old Son feels an irresistible force surge through him, his grip shattering, the spear slipping from his hands. In the same motion, Wang San's other hand, wielding a short iron rod, strikes brutally across Old Son's left shoulder blade. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing echoes chillingly through the silent night. Old Son let out a piercing, brief scream, collapsing like a felled tree, soaring sideways before crashing heavily onto the cold, muddy ground. The excruciating pain caused him to curl up into a ball, expelling breath but unable to inhale. His nephew, witnessing the scene, was consumed by rage, howling as he lunged toward Wang San, only to be struck on the calf and lower back by two nearby ruffians wielding iron rulers, collapsing to the ground with a wail, soon overwhelmed by a relentless barrage of fists, kicks, and clubs. Meanwhile, two young vagrants, jolted awake, had barely grasped the situation when they seized nearby wooden sticks, only to be encircled by a greater number of assailants. The sound of clubs and iron rulers slicing through the air echoed as they struck flesh, producing dull thuds interspersed with the sharp cracks of breaking bones and suppressed groans of agony. Resistance was futile. The disparity in numbers, weaponry, and ferocity was insurmountable. Within mere breaths, all four guards lay sprawled in a pool of blood and mud, moaning in torment, convulsing, stripped of all capacity to resist. The entire ordeal, from the whistle's blare to the final collapse of the last man, transpired with a suffocating swiftness, lasting no longer than the time it takes to sip a cup of hot tea. It was clean, decisive, and ruthless. Wang San did not even glance at the groaning vagrants on the ground, as if he had merely crushed a few insects underfoot. With a wave of his hand, he bellowed, "Smash! Leave not a single piece intact." The ruffians, long since impatient, surged forth like ravenous wolves into a sheepfold, howling as they descended upon various facilities in the work shed and compost yard. The pristine, single-wheeled carts and double-wheeled barrows, symbols of the clean general's expansion hopes, were savagely battered by heavy hammers and mallets. Sturdy wooden axles splintered, wheels were torn off and crushed, and the carts were overturned as the ruffians laughed maniacally while trampling them. The neatly stacked green burlap sacks, intended for transporting clean dust powder, were slashed open haphazardly with daggers and cleavers, the precious, dark brown fertilizer flowing like black blood onto the ground, mingling with mud and blood, exuding a nauseating odor. The wide bamboo mats used for drying fertilizer were torn to shreds and trampled into the muck. Tools stored in the shed, shovels, rakes, brooms, were either broken or thrown aside. Even the large iron pot used to heat water for the night watch and to steam certain supplementary materials during the day was lifted by several ruffians and smashed to the ground, with hammers creating gaping holes. Destruction, un restaurant destruction. The intent was clear: to obliterate all foundations sustaining the operations of the clean general. The crack of breaking wood, the ripping of burlap, the clanging of iron, and the ruffians' ecstatic howls melded with the faint moans of the injured, composing a savage and violent symphony of annihilation in the dead of night. Wang San, arms crossed, observed this chaos with a cold gaze, as if admiring his own masterpiece. When he deemed it sufficient, he waved his hand. "Enough, let us go." The ruffians, still reveling in their brutality, paused, exchanging glances filled with satisfaction and cruel delight. They quickly gathered, following Wang San silently, retreating into the darkness at the edge of the hollow, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. Amidst the desolation lay a scene reminiscent of a tempest's wrath, with 4 refugees sprawled in a pool of crimson, their fates uncertain. While the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, manure, and the dust of destruction, attesting to the recent horror. The news arrived at the break of dawn, as the first pale rays of morning light struggled to illuminate this hellish compost yard, brought forth by a refugee who had painstakingly crawled for nearly half an hour to reach the entrance of the clean headquarters. This individual was the nephew of Old Sun, fortunate enough to have sustained only superficial injuries despite enduring several blows. Overwhelmed by pain and terror, he had briefly succumbed to unconsciousness, only to be awakened by the biting cold of the night. Witnessing his uncle and 2 companions lying motionless in the blood-soaked earth, along with a ravaged compost yard, an overwhelming surge of fear and rage propelled him to muster his last ounce of strength and crawl towards the headquarters. Emerging in a muddied, bloodied state, nearly unrecognizable, he pounded on the door with all his might. The night watchman opened the door to reveal a face twisted in agony from blood loss and torment, yet brimming with despair and dread. "Hu Jui's men have destroyed the compost yard. Sun Bo and the others are in dire straits," he managed to utter before falling into unconsciousness. At that moment, Anu was in the courtyard, organizing the morning's cleaning routes and work sequences. Hearing the commotion, he rushed outside, and upon seeing the refugee's horrific condition and piecing together his fragmented words, a deafening realization struck him. A torrent of fiery blood surged to his head. His instinct screamed that it was undoubtedly the vile Hu Jui behind this heinous act, an insidious nighttime assault, destruction, and injury. This was a blatant provocation. In a fit of fury, Anu yanked the iron whistle from around his neck, intended for summoning assistance, ready to blow it with fervor. "Brothers, arm yourselves," Anu roared, his wrath palpable. "Follow me. Let's storm Hao Yui's gambling den. Smash his establishment. Avenge our injured brethren. Let them know that we, from the clean headquarters, are not to be trifled with. Yes, avenge them. We shall clash with them. Arm yourselves. Let us annihilate those bastards." The crowd was ignited with fury. Dozens of refugees felt their eyes redden as they grasped any weapons within reach, poles, wooden otherwise. In the future, who would dare to trample upon us with such insolence? I did not suggest submission. Chen Juan approached the unconscious refugee, the nephew of Old Sun, who had been brought under the eaves. He crouched down, disregarding the blood and dirt that marred the man's body, and scrutinized the gruesome bruises, wounds, and the starkly unnatural contortions on his head, face, arms, and calves. "First, take him to the medicinal hall, seek the finest physician, and procure the best remedies. At any cost, we must save his life. He then instructed the two relatively composed guards beside him. Moreover, dispatch someone immediately to the compost yard to check on the condition of the other three brothers, and bring them for treatment as well. All medical expenses, herbal remedies, and compensation for lost word for the injured brothers shall be doubled. We cannot allow our brethren to bleed and feel despondent. The two guards nodded quickly, carefully lifting the injured man away. Only then did Chen Juan gradually rise, his gaze sweeping over the still, furious crowd in the courtyard. With these wooden staves, are you charging into Hu Jiu's gambling den to meet your demise? Or are you prepared to fight for your lives? Anu faltered, opening his mouth to retort, but found himself momentarily speechless. Hu Jiu had operated in the southern city for decades, commanding countless ruthless henchmen, and his gambling house was a fortress fortified with high walls and a multitude of enforcers. With such a small band armed with mere tools, could they truly defeat the ruffians he had trained for violence? Even if they fortuitously managed to breach the premises. Then what? Would the authorities stand idly by while a large-scale brawl erupted in the southern city? In such a scenario, the first to strike would be deemed at fault. Hu Jiu had ample connections and wealth to navigate such matters. What did they possess? Once branded as a mob inciting trouble and violently resisting the law, all prior efforts would be rendered moot, and everyone's livelihood would be irrevocably lost. He walked over to a pile of wrecked carts from the previous night's destruction. These were previously damaged and returned for repair. Casually picking up a broken piece of axle wood, feeling the jagged edges that bore evidence of great force. They only smashed things, destroyed tools, and injured people without going to extremes. At least, it appeared they left some leeway. Chen Juan tossed a piece of wood to the ground and brushed off the wood shavings and dust from his hands. This is not mere plunder, nor is it a quest for money. It is a warning. He turned to face the crowd, and Anu as well. A warning to us that in the southern city, who truly holds the power. A warning to those merchants who have allied with us and contributed to the defense fund. That mingling with us will not yield a favorable outcome. They might even lose their means of sustenance. They aim to use violence to shatter our backbone, to disperse our unity, and to reduce us to a mere mass of clay, easily molded by others. Anu, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "So are we to let this go? Shall we endure this punishment in vain? Was the destruction of our place for nothing? Brother Juan, if we back down this time, how shall we ever establish ourselves again in the southern city? The brothers cannot swallow this grievance. Let it go." Chen Juan smirked slightly, a hint of irony gracing his lips. He smashed our carts to hinder our movement. He injured our men to instill fear and discourage them from following us. He approached Anu. Anu, clashing teeth with a beast head-on is the most foolish strategy. Even the most formidable beasts, with their sharp teeth and powerful claws, harbor vulnerabilities to tickling, pain, and even death. The Achilles heel of Master Hu Jiu is not his seemingly impregnable gambling den, nor the raucous henchmen under his command. What could it be? Anu inquired urgently. Chen Juan refrained from providing a direct answer. He turned, his gaze settling upon Lu Mingyuan, who had remained silently standing at the entrance, evidently engulfed in shock and fury. "Mr. Liu, I kindly request that you compile a detailed list of all our cooperative merchants at the cleaning headquarters, particularly those who have officially contributed to the Merchant Joint Defense Fund. Please include their names, addresses, business activities, and monthly payment amounts. The more thorough, the better. And do so promptly." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyuan's spirits lifted as he discerned Chen Juan's deeper intent. He nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, the draft has already been prepared. I shall finalize it at once and present it within a quarter of an hour." Chen Juan nodded, then turned his attention back to the still restless Anu. They favored brute force, relishing in the ability to subjugate others through violence. Hence, they must engage in strategies that elude their comprehension, employing a more refined approach that could prove more discomforting to them. To strike at the serpent, one must aim for its vulnerable underbelly. If we are to attack, we cannot merely knock out a few teeth or scratch the surface. We must dismantle the very foundation upon which their extortion and tyranny are built. Chapter 23. Solidarity the day following the assault on the compost yard. The cleaning services on several main streets of South City were unprecedentedly suspended. Without prior notice or explanatory announcements, the merchants and residents, accustomed to being awakened by the soft rustle of brooms in the early morning, opened their doors only to be greeted by the remnants of yesterday's chaos. Scattered leaves, dust, fruit peels, and even remnants of some inebriated individual's indiscretions, swirling in the chill of the autumn morning. It was not that Chen Juan lacked the will to act. Rather, the situation had become untenable. Anu was preoccupied with assessing the damages, her heart bleeding for the losses. The brand-new wheelbarrows and carts had either suffered broken axles, torn bodies, or had missing wheels, with scarcely 1 in 10 being salvageable. The core tools of the compost yard, sacks, and drying facilities lay in ruins. More critically, the 4 vagrant brothers on duty had sustained severe injuries, with old Sun suffering a comminuted fracture of the left scapula. The physician shook his head, indicating that even if the bone healed, the arm would likely remain incapacitated for heavy labor. The other 3 bore bruises and contusions, with cracked ribs, and would be bedridden for no less than 10 days to 2 weeks. Anu herself bore a deep gash on her arm, inflicted by Wang San's iron ruler, exposing bone. Though hastily bandaged, any exertion sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through her. The operational core of the cleaning headquarters had endured a near-catastrophic blow. The work shed had collapsed partially, necessitating reconstruction. Vehicles and tools required repair or replacement. The injured brothers needed medical attention and compensation. And, most importantly, the morale of the workers was shaken. A palpable sense of unease, thick and suffocating, permeated the air, mingled with fear and confusion. The vagrants were unafraid of dirt or toil, yet they dreaded the unseen malice that could spring forth from the shadows, capable of obliterating all they had recently acquired. This disquiet spread throughout the streets of South City, intricately linked to their plight. Those who initially harbored expectations for the Cleanliness Corporation, having signed contracts for sanitation management fees and enjoyed daily scheduled cleaning services, transitioned swiftly from shock and sympathy to hushed whispers and furtive glances. They congregated at the entrances of their respective shops, or exchanged words across counters in muted tones, their eyes flickering toward the direction of the Cleanliness Corporation, then darting away to the corners of the street, as if on guard against some impending threat. Have you heard? Last night, the compost yard was smashed by the men of Old Master Hu. Utterly wrecked. Several were injured. I said it before. Chen Juan and his gang are making too much noise. It was only a matter of time before something went wrong. Is Old Master Hu someone to be trifled with? In the South City, his word is law. This is it. The cleaning has ceased, and the streets are in disarray. Alas, Old Master Hu is making an example of us. I fear Chen Juan and his crew won't withstand this. Our sanitation fees might just go down the drain. Going down the drain is minor. What terrifies me is that Old Master who might think we are too close to Chen Juan and direct his ire toward us. His protection money has never ceased. Amidst these discussions, an atmosphere thick with anxiety about the future, trepidation of Old Master Hu, and pessimism regarding the Cleanliness Corporation's prospects prevailed. Some had even discreetly dispatched aides to convey messages to Old Master Hu, indicating that this month's tribute would be delivered by afternoon. Old Master Hu's warning had an immediate effect. Not only had he shattered Chen Juan's livelihood, but he had also succeeded in sowing seeds of fear anew in a territory recently touched by the regulations of the Cleanliness Corporation, reminding everyone who the true master of the domain was. Just as everyone anticipated, Chen Juan would erupt in fury, either rallying the remaining men to confront Old Master Hu or resigning in defeat and retreating from the South City. His reaction took all by surprise. He did not hasten to repair the damaged vehicles and tools, nor did he immediately post notices to recruit additional manpower. He did not even issue commands in the main hall of the corporation or lament over the devastated compost yard. Instead, he instructed Anu to ensure that the most severely injured, including the elderly son, were promptly taken to the apothecary, prepaying sufficient medical fees and promising that the corporation would cover all subsequent living and treatment expenses until their recovery. He then organized the cleanup of the chaotic compost yard, salvaging what could still be used and discarding the irreparable as firewood. As for himself, he donned a freshly laundered, albeit patched, blue long gown, accompanied by the equally tidy Lu Mingyuan. Together, they held a meticulously compiled list and departed from the sewage alley, embarking on a door-to-door visit to each establishment. On the list were all the merchants who had engaged in business with the Cleanliness Corporation since its inception, numbering around 60 to 70 establishments. Among them, over 30 were core clients who paid a fixed sanitation management fee each month, availing themselves of the corporation's daily scheduled cleaning and garbage collection services, primarily comprising larger restaurants, fabric shops, apothecaries, inns, and silver shops along several main streets in the South City. Chen Juan's target was precisely these 30-odd establishments. They are the visage of the southern city's commerce, a vital source of income for the protection fees collected by Master Hu, and the cornerstone that Chen Juan must strive to secure and rely upon in his forthcoming plans. Their first destination is the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, an establishment situated at the most bustling intersection of Southern City. This three-story wooden building, adorned with flying eaves and bracketed roofs, though not as lavish as the truly opulent establishments in the eastern part of the city, stands as the pinnacle within Southern City, thriving with business and reaping substantial profits. The proprietor, Mr. Chen, is a slender middle-aged man, astute and skilled in maneuvering, yet notably cautious and averse to trouble. When the attendant announced the visit of Mr. Chen and Mr. Liu from the Cleanliness General Office, Mr. Chen, who had been calculating at the counter, paused momentarily, a flicker of subtle embarrassment and anxiety passing across his face. Regaining his composure, he gestured for the attendant to escort the guest to a secluded room on the second floor. After lingering for a moment, he mustered a professional smile, tinged with reluctance and guardedness, and entered. "Ah, Mr. Chen, Mr. Liu, what an honor to have you here. What brings you two esteemed guests to our humble establishment?" Mr. Chen greeted warmly, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Chen Juan's unblemished arm and Lu Mingyuan's composed countenance, as if assessing their intentions and state. Neither Chen Juan nor Lu Mingyuan took a seat. Chen Juan merely nodded slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement, his gaze steady upon Mr. Chen. "Mr. Chen, let us dispense with the pleasantries," Chen Juan stated directly. "I trust you have heard of the incident at the compost yard last night. The suspension of street cleanliness is regrettable, and I apologize for the inconvenience it has caused you and the Drunken Immortal Pavilion." "Oh, Mr. Chen, you are too harsh." "Too harsh," Mr. Chen interjected, repeatedly waving his hands, his face exhibiting just the right amount of sympathy and sighing. What occurred last night was indeed an unforeseen calamity. In broad daylight, or rather under a dark moon and howling winds, such brazen bandits, you and your brothers have suffered greatly. This suspension of cleanliness is unavoidable. I understand. It is indeed a challenge. Chen Juan nodded, but then abruptly shifted the conversation's direction. "However, Mr. Chen, the ramifications of this issue extend far beyond my Cleanliness General Office and are not merely confined to a few days of unkempt streets." Mr. Chen's smile faltered slightly. Chen Juan moved to the window of the private room, pushed it open halfway, and pointed to the imposing entrance of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion below, along with the street that, though hastily cleaned, still bore visible refuse and stains. "You see, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion flourishes with patrons, especially on the second and third floors where distinguished guests frequent, who value cleanliness and decorum." Chen Juan's voice remained calm, yet each word resonated profoundly with Mr. Chen. When the street is clean, guests enjoy the view from the windows, their spirits lifted. However, if the streets become filthy, with foul odors returning, flies proliferating, and sewage flowing, Mr. Chen, do you think those discerning guests will still wish to dine in your establishment, overlooking the stinking gutter, inhaling unpleasant smells, and witnessing flies buzzing about? Perhaps they might tolerate it once or twice, but over time, will the reputation of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion as Southern City's premier establishment not suffer in the eyes of its patrons? The muscles in Mr. Chen's face twitched involuntarily, his throat constricting as he struggled to articulate a response, momentarily rendered speechless. This was precisely the concern that haunted him. From frugality to extravagance is a simple transition, yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. In recent months, the streets have become cleaner, complaints from patrons have diminished, and even the proprietor himself feels a refreshing ambience at the entrance, seemingly making business more favorable. However, should this situation revert abruptly, the contrast would be stark, and dissatisfaction among customers would inevitably intensify. This is particularly true for discerning regulars and esteemed guests. Chen Juan keenly observed their reactions, without waiting for a response. He stepped closer, lowering his voice further. Moreover, Master Qian, it was my compost yard's vehicle that was vandalized last night, and my personnel who were assaulted. This acts as a test, or perhaps a warning. The target of this warning extends beyond our cleaning establishment. He fixed his gaze on Master Qian as somewhat evasive eyes. This time, they targeted my venue. Next time, if they perceive any of the proprietors as being too closely aligned with our headquarters, or if any proprietor's offerings fail to meet their satisfaction, might they not come at midnight to deface your gilded sign at Zui Xianlu? Or, more simply, might they douse your grand entrance with buckets of filth, rendering your esteemed establishment a true drunken stench house? Master Qian's complexion drained to a pallid hue. His lips quivered as he struggled to retort. Yet the words remained lodged in his throat. He was acutely aware that the likes of Hu Jiuyi were indeed capable of such actions. There had been establishments in the past that, for their insubordination, had been splattered with excrement and had their doors smashed. Yet, as time passed, all had learned to comply, paying their dues monthly to ensure safety over the years. Chen Juan laid bare his deepest fears and the harsh repercussions he dreaded facing. What would you do then? Report to the authorities? By the time the officials sauntered over, those who had thrown filth would have long vanished. Even if a few were apprehended, they would merely be expendable scapegoats, released after a few days, only to return with greater vengeance. Would you hire guards at your own expense? Setting aside the difficulty of finding reliable guards and the exorbitant costs, could 3 or 5 guards possibly fend off the relentless harassment from Hu Jiuye's reckless ruffians? Would you even be able to continue your business? Each of these statements struck at the very core of Master Qian's heart, instilling a profound sense of panic. This represented the stark reality faced by him and the majority of merchants in South City, who had precariously endured under the shadow of Hu Jiuyi for years. Paying was akin to sacrificing flesh. Refusing could mean losing one's life. Mr. Chen's implication led Master Qian to grasp at what seemed like a lifeline, prompting an urgent inquiry. Chen Juan cast a glance at Lu Mingyuan, who understood the cue and retrieved a neatly pinned document crafted from mulberry paper. Presenting it to Master Qian with both hands, I proposed to take the lead in establishing a merchant mutual defense insurance fund. Chen Juan articulated a term that was utterly foreign to both Master Qian and Lu Mingyuan. Insurance fund? Master Qian took the document, staring blankly at the words, then looked up at Chen Juan, his expression riddled with confusion. Although Lu Mingyuan was well-versed, the term insurance in this era typically referred to guarantees and assurances. Its conjunction with fund in this context was new to him as well, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Simply put, it signifies that we collectively contribute, banding together for mutual support, thereby safeguarding ourselves. Chen Juan endeavored to explain using the simplest and most direct language, aiming for Master Qian to grasp the concept immediately. Any merchant who joins this mutual defense fund is required to contribute a modest monthly fee, the amount of which is negotiable, yet undoubtedly far less than the extortionate sums currently paid to Hu Jiuyi for protection. Chen Juan raised a finger to emphasize that this contribution is not directed to a singular individual, but rather pooled collectively to form a fund. He then raised a second finger, stating that the funds within this pool would serve 2 clear and public purposes. First, should incidents akin to last night occur again, such as property damage, vandalism, or harassment, resulting in an interruption of services or harm to any merchant's establishment, verified malicious intent would allow for compensation from this fund, thereby mitigating the financial risk for individual merchants. Second, he raised his second finger, his gaze sharp. asserting that part of this money would be allocated to hire a dedicated security team, solely answerable to the Funds Council. This security team would not engage in any other activities, but would conduct regular patrols within the districts where the participating merchants operate, particularly intensifying their vigilance during nighttime. Their primary objective would be to safeguard against the harassment, vandalism, and extortion perpetrated by Hujui's unscrupulous subordinates. The recruitment, training, and management of this security team would be overseen by representatives elected by the merchants, with all expenditures transparent and accessible for review by all contributors, ensuring accountability. As Chen Juan concluded his remarks, the tavern owner, holding the draft of the Merchant Mutual Assistance and Defense Agreement, stared wide-eyed at Chen Juan, and then at Lu Mingyuan, as if he had just heard the most fantastical tale. The notion of paying for protection while simultaneously receiving compensation in the event of loss, with transparent accounting and shared management, was utterly unprecedented. It appeared radically superior to the anguish of surrendering hard-earned money to Hujui, the proverbial vampire, and living in perpetual dread. Profit, autonomy, and safety, these concepts whirled in his mind with fervor. Yet, a troubling thought emerged. Was Chen Juan not openly challenging Hujui? Wasn't he entirely undermining the very system of protection fees that Hujui enforced? What would happen if Hujui discovered this? Surely, he would not stand idly by. At that moment, Lu Mingyuan, who had been silently listening, seized the opportunity to speak, his voice clear and imbued with the persuasive authority characteristic of an educated man. He had fully grasped Chen Juan's intentions and swiftly identified the theoretical foundation supporting this vision. Hujui, regardless of his ferocity, was merely a local bully, a petty tyrant thriving on the oppression of the weak, lacking any legitimate standing. Lu Mingyuan stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Juan. If only one or two merchants dared defy him by refusing to pay for protection, he could easily intimidate them, demonstrating his power by punishing them as an example to others. The authorities often turned a blind eye to such community disputes. However, he shifted his tone, emphasizing, if 10 streets, dozens of merchants, or even hundreds united in a written agreement to pool resources for the establishment of a protective force aimed solely at safeguarding their enterprises from unlawful harm. This would be a legitimate and principled act of mutual assistance and self-protection. At that time, the entire South City Commercial Street would see the majority of its merchants united as one, advancing and retreating in unison. Would the esteemed Hujui dare to confront them one by one as he had in the past? If he truly had the audacity to act against so many merchants simultaneously, it would no longer be a mere civil dispute, but a blatant provocation against the order of commerce, coercing the innocent and resembling civil unrest. At such a juncture, could the authorities remain indifferent? Would the court's laws still permit him such arrogance? Lu Mingyuan's words were reasoned and compelling, resonating with clarity as he dissected the power of unity and the principle of collective responsibility. Manager Qian was deeply stirred by his discourse. Indeed, Mr. Lu's assertions held substantial merit. Moreover, Manager Qian, if you were to calculate carefully, once we unite this time, the monthly tribute paid to Hujui would be entirely eliminated. That is no trifling sum. Over a year, it amounts to dozens, if not hundreds, of taels of silver. Previously, that money merely nourished a predator. Henceforth, it would transform into tangible profits for your Zue Xianlu. Indeed, the offerings received by Hujui each month often accounted for more than a tenth of his net profits. If this sum could be saved, how much could the profits of Zue Xianlu increase? He could utilize these funds to renovate the establishment, introduce new dishes, grant wage increases to his staff, or bolster his own personal savings. This temptation was significant enough to compel Manager Qian to temporarily suppress his fear of Hujui and seize the seemingly elusive yet clearly articulated path to survival envisioned by Chen Juan and Lu Mingyuan. Finally, with resolve, Manager Qian declared, "Boss Chen, Mr. Lu, allow me to examine the details of this agreement once more, and I shall confer with my longtime associates behind the counter. By tomorrow, or at the latest the day after, I will certainly provide you both with a definitive answer." He did not immediately acquiesce, yet neither did he decline, leaving room for negotiation. This was already one of the most favorable outcomes anticipated by Chen Juan. Such a significant matter deserved careful deliberation. Chen Juan did not press him, but rather expressed understanding, bowing respectfully. "Then we shall await good news from you, Manager Chen. Please take this draft of the agreement to review at your leisure. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to consult Mr. Liu at the main office." With that, Chen Juan ceased further discourse, and, accompanied by Lu Mingyuan, departed, leaving Manager Chen in a state of emotional turmoil, restlessly contemplating the thin draft of the agreement in profound thought. In the ensuing 2 days, Chen Juan and Lu Mingyuan diligently functioned as the most ardent advocates, armed with a continually refined merchant mutual assistance and defense agreement, visiting one by one the 30 or so core merchants on their list. The process proved even more arduous than engaging with Zue Xian Lu, fraught with evasion, trepidation, hesitation, and outright refusals. "Boss Chen, I appreciate your goodwill, but the risks involved are far too great. You are well aware of Hu Jui's methods. We operate on a modest scale and cannot withstand such upheaval." This was the initial reaction of the majority of merchants, who would either close their doors to visitors or lament their plight without even glancing at the agreement. "Joint defense? Hiring guards? Boss Chen, it's not that I underestimate you, but your main office is barely maintaining its own safety. What assurance do you have that a guard force would be effective? Should the time come when money is spent, guards are hired, and Hu Jui arrives, only to see them flee, would we not be left with nothing but losses?" This reflects a profound skepticism regarding the strength and credibility of the clean general bank. Public accounts? Joint management? Such eloquent phrases. Ultimately, does it not rest in the hands of the bank's higher-ups? When funds are pooled together, can we truly discern their rightful ownership? Is there not a hint of intent to exploit this pretext for further gain? This embodies a lack of trust in financial management and transparency. Moreover, there are suspicions that they may have received prior notice from Lord Hu, or perhaps they are already part of his network, exhibiting an exceedingly hostile demeanor. Get lost. What nonsense about joint defense? Should you dare to spread rumors and disrupt South City again, I will report you to the authorities on the spot. Lord Hu is the true protector of South City. What significance do you hold? They faced a barrage of rejections, from slammed doors to cold shoulders, skepticism, ridicule, and even threats. Chen Juan and Lu Mingyuan encountered nearly every conceivable form of dismissal. Lu Mingyuan, a scholar, had never before experienced such disdain and scorn. Several times, his face turned pale with anger, his beard trembling, nearly causing him to storm out. Yet, upon observing Chen Juan's unwavering calmness, occasionally graced with a subtle, almost imperceptible smile, as if everything were within his grasp, he forcibly suppressed the indignation and humiliation swelling within him. He understood that Chen Juan was waging a war for the hearts and consensus of interests. The ice of indifference does not freeze overnight. Lord Hu's shadow had loomed over South City for over a decade. A mere few persuasive arguments would not suffice to dispel it. What he needed was a spark. The first brave souls willing to ignite the flames of resistance upon the frozen tundra of fear. The quantity was inconsequential. What mattered was the quality and influence. Their efforts were not entirely fruitless. Among the merchants they persuaded, a few exhibited a profound animosity and willingness to resist Lord Hu far beyond the others. For instance, Manager Su of Rui Fuxiang Silk Store. Approaching 50, he was a man of integrity and had a thriving business. He had a single daughter, aged 28, who possessed considerable beauty. Last Mid-Autumn Festival, while accompanying her mother to offer incense at the temple, Miss Su encountered a few drunken ruffians under Lord Hu's command on her way home, who harassed her in the street with vile language and even physical advances. Although they were thwarted by her companions and passers-by before a calamity could occur, Miss Su was profoundly shaken, falling gravely ill upon her return, and has since withdrawn from public life, her demeanor becoming timid and withdrawn. Manager Su has harbored resentment over this incident, but dared not voice his anger due to Lord Hu's oppressive tyranny. Chen Juan's proposal for joint defense, particularly the hiring of a patrol guard for protection and compensation for malicious harm, struck a chord deep within Manager Su's heart, addressing his most painful scars and deepest desires. With reddened eyes and trembling hands, he solemnly pressed his fingerprint onto the intention list of the Covenant. Similarly, there was the newly opened ULI Inn, managed by a capable man named Han in his 30s, who had ventured to Tianchi City from afar, brimming with audacity, since he refused to pay the exorbitant protection fees dictated by Lord Hu. His inn had endured relentless turmoil since its opening, be it stones hurled at windows in the dead of night or drunken men causing a ruckus at the doorstep during the day. Neither could be chased away, nor did reporting to the authorities yield any results, severely impacting his business. Manager Han had long been seething with frustration, yearning for a means to resist. Chen Juan's proposal illuminated a glimmer of hope for him. He inquired in detail about the formation, training, and command structure of the Guard Brigade, expressing particular admiration for the transparency of the accounts, deeming it a viable long-term strategy. He was the second to affix his fingerprint. Additionally, Li, the proprietor of Tongji Hall Pharmacy, faced frequent harassment for refusing to sell precious medicinal materials at a low price to unscrupulous merchants colluding with Master Hu. As an old-school businessman, Li valued amiability in trade. However, he had long harbored a deep disdain for Master Hu's tyrannical behavior. The proposal put forth by Chen Juan piqued his interest as a potential opportunity. These merchants represented the sparks Chen Juan sought. Each bore their own wounds and grievances, yet all shared discontent with the status quo and the motivation to instigate change, albeit lacking organization and leadership. Simultaneously, Chen Juan instructed Lu Mingyuan to refine the Merchant Mutual Assistance and Defense Agreement based on the feedback gathered during the lobbying efforts, ensuring it was more robust, equitable, and operationally viable. The mechanisms for joining and exiting were clarified, and the standards for contributions to the fund were delineated, categorized by shop size, location, and industry risk to ensure fairness. The process and criteria for compensation were meticulously articulated, particularly emphasizing the method of electing the board, their responsibilities, and the specifics regarding financial transparency and auditing. Lu Mingyuan even drew upon select passages from the rights of Zhou and Guanzi regarding community mutual aid and local governance, of course, through his own creative interpretation, bestowing upon this agreement a veneer of ancient legitimacy aligned with revered philosophical ideals. To further alleviate any lingering doubts, Chen Juan made a remarkable decision. He instructed Lu Mingyuan to append a special note at the end of the agreement, as a gesture of sincerity and shared risk. The Southern City Cleanliness Corporation would voluntarily contribute 50 taels of silver as initial seed funding for the defense fund, pledging to absorb additional risks beyond the standard compensation limits during the fund's initial operation. This sum and commitment could only begin to be recouped gradually after the fund had been officially established and operational for 1 year, provided there was a surplus. 50 taels. This amount represented nearly all of the liquidity the Cleanliness Corporation could mobilize, aside from reserved wages and essential expenses. Chen Juan was essentially placing himself at the gambling table, wagering his own capital and life to demonstrate that his intentions were not mere empty rhetoric or a scheme for profit, but rather a genuine commitment to share risks and rewards with the community. Concurrently, he instructed Anu to discreetly circulate the word among merchants. Those who joined the Mutual Defense Fund in its inaugural batch would not only enjoy the protection and compensation rights of the fund, but would also receive a permanent 20% discount on cleaning fees once services were restored. Additionally, they would be granted priority procurement rights and certain price advantages for the Western region's dust cleaning powder, with the carrot and the stick. Visible benefits paired with tangible promises of shared risk. Chen Juan's strategy incrementally chipped away at the towering walls of fear within the merchants' hearts. 3 days later, in a modest hall of the Cleanliness Corporation, which had just undergone roof repairs and still bore the dampness of fresh walls, the inaugural preparatory meeting for the Southern City Merchant Mutual Defense Fund Board finally convened. However, the number of merchant representatives present was far fewer than anticipated, only 12. Less than half of Chen Juan's initial target of 30. However, as Chen Juan gazed upon the 12 faces, some filled with excitement, others with apprehension, determination, or hesitation, he felt a rare sense of reassurance welling up within him. These 12 individuals were the creme de la creme he had meticulously selected and persuaded to remain after much deliberation. They included manager Qian from Zhuai Xianlu, who ultimately gritted his teeth and joined, manager Su from Ruei Fuxiang, manager Han from Yulian, manager Li from Tongjitang, along with 8 other proprietors of establishments wielding considerable influence in their respective neighborhoods, including taverns, fabric shops, general stores, and transport businesses. While they may not represent the pinnacle of commerce in the South City, they are all respectable business people with stable enterprises and clientele. They share a visceral understanding of the oppression imposed by Master Hu Jio and possess a fervent desire for change. Their coalition is poised to form a formidable force, particularly within the commercial sphere of South City. The meeting did not unfold smoothly. It could even be described as raucous. Heated debates arose regarding the monthly contributions to the fund, the classification of tiers, and the criteria for standardization, leading to flushed faces and raised voices. The affluent felt disadvantaged when contributions were based on area, while smaller establishments deemed the risk classification unfair. Disagreements regarding the size, equipment, and remuneration of the guards were equally diverse. Some wished to invest more to hire skilled personnel, while others feared the financial burden of excessive expenditures. The election of representatives was fraught with ulterior motives, as everyone feared that power might fall into unreliable hands. Throughout the tumult, Chen Juan neither forcibly suppressed the discord nor made premature declarations. He merely occupied the position of the convened chairman, attentively listening, occasionally posing guiding questions when discussions reached an impasse, or requesting Lu Mingyuan to document the varying opinions. It was only when the voices of the assembled had grown hoarse and their fervor diminished that he slowly began to speak. Esteemed managers, we are gathered here not to quarrel, but to ensure our survival and to thrive more effectively. His voice, though not loud, commanded the attention of all present. It is only natural that we debate contributions to the guard force and the selection of representatives. This demonstrates our collective investment in this matter and our desire to see it succeed. Chen Juan's gaze swept across the assembly. But I implore you to consider, what is our fundamental objective? Is it merely to save the fees paid to Master Hu Jio for protection? Yes, but it is not solely that. Our ultimate aim is to conduct our business in peace, to sleep soundly at night without the fear of having our signs smashed, our doorways defaced, or our families harassed. A solemn silence enveloped the room. Thus, while details may be negotiated and regulations refined, one principle we must establish from the outset and steadfastly uphold is unity. Chen Juan's tone was resolute. We 12, gathered here today, constitute a singular entity. We rise and fall together. If any one of us encounters misfortune, the others must offer immediate assistance, whether through manpower, effort, or financial support. Should any individual privately negotiate with Master Hu Jio, betraying our collective, they shall become the common enemy of us all, deserving of the harshest punishment, expulsion from the fund, and public exposure of their treachery, rendering them unable to find refuge in South City ever again. Though his words were stark, they resonated within the hearts of his audience like a potent tonic, instilling in them an unprecedented sense of security derived from their collective solidarity. As for the specifics, Chen Juan's tone softened. I propose that today we establish the most fundamental framework. The monthly contributions will be classified into 3 tiers based on the size of the premises, location, and the comprehensive assessment of industry risks, with specific criteria to be drafted by Mr. Liu for everyone's review. The security team will initially recruit 12 members, under the temporary leadership of my brother Anu from the main branch, who will be responsible for both formation and training. Salaries and equipment expenses will be drawn from the fund, with accounts made public monthly. The board will initially consist of 5 directors responsible for daily decision-making and fund oversight. Today we shall elect 3, with the remaining 2 to be appointed as more merchants join. What do you all think? This compromise takes into account the concerns of all parties and clarifies the feasible steps ahead. The crowd exchanged glances and murmured among themselves, ultimately nodding in agreement. I concur. Let's proceed as such. Boss Chun has considered it thoroughly. The subsequent nominations went relatively smoothly. Given the influence of the drunken immortal pavilion, Manager Qian was elected without contest. Manager Su of Rui Fuxiang, due to his past grievances with Old Master Hu, displayed a firm stance and garnered support. Manager Han of the Happy Inn, known for his boldness and ambition, was also selected. Together, these three formed the inaugural board of the Mutual Assistance and Defense Fund. As for the head of the security team, there was unanimous agreement that only Anu from the Clean Main branch possessed both the capability, having once been a soldier familiar with the streets and skilled in combat, and the willingness, due to a direct conflict with Old Master Hu, especially since the Clean Main branch had invested a substantial seed fund and should therefore assume greater responsibility. At Chen Juan's signal, Anu did not decline, clasping his fists in acceptance, his single eye sparkling with ferocity and eagerness. Once everything was preliminarily decided, Lu Mingyuan read aloud the revised formal text of the South City Merchants Mutual Assistance and Defense Agreement, with the 12 managers sequentially pressing their crimson handprints upon it. From that moment forth, they were no longer mere lambs to be slaughtered, but rather a nascent community of shared interests. They had taken their first step in resisting Old Master Hu, as well as in breaking free from the archaic dark rules of South City. Chen Juan observed the 12 vibrant handprints and the rekindled light of hope and dignity in their eyes, silently reflecting, "Old Master Hu, I have found your Achilles heel. Now, it is time for us to strike." Chapter 24. Give him a lesson. The seed fund was presented on the spot by Chen Juan, comprising a sum reserved from Salmon's investment. The weighty coins piled on the table providing reassurance to all present. Anu's actions were swift. He had already scouted several former soldiers and retired militia among the refugees and the former subordinates of Lu Laohai. These individuals were disciplined, cooperative, and capable of measured responses. The security team was tentatively set at 8 members, operating in 2 shifts, equipped with standardized wooden clubs, to avoid the complications that come with blades. Patrolling regularly between the streets that had joined the fund during the night. The newly established Mutual Defense Insurance Fund, though still unsteady, had managed to push aside the oppressive stones weighing down upon them, finally glimpsing the light of day. The streets became clean and peaceful, and the hearts of the people seemed to brighten as well. With the restoration of cleanliness and the presence of the patrol team, even petty thefts diminished. Merchants who have joined the fund have, for the first time, experienced a sense of security and control, although they must expend some money each month. The expenditure is clear, and its effects are visible. In the back room of the gambling den, the scarred face of Hu Jiu twisted grotesquely in the haze of smoke. The teacup in his hand creaked ominously as he squeezed it, and with a final crack, it shattered at his feet, hot tea splattering onto Wang San's boots. Wang San stood upright, his reputed iron arm hanging at his side, veins bulging. "Damn it, the world has turned upside down." Hu Jiu's voice rumbled like a wounded dog. "A bunch of peasants dare to withhold their protection money? That Chen fellow truly doesn't know the lay of the land in the South City." Wang San replied in a deep voice, "Jiu Yi, I will take my brothers and pay another visit, smash that fund sign, and see who dares to refuse." "What good is smashing the sign?" Hu Jiu shot him a glare, his eyes glinting with menace. "Did you not see? The cowards on those streets have suddenly grown bold. Why? Because they believe someone has their back. Who is backing them? It's that Chen Juan, the leader of the vagabonds." He rose to his feet, pacing the narrow back room, his boots crunching on the broken porcelain shards. To capture the thief, one must capture the king. To strike the serpent, one must strike at its vital point. If we do not shatter Chen's bones, turning him into a puddle of mud in the street, those fence-sitters will never learn to fear. He halted, fixing his gaze on Wang San. "You go, bring a few of the most agile, and find out his daily route from the sewage alley to those fund streets. Avoid crowded areas, seek a narrow alley. Do not take his life, the officials are watching. Just incapacitate him, break his legs, and let him crawl back to his sewage alley." A glint of bloodlust flashed in Wang San's eyes. "Understood. Iuye. Leave it to me." Unbeknownst to Chen Juan, a deadly plot was afoot. He was at that moment accompanied by Anu and 2 newly recruited guards. Following their usual route from the main office in Sewage Alley to Mingwei Street, where he was to meet with several directors, including manager Chen, to discuss the expansion of the fund's coverage. These guards have been hired with fund money after its establishment, all of humble origins, having trained for a few days in hand-to-hand combat, sufficient for dealing with ordinary ruffians. On this autumn afternoon, the sunlight was languid, and the stench in the alley seemed to have dissipated somewhat. The alley they traversed was called Cat Alley, narrow, barely accommodating two people side by side, yet it was close. Typically, there would be a smattering of passers-by, but today it was remarkably quiet. Chen Juan walked in the middle, his mind occupied with considerations regarding the fund's expansion, personnel, and expenditures. Anu, a step ahead, habitually scanned their surroundings. The two guards followed closely behind. As they reached the midpoint of the alley, around a corner stacked with broken baskets and wood, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From behind the decrepit wooden crates, a towering figure sprang forth, moving with such swiftness that it stirred a gust of malevolence. It was Wang San. He had a clear target, disregarding the two guards. His massive hand outstretched like a fan, fingers curled like claws, aimed directly at Chen Juan's face. Should he succeed, breaking the bridge of his nose would be the least of his worries. "Brother Juan, watch out." Anu reacted more swiftly than thought itself, instinctively throwing all his strength into a fierce collision with Chen Juan. Chen Juan was jolted, stumbling backward, his back crashing heavily against the earthen wall, dust cascading down around him. With a swift motion, Wang San's hand grazed the tip of Chen Juan's nose, then dug into the earthen wall, forcibly dislodging several hardened clods of dirt. Meanwhile, from both ends of the alley, a group of 7 or 8 ruffians armed with short clubs surged forth, howling as they lunged at the two guards. The guards, lacking experience, were quickly separated and ensnared in a chaotic struggle. Failing to land his strike, Wang San let out a low growl, abandoning Chen Juan as he swung his iron arm, accompanied by a heavy gust of wind, towards Anu, who had just regained his footing and was still catching his breath. If this blow connected, Anu's ribs could easily shatter. Anu had no time to evade. He could only grit his teeth and cross his arms defensively over his chest. With a resounding thud, reminiscent of a wooden mallet striking a sandbag, Anu was swept off the ground and sent flying several paces away, crashing heavily into the earth, sending dust spiraling into the air. His forearms instantly went numb, devoid of sensation, while a tumultuous pain surged within his chest, and he felt a metallic taste in his throat, nearly choking on blood. "Anu!" Chen Juan's eyes reddened with desperation as he attempted to rush forward, only to be ensnared by two ruffians who, while not intent on causing serious harm, brandished their clubs to corner him against the wall. Wang San, grinning malevolently, advanced step by step toward Anu, who struggled to rise. "You little bastard. You still have some loyalty. I'll incapacitate you first, then deal with your master." Anu spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his gaze locked onto Wang San. He understood he was no match for this trained thug. Their strength and technique were worlds apart. Yet, retreat was not an option. Chen Juan was right behind him. Wang San unleashed another powerful punch aimed at Anu's solar plexus. Anu barely managed to pivot, the fist grazing just under his ribs, leaving a fiery sting in its wake. He rolled to the side, his appearance disheveled, but he evaded the critical blow. "Damn it, slippery," Wang San muttered irritably, stepping forward to stomp down on Anu's head. If he landed that blow, it would surely result in either death or severe injury. This was the moment Anu had been waiting for. The instant Wang San shifted his weight forward to strike, lying on the ground, appearing helpless, Anu's right hand swiftly emerged from his sleeve, gripping a short iron ruler, a weapon specially crafted for him by Chen Juan, intended for self-defense in critical moments. He did not evade or block. Instead, he allowed Wang San's boot to descend upon him, curling his body sharply and aiming the sharp end of the ruler at the side of Wang San's supporting leg at the knee joint. Summoning every last ounce of his strength, he thrust upward with all his might. Simultaneously, he raised his left arm to brace against the descending right foot. Crack! A visceral sound echoed, a collision of bone against iron, followed almost instantly by Wang San's unearthly howl, a cry that was more beast than man. Wang San's foot landed squarely on Anu's raised left arm, and Anu distinctly heard the agonizing groan of his own bone under the immense pressure, an excruciating pain engulfing his left side. But at that very moment, the iron ruler's tip found its mark, piercing precisely into the joint seam of Wang San's right knee. Wang San's towering form lurched violently, his right leg bending grotesquely in the opposite direction, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Clutching his leg and emitting a wretched scream akin to that of slaughtered pig, no matter how strong his iron arms were, with a broken leg, he was reduced to nothing but a heap of clay. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the other ruffians utterly astonished. They never anticipated that the invincible Wang Sang would be brought down by this inconspicuous lad in such a brazen, yet ruthlessly effective manner. Wang Sang, eliminate him. Chapter 25. The assault. The ruffians, their eyes ablaze with rage, abandoned the two injured guards and brandished their clubs as they lunged towards Anu, who still lay on the ground. Just then, a shrill, piercing whistle echoed urgently at the alley's mouth. Following closely were the sounds of hurried footsteps and shouts. The Joint Defense Guard team is here. Who dares to commit violence? It was the guards of the Joint Defense Merchant Fund. Hearing the sounds of conflict and cries for help, they immediately blew the copper whistle provided by Chen Juan and rushed to the scene. 7 or 8 men, armed with equal-length clubs and clad in matching vests, stormed into the alley. Realizing the dire situation, the ruffians panicked as they saw the overwhelming numbers against them, especially with Wang Sang incapacitated. Run! Someone shouted, and the ruffians hastily lifted the writhing Wang Sang, making a hasty retreat down the alley, neglecting even the clubs they had dropped. The guards pursued them for a few steps, but, seeing their adversaries fleeing, refrained from further chase and quickly returned to assess the situation. The alley was in disarray. A section of the earthen wall had been gouged out, dust swirling in the air, while the two injured guards gasped for breath. Anu lay on the ground, his left arm bent at an unnatural angle, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he bore a smile as he looked at the propped-up Chen Juan. "Are you all right, Brother Juan?" Chen Juan remained silent as he squatted beside Anu, glancing at his contorted arm and then at his pale, yet smiling face. He then removed his slightly worn outer shirt and carefully placed it under Anu's head. "Do not move." Turning to the approaching head of the guard team, an old soldier named Lao Zhao, Chen Juan requested, "Lao Zhao, please use a doorboard to carry him to the medicinal hall. Use the finest medicine and summon the best doctor. The expenses will be charged to my account." "Brother Juan, I am fine." Anu attempted to rise, but Chen Juan pressed him down. "Do not speak." Chen Juan looked at him, his gaze complex, filled with gratitude, lingering fear, and a chilling resolve that seemed to settle deep within his bones. Soon, a doorboard arrived, and Anu was cautiously lifted onto it. The news spread rapidly. Merchants, shopkeepers, and even some residents gathered at the alley's entrance, whispering as they watched Anu being carried out, their faces a mix of shock and indignation. "It's who GOS men. Wang Sang. I recognize him. He is who GOS top enforcer. How audacious to act so brazenly in broad daylight. Thanks to Brother Anu. Otherwise, Mr. Chen." Chen Juan stood amidst the chaos of the alley, listening to the murmurs around him, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed in the direction Anu was taken. The sunlight fell upon him, yet it could not dispel the chill in his eyes. Anu had triumphed, perhaps at the cost of losing an arm, incapacitating Wang Sang and temporarily securing his safety. This battle would swiftly spread the name of the one-armed Anu throughout the southern city, enough to instill fear in many miscreants. Yet, there was no joy in Chen Juan's heart. He looked at his hands, now coated in dust, hands that could calculate, sketch, and design insurance funds, but could not shield against the real blows that came crashing down. The valiance of Anu may save him once, but can it save him twice? Today, Master Hu can dispatch Wang Sang. Tomorrow, he could send Li Si and Zhang Wu. This time, it was an ambush on the street. What will it be next? Poison? Arson? Kidnapping? The acumen of commerce seems feeble as mere paper when confronted with unbridled violence. Anu's strength has its limits. Today, he has suffered a severed arm. Next time, he might lose his very life. He requires a formidable backing, one that compels Master Hu and all those like him to ponder the repercussions before resorting to force. This support cannot merely stem from the wealth of merchants, the strength of the destitute, or even Anu's own ferocity. It must don a veneer of legitimacy, one that instills fear in the very violence it contemplates. Chen Juan raised his head, as if his gaze pierced through the low eaves, directing his vision towards a certain area in the southern city. There lies the Southern City Military Command, the Department of Revenue, and the offices of the local government. Master Hu, having lost his fiercest hound Wang San, will not rest easy. Where will his next counterattack emerge? Chen Juan already harbored an answer within. The wind swept through the alley, carrying with it the scent of blood and dust. Chen Juan brushed off the dirt from his attire and addressed the two startled guards and the arriving Old Zhao. Gather yourselves. Moreover, Old Zhao, starting today, we shall augment the guard team with an additional night patrol, prioritizing the protection of several prominent merchants' establishments. Their wages will be increased by 30%. With that, he turned and headed towards the apothecary hall. Anu had lain in the apothecary hall for 3 days, his left arm in a splint. The old physician declared that the bone was fractured and would require 2 to 3 months of care. He may feel pain on rainy days in the future, yet fortunately, he would not be left maimed. Chen Juan visited daily, bringing a bowl of meat broth, sitting by his bedside in silence, merely watching him drink. Brother Juan, I truly am fine, Anu said, awkwardly maneuvering a spoon with his uninjured right hand, a grin breaking through his pale visage. As for Wang San, he is the one who truly suffers. I've heard his knee is shattered, and he will forever be a cripple. Master Hu has lost a loyal hound. Chen Juan nodded, tucking in the blanket corners for him. Take good care of yourself. Do not let any ailments linger. As for matters outside, I shall handle them. He did not utter a word of thanks, nor did Anu wish to hear it. Some sentiments, once voiced, lose their weight. Indeed, Master Hu's faction fell eerily silent. With Wang San's demise, his ruffians remained on the streets, but with averted gazes, wary of approaching the streets monitored by the Joint Defense Fund. The patrols of the fund's guards became increasingly diligent, and the merchants gradually regained their composure, even feeling a sense of vindication. The streets grew cleaner and more peaceful. Yet Chen Juan understood the nature of men like Master Hu. Having suffered such a significant setback, he would not swallow it quietly. If it did not strike hard, he would resort to subtler, insidious methods. The calm before the storm is the most exasperating. That morning, Chen Juan was in the rear courtyard of the main office, conferring with Lu Mingyuan on how to structure the insurance fund more systematically, aiming to create a proper set of regulations for better management and, should any issues arise, to serve as a credible reference. Lu Mingyuan's fingers were still bandaged, writing slowly, yet his spirit was high. He found this endeavor meaningful. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the front, mingled with the distinctive, drawn-out shouts of officials. Clear the way. The Department of Revenue is at work. All unauthorized personnel, stand aside. Chen Juan felt a sudden jolt in her heart as she exchanged a glance with Lu Mingyuan and rose to walk towards the front courtyard. There, she beheld a group of officials clad in dark robes, armed with iron rulers, escorting a man in his 40s, adorned in a blue official's attire, his complexion fair, and sporting 2 thin whiskers. This man, with his hands clasped behind his back, drooping eyelids, and a disdainful expression, was none other than the registrar Zhao Yuanpei. Instantly donning a smile, Chen Juan approached him briskly, cupping her hands in greeting. It is an honor to receive you, Registrar Zhao. I apologize for my inadequate welcome. May I inquire what brings you here today? Zhao Yuanpei cast a fleeting glance at Chen Juan, then disdainfully surveyed the clutter of tools that had yet to be removed from the yard, pinching his nose and huffing. So, you are Chen Juan? Indeed, that is I. She replied. Zhao Yuanpei extracted a scroll bearing a red seal from his sleeve, unfurling it ceremoniously to read aloud. It has come to my attention that in the vicinity of the southern city, particularly in the area known as Manure Water Lane, there is a congregation of vagrants. A disarray of household registrations and numerous criminal activities, all of which raise suspicions of tax evasion. For the purpose of restoring order to the city, rectifying long-standing issues, and ensuring the Treasury's tax revenue, I, Zhao Yuanpei, the household registrar, am hereby mandated to conduct a thorough investigation into the merchants, vagrants' registrations, and tax payment status in this area. All relevant parties must cooperate fully, without any errors. Upon concluding, he thrust the document toward Chen Juan. Read it well. This is an official decree. Henceforth, you, along with all personnel of financial documents of your so-called Cleanliness Corporation, are subject to scrutiny. Understanding the underlying implications. Chen Juan remained composed, recognizing this as a ploy orchestrated by Master Hu. She maintained her smile as she accepted the document, examining the seal. Authentic indeed. Of course, Registrar Zhao. Please, take your time with the tea. We are committed to full cooperation. Tea is unnecessary, Zhao Yuanpei replied, wrinkling his brow in distaste. Quickly, produce the complete roster of all the vagrants you have employed, along with your operational documents, last year's tax receipts, and the proof of payment for the municipal management fee. Suppressing his frustration, Lu Mingyuan retrieved the pertinent documents. Zhao Yuanpei pretended to peruse them, his finger tracing the names on the roster. This Zhang San, where is his origin? Does he possess a travel permit? Replying to the registrar, he is a refugee from the north and, unfortunately, lost his travel permit on the way. Lost? Of dubious origin. And this Li Si, what was his previous occupation? Does he have a criminal record? He was a dock worker, honest and straightforward, with no criminal history whatsoever. Is it sufficient to say he possesses no record? Verification is required. With each inquiry, he jotted down notes on a nearby sheet of paper. After examining the roster, he shifted his focus to the operational documents. This paperwork is due for annual review next month. Have you prepared the necessary materials? We are in the process of preparing them, and they will be submitted to the household office shortly. Shortly? Such a significant matter as the annual review cannot be delayed. If the materials are incomplete or improperly formatted, do not blame the authorities for adhering to protocol, which may delay you by several months. Next, he scrutinized the tax receipts and municipal management fee. Your street cleaning is considered a business. This management fee was established years ago, is it not? Now that your business has expanded and you employ so many, occupying such a large space, this amount is insufficient. By regulations, it must be reassessed. I would say it should at least be doubled. Chen Juan listened attentively, nodding in agreement, refraining from any argument. At last, Zhao Yuanpei closed the document and cast a sidelong glance at Chen Juan. Furthermore, regarding your subordinate, Anu, who engaged in street brawls resulting in grievous injury to another. Although the victim has refrained from reporting to the authorities, the repercussions are severe. Where is he? He must be brought to the office for questioning. Chen Juan's heart sank, aware that the core matter had now arrived. He bent lower, a smile gracing his face that bore just the right balance of deference and difficulty. The clerk, Zhao, observed keenly that Nu had acted in self-defense that day, while Wang San's group had instigated the violence in plain sight, with many neighbors witnessing the altercation. Anu himself had sustained serious injuries and lay incapacitated in the medicinal kitchen. If the clerk intended to inquire, might he allow Anu some time to recover from his grievous wounds? Zhao Yuanpei scoffed. Who can discern between genuine and feigned injuries? You street urchins are the most cunning. Someone, go to the medicinal kitchen and fetch him. The clerk, Chen Juan, stepped forward, lowering his voice so that only the two could hear. The clerk is undoubtedly busy with official matters, and to be troubled over such trifles is truly arduous. I have prepared a modest tea. Might I invite the clerk and a few officers to refresh themselves? Zhao Yuanpei's eyelids flickered as he scrutinized Chen Juan. The latter discreetly passed a small, weighted cloth pouch from his sleeve. Zhao Yuanpei pinched it between his fingers, raising an eyebrow, and his expression softened slightly. Well, your demeanor is somewhat acceptable. Very well, since he is injured, we shall wait until he recovers before proceeding. However, his tone shifted. The roster must be redone, formatted according to my specifications. The annual review materials must be submitted within 3 days, without error. The management fee's new rate will be documented and delivered shortly. Additionally, there are too many vagrants here, posing significant risks. Effective immediately, the hiring of new vagrants is suspended until a thorough investigation has been conducted. Yes. We will certainly comply. Thank you for your leniency, esteemed clerk. Chen Juan nodded repeatedly. Zhao Yuanpei, now satisfied, discreetly tucked the small pouch into his sleeve and, accompanied by the officers, swaggered away. The courtyard fell silent. Lu Mingyuan trembled in indignation. How outrageous! How outrageous! This is clearly extortion. This is a frame-up. Chen Juan concealed his smile as he returned to the rear courtyard and addressed the following Lu Mingyuan. Mr. Lu, we shall reconstruct the roster according to his specifications. The annual review materials will be prepared with the utmost diligence. If he wishes to delay, let him. As for the management fee, he will send us the new rate. As long as it is reasonable, we shall pay it promptly. Mr. Chen, Lu Mingyuan was perplexed. This is a blade within the rules. More challenging to defend against than Wang San's fists. Chen Juan took a seat, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. Master Hu Jiao has become astute, realizing how to utilize bureaucratic regulations to ensnare us. Zhao Yuanpei, though a minor official, occupies a pivotal position. He need not do anything beyond enforcing the law. Today he finds fault, tomorrow he concocts an excuse, and we shall find ourselves in a relentless struggle, unable to sustain our business. He paused. Offering bribes is merely a temporary reprieve. A dog that cannot be satiated will demand 1 tael today and 10 taels tomorrow. Moreover, every bribe we offer is an acknowledgement of his leverage over us, making it all the more difficult to extricate ourselves in the future. What then shall we do? Lu Mingyuan inquired with growing anxiety. Chen Juan did not answer. He called upon a clever youth, a new errand boy named Xiao Xuanzi, who had joined after a news injury. Xiao Xuanzi, you are astute. From today onward, you need not engage in other tasks. Just keep a watchful eye on the household and monitor Zhao Yuanpei closely. Observe his daily whereabouts, the individuals he encounters, particularly any interactions with gambling establishments, foot traffic, or contacts associated with Master Hu. Exercise caution and ensure you remain undetected. Understood, Brother Juan. Xiao Xuan's eyes sparkled with determination as he accepted the task. Chen Juan then turned to Lu Mingyuan, saying, Mr. Lu, I would appreciate it if you could discreetly inquire through your connections about Zhao Yuanpei's family circumstances, his interests, his affiliations within the government, and any potential rivalries he may have. The more detailed, the better. Lu Mingyuan seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. Bribery is merely a facade. Chen Juan's true objective is to uncover the vulnerabilities of this venomous serpent that has suddenly struck. If Master, who has ensnared Zhao Yuanpei with wealth and influence, then there must be a weak link in this chain of collusion, a clandestine junction that warrants exploration. However, before news could arrive from Xiao Xuan and Lu Mingyuan, Zhao Yuanpei's next wave of legal proceedings commenced. 3 days later, an official delivered a revised municipal management fee assessment, with the amount skyrocketing 5-fold. Accompanying this were numerous amendments to the annual review of business documentation, replete with meticulous, nitpicking grievances. Chen Juan stared at the list and the remarks in silence for an extended period. This was no longer extortion, it was outright theft. An attempt to force him into submission or incite confrontation. Salman, upon hearing the news, hurried over. As an investor, he dreaded the incessant troubles of bureaucracy. He advised Chen Juan, Mr. Chen, sometimes it is wise to part with wealth to avert disaster. Consider presenting a more substantial gift to secure peace. The continuity of business is paramount. Chen Juan regarded Salman, then glanced at Anu, who, with her arm in a sling, looked at him imploringly, alongside a worried Lu Mingyuan. He realized that he had no choice but to offer a bribe, at least until he could uncover Zhao Yuanpei's weaknesses or find someone capable of controlling him. He must endure. Salman, I kindly request that you prepare another generous offering, one that will surely please him. Additionally, convey that as long as he facilitates our endeavors, our Cleanliness Corporation and Joint Defense Fund will provide monthly tokens of appreciation. Salman breathed a sigh of relief and promptly set to work. That evening, a more substantial gift was quietly delivered to Zhao Yuanpei's residence through the connections of Hu's merchants. Satisfied, Zhao Yuanpei halted the annual review's complications, reluctantly agreed to reconsider the management fee, and determined that Anu's actions were in self-defense, thus ceasing further inquiries. On the surface, the storm appeared to have subsided. Chen Juan's business continued as usual. The streets were cleaned and fertilizer sold. Yet, Chen Juan was acutely aware of the underlying shift. An invisible noose had tightened around his neck, with the other end firmly grasped by Zhao Yuanpei, who was flanked by the coldly smirking Master Hu. Each month, he would have to scrape together funds from his brothers to appease this insatiable beast. This facade of tranquility was purchased at the cost of humiliation and greater peril. It was a poison. In the stillness of the night, Chen Juan sat alone beneath the dim light of an oil lamp. Xiao Xuan had reported earlier that he had seen Zhao Yuanpei's trusted aide stealthily enter the back door of Master Hu's gambling den after dark. Lu Mingyuan had also learned that Zhao Yuanpei had recently taken a concubine and acquired a residence, spending money lavishly. Given his modest salary, such expenditures were implausible. The threads of evidence were gradually weaving together. Chen Juan gazed at the flickering light, his eyes deep and contemplative. The alliance between Hu Jui and Zhao Yuanpei, one dark, the other light, one violent, the other disciplined, was indeed formidable. Yet, even the tightest of conspiracies harbors its cracks. Zhao Yuanpei's insatiable greed and Hu Jui's brazen arrogance were precisely those fissures. What he intended to do was not to forcibly break this chain, but to pinpoint the most fragile link, and then, with a gentle tap, bring it down. Chapter 20. Driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf, Zhao Yuanpei's appetite was greater than Chen Juan had anticipated. The tribute sent during the first month was deemed insincere by him, hinting that an increase would be expected in the following month. Although the management fee was not charged at 5 times the standard rate, it had doubled nonetheless. The annual audit materials for business documents were returned 3 times, each time with new faults highlighted. The accounts of the cleaning headquarters began to show unwarranted deficits. The wages for the laborers were delayed by several days. Although Chen Juan had covered the shortfall with his own funds, discontent began to brew among the people. Merchants contributing to the insurance fund started to voice grievances, feeling that their monthly dues were akin to filling a bottomless pit. While the streets were cleaner, this additional burden was suffocating. Anu, with her arm hanging anxiously, exclaimed, "Brother Juan, if this continues, our meager savings will soon be drained by that Zhao fellow." Lu Mingyuan, with a furrowed brow, added, "Mr. Chen, this is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Zhao Yuanpei is insatiably greedy and colludes with Hu Jui. No matter how much we contribute, it merely postpones the inevitable, granting them leverage for future troubles." Chen Juan sat heavily on a bench, staring at the swaying beams above, enveloped in silence. Anu and Lu Mingyuan exchanged glances, hesitant to inquire further. He was waiting, anticipating news from Xiao Xuanzi. After 2 more days, the information finally arrived. Lu Mingyuan had, through an old classmate working as a clerk in the county office, unraveled the personnel dynamics within the household department. It turned out that there was a chief clerk named Sun, who was Zhao Yuanpei's subordinate, but the two were perpetually at odds. The reason was straightforward. Zhao Yuanpei, leveraging his distant kinship with the county constable responsible for law and order, monopolized the most lucrative positions in tax audits and market management, pocketing the majority of the earnings while only offering Sun a meager share. Sun's backing came from the county secretary, in charge of documents and granaries, who had long-standing conflicts with the constable. Is it true that the county secretary and constable are at odds? Chen Juan sought confirmation. Indeed, Lu Mingyuan nodded. It is said that they clashed in court over this year's autumn grain storage and granary repairs. The constable accused the secretary of overreaching, while the secretary rebuked the constable for his crudeness and ignorance of civil affairs. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Xuanzi brought crucial information. He had tracked Zhao Yuanpei's entourage and discovered that they not only frequented Hu Jui's gambling den, but also regularly visited a pawn shop, emerging with bulging bundles. Xiao Xuanzi, resourceful as ever, disguised himself as a beggar and lingered outside the pawn shop for 2 days, bribing a young clerk with half a pancake to extract information. It turned out that Zhao Yuanpei's entourage often pawned hard-to-sell items, such as pearl ornaments and antique gold artifacts, some even bearing internal markings. The clerk discreetly noted a few of these items. Lu Mingyuan, having obtained the items described by the young attendant, sought the counsel of a familiar antiquities dealer. His inquiries revealed a troubling truth. Those artifacts could not possibly belong to Zhao Yuanpei's meager estate. They were likely plundered government property or illicit gifts from subordinates. Zhao Yuanpei's hands were tainted, and he was probably concealing his misdeeds from the county magistrate, indulging in self-serving greed. Lu Mingyuan surmised that the clerk's son must be harboring resentment over this. Listening intently, Chen Juan reclined against the back of his chair, eyes closed. In his mind, a web of connections woven from interests, grievances, and power began to crystallize. The county chief versus the magistrate, clerk's son versus Zhao Yuanpei, and the scheming Hu Jiujia entangled with Zhao Yuanpei. The latter was not only pocketing ill-gotten gains, but was also wary of his colleagues. Opportunities for exploitation had emerged, and not merely one. Anu, Chen Juan finally opened his eyes. How is your injury? Anu lifted his injured arm slightly. Much improved, though I lack strength. Are we taking action? He inquired. No, we shall present a gift. Another gift? Anu exclaimed, alarmed. This time, it is not for Zhao Yuanpei. A familiar smile crept upon Chen Juan's lips. It is intended for Clerk Sunday. However, it must be delivered personally by Zhao Yuanpei. He beckoned Anu and Lu Mingyuan closer, quietly outlining his plan. A few days later, at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, the moneylender, Mr. Qian, wore a frown as he clutched a small cloth bundle. He fortuitously encountered Zhao Yuanpei on his way home from the magistrate's office. Mr. Qian bowed deeply, lamenting the difficulties of business, yet asserting his understanding of the rules, offering a small token of appreciation to the clerk, hoping for leniency during the next assessment of additional taxes for special industries. The bundle, though modest in size, likely contained several taels of silver. Zhao Yuanpei assessed its weight, estimating it to be around 20 to 30 taels. Not a substantial sum, yet every little bit counts. He nonchalantly accepted the bundle, concealing it within his sleeve as he departed. Mr. Qian wiped his brow, fully aware of the performance he had enacted. This entire exchange did not escape the notice of two porters resting at a nearby tea stall, who were, in fact, Anu's agents. The following day, whispers of Mr. Qian's bribe to Zhao Yuanpei began circulating quietly among the clerks in the Treasury Department. The messenger's account was vivid, detailing the size of the bundle and Zhao Yuanpei's expression while handling the silver. Naturally, Clerk's son overheard this gossip. He remained silent, though his hand paused momentarily as he sipped his tea, his eyes darkening with contemplation. 2 days later, on a brisk morning, the doorman at Clerk's son's residence opened the door to find an unaddressed envelope wedged beneath the threshold. Upon inspection, he discovered several sheets of paper, scrawled in a crooked hand, mimicked by an illiterate refugee at Chen Juan's behest, were details concerning Zhao Yuanpei's close associates frequenting gambling houses and pawn shops, along with mentions of suspicious items identified by a pawn shop clerk. The letter concluded with a hint of financial dealings with the notorious Hu Jiujia of South City. Though it lacked concrete evidence, Clerk's son received the letter from the doorman, skimming its contents, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. While the evidence was not conclusive, it was heavily suggestive, particularly regarding the financial ties to Hu Jiujia, who was known to be a local kingpin and a source of illicit funds. Zhao Yuanpei audaciously dared to collude with such individuals behind the back of the county magistrate, perhaps even the entire yamen, while indulging in selfish gains. Sun Zhubu paced restlessly in his study for an extended period, reporting Zhao Yuanpei posed risks. He might strike a snake only to be bitten in return. Yet, to remain silent was equally unbearable, and perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity to topple Zhao Yuanpei and elevate himself. The crucial question lingered. Who had delivered the anonymous letter? What was their intent? After much contemplation, the allure of greed and power ultimately overshadowed his caution. He thought of his ally, the county deputy. The deputy was at odds with the county magistrate and was eager to find fault with him. Zhao Yuanpei was favored by the magistrate. If Zhao were to fall from grace, the magistrate would be shamed, and the deputy could ascend above him. That very afternoon, Sun Zhubu discreetly sought an audience with the county deputy, relaying the contents of the anonymous letter and the rumors he had overheard regarding bribery at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, embellishing the details as he spoke. He emphasized the possibility of Zhao Yuanpei colluding with local bullies, embezzling public funds, and tarnishing the reputation of the yamen. The county deputy, a stout-faced man of resolute demeanor, listened intently, stroking his short beard, his eyes glimmering with cunning. He did not inquire about the source of the anonymous letter, but pondered for a moment before stating. Zhao Shu Li is a person recommended by the county magistrate, known for his diligence. However, with a report lodged concerning the integrity of our officials, it cannot go unchecked. Sun Jubu, you shall investigate this matter discreetly and ensure that concrete evidence is obtained. Remember, we must act in accordance with the law. The emphasis on the phrase in accordance with the law was palpable. Sun Jubu understood that this was a directive to gather incriminating evidence to escalate the situation while ensuring no grounds for accusations of framing a colleague could be found. Thus, an internal investigation targeting Zhao Yuanpei quietly commenced. Sun Jubu mobilized all his contacts within the household department, fervently collecting compromising information on Zhao Yuanpei. Those merchants who had previously been silenced by Zhao's intimidation, upon hearing of Sun Jubu's inquiries, discreetly provided leads regarding the extortion they had suffered. Zhao Yuanpei soon sensed that something was amiss. First, several of his trusted aides were summoned by Sun Jubu for questioning, followed by the blockage of several routine funds that were supposed to pass through his hands. He approached Sun Jubu with a smile that did not reach his eyes, maintained a formal tone, claiming it was a routine inspection, asserting that Zhao, being upright, need not fear shadows. When he sought an audience with the county magistrate, the magistrate was preoccupied with a case involving extortion by the constables and was too overwhelmed to attend to him, merely advising him to be cautious and not to expose any vulnerabilities. Panic set in for Zhao Yuanpei. He realized someone was out to get him, and from within, his first suspicion fell upon Sun Jubu, yet he lacked evidence. He was even more apprehensive about whether his dealings with Hu Jiuyi had been discovered. He promptly severed all overt ties with Hu Jiuyi, forbidding his aides from frequenting the gambling house or pawn shop. As for the cleanup of the main office, he refrained from making any further moves, even discreetly misplacing the previously approved hefty management fee invoices, ensuring that the annual audit documents suddenly became straightforward and comprehensible, hinting that Chen Juan could resubmit them. The ominous cloud looming over Chen Juan seemed to dissipate significantly. At the very least, the monthly tributes that were obligatory could be temporarily put on hold. Brother Juan, it seems that the Zhao fellow has faltered, Anu exclaimed with excitement, her spirit uplifted despite her arm still being in a sling. Lu Mingyuan, Mr. Chen, while this plan may temporarily alleviate our urgent predicament, the county magistrate, the deputy county magistrate, and even the county constable have all taken notice of us. We have driven away one wolf, only to attract several tigers. Particularly the county constable. If he discovers our covert manipulation, it could spell trouble for us. Chen Juan stood by the window, observing the streets outside, gradually regaining their vitality. He employed a strategy of open ambition, exploiting the contradictions within the bureaucratic realm, transforming himself from a victimized merchant into a weapon wielded by certain individuals against their political adversaries. This weapon is currently valued, hence it is held tightly. However, once its utility is exhausted, or should its wielder perceive it as too sharp, it may very well inflict harm upon themselves. The risk has expanded from Zhao Yuanpei as an individual to a more intricate struggle among various factions within the officialdom. This small fish finds himself ensnared in a deeper vortex. Yet he has no choice. To refrain from countering would lead to being crushed by the joint forces of Zhao Yuanpei and Hu Jiuyi into the muck. To retaliate at least offers a glimmer of opportunity. The waters have become muddied. Our task now is to discern the stones upon which we might securely tread amidst this turbulence. Mr. Liu, once a news arm has healed, the training of the guard must be intensified, not for brawling, but for discipline. They must appear more official than the officials themselves. As for Lord Salmon, business will continue as usual, but the accounts must be impeccably clear. Every tax must be duly paid, and perhaps even a bit more can be donated to cultivate a favorable reputation. He must cloak himself in an aura of legitimacy, decorum, and even contribution. compelling those tigers to weigh the cost before they seek to devour him. However, Chen Juan is acutely aware that one individual will not consider the cost. Chapter 29. Aligning with the powerful in the back hall of Refugee's gambling den. The atmosphere was so oppressive it could be wrung from moisture. Wang San, limping, stood below with a pallid complexion. The scar on Refugee's face glowed a fiery red. He had just received word that Zhao Yuanpei was under internal investigation and preoccupied. Thus the plan to deal with Chen Juan had collapsed entirely. Good, very good. Refuge spat through clenched teeth, his gaze venomous like that of a serpent. First, Wang San falters, and now even Zhao Yuanpei, that dog, is rendered mute. This Chen fellow possesses some cunning. He seized the teapot from the table and smashed it violently to the floor, shards scattering. Jui, how about I rally the brothers again? Wang San gritted his teeth. Rally what? Refuge interrupted. Can you still fight? Haven't you noticed? Those muddy-legged ruffians are guarding those streets as if they were fortified. That Chen lad has also gathered more people around him. If we force our way in, we shall suffer. Panting heavily, he paced around the room in agitation, suddenly halting, a glimmer of chilling malice flashing in his eyes. If neither the overt nor the covert will suffice, then do not blame me for resorting to desperate measures. He muttered to himself, a cruel smile creeping onto his face as he summoned a trusted advisor. He instructed softly, go, prepare a lavish gift of the finest quality. I have heard that the young Master Gongsun from the Price Stabilization Bureau has recently expressed dissatisfaction with the market in the southern city, particularly concerning those uncouth nouveau riche who disrupt the order. The advisor's eyes brightened. Are you referring to young Master Gongsun Han? Who else could single-handedly change the landscape of the southern city with just a word? Refuge sneered. Isn't Chen Juan the one who can stir things up? Isn't he the one involved in funds and commerce? In the eyes of Master Gongsun, these are nothing but lowly tricks unworthy of the stage, disrupting the market and showing a lack of respect for hierarchy. Let us stoke the flames and deliver this audacious young man right before Master Gongsun. The secretary understood and bowed before withdrawing. Master, who approached the window, gazing out at the streets of South City, which were beginning to take on a distinct atmosphere. A cold smirk twisted his lips further. Outside, the autumn wind began to rise, swirling fallen leaves and carrying the chill of an impending mountain rain. In the study of the Gongsun residence, Master Gongsun Han dipped his brush, applying ink with a deliberate grace, wielding it with both vigor and elegance. Such an intriguing play would lose its charm if concluded too soon, he mused. Has someone from Refuge arrived? Shall we assist them this time? Let us act according to his wishes. I am eager to see what tricks this vagrant can conjure, he replied. The guards accepted their orders and retreated. After a fortnight of relative quiet, Zhao Yuanpei returned to the compost yard with several constables, a fierce and triumphant expression adorning his face. Before Nu could react, he unfurled the scroll, cleared his throat, and began to read with measured cadence. Hereby, in the vicinity of the wastewater alley in the southern part of the city, a gathering of vagrants has formed, masquerading as a cleaning effort, but in truth is an illegal assembly that disrupts public order, evading taxes, posing significant risks. For the sake of local peace and to uphold the law, all households must comply with the investigations. All involved must cooperate fully, without error. Upon finishing, his beady eyes scanned the compost yard, landing on the startled vagrants who had ceased their work, their faces betraying fear. He sneered and commanded, "Seize this unlawful gathering and seal it." 2 constables stepped forward, tearing open 2 official seals, prepared to affix them to the posts of the compost yard. "My lord, by what right do you seal our site?" A Nu interjected, his one arm raised in protest. Several impetuous young vagrants stirred restlessly. Zhao Yuanpei's gaze sharpened, prompting the constable with the drawn blade to advance a step, placing a hand on the hilt, the atmosphere thick with tension. "On Nu," Chen Juan called out, rushing from a distance to restrain anew. He turned to Zhao Yuanpei, his tone respectful. "Zhao, the clerk understands that we are here to clean the filth, turning waste into treasure, a benefit to the city and its people. Our neighbors can testify to this. By what law do you claim this to be an illegal assembly?" Zhao Yuanpei scoffed, striking the document against his palm. "Vagrant Chen Juan, I'm the law." Behind him, Lu Mingyuan attempted to argue about the taxation of waste management, but was silenced by a glance from Chen Juan. Chen Juan signaled a literate vagrant to fetch the ledger. It contained only simple records of entries and exits, marked with circles and crosses. Zhao Yuanpei cast a disdainful glance at it, tossing it to a constable behind him. "Take this away. Examine it closely." He then pointed at the vagrants within the yard. "Disperse immediately. Return to your places of origin. Should I see you gathered here again, you will all be arrested as vagrants disturbing the peace." These words fell like cold water into a hot pan, igniting panic among the vagrants. Where could they return to? This place was their only hope for survival. Disperse? To where? To continue starving on the streets? The yard erupted into a cacophony of despair and dread. This maneuver was truly ruthless. Without wielding a knife or shedding blood, he directly uprooted the source. The compost yard was sealed, cutting off the supply of fertilizer and income. The accounts were taken away, and even the flimsiest of records could easily be used to accuse them of financial impropriety. Most critically, the vagrants were dispersed, leaving him without followers. The so-called insurance fund and protective measures crumbled into mere illusions. Hu Jiogong did not even need to lift a finger. The authorities could legally make them vanish. Whose eyes had he offended this time? Whose cake had he touched? Anu's teeth ground together in fury, the veins on her single arm bulging, on the brink of losing control. Lu Mingyuan, pale-faced, murmured, "This is a bid to cut off our means of survival." Chen Juan forcibly suppressed the turmoil within, his gaze piercing as it swept over Zhao Yuanpei. He noted that although Zhao appeared fierce, his eyes flickered, particularly when discussing the arrest. There was no genuine intent to apprehend him or Anu and the others. Chen Juan clasped his hands. "The authorities are conducting a lawful investigation. Our cooperation is essential. The establishment shall temporarily cease operations. Let us disperse and seek refuge until further notice." The vagrants, filled with skepticism, gradually quieted under Chen Juan's calm gaze, exchanging fearful and bewildered glances as they slowly began to move. Zhao Yuanpei raised an eyebrow in surprise. Seemingly unprepared for Chen Juan's acumen, he snorted, signaling the officials to affix the seals, and swaggered away, leaving behind the desolate, sealed compost yard and a scene of chaos. "Brother, are we just going to let them seal it like this? What will happen to us?" Anu questioned. Lu Mingyuan replied, "Mr. Chen, once the vagrants disperse, it will be difficult to gather them again. Zhao Yuanpei's actions aim to drive us to the brink." Chen Juan approached and touched the cold seal. He did not intend to drive them to immediate ruin. Chapter 30, delivering the hat, he sought money. Hu Jiogong had sent him as a demonstration and to demand a price. "So shall we pay?" Anu was taken aback. "Pay? How we do that?" Chen Juan looked at him. "If we present the money now, it equates to admitting our fear and surrendering. Henceforth, it becomes an endless pit. People like Zhao Yuanpei and Hu Jiogong will cling to us like leeches, draining us dry. Then what shall we do? The yard is sealed, the people are scattered. And we?" Chen Juan's gaze traversed the sealed compost yard, looking toward the mist-laden depths of South City, where the government buildings loomed. Did he not desire order? Did he not seek legal justification? Very well, let us present him with a hat, one that adheres to the rules, embedded with legal principles, yet one that Zhao Yuanpei could neither wear nor dare don. Anu and Lu Mingyuan exchanged puzzled glances with Chen Juan. On what basis do they presume we are acting unlawfully? According to which statute? The vagrants self-sufficient and purifying the streets. Are they to be deemed guilty or virtuous? Can they truly bear the weight of such a cap of merit and demerit? We must craft this cap to be even grander, and then compel him to invite their backers to wear it. The day following the sealing of the compost yard, the air in Finshui Alley was thick with trepidation. The vagrants had not dispersed, yet they had nowhere to turn, huddled like frightened sheep in the depths of the alley, gazing longingly at Chen Juan's small courtyard. Anu held her breath, gripping her knife with her lone arm, while Lu Mingyuan's brow was furrowed in deep concern. Seeing this, Chen Juan instructed Anu to soothe the displaced populace, assuring everyone that matters were in hand and urging them to remain calm. The daily porridge would continue to be distributed, funded from the public account of the Joint Defense Fund, though he knew it could not last long. "Mr. Chen, Zhao Yuanpei has obstructed all our avenues. And Lord who is watching from the shadows. Lu Mingyuan is deeply troubled, he lamented. Chen Juan poured him a bowl of water and asked Mr. Lu, "Why do you think Zhao, the scribe, is able to control us?" "Naturally, it is due to the authority of the government documents in his possession," Lu replied. "Not entirely." Chen Juan shook his head. "What he relies on is the belief that we are illegal, that we gather as a crowd, and thus can be easily manipulated like clay. He thinks his laws can govern us, while our principles remain unacknowledged and cannot enter the halls of power." Lu Mingyuan pondered this. "Then we must find another place to argue our case." Chen Juan's gaze was serene. "Not in the muck-filled alley, nor in the living quarters. If we are to speak, it must be to those who can influence Zhao Yuanpei, even the county magistrate, and those above him." "Where?" Lu Mingyuan inquired. "This time, Mr. Lu, I must trouble you. Chen Juan, with your pen and your writings, we must elevate our voices to the higher echelons." Looking intently at him, Chen Juan continued, "Mr. Lu, your pen can compose the transformation of filth into profit and the merchant's charter. Now, I require of you a grander piece, not a lamentation nor a defense, but a hymn to the sovereign." "A hymn?" Lu Mingyuan was taken aback. "Indeed, a tribute to the benevolent governance of our holy sovereign, who cherishes his people and shows compassion to the common folk." Then, with a deft turn of phrase, write about the small group in the southern part of Tianqi City, who harbor benevolent intentions and revere the divine governance. They gather voluntarily to cleanse the streets of filth, transforming waste into treasure and sheltering the innocent, driven by a sincere desire to contribute to a prosperous era. Yet, the local scoundrels, failing to grasp the imperial intent and disregarding the benevolent heart of the sovereign, have unjustly labeled their actions as illegal and obstructed their good governance, which truly tarnishes the reputation of righteous men and sullies the name of our benevolent dynasty. As Lu listened, his eyes gradually brightened. Being a scholar, he instantly comprehended Chen Juan's intent. This was not merely a defense. It was an elevation. It would raise their humble endeavor of cleaning dung to the lofty heights of responding to the divine will and practicing benevolent governance. It would categorize Zhao Yuanpei and his ilk's obstruction as an affront to benevolence and a contradiction to the sovereign's will. However, this strategy was fraught with danger. After his initial excitement, Lu Mingyuan felt a wave of anxiety. This is an appeal beyond our rank, akin to filing a complaint. If the authorities take offense or perceive us as seeking to attract attention, it could invite even greater calamity. Moreover, Zhao Yuanpei and his associates will surely retaliate with slander. "Risky, yet worth the gamble," Chen Juan asserted. "Zhao Yuanpei and his ilk are unafraid of our arguments on the streets. They fear our discourse reaching the higher authorities. They may control the southern city, but their influence does not extend to the governor's office, nor can they obscure the banner of benevolent governance. Our article must serve as a ladder, one that bypasses Zhao Yuanpei and even the county office, directly reaching those higher up who will see us." Chapter 31. Recommencing the pen for the sovereign's benevolence, he fixed his gaze on Lu Mingyuan. "Mr. Lu, this article must be resplendent and righteous, compelling enough that any discerning official who reads it will believe we are alleviating the sovereign's burdens, while Zhao Yuanpei is merely sowing discord. The data may be slightly embellished, but the essence must remain true. We have indeed sheltered the displaced and purified the streets. The title is The Benevolent Governance of the Holy Sun, a discourse on the resettlement of refugees in the southern district of Chenianqi and the good management of streets." Upon hearing Chen Juan's fervent words, Lu Mingyuan felt a surge of long-forgotten passion rush to his head. What was the purpose of his lifelong studies, if not to serve the people? Although he now ventured into perilous territory through such means, the ingenuity, wisdom, and audacity to risk much for the sake of little contained within it far surpassed the empty rhetoric he once expounded in his study. "Very well. I shall give it a try." Lu Mingyuan straightened his posture. "However, once the article is completed, how shall it be delivered? Conventional channels would undoubtedly be obstructed by Zhao Yuanpei and his ilk." Chen Juan had already contemplated this. In the city, Do you have any trustworthy old classmates or acquaintances in the household of some esteemed official who might serve as a secretary or aide? They need not hold high positions. They simply must have access to the core correspondences of the governor's office, or be able to place the article directly on the desk of an official known for their integrity and interest in practical matters. Lu Mingyuan pondered deeply. Though down on his luck, he had made some acquaintances during his earlier studies as a scholar, albeit many years of silence had passed. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Eureka! I have a classmate, surnamed Han, who came from a decent family and studied alongside me. However, he repeatedly failed in his examinations. I recently heard that he is now working under Master Lu in the governor's office, tasked with transcribing documents. This individual is somewhat pedantic, yet possesses a strong sense of integrity and values old friendships. It could be worth a try. Master Lu, does he have any influence in front of the governor? Master Lu is an old sage in criminal law, although he does not handle finances. He is deeply trusted by the governor and places great importance on the ideals of education and benevolence. The more Lu Mingyuan contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Indeed, he was the one. Chen Juan decisively stated, "There is no time to lose, Mr. Lu. This article must be swift and precise. Once it is completed, I will have Anu find a reliable person to swiftly deliver it to your friend Han in the capital. No need for lengthy explanations. Simply present it as a new work from an old acquaintance, asking for his esteemed judgment, and if he finds it worthy, to kindly present it to Master Lu for consideration." Lu Mingyuan nodded earnestly, immediately preparing to write. His fingers, though clumsy, moved slowly, yet with each character he penned, he focused intently, as if channeling all his lifelong learning and the frustrations and hopes of these past months into his writing. Chen Juan stood by, occasionally offering guidance to ensure that the article consistently highlighted the contrast between benevolent governance and the obstruction caused by petty officials. The writing continued for a full day and night. Lu Mingyuan discarded several sheets of paper, but ultimately transcribed the work in a slightly trembling yet remarkably neat regular script. Within the text, he meticulously depicted the hardships of the filthy lanes, the despair of the refugees, the difficulties and successes of clearing the streets, and the vision of using fertilizer to benefit agriculture, all in deeply touching detail. Then, with a shift in tone, he sorrowfully wrote, "It is only through the benevolence of the Holy Sun that such minor acts of goodness might sprout." Yet, to his dismay, local cunning officials, failing to heed the higher intentions, have unjustly sullied these efforts, inciting fear among the populace and enacting measures of sealing and dispersing. Is it not the case that such actions hinder benevolence at the hands of minor officials and obstruct the emperor-esque grace in the dilapidated alleys? It only serves to cause pain to the well-meaning and delight to the malicious. In conclusion, he earnestly implored the higher authorities to discern the truth, allowing virtuous governance to prevail and for the wicked to retreat. Every word was drenched in heartfelt sorrow, and every sentence struck at the core. Chen Juan carefully reviewed the piece, nodding in approval. The timing was right. He promptly summoned Anu, instructing him to find a completely trustworthy and swift-footed refugee to carry the article along with a modest sum of money, setting off overnight to the capital. The letter was dispatched. What follows is an arduous wait. A few days later, Zhao Yuanpei sent someone to convey a message. His tone softened somewhat. He mentioned that the verification required time and hinted that if one could empathize with the difficulties of the authorities, it might expedite the process. This was almost a blatant request for money. Chen Juan, however, maintained that he would await the superior's judgment, thus deflecting the insinuation. He understood that Zhao Yuanpei was also waiting for them to falter, to relent and offer bribes. 3 days later, news finally arrived from the capital. It was not an official document, but rather a private letter sent by Lu Mingyuan through a mutual acquaintance, comprising only a few terse lines. "Dear Lu, I have read your remarkable essay and am deeply moved. I have already sought an opportunity to present it to Master Lu's desk." After perusal, Master Lu remained silent for a considerable time, merely stating, "Is it true that there is such a matter in South City?" without providing a clear answer. Nonetheless, the essay has not been discarded. Do wait patiently. There is hope. Lu Mingyuan clutched the letter, his hands trembling. Master Lu had not outright discarded the essay. His inquiry about the affairs in South City suggested intrigue, or perhaps curiosity. In the realm of bureaucracy, withholding an opinion can often convey the most profound stance. Indeed, 2 days later, whispers of change subtly returned. Initially from the Department of Revenue, Zhao Yuanpei was unexpectedly summoned for inquiries multiple times, returning with a visibly troubled expression. Subsequently, it seemed that the governor's office had begun to investigate the conditions of the displaced people in South City and the management of the streets, probing deeply but without naming names. Zhao Yuanpei could no longer remain composed. He had originally believed that eliminating Chen Juan would be akin to squashing an ant. An intimidation with the official seal would suffice to stifle any resistance. Yet, it appeared that matters had unexpectedly escalated to higher authorities. That accursed benevolent governance edict, though he had not seen it in its entirety, had reached his ears through rumors, depicting him as a cunning official obstructing benevolent governance. Such an accusation was too weighty for someone of his modest rank as a clerk in the Department of Revenue to bear. He began to regret his previous resoluteness, contemplating whether he ought to have left some leeway. While the money from Master, who was easily obtainable, losing his position or incurring the charge of opposing his superiors would prove a grave miscalculation. He sought out the county lieutenant, who was also troubled by recent events, as Zhao Yuanpei's actions seemed to have attracted the governor's scrutiny of the administration in South City. The lieutenant reprimanded him, instructing him to manage his subordinates carefully and avoid causing trouble. Zhao Yuanpei was like an ant on a hot pan, torn between the lucrative returns from Master, who, and the fear that Chen Juan might truly establish some influential connections. His attitude toward Chen Juan grew exceedingly nuanced. He no longer mentioned disbanding the displaced persons, nor did he tear the seals, yet he refrained from sending further pressure, as if he were weighing his options. The situation appeared to be shifting in a favorable direction. Mr. Chen, this method has proven effective. Lu Mingyuan could hardly contain his excitement. Zhao Yuanpei was afraid, not of them, but of the potential that lay behind them. This breeze of uncertainty could startle him temporarily, but it would not topple him. He was unwilling to part with the funds from Master Hu. Our banner of benevolent governance requires stronger hands to truly safeguard us. He approached the window, gazing out at the gloomy sky. It was time to present him with a second gift, this time aimed squarely at his vulnerabilities. The subtle winds emanating from the governor's office were not forceful, yet they sent a chill down Zhao Yuanpei's spine. Master Lu had not explicitly stated anything, but the tone of inquiry and the sudden interest in the benevolent governance of South City hinted at something amiss. Zhao Yuanpei hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate further. Chapter 32. Benefits can drive ghosts to grind. He felt as though he had kicked a piece of iron, or rather, a clump of iron enshrouded in mud. Instead of breaking, it only splattered mud all over his face, with the dirt carrying sharp thorns. The emissaries sent by Master who were not as courteous as before. Their tone was laced with urgency and dissatisfaction. Zhao Yuanpei cursed inwardly. You reap the benefits while I bear the blame. He regretted, in hindsight, that his avarice had led him to such extremes. Once the seal was affixed, there was no room for negotiation. To tear it off now would mean losing face. Yet if he did not, he would surely provoke his superiors, and his frail body could scarcely withstand that. In the midst of his turmoil, Salman appeared at his door. This merchant from the north had previously gifted him substantial sums for matters concerning the granary, qualifying him as an old acquaintance. Salman mentioned he had recently acquired a few bottles of exquisite wine from the western regions and invited him to a tasting at a newly opened respectable tavern in the southern part of the city. Named Yulaiju, Zhao Yuanpei hesitated for a moment before agreeing to attend. He too wished to gauge the situation. As the wine flowed, Salman began to lament the difficulties of conducting business, elaborating on the cumbersome bureaucratic procedures imposed by the authorities. He expressed particular distress over the challenges of expanding his trade into new streets, claiming it was nearly impossible to take even a single step forward. Mr. Zhao, you have no idea. Just the seals from various departments can wear one out. He lamented, shaking his wine glass with a troubled expression. Zhao Yuanpei replied in an official tone, "Master Salmon, one must adhere to the rules of commerce. Following the proper procedures is always prudent." Internally, he mused about the merchant's motives for such complaints. At that moment, the private room's door was gently pushed open, and Chen Juan entered, seemingly by chance. Upon spotting Salmon, he expressed mild surprise. "Master Salmon, what a coincidence to see you here." Quickly, Salmon stood to introduce Mr. Chen. "You arrived just in time. This is Zhao Yuanpei, the official in charge of household affairs, my old friend." "Zhao Yuanpei, this is Mr. Chen Juan from the Cleaning Corporation, the talented young man I mentioned to you." Chen Juan immediately clasped his hands in greeting, his demeanor neither obsequious nor arrogant. "Ah, so does Zhao Yuanpei. I have long heard of you." Zhao Yuanpei internally scoffed at the phrase "long heard," suspecting it was more of a bitter sentiment. He returned the courtesy with a forced smile. "Mr. Chen, a promising youth indeed." The atmosphere grew subtly awkward. Salmon, eager to defuse the tension, urged Chen Juan to sit and topped off his glass. As the three resumed their seats, the conversation naturally shifted back to business. Salmon continued to voice his grievances about the challenges of expanding his enterprise, while Chen Juan contributed timely remarks, alluding to the realities of bureaucratic obstacles, such as difficulties with local officials and bureaucratic delays. Listening intently, Zhao Yuanpei began to calculate. This hardly seemed coincidental. Sipping his wine, he fixed his gaze on Chen Juan. "Mr. Chen, I have heard that your cleaning corporation has encountered some troubles." Chen Juan set down his glass and sighed, his expression revealing no hint of resentment, only a sense of helplessness and sincerity. "To be candid, Mr. Zhao, we do face some minor setbacks. Our intent is to genuinely serve the community by cleaning the streets and aiding the displaced, thereby responding to the benevolent governance of the court. However, those tasked with execution below do not comprehend our aims, leading to certain misunderstandings. Moreover, seeking to expand into other streets has proven to be fraught with challenges." Alas, his words were artfully articulated, addressing the current predicament while elevating the discourse to a higher moral ground and attributing the obstacles to misunderstandings among the subordinates. Zhao Yuanpei's lips twitched slightly. Chen Juan, shifting his tone, gazed earnestly at Zhao Yuanpei and said, "Mr. Zhao, you are the esteemed official overseeing this area, well versed in its intricacies. It is a privilege to meet you today, and I have a humble request. Might I implore you to serve as a policy advisor for our modest cleaning enterprise?" "Policy advisor?" Zhao Yuanpei was taken aback. The term was novel to him. Indeed, Chen Juan elaborated, it would merely be a nominal position, requiring no exertion on your part regarding specific matters, nor any assumption of responsibility. We, being rather unsophisticated, lack the acumen for bureaucratic nuances. Should we encounter any ambiguities or unclear regulations while expanding our business or processing paperwork, we would occasionally seek your guidance, sparing us from floundering like headless flies and inadvertently breaching regulations, which could lead to dire consequences. His words were laced with humility, affording Zhao Yuanpei ample respect. Zhao Yuanpei's expression softened, yet he remained non-committal. He had no interest in an empty title. Chen Juan then presented a genuine incentive. "Of course, we cannot expect you to toil without recompense. We plan to extend our cleaning services to 8 additional streets in the South City. Should this endeavor succeed, we would be willing to offer you a 10% equity stake in the new District S operations as remuneration for your advisory role." Equity stake? Zhao Yuanpei understood this concept. It meant sharing profits without financial investment. Precisely. This 10% stake would pertain solely to the new 8 streets, unrelated to our current operations in Fun Shui Alley. You would not engage in management nor bear risks. You would simply provide occasional insights on policy matters. Profit from the new district would yield dividends corresponding to your 10% share. This is a clear and reasonable advisory fee. Zhao Yuanpei contemplated the potential of the cleaning business on the 8 streets of South City. Even if each street yielded modest returns, collectively they would amount to a significant sum. A 10% equity stake may seem minimal, but it promised steady revenue, and it was entirely lawful. More importantly, Chen Juan had drawn clear boundaries. It was linked solely to the new business, leaving existing territories untouched. It was a profit-sharing arrangement, devoid of decision-making responsibilities, and it was framed as an advisory fee rather than a bribe. This was, quite literally, a golden opportunity tailor-made for him. He instantly recognized the crux. To secure this income, he must facilitate the expansion of the new district. This was no longer extortion, but a partnership, a binding of interests. Chen Juan required his authority to pave the way, while he needed Chen Juan's business to prosper. Furthermore, accepting this equity stake would naturally resolve any prior awkwardness regarding the confiscated assets and alleviate pressure from above, demonstrating that he was not obstructing good governance, but rather aiding in the regulation of expansion. What about the risks? They existed, should the arrangement be exposed. Yet, Chen Juan had crafted this proposal with exquisite finesse. Advisory role, equity stake, new business. Each element resided in a gray area, making it difficult to classify as bribery. This was markedly safer than directly accepting illicit funds. Zhao Yuanpei's mind raced with calculations. Should he continue to stubbornly resist? That would offend higher-ups and antagonize Master Hu Jiao if the venture failed, leaving him with nothing. Conversely, acceptance would not only dissolve the immediate crisis, but also establish a stable revenue stream, potentially allowing him to gradually gain control over Chen Juan's burgeoning influence. At this juncture, Salmon chimed in appropriately, "Mr. Zhao, this is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Mr. Chen is a man of integrity, and with your expertise guiding them, their business can be conducted properly and sustainably, which benefits us all." Zhao Yuanpei gazed at Chen Juan's calm and unwavering countenance, and recalled the gust of wind from above, finally reaching a resolution within himself. A look of discomfort mingled with reluctant acceptance appeared on his face. Chapter 33. A deal is struck. This Mr. Chen, so warm-hearted, was merely acting in the interest of local welfare. Considering that you genuinely wish to accomplish something substantial, I shall allow this consultancy role to be merely nominal. As for the matter of equity stakes, let us not dwell on it any further. He feigned reluctance. Understanding his unspoken words, Chen Juan insisted, "Zhao clerk, you must accept this. Otherwise, we shall remain unsettled in our hearts. This is merely a token of appreciation, not my intention." As he spoke, he produced 2 copies of a succinct agreement that had been prepared in advance, detailing only the consultant's responsibilities and the equity distribution, devoid of specific names or amounts. Awaiting signatures, Zhao Yuanpei pretended to decline once more, but ultimately sighed in resignation, took the pen, and inscribed his name, leaving his seal. In that moment, he felt not as though he had signed an agreement, but rather that he had bound himself to this young leader of the displaced, embarking on a shared journey. Was it a pirate's vessel or a ship of fortune? He could not ascertain at that moment. Once the agreement was concluded, the atmosphere became congenial. After sharing a few more drinks, Zhao Yuanpei rose to take his leave. Just before departing, he casually remarked, "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I shall revisit the documents concerning your area. There may have been a misunderstanding, merely a miscommunication. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to remove the seal. The resettlement of the displaced is a commendable endeavor, and it must continue and be executed well." Chen Juan and Salmon respectfully escorted him out. As they watched Zhao Yuanpei's carriage fade from view, Salmon wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Mr. Chen, can this truly succeed? This is akin to feeding an insatiable wolf." The humility on Chen Juan's face vanished, replaced by a steely gaze. It is not about feeding him. It is about binding him with chains. Now, in order to partake of the meat from the new district, he must exert himself to assist us. The following day, the officials from the Ministry of Housing and Deed came to tear down the seal at the compost site, courteously stating, "The misunderstanding has been clarified. Please proceed accordingly." The displaced rejoiced, while Anu seethed with frustration, feeling humiliated. Lu Mingyuan, however, was consumed with worry, fearing they were courting disaster. Observing the compost site operational once again, Chen Juan felt no sense of relief. Zhao Yuanpei had taken the bait. Yet could this venomous serpent truly be tamed to pull the cart? How would he further assist them in their expansion? Those 8 streets were not mere gutters. They were dominated by other local tyrants, with direct interest from Hujui. Zhao Clerk's efficiency soared to unprecedented heights. Previously, the process of securing sanitation contract for the streets required extensive negotiations and delays of 10 days to half a month. Now, with a mere flourish of his pen, as long as the documents adhered to the required format, it was essentially smooth sailing. Whenever local thugs or minor chieftains attempted to obstruct, Zhao Yuanpei would personally intervene or dispatch trusted aides. Shedding his former role as a mere intermediary and adopting a stern demeanor, proclaiming in an official tone, "This is an initiative to restore the city's appearance. A benevolent act deserving of heavenly scrutiny. Do you wish to provoke the esteemed Liu from the governor's office?" He deliberately emphasized the name Liu. Most of these local tyrants were bullies who feared authority. Upon hearing the mention of the governor's secretary, their arrogance was immediately diminished. After being both frightened and deceived by Zhao Yuanpei, who hinted at the profound backing of the Cleanliness General Office, most were intimidated and merely muttered a few complaints in private, refraining from any overt confrontation. With Zhao Yuanpei's official protection, Chen Juan's expansion progressed remarkably smoothly. The banner of the Cleanliness General Office swiftly unfurled across the 8 main streets of the southern city. The model was pre-established. A coalition of vagrants donned in standardized attire, coarse cloth garments emblazoned with the words "Clean Streets" on the back, equipped with standard tools, conducting scheduled cleanings, segregating waste, and transporting excrement to the newly expanded compost yard. The effects of scale soon became evident. With an increase in personnel, the range of tasks broadened. In addition to cleaning, they assisted merchants in moving large refuse and even undertook small-scale drainage dredging. The yield of fertilizer multiplied several times over, not only satisfying their own needs, but also allowing for a modest surplus to be sold to neighboring farmers, generating additional income. Liu Mingyuan initiated a sanitation competition, designating the cleanest street each month and awarding a small flag to the leading team, which surprisingly instilled an inexplicable sense of honor among the vagrants, motivating them further. When the first month's accounts were settled, after deducting all expenses, wages, and the share for Zhao Yuanpei, the net profit astonishingly amounted to 230 taels. When Liu Mingyuan spread the ledger across the table, even the most composed Chen Juan felt a flicker of excitement in the corner of his eye. Anu counted on his fingers repeatedly, waving his one arm. "Brother Juan, 230 taels. How much grain can we buy? How long can the brothers eat?" Salman stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming. "Mr. Chen, at this rate, next year we will be able to expand our business to the eastern city." However, Chen Juan was not swept away by the excitement. He instructed Liu Mingyuan to redefine the charter, clearly delineating the roles of the core 5. Chen Juan, overall management; Anu, security and field operations; Liu Mingyuan, documentation and accounts; Salman, finance and trade relations; and Liu Laohui, the former excrement lord, now responsible for the compost yard in certain old districts, with rights and responsibilities meticulously documented and monthly profits distributed proportionately. They also established rules, reserving 30% of profits for a public fund to acquire tools, address contingencies, and support literacy classes for the vagrant children. With these regulations in place, morale stabilized. Even Zhao Yuanpei, upon receiving the second month's dividend, which had risen to 35 taels, wore a more genuine smile, even going so far as to advise Chen Juan to be mindful of the minor officials in the new district to avoid troublesome complications. On the surface, everything seemed to be progressing favorably. The team had grown, profits were being made, and even official troubles appeared temporarily resolved. Yet, as Chen Juan lay on the hard wooden bed at night, he found it increasingly difficult to sleep. The rapid expansion was unsettling, too swift for comfort. 8 streets, hundreds of people, the daily influx and outflux of silver flowed like a small river. Previously, in the excrement water lane, they were all reckless souls unafraid of danger. Now, with assets in hand, they had become vulnerable. Zhao Yuanpei's appetite would surely not be satisfied with mere dividends. He was a consultant now, but would he aspire to become the owner in the future? Even more troubling were the murmurs from outside. The scattered excrement workers and refuse collectors in the southern city, squeezed out of their livelihoods, either sought refuge with them or harbored deep resentment secretly conspiring against them. The larger excrement lords and refuse businesses from other districts began to take note of the suddenly ripe territory in the southern city, their gazes growing increasingly hostile. What alarms them the most is the silence of Master Hujio. It is too quiet. This old fox, having dealt with Wang San and temporarily lost Zhao Yuanpei, will certainly not let this matter rest easily. He must be lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with the most lethal bite. Underneath the calm surface, currents of intrigue are stirring. At last, one evening a breakthrough is found. Chapter 34. Fattening up for the swallow that afternoon. As the sun leaned westward, Chen Juan was in the back hall, calculating the cost of a batch of newly purchased burlap sacks with salmon. Suddenly, a voice from the gatekeeper announced, "Brother Juan, Manager Liu from the Zhao scribe's residence has arrived, saying he brings a token of goodwill." Zhao Yuanpei's man? Chen Juan exchanged a glance with Salmon, both recognizing the alertness in each other's eyes. The arrival of someone from Zhao Yuanpei at this time was undoubtedly not a gesture of goodwill. "Please join me in the front hall for tea." Chen Juan adjusted his attire, signaling Salmon to remain calm, and stepped outside. In the front hall stood a middle-aged man clad in a fine silk shirt. With a fair complexion and a professionally affable smile, Manager Liu, a trusted aide of Zhao Yuanpei. He carried no official documents nor any guards. Only two exquisite red-lacquered food boxes adorned with the insignia of Sheng's, a renowned pastry shop in Tianqi City. "Ah, Boss Chen, I beg your pardon for the intrusion." Upon seeing Chen Juan, Manager Liu immediately donned an even warmer smile, stepping forward to place the food boxes on the table. "Our scribe has specifically instructed me to convey his gratitude for all the effort you have expended regarding the affairs in Nanqing. This selection of newly released date paste pastries and poria cake from Sheng's is but a modest token for you and your brothers to savor and uplift your spirits." A weasel wishing a happy new year to a chicken. Chen Juan smirked internally, while maintaining an appropriately surprised smile on his face. Manager Liu is overly kind. Our scribe, with his myriad responsibilities, still remembers our small matters. I'm truly humbled. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea. After the pleasantries and seating, tea was served. Manager Liu took a sip, praised it lightly, and then seamlessly shifted the conversation. "Boss Chen, it seems that business at the Cleaning General is thriving more than ever. Congratulations. Truly splendid. Thanks to Scribe, Zhao, and the support of our neighbors. We are merely making ends meet," Chen Juan modestly replied, lightly rubbing his fingers against the teacup. "You are too humble, Boss Chen." Manager Liu set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward. The smile on his face faded somewhat, his voice lowering to a more intimate tone. "While it's good that business is flourishing, the accounts and the flow of silver are becoming increasingly complex, are they not? Our scribe often mentions that you are a capable person, but relying solely on Mr. Liu for the accounts may be taxing. Moreover, some social engagements and the nuances of personal connections cannot always be clearly written in the ledger, correct?" Indeed, Chen Juan's heart tightened, though his expression remained composed, feigning earnest attentiveness. Observing his demeanor, Manager Liu continued, "Thus, our scribe has a suggestion aimed at your benefit. Would it not be wise to have an additional key to the main accounting office kept with the scribe? He does not wish to interfere with the day-to-day operations." That is certainly not his intention, contemplating the potential inquiries from the authorities or the need for guidance. The scribe holds a key in his possession and maintains an account in his mind, which could facilitate communication on behalf of Mr. Chen, allowing for a preliminary review to avert certain risks. "Mr. Chen, do you not agree with this reasoning?" The words are eloquently articulated, blending softness with firmness, concealing sharper intentions within a veneer of gentility. The crux of the matter is singular: to relinquish the key to the financial records, permitting Zhao Yuanpei to access and oversee the core financial status of the organization at any time, under the guise of consultancy and assistance. The true aim is to seize the most critical handle of financial power for oneself. While Mr. Chen's smile remains unbroken, tumultuous waves churn within him. Zhao Yuanpei's appetite is far more voracious than he had anticipated. No longer content with fixed dividends and sporadic extortion, he seeks dominion. He desires the authority to manipulate the very lifeblood of the organization at will. With access to the financial records, he would ascertain the organization's true wealth, its earnings, and the flow of funds. Ultimately, the fate of the enterprise would rest entirely in Zhao Yuanpei's hands. Mr. Lu's assertions reflect Zhao Scribe's thorough considerations. Mr. Chen sets down his teacup, displaying an appropriate mix of reluctance and sincerity. Yet, the treasury has always been under Mr. Lu's direct supervision, with only he possessing the key. Even I, unless absolutely necessary, seldom delve into the specifics. This was the agreement established from the outset, intended to maintain clarity in the accounts and prevent entanglements. He paused, observing the slight furrow of Mr. Lu's brow, and then shifted his tone. However, I am deeply grateful for the concern shown by Zhao Scribe. How about this? Each month, I shall request Mr. Lu to compile a succinct report detailing the summary of revenues and profits, which he will personally deliver to the scribe's residence for your review and guidance. This way, you can grasp the essentials while avoiding the tedium of auditing the account yourself. Would this be acceptable to you? Do you intend to placate me with a processed report? The smile on Mr. Lu's face faded entirely. As he picked up his teacup and methodically skimmed off the froth with the lid, his tone growing noticeably colder. Mr. Chen, this is rather insufficiently transparent. The scribe genuinely wishes to assist you. The success or failure of this business undoubtedly affects his dividends, but it also pertains to his future. When he advocates for you, he bears the responsibility. Without a clear understanding of the accounts, how can he know what to say or how to articulate the nuances? What if, and I emphasize if, the magistrate's office were to rigorously scrutinize the accounts one day? If the scribe possesses no tangible evidence, how could he assist you in advance, rectifying any discrepancies? He raised his gaze to meet Mr. Chen's eyes, the previous politeness entirely absent, replaced by professional coldness tinged with a subtle threat. Mr. Chen, you are an astute individual. I need not elaborate on the stakes involved here. The key is merely a formality. What truly matters is the intent of the scribe. Do not squander that. At this juncture, the conversation has reached a critical point. To acquiesce is to surrender the lifeblood. To refuse is to demonstrate a lack of appreciation, instantly fracturing the prior collaboration. Zhao Yuanpei possesses countless legal or illicit means to render the organization immobile. Chen Juan remained silent for a moment, just as Lu, the manager, began to grow impatient. Lightly tapping his fingers on the table, Chen suddenly broke into a smile, one tinged with a hint of realization and apology. You are correct. Manager Lu, it is I, Chen, who have failed to consider adequately, fixating solely on the rules, without grasping the profound intentions and protective sentiments of the scribe. He rose respectfully, cupping his hands in a formal gesture towards Lu. Regarding the matter of the keys, allow me to confer with Mr. Lu. After all, the accounts are under his purview. Some financial transactions and client confidentiality must be handled with care to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Please convey to the scribe that within 3 days, I shall present a satisfactory explanation. 3 days? Lu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, 3 days, Chen affirmed with conviction. Time is essential for my subordinates to clarify the accounts, to archive what needs archiving, and to address what must be addressed. Otherwise, a chaotic mess would tarnish the scribe's reputation, which would be most unfortunate. Lu scrutinized Chen for several seconds, seemingly attempting to discern his true intentions. Chen maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze earnest. After a while, Lu slowly nodded, a faint smile returning to his face. Very well, Mr. Chen is a man of action, and thorough consideration is indeed warranted. I shall return and await favorable news. I hope to hear good tidings in 3 days. Certainly, certainly. Chen personally escorted Lu to the door, watching his figure disappear around the corner. The smile he had so carefully maintained instantly froze, his eyes turning icy. Once Lu departed, Anu and Lu Mingyuan, who had quietly returned from outside, swiftly emerged from the back hall. Anu, suppressing his voice, exclaimed, "He is dreaming. The key to the accounts? What does Zhao Yuanpei think he is? Does he even deserve it?" Lu Mingyuan's face darkened with anger. Mr. Chen, this is the beginning of a usurpation. We absolutely cannot comply. The accounts are the foundation of our business and the lifeblood of our finances. How can we entrust them to outsiders, especially such greedy and unscrupulous individuals? Once the keys are handed over, we will be like fish on a chopping board, at their mercy. Salman's round face was filled with anxiety. Mr. Chen, this is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. Our true profits, along with those illicit reserve funds, are all in the main ledger. If he sees them, we are finished. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a dark golden aura over the burgeoning main compound and the newly rising streets in the distance. Trucks laden with refuse were being driven into the compost yard, while workers shouted commands as they unloaded. Further away, the southern city glimmered with the slow resurgence of lights belonging to the common folk. All of this had been painstakingly unearthed from heaps of filth and despair, forged from blood, sweat, and tears. Now, the predatory wolves of the officialdom had caught the scent of blood, no longer satisfied with merely gnawing at scraps from a distance. They sought to enter the very threshold, ready to seize the entire pot. To refuse outright, Zhao Yuanpei would instantly turn hostile. The fragile balance maintained through dividends and favors would shatter in an instant. He would wield the power of the authorities to scrutinize the accounts, tax, safety, and hygiene. Countless methods to bring the consortium to a standstill, even fabricating charges to imprison Chen Juan and his associates. Lu Mingyuan still languished in prison, a living testament to this reality. To acquiesce, that would sever our lifeline, delivering our very fate into the hands of the enemy. Zhao Yuanpei, having control over the authentic accounts, effectively held the fate of the organization in his hands. He could easily launch attacks under the pretext of unclear accounts, tax evasion, or illegal operations, or he could demand a lion's share of the profits, draining the organization dry. This posed a seemingly insurmountable dilemma. However, in Chen Juan's lexicon, surrender was a non-existent term. The key must not be relinquished. Turning away, his voice remained calm, yet underscored by an undeniable resolve. On the surface, we cannot confront him directly. He returned to the table, tracing his fingers across the rough surface as if sketching an invisible chessboard. Mr. Liu, he addressed Lu Mingyuan, from tomorrow onward, we shall maintain dual accounts. Lu Mingyuan perked up. Do you mean separate accounts for transparency and secrecy? Precisely, Chen Juan affirmed with a nod. One account would be explicit, prepared for Zhao Yuanpei's scrutiny, with clear entries reflecting income and expenditure, yet presenting a reasonable profit. How so? Lu inquired. We shall incorporate our expansion costs, expenses for tools, workers' welfare, and the dividends and bribes owed to Zhao Yuanpei into the figures. Ultimately, the net profit must appear just sufficient to sustain operations, with a slight surplus, yet devoid of any hint of exorbitance. We must make him believe that our enterprise is laboriously earned, with a majority allocated to him and the necessary parties. The second account would be clandestine. Chen Juan's gaze sharp as he noted every truth. You will personally safeguard this, and apart from you, Salman, and myself, no fourth person must ever know of its existence, let alone have access to it. The storage must be absolutely secure. Lu Mingyuan nodded solemnly, understood. The clandestine records have long been in place, though not yet systematic. I now comprehend how to manage the transparent accounts. Anew, Chen Juan turned to the one-armed youth. You will select 4 utterly reliable and discreet members from the guard, those with the best skills. From this day forth, you and they will alternate shifts day and night, vigilantly guarding the accounts and the hidden treasury room. Without my written orders and seal, not even a soul as powerful as the emperor himself may enter. Remember, that applies to anyone. Chen Juan's tone was grave, particularly regarding those sent by Zhao Yuanpei. If they attempt to intrude, you know what? The box of pastries left by Lu was placed on the table for 3 days, and the sweet aroma of the date paste and fu ling cake had long dissipated, leaving only a cloying scent in the air. Chen Juan had stated that there would be an explanation within 3 days, and those words weighed heavily on Zhao Yuanpei's heart. 3 days passed, and Chen Juan remained silent. Lu Mingyuan, accompanied by several trusted accountants, toiled almost without rest in a secret room, a small space partitioned with wooden boards behind the woodshed by Anu, meticulously reorganizing the accounts to prepare a clear ledger for submission. Anu's guards increased their vigilance, sleeping with one eye open at night. Salman discreetly transferred several significant funds of dubious origin through connections with certain familiar merchants, dispersing them to obscure their trail. Meanwhile, Chen Juan attended to his duties, inspecting the composting site and negotiating new cleaning contracts with merchants, his face betraying no hint of anxiety, as if Lu's earlier goodwill and threats were merely whispers in the wind. However, on Zhao Yuanpei's side, impatience grew. As the deadline passed without an explanation from Chen Juan, his informants returned with news that the Southern Cleaning Company had secured 2 more street cleaning contracts at favorable rates. Rumor had it that Chen Juan had recently established connections with several grain merchants from out of town, seemingly contemplating a new venture involving the mixing of processed fertilizer with other materials to improve soil. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanpei's prior sense of satisfaction and control, stemming from profit sharing, was swiftly consumed by a more intense, burning desire and unease. The accounts had yet to be delivered, yet this young man was expanding his business network. How substantial were the profits? How much was he concealing from himself? Had he grown too ambitious, seeking to fly solo and dismiss Zhao Yuanpei as a mere fool, only to settle for a pittance? Absolutely not. This was a hen he had nurtured with the expectation of golden eggs, and it must remain firmly in his grasp. He could allow it to grow feathers, but he must maintain a grip on its neck, ensuring the eggs were laid in his designated nest. If gentler tactics failed, then a firmer approach will be necessary. Subtle hints and goodwill could be dismissed, but formal inquiries would reveal how he could evade accountability. Thus, on the 4th day at dawn, while the dew still clung to the ground, a group of clerks clad in the green uniforms of the household department, armed with iron rulers, marched in unison, led by a stern-faced official with sharp eyes, directly towards the premises of the Southern Cleaning Company. The guards, sensing the imposing presence, felt a jolt of apprehension. Just as they prepared to inquire, the leading official coldly announced, "Household department business, we request that Mr. Chen Juan come out to speak." His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority characteristic of officials. The guards dared not delay and quickly reported inside. Chen Juan had just finished his morning wash and was having a simple breakfast of thin porridge and 2 steamed buns. Upon receiving the report, he did not pause for a moment. He leisurely finished the last sip of his porridge, wiped his mouth, adjusted his somewhat worn blue robe, and calmly stepped outside. At the entrance, the morning light cast a faint glow on the clerks' dark green uniforms and their icy expressions. The clerk stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the rather austere furnishings of the hall like that of a hawk. Behind him, 2 junior clerks held a rolled-up document in their hands. "Chen Juan?" the clerk inquired, his tone indifferent. "Indeed, I am Chen," he continued, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. The clerk wasted no time and gestured to his subordinates. One of the junior clerks stepped forward and unfurled the document with a swift motion, reading aloud in a voice that resonated sharply in the stillness of the morning. Imperial Edict of the Tianxi Prefecture regarding taxation, to clarify the tax base and verify the operational status of the newly established businesses in the southern city, for the purpose of determining tax obligations and safeguarding the treasury against fraudulent merchants. Therefore, I hereby command the tax clerk Zhao Yuanpei to commence an immediate investigation of all account books, contracts, and financial transactions of the Qingjie General Store since its inception. All pertinent documents are to be included in this review. The managing clerk Chen Juan and related personnel are required to cooperate fully and may not evade, conceal, or destroy any records for any reason. Should there be any defiance, they will be prosecuted for obstructing the law, concealing accounts, or evading taxes, with severe penalties imposed. Upon completing the reading, the junior clerk presented the official document, bearing the vivid red seal of the tax office, to Chen Juan. The document was crafted from high-quality official cotton paper, thick and crisp, with neatly trimmed edges. The bold vermilion seal exuded a fresh, damp impression, emanating an undeniable weight of official authority that was impossible to resist. This was not a mere private communication or a subtle hint. It was a formal edict stamped with a grand red seal. The justification was impeccable, beyond reproach, a tax investigation. Dare one refuse to comply? The consequences of defiance, obstruction of the law, concealment of accounts, tax evasion, were all dire, potentially leading to ruin or imprisonment, even confiscation of property. This approach was far more incisive than the softer tactics employed by Manager Liu on a previous occasion. Chen Juan extended his hands to accept the document. Then, lifting his gaze, he revealed a smile that was a delicate blend of trepidation and deference. He inclined his body slightly towards the clerk and the junior clerk who had read the edict, saying, "I appreciate your esteemed efforts in coming here. It appears to be a tax investigation, a matter of state protocol, which I, as a humble citizen, fully acknowledge and shall cooperate with Clerk Zhao as inquiries." He paused, a hint of difficulty crossing his features. However, as you can see, our Qingji General Store, while modest in scale, handles a considerable volume of transactions, resulting in a complex array of accounts. Since our establishment, we have accumulated an extensive number of ledger books and contracts, some of which have been stored for quite some time. It will require a bit of time to organize and categorize them properly for Clerk Zhao as review. Otherwise, presenting a disordered array of documents would only hinder Clerk Zhao and your esteemed efforts. His tone was earnest, his attitude cooperative, and his rationale appeared valid. The clerk's expression softened slightly, yet his demeanor remained stern. "How long will this take?" Chen Juan pondered briefly, then replied with a respectful gesture, 3 days. "Please inform Clerk Zhao that within 3 days I shall have all the accounts meticulously organized and will be ready to welcome him for the review, or to send someone to collect the documents, whichever he prefers. In these 3 days, my colleagues and I will exert ourselves to the utmost, leaving no room for negligence." 3 days, yet again, the clerk mused, slightly furrowing his brow. Nevertheless, Chen Juan's cooperative demeanor and reasonable explanation left him with little choice but to relent. As this was merely an investigation, not an arrest, he coldly acknowledged with a grunt, "Remember your words. 3 days hence, should there be any further delay, the consequences shall be borne solely by you." With that, he waved his hand, turning away accompanied by the officials, their steps remaining impeccably synchronized. It was only after the group clad in azure had vanished around the corner that the mask of trepidation and subservience fell away from Chen Juan's face. Clutching the official document, he strode back into the hall with purpose. Anu, who could no longer contain himself, seized the document from Chen Juan's hands. Glancing at it briefly, the veins on his forehead throbbed. A tax audit? What utter nonsense! We have only just set up our operations and earned a few copper coins for our sustenance. Tax? We haven't even comprehended how much we owe or the means of payment, and he dares to come sniffing around for inspection. Brother Juan, we cannot let him see the accounts. If we do, we shall find ourselves under his thumb. Lu Mingyuan emerged from the back room, evidently having heard the commotion outside. He took the document from Anu's grasp, scrutinizing it twice. "Mr. Chen, Zhao Yuanpei's visit is far from a mere tax inquiry. This is akin to a dance of swords by Xiang Zhuang, aimed at Pei Gong. Should he glimpse the true accounts and ascertain our profits and the flow of silver, he will undoubtedly wield this as leverage, demanding more than is reasonable. At that juncture, it is not merely our profits that are at stake. The very foundation of our enterprise's survival may hang in the balance. We would become mere fish, left to be butchered on his chopping board." Chen Juan approached the table, pouring himself a cup of tea that had long since cooled. He raised it to his lips and drank deeply. Setting the cup down, he surveyed the furious Anu and the anxious Lu Mingyuan, his tone calm, yet imbued with an unyielding resolve. "I am aware. Therefore, we cannot allow him to see the true accounts." Lu Mingyuan interjected urgently. "Not show him? But this is an official document from the government. Should we defy it, he could immediately charge us with obstruction of justice, and the situation would worsen." "Show him." Chen Juan interrupted Lu Mingyuan, his gaze sharp as a blade. "But not the real ones. Mr. Lu, how goes the preparation of the alternate accounts I instructed you to prepare in secret?" Lu Mingyuan hesitated for a moment. Then comprehension dawned on him, and he replied hastily, "They are ready, as per your prior instructions, balanced with a slight surplus. All expenditures are clearly itemized. and the profits appear just sufficient to cover wages, materials, and daily expenses, devoid of any hint of exorbitant profits. Anyone who sees it would conclude that this is merely a struggling enterprise, eking out a meager living. Not sufficient. Zhao Yuanpei is no fool. Having immersed himself in fiscal matters for years, he has encountered countless accounts. If our records are too pristine, too reasonable, it may incite his suspicion. He will surmise that we are concealing our true profits even deeper. We must leave something for him to discover. A flaw he believes he has unearthed through his own discernment. Lu Mingyuan pondered. Mr. Chen means to feign a capture by allowing him to perceive a semblance of concealed profits? Precisely. Chen Juan returned to the table. Mr. Lu, fetch that alternate account. Lu Mingyuan, not daring to delay, promptly retrieved the meticulously crafted false ledger from the hidden chamber. Chen Juan accepted it, swiftly flipping to the page, documenting the recent significant purchase of 20 new-style dung carts and a batch of reinforced burlap sacks. He picked up the pen, dipped it generously in ink, and made an exceedingly subtle alteration to one of the records concerning the depreciation of the manure truck. This change was so minute that it would be nearly imperceptible unless one were deliberately searching for it. According to conventional accounting practices, the purchase cost of such durable tools should be amortized over a span of 3 to 5 years. However, with a delicate stroke of his pen, Chen Juan transformed the designation of the amortization period into a vague ink blot that resembled the number 1, and then, seemingly casually, he added a figure in the subsequent amount column, consolidating the sum that ought to have been amortized monthly into the current month's costs. To a professional accountant, this alteration was a glaring, uncharacteristic blunder, as it would instantaneously allocate a significant expense that should have been spread over several years entirely to the current month. This would result in a dramatically inflated reported cost for the month, while profits would exhibit an abnormal, precipitous decline, suggesting that the operator had intentionally employed a clumsy tactic to minimize current profits. Look here, Chen Juan pointed to the change and whispered to Lu Mingyuan and Anu. This flaw must be well concealed, buried among a multitude of normal entries, yet not too deeply, so that Zhao Yuanpei can easily trace it back during his meticulous scrutiny. It should lead him to feel that his astuteness has uncovered our fraudulent accounting and the concealment of profits. Lu Mingyuan observed the alteration, a spark of understanding flickering in his eyes as he grasped Chen Juan's intent, then clapped his hands and sighed, "Brilliant! Mr. Chen's scheme is indeed a masterstroke." What would he think if he discovered this flaw? Anu, though a bit slower to comprehend, began to catch on. He would certainly believe that we are tampering with the accounts, deliberately hiding our profits. We don't want him to know how much we truly earned, nor do we wish to distribute dividends based on the actual profits. Exactly. Chen Juan closed the ledger. This was the leverage he had longed for, an opportunity to manipulate us, justifying his demands for greater financial compensation, even using it as a pretext to meddle in our internal management and appoint his own personnel. He thought he had grasped the tail of our fox. In reality, he had seized a double-edged sword we had handed him. Chapter 35. Luring him into the trap, the more we fear and seek to conceal, the more he revels in his triumph, and the less inclined he will be to scrutinize the authenticity of the other parts of the accounts. Chen Juan's voice resonated with an unusual calm in the dimly lit chamber. Anu, bewildered, muttered, "Brother Juan, I can't quite grasp your convoluted reasoning. What comes next? Shall we allow him to extort us? To make unreasonable demands? Let him extort. Let him extort as much as he desires. The more he takes, the greater his appetite will grow, and the noise will become louder." Lu Mingyuan contemplated. Mr. Chen's intention is to drive him to madness before bringing about his downfall, to make him believe he has seized our weakness, allowing him to demand at will. Close enough. Chen Juan rose and paced within the confines of the small chamber. But he will not go mad alone. He will seek a means to indulge in this unexpected delight, to boast, to solidify his gains. All of this will leave traces. Then at the right moment, we simply need to give a gentle push, allowing those who should know to discover this matter at the opportune time. Who are those who should know? Anu inquired. The bookkeeper, Sunday. Chen Juan paused briefly before adding, he should now be addressed as Sun Dianshi. Lu Mingyuan's eyes brightened. Indeed, just a few days ago, I learned that due to the internal investigation involving Zhao Yuanpei, Sun, the registrar, played a significant role in the denunciation and has recently been promoted a level, transitioning from registrar to diensure. Though still a minor official, he now possesses some real authority within the yamen, particularly concerning criminal matters and inspections. His animosity toward Zhao Yuanpei is profound. He is eager to seize any opportunity to utterly crush him. Anu then understood, oh, I see. Let that Zhao fellow prance around for now. When he attempts to extort us, we shall inadvertently leak this information to the newly appointed Sun. Let the dogs turn on each other. It is not merely dogs fighting. Sheng Juan's gaza dapanat. We must ensure they bite hard and accurately, delivering a fatal blow. Does Zhao Yuanpei not desire leverage? We shall provide it. But what he holds will be a scalding hot poker. 3 days passed, and the atmosphere within and around the Zhongxing Hall was suffocating. Anu intensified the guards, particularly around the hidden chamber where the true accounts and silver were stored, to the extent that not even a fly could penetrate. Lu Mingyuan and his associates meticulously verified the clear accounts repeatedly, ensuring that aside from the meticulously crafted flaw, the remaining portions were logically sound and resilient under scrutiny. Salman, following Chen Juan's instructions, discreetly contacted several merchants acquainted with the officials, subtly inquiring about the household and the newly appointed Sun Dienshure's movements. Chen Juan himself spent most of his time within the hall, occasionally venturing out to survey the surroundings. On the third day, in the early morning, the weather appeared somewhat overcast, with leaden clouds pressing low over the rooftops of Qingjie City. Just past the hour of Chun, 2 small sedan chairs draped in blue cloth, guided by a clerk from the household department, came to a halt before the Zhongxing Hall. As the curtains were lifted, the first to descend was none other than the household clerk Zhao Yuanpei. Today he donned a brand new blue official robe, a square cap atop his head, his complexion fair, with a meticulously groomed beard adorning his chin, and his expression exuded an intentionally cultivated air of superiority. Following him were 2 elderly accountants, each around 50, dressed in the attire of low-ranking clerks, both wearing reading glasses and holding abacuses and ledgers. Instead of immediately entering the hall, Zhao Yuanpei lingered at the entrance, slightly tilting his head to scrutinize the unpretentious plaque of the Zhongxing Hall before stepping in with hands clasped behind his back. Chen Juan had already been informed and awaited him inside with Lu Mingyuan and Salman. Upon Zhao Yuanpei's arrival, Chen Juan swiftly approached, bowing deeply with an expression of utmost fear and respect. Commoner Chen Juan humbly welcomes the esteemed Zhao clerk. I regret the inadequate reception and hope for your forgiveness. Zhao Yuanpei acknowledged with a grunt, his gaze sweeping across Chen Juan's face, then glancing at the standing Lu Mingyuan and Salman, finally resting on the square table in the center of the hall, which had just been cleaned and was adorned with ink, paper, and brushes. Master Chen need not be overly courteous. I am here today on official business, Zhao Yuanpei stated, his voice resonating with authority yet not loud. The household department has issued a directive to verify the tax accounts. I trust Master Chen has prepared everything accordingly? Yes, indeed. Everything has been meticulously prepared. Chen Juan nodded repeatedly, bending his waist a little lower, casting a glance at Lu Mingyuan. Understanding the unspoken cue, Lu Mingyuan promptly presented a neatly bound wooden box wrapped in blue cloth, offering it with both hands. Esteemed scribe, within this box lie all the ledger's subaccounts and copies of contracts since the establishment of the Cleanliness General Office, meticulously organized and numbered in chronological order for your perusal. Zhao Yuanpei nodded towards an elderly clerk behind him. The old clerk stepped forward, received the wooden box, placed it upon the table, unfastened the blue cloth, and lifted the lid. Inside, the account books were arranged in meticulous order, each adorned with labels in neat handwriting. Zhao Yuanpei casually picked up the topmost volume, flipping through its pages, which contained nothing more than the routine transactions of daily affairs. He set the ledger down and instructed the 2 elderly clerks scrutinize with diligence. Leave no detail overlooked. Pay particular attention to the significant monetary exchanges, material procurements, and profit calculations. Clarity is paramount. Yes, esteemed scribe, The two clerks responded in unison, promptly taking their seats on either side of the table. One picked up a ledger, while the other unfolded a blank record book, setting out an abacus. Instantly, the room was filled with the crisp, rapid sounds of the abacus beads colliding and the rustling of turning pages. Chen Juan stood by with his hands at his sides, his head slightly bowed, gazing at his own toes as if he dared not look up. Lu Mingyuan and Salmon held their breath, standing silently behind him. Anu guarded the entrance to the inner hall, his single arm hanging naturally at his side, though his body was subtly tense. Zhao Yuanpei himself strolled slowly within the not overly spacious hall, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the engrossed clerks and then flitting to the regulations of the Cleanliness General Office hanging on the wall, ultimately resting on the seemingly obedient figure of Chen Juan. A cold smirk curled within him. How convincingly you feign. We shall see how long you can maintain this facade. Time ticked by second by second. Only the sounds of the abacus and the turning of pages echoed in the silence, the atmosphere becoming increasingly heavy, suffocating in its weight. A fine sheen of sweat began to bead at Chen Juan's temples, glimmering faintly in the dim light. Occasionally, he would furtively lift his eyes, casting a swift glance at the clerks reviewing the accounts, only to hastily lower his gaze again, nervously fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. These subtle movements did not escape Zhao Yuanpei's keen observation, further solidifying his suspicions. Indeed, after approximately half an hour, one of the clerks, who had been verifying the recent 3 months accounts, suddenly halted his fingers over the abacus. With a sound of surprise, he adjusted his reading glasses perched on his nose. Leaning closer to the ledger, his brow furrowing deeply, he extended a bony finger, tapping repeatedly on a specific line in the ledger, then quickly flipped back to the preceding pages to cross-reference. Zhao Yuanpei immediately noted this anomaly. He paused his steps, approaching the clerk from behind, and inquired softly, "What seems to be the matter?" The clerk raised his head, a look of confusion mixed with a barely perceptible excitement on his face. He pointed to a line in the ledger, lowering his voice. "Scribe, observe here the entry for the procurement of 20 new manure carts and 500 reinforced sacks, totaling 150 taels. By standard practice, such durable goods should be amortized over 3 to 5 years, allocated into monthly costs. Yet this ledger records the entire sum of 150 taels as a current month's material expenditure. This is not in accordance with accounting principles." Zhao Yuanpei's heart leaped violently. It had arrived. He suppressed the surge of exhilaration and leaned in for a closer look. Indeed, beside the entry recording the purchase of 20 new-style dung carts and 500 thick burlap sacks, the method of amortization was vaguely noted, and the subsequent amount carried forward for costs was a staggering total of 150 taels. This indicated that an inexplicable large portion of costs had materialized within the month, consequently diminishing the profits. "Are you certain?" Zhao Yuanpei's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Having managed accounts for over 30 years, with experience in handling no less than 8,000 entries, he could not have misremembered such a rule of amortization. The old clerk affirmed confidently, adding, "Moreover, sir, it seems the contractual attachment for this substantial purchase are not entirely complete." Zhao Yuanpei felt a rush of blood surge to his head. Before him, he envisioned the glimmering silver beckoning him. "Chen Juan, you have indeed manipulated the accounts, attempting to obscure profits with such clumsy tactics? Truly, fortune favors me." This was essentially a feast served on a platter. He forced himself to regain his composure. Now was not the time to act. Maintaining an inscrutable expression, he straightened up, his demeanor returning to its prior seriousness, even colder than before. He approached Chen Juan, who seemed to sense something amiss, raising his gaze with a perfectly calibrated expression of confusion and unease. "Sir, is there something wrong with the accounts?" Zhao Yuanpei fixed his gaze into Chen Juan's eyes, a smirk barely concealed as he replied, "Boss Chen, certain aspects of these accounts may require further deliberation. A thorough reconsideration is warranted." Chen Juan's countenance turned ashen, his voice quivering. "Sir, you must see clearly. The accounts are recorded truthfully. If there is any oversight, it is certainly due to the negligence of the account manager. I shall return immediately to conduct a rigorous review. I promise." "Review?" Zhao Yuanpei elongated his tone, his eyes sparkling with a cat-and-mouse jest. The account books have already been submitted to the office, and the verification process has commenced. It is not as simple as you suggest to redo them. Boss Chen, you are a sensible man. Some matters can be grave or trivial. Chen Juan, agitative, felt the veins on his forehead throb, bowing repeatedly. Sir, please show mercy. This business is just taking off. It cannot withstand turbulence. I implore you to empathize and guide me towards a clear path. Observing Chen Juan's panicked and submissive demeanor, Zhao Yuanpei felt an immense satisfaction. He relished the sensation of holding another's fate in his hands. After a moment of feigned contemplation, he spoke slowly. Today's verification shall conclude here. These account books I must take back to the office for meticulous examination. As for the intricate matters, he cast a meaningful glance at Chen Juan. Boss Chen is an astute man. He should know how to navigate this situation. Let us say, by noon tomorrow, you are to come to the Treasury office. I have some matters to discuss with you privately. Yes, I understand. I shall certainly be there at noon tomorrow. I will follow your instructions. Chen Juan, as if granted a reprieve, bowed deeply once more. Zhao Yuanpei chose not to say more. Gesturing for the two old clerks to carefully put away the account books into their wooden box, he then walked away with his hands clasped behind his back, striding with a sense of accomplishment, boarding his sedan chair. As the chair began its journey, he fancied he could still hear Chen Juan's tearful, grateful farewell echoing behind him. Seated within the carriage, Zhao Yuanpei could no longer restrain himself. A grin, almost malevolent in its delight, spread across his face. Chen Juan, your end is nigh. This evidence is sufficient to compel you to return every last coin, with interest. No, it is not merely a matter of restitution. From this moment forth, you shall be my marionette, and your business will serve as my treasury. Upon returning to his designated office, Zhao Yuanpei eagerly dismissed all attendants, secured the door, and retrieved the problematic ledger. Bathed in the soft glow of daylight filtering through the window, he scrutinized the glaring discrepancies once more. The more he examined, the more elated he became. The blunder, seemingly trivial, appeared all the more like a hasty fabrication left behind as a telltale sign. Furthermore, the incomplete contracts concerning the purchase of 150 taels raised additional suspicions. He could exploit this to his advantage, potentially uncovering even more issues. He began to calculate how much he should demand the following day. 1,000 taels? No, perhaps even more. Additionally, the monthly dividends needed to be increased. 50%? No, 6%, perhaps even 7%. Furthermore, he must install his own people within the accounting office to monitor operations closely and prevent any further deceptions. And then there was the troublesome Lu Mingyuan. He needed to devise a reason to remove him. That night, Zhao Yuanpei was so exhilarated that he scarcely slept. He envisioned himself amassing a fortune from the treasury, deftly navigating the corridors of power and trampling over the likes of Sun Dianshi. The next day, well before noon, Zhao Yuanpei was already waiting in the secluded office he had chosen at the treasury. He brewed a fine pot of tea, savoring it leisurely while imagining the pitiful, trembling figure of Chen Juan when he entered, ready to be at his mercy. As the clock struck noon, a gentle knock echoed from the door, accompanied by the clerk's announcement. The scribe, Chen Juan, has arrived. Let him in, Zhao Yuanpei ordered, setting down his teacup, adjusting his attire, and adopting a serious expression befitting the occasion. The door swung open, revealing Chen Juan, who entered with his head bowed, stepping cautiously. Today, he appeared even more unadorned than the day before, exuding an air of destitution, his face marked by evident fatigue and anxiety, faint shadows beneath his eyes. Your humble servant. Chen Juan pays his respects to the scribe. Zhao Yuanpei waved his hand, signaling the clerk to withdraw, and closed the door behind them, leaving only the two of them in the office. Please, take a seat. Zhao Yuanpei gestured towards the chair opposite him. Yet, Chen Juan dare not sit. Bowing deeply as he murmured, before the scribe, how could a mere servant presume to take a seat? I shall stand and listen to your instructions. Zhao Yuanpei did not press the matter further. He picked up the ledger resting on the table, flipping directly to the page in question, and emphatically jabbed his finger at the figure of 150 taels. Mr. Chen, let us speak plainly. The manner in which these accounts have been maintained is egregiously crude. 150 taels of durable goods consumed within a single month? Do you believe I am ignorant of accounting, or that the veteran clerks of the Treasury have lost their faculties? Chen Juan trembled, his face as pale as parchment. His lip quivering. Scribe, please discern. This must be the error of the junior accountant. He has miscategorized the entries. I shall return immediately to rectify this, imposing strict penalties to ensure correction. I am willing to redo these accounts, guaranteeing no further oversights. Redo? Zhao Yuanpei chuckled, leaning back leisurely in his chair, observing Chen Juan with an air of superiority. Mr. Chen, it appears you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. This ledger was brought back by me yesterday and has been entered into the verification files. Now, in black and white, with a bold red seal. You claim it as a mistake? Who would believe that? If I were to report this matter truthfully, do you think it would merely result in back taxes and a fine? Falsifying accounts, deceiving the authorities, evading taxes. Such offenses could lead to imprisonment. If things go awry, your nascent bank could be shuttered, and you, Chen Juan, would find yourself savoring the harsh realities of prison life. With a thud, Chen Juan, overwhelmed with fear, fell to his knees. Please grant me mercy. Spare my life. Establishing this bank has not been easy. I have poured everything into it, solely for the sustenance of the people in the South City, to provide them with a means of survival. I beseech you, show compassion and grant me a chance to live. I would be willing to give everything in gratitude for your great kindness. As he observed the trembling figure of Chen Juan, Zhao Yuanpei felt a thrill of power over his life and death. He rose and slowly approached Chen Juan, looking down upon him from his elevated position. Considering the difficulty of your establishment and your previous understanding, and having once served as my advisor, I may be inclined to negotiate on your behalf. Zhao Yuanpei deliberately elongated his words, gauging Chen Juan's reaction. Slowly, Chen Juan raised his head, a glimmer of hope amidst despair flickering in his eyes. Please instruct me. I shall comply with whatever you command, even if it means sacrificing my life. I will not hesitate. Excellent. Zhao Yuanpei relished those words. He extended a finger, waving it before Chen Juan's eyes. This amount, 1,000 taels of silver. Shock and despair filled Chen Juan's gaze as he looked at Zhao Yuanpei. Without waiting for a response, Zhao Yuanpei continued with a measured tone. This 1,000 taels is a hush fee, and to smooth over the higher-ups, additional funds are required. Furthermore, starting next month, the bank shall allocate 50% of its profits to me. Additionally, your accounting practices are rather erratic. I shall recommend 2 reliable accountants to manage your financial records henceforth, allowing you to rest easy. 1,000 taels of silver, 50% of monthly profits. Furthermore, he intended to install his own personnel to completely seize control of the financial authority. This was not merely an unreasonable demand. It was a voracious plundering, seeking to consume him entirely. Chen Juan's face turned ashen, collapsing onto the ground as if all strength had been drained from him. He hung his head, shoulders trembling slightly, and after a long pause, in a voice that seemed to emerge from deep within his being, he uttered, "The sum of 1,000 taels is indeed exorbitant. My resources are meager, and I find it difficult to gather such an amount at once. I implore you to grant me a few days' grace, allowing me to devise a plan to procure the funds." Chapter 36. The mantis stalks the cicada, seeing Chen Juan in such a state of despair, utterly cornered. Zhao Yuanpei's last lingering doubts dissipated. He knew he had completely ensnared this merchant of humble origins. Feigning contemplation, he finally relented. "Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. By noon on the 3rd day, the 1,000 taels of silver must be delivered here. Should you fail to provide the funds, or if even a single coin is missing, do not blame me for carrying out my duties and presenting this ledger, along with your confession, to the authorities." Yes. Thank you for your generosity. Within 3 days, the little man would certainly devise a way to gather the required amount. Chen Juan struggled to rise. performing a deep bow before retreating from the office with a dazed and unsteady gait. As the door closed behind him, it severed the connection to Zhao Yuanpei's triumphant and avaricious gaze. Chen Juan traversed the cold, damp corridor of the office, the expression of fear, despair, and humility rapidly dissipating from his face. Upon reaching the entrance of the office, the afternoon sun struck him with a piercing brightness. He squinted slightly, raising a hand to seemingly nonchalantly wipe the corner of his eye, which was actually dry, and then hastened towards the direction of the assembly hall. His steps remained somewhat unsteady, as if he had yet to recover from the shock, yet his back was straight and resolute. Upon returning to the entrance of the assembly hall, Anu and Lu Mingyuan immediately converged upon him, while Salmon peered out from within. The three wore expressions filled with tension and inquiry. Chen Juan shook his head at Anu and Lu Mingyuan, signaling them to remain calm, then walked directly to the back hall, whispering to Salmon, who awaited there. "Mr. Salmon, it is your turn to take action." Salmon perked up, his small eyes sparkling with excitement. "Boss Chen, what do you propose we do?" Chen Juan leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone, imparting his instructions. As Salmon listened and nodded, his round face displayed a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. That afternoon, within the tea house of the Tianchi government, several officials were enjoying a brief respite, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation, when a rumor ignited like oil meeting fire, quietly exploding and swiftly spreading to the corners where clerks and aides congregated. "Have you heard? The clerk Zhao from the Office of Revenue went to inspect the accounts of the Southern City's cleaning agency a few days ago, and it seems he uncovered a significant deficit." "Oh, is that true? Wasn't that business just getting started? How could there be such a large deficit?" "Hey, you see, the business may not be substantial, but some are adept at manipulating accounts. I hear the ledger that Clerk Zhao brought back holds considerable issues, involving sums that could reach this amount." The speaker mysteriously extended a few fingers for emphasis. "That much? The Chun fellow is in serious trouble." "In trouble? I wouldn't be so sure. Earlier today, someone saw Chen Juan being summoned to Clerk Zhao's office, and they talked behind closed doors for quite some time. When he emerged, his expression was as if he had just lost his mother and father." "Closed-door talks? Is Clerk Zhao seeking an underhanded negotiation?" "Sure, keep your voice down. There's an unspoken understanding here. However, I have heard that Clerk Zhao's asking price is quite steep, seemingly demanding this amount, followed by a hushed discussion and gasps of astonishment. If this is true, Clerk Zhao's audacity is rather excessive. This is right at the government office. Excessive? He has powerful backing. What does he have to fear? Moreover, he possesses the evidence. So does Chen Juan dare to refuse? Unless he wishes to forfeit his standing in Tianchi City. The rumor took flight like wings, swiftly disseminating through the winding corridors and dim chambers of the government office, becoming increasingly embellished with details and vividness. Although no one dared to speak openly, the glinting eyes, meaningful smiles, and the demeanor during whispered conversations unmistakably pointed in one direction. Clerk Zhao from the Office of Revenue, under the guise of auditing, was conducting an unabashed and substantial extortion against the merchant surnamed Chun from the southern city. The rumor swiftly meandered its way into the ears of the newly appointed Director Sunday, just as Director Sun settled into his new office, contemplating how to wield his limited authority to further impede his old rival, Zhao Yuanpei. He was met with this startling news from a trusted aide. He paused, taken aback. Is this information credible? His aide confirmed, it appears to be true. Several tea attendants have been sharing the tale, complete with vivid details. Moreover, today at noon, Chen Juan was indeed summoned alone to the office by Zhao Yuanpei, and they conversed behind closed doors for nearly a quarter of an hour. When Chen Juan emerged, he appeared utterly despondent, a sight witnessed by many. The aide reported in hushed tones. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Director Sun exclaimed thrice, pacing excitedly within his office. "Zhao Yuanpei. Oh, Zhao Yuanpei, while there's a path to heaven, you chose not to tread it. Instead, you have barged into the depths of hell, misusing public resources to extort merchants, and right amidst such scrutiny. Truly, blinded by greed, you are digging your own grave." He promptly summoned another trusted subordinate and whispered instructions. Go. Investigate thoroughly, but remain discreet. The crux of the matter is, what leverage does Zhao Yuanpei possess over Chen Juan? What price is he demanding? How is Chen Juan responding? The more detailed, the better. His subordinate departed on the errand. Director Sun returned to his chair, his eyes gleaming with calculated intent. To act directly? That would be unwise. Without solid evidence, he would merely alarm the prey. Zhao Yuanpei had been entrenched in the Bureau of Revenue for many years, with allies above him. Mere rumors would not topple him. After a moment of contemplation, a scheme began to form in his mind. He recalled a clerk named Wang from the Criminal Justice Bureau, who had previously clashed with Zhao Yuanpei over the distribution of benefits from a certain case, harboring resentment ever since. This individual had some ambition, always yearning to ascend the ranks. That very evening, Director Sun happened upon Clerk Wang, and they engaged in casual discourse regarding the recent happenings within the office. Sun nonchalantly sighed. The atmosphere at this bureau has deteriorated significantly. Some individuals are overreaching. Their greed is quite unsightly. For instance, over at the Bureau of Revenue, it seems one can unearth a plethora of scandals merely by auditing a small merchant's accounts, stirring up quite the uproar across the city. If this continues, we at the Tianqi Prefecture may lose all semblance of dignity. Upon hearing this, Clerk Wang's interest was piqued, and he tentatively inquired, "Are you referring to the investigation by Zhao over the Cleanliness General's case? I have heard whispers. It seems rather unsavory." Director Sun waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of reluctance to delve further. Such matters are based on mere conjecture, better left unmentioned. However, if indeed an official is abusing their position for personal gain, extorting merchants, that would be a grave violation of the law and a corruption of moral integrity. We, who dine at the Emperor's table, cannot sit idly by. Can we? Alas, we lack solid evidence. He concluded, casting a meaningful glance at Clerk Wang. Clerk Wang, quick to grasp Director Sun's intentions, recognized that this was an opportunity to prod the hornet's nest that was Zhao Yuanpei. Although fraught with risk, the prospects were far greater. If he could indeed bring down Zhao Yuanpei, not only would he rid himself of pent-up frustrations, but he might also earn merit in the eyes of the county magistrate or even the county lieutenant, paving the way for a more promising future. Director Sun's concern for public affairs is commendable. Though I am but a humble servant, I too understand that the principles of law and order must not be disregarded. Given the current rumors, it is my duty to investigate. Perhaps I could draft a formal report of these whispers and submit it for your superior's discernment? Clerk Wang proposed cautiously. Sun Dianshir's face revealed a smile of contentment. Wang Shibun is loyal to his duties. Splendid. However, when relaying rumors, one must be substantive and clear in direction, yet leave no room for accusation. The measure of discretion rests upon Wang Shibun. The official understood. Wang Shibun felt a sense of certainty within, knowing he had made the right gamble. The following day, a carefully worded yet pointed report regarding the rumors was personally delivered by Wang Shibun to the desk of the county vice magistrate. The report did not name names, but included phrases suggesting that a certain clerk from the household department had frequently engaged in private dealings with merchants under the pretense of auditing accounts, raising suspicions of corruption and extortion. Coupled with the recent gossip circulating within the office, even a fool could discern whom it referred to. The county vice magistrate, troubled by the recent pressure from the county lieutenant, found himself at a loss for a breakthrough. Upon seeing this report, particularly the format of a rumor report, which indicated a basis for the claims while avoiding the responsibility of slander, he was immediately filled with elation. It was as if a pillow had been sent just as he was about to doze off. Zhao Yuanpei was an associate of the county lieutenant. To act against him was tantamount to striking the lieutenant's face, while also allowing for the rectification of official conduct and enhancing his own political achievements. He promptly convened the relevant department heads under the pretense of rectifying official conduct and preventing minor issues from escalating, sternly stating, "Recently, there have been rumors within the office that certain officials have been exploiting their positions for personal gain, which is extremely detrimental. To cleanse the atmosphere of the office and correct public perception, I hereby order the immediate suspension of the involved officials pending investigation. Should the investigation find no evidence, their innocence will be restored. If proven true, they shall face severe punishment. The county lieutenant was caught off guard by this sudden blow. Instinctively, he wished to protect Zhao Yuanpei, but the vice magistrate, armed with the rumor report, spoke with righteous authority under the banner of reforming official conduct. Given the current unrest in Tianqi City, with recent issues in the southern city just subdued, any further scandal arising from shielding subordinates would be highly detrimental to him. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced to the vice magistrate's proposal, issuing an order to suspend Zhao Yuanpei from his role as a household clerk, mandating him to return home for reflection while awaiting investigation. When the order reached the household department, Zhao Yuanpei was still in his office, reveling in thoughts of the 1,000 taels of silver he would receive in 3 days, along with the continuous 50% dividend from the future clean total accounts. He had even contemplated several reliable candidates for bookkeeping. Suddenly, the door was violently pushed open, and several expressionless bailiffs entered, led by a head officer from the criminal department. Zhao Yuanpei, the head officer inquired coldly. Indeed, that is I. Who are you to intrude? Zhao Yuanpei felt an ominous premonition rise within him as he spoke sharply, albeit with an underlying trepidation. By order of the county vice magistrate and the county lieutenant, the head officer proclaimed loudly, Household clerk Zhao Yuanpei, suspected of misusing public office for personal gain and misconduct, is hereby suspended from all duties to return home for reflection and await investigation. Surrender your household badge and keys, and leave with us immediately, without delay. Zhao Yuanpei felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his lips trembling as he could scarcely believe his ears. What? Suspended? Investigated? What have I done? Is there evidence? I demand to see the county lieutenant. Any statements can be made during the investigation. The head officer interrupted him bluntly. As Zhao Yuanpei stood before several imposing, cold-eyed constables, his gaze fell upon the official document bearing the seal of authority, and he felt as though the world around him was spinning, his body turning to jelly. Mechanically, he unclipped the household identification badge and the keys from his waist, handing them over, only to be escorted out of the premises by 2 constables, one on each side. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes filled with surprise, disdain, and schadenfreude, he stumbled out of the household and into the courtyard. Above, a pair of all-seeing eyes continued to observe their departure. Once he was returned to his own estate, witnessing the front gate sealed with a notice of confinement and left with 2 guards, Zhao Yuanpei finally began to regain his senses from the overwhelming shock and confusion. Suspension? Investigation? Why? Could it be related to the matter of Chen Juan? Impossible. With Chen Juan's timid demeanor, how could he dare to report anything? Moreover, how could news travel so swiftly to this extent, leading to his suspension? His mind was a tumult of emotions, a tempest of fury intertwined with endless fear. He attempted to reach out to his colleagues, even considering sending a message to the county lieutenant, but the guards remained unyielding, isolating him completely. On the very afternoon of his suspension, a deluge of anonymous reports and accusations surged towards the county magistrate and the criminal office from all directions. Some alleged that he had embezzled small tax revenues years ago, while others claimed he had accepted bribes from merchants to alter land deeds. And there were accusations of him abusing his power for personal gain. All manner of truths and fabrications from the past resurfaced, forming a tidal wave intent on drowning him entirely. Zhao Yuanpei was utterly bewildered and terrified. He realized that this was not merely a consequence of the Chen Juan affair. It was a premeditated conspiracy aimed at his destruction. Yet, he was completely unaware of who his adversaries were or how to retaliate. It was as if he had plunged into a vast, swiftly spinning vortex, powerless to struggle, merely watching as darkness consumed him. He did not even have the opportunity to confront Chen Juan, to question, threaten, or salvage his situation. When the 3-day deadline arrived, instead of receiving the promised 1,000 taels of silver from Chen Juan, he was met with the formal notice of investigation from the criminal office, accompanied by the ravenous constables who came to seize his property and gather incriminating evidence. The once pristine and respectable Zhao residence was turned upside down. Silver notes hidden in the walls, gold ingots buried beneath the tiles, and even the jewelry brought by his wife as dowry were all unearthed and catalogued. Zhao Yuanpei, pale as a corpse, sat amidst the chaos of his devastated courtyard. The ensuing interrogation held little suspense. Faced with irrefutable rumors linked to the Chen Juan case and a plethora of dubious old accusations, and under the pressure exerted by the eager interrogators, Zhao Yuanpei's psychological defenses crumbled swiftly. He not only confessed to attempting to extort 1,000 taels of silver from Chen Juan under the guise of an audit, though ultimately unsuccessful, but he also divulged numerous past indiscretions that were far from honorable. With multiple charges to answer for, the case was submitted for review. Ultimately, the decree from the Ministry of Personnel was issued. Zhao Yuanpei was stripped of his title, his assets were confiscated, and he was sentenced to exile 3,000 miles away to a land of miasma where he would endure hard labor, with no promise of clemency. The day the verdict was rendered was a dreary, rain-soaked afternoon. Chen Juan stood beneath the eaves of the Zonghong Hall, observing the icy raindrops cascading upon the bluestone pavement. Anu returned from outside, whispering the verdict to him, and informing him that Zhao Yuanpei would be escorted away the following day. Tonight, find a way to meet the escorting officers. Slip them some money. I wish to see him one last time. Brother Juan, why would you want to see that scoundrel? It would be better if he perished without a trace. Chen Juan refrained from explaining, merely insisting, do as I say. That night, at the stroke of midnight, in the depths of the prison in Tianqi City, there lay a dark, damp cell, permeated with a pungent stench of mold and filth. A dim oil lamp flickered feebly, barely illuminating the confined space. Zhao Yuanpei curled up in a corner, where decaying straw served as his bedding. His filthy garments scarcely covered his body. His hair was disheveled like wild grass, his face smeared with dirt, and his eyes, once bright, now appeared vacant. Stripped of the semblance of the refined scholar he once was. In merely a fortnight, he seemed to have aged 2 decades. The sound of iron chains clanking echoed as the cell door swung open. A cloaked figure entered, accompanied by Anu and a paid prison guard. Zhao Yuanpei, bewildered, lifted his head, his murky eyes adjusted to the dim light, and upon recognizing Chen Juan, his vacant gaze suddenly sharpened, erupting with a vengeful fury akin to that of a tormented spirit. A raspy sound escaped his throat as he struggled to lunge forward. But the weight of the shackles in his frail body allowed only a futile attempt before he succumbed to a fit of violent coughing. Chen Juan waved his hand, prompting Anu and the guard to step outside, though the door remained ajar. He approached Zhao Yuanpei, halting a few paces away, silently observing him with neither triumph nor pity. It is indeed you. Zhao Yuanpei's voice rasped like a broken bellows. Chen Juan, your methods are insidious. Your schemes profound. I underestimated you. Chen Juan produced a small, gray, coarse cloth pouch from his bosom, gently placing it on the ground between them. The pouch was not tightly closed, revealing a few small silver ingots and some scattered copper coins within. For your journey, Chen Juan stated flatly. Zhao Yuanpei's gaze fixated on the pouch, as if he beheld the most ludicrous yet malevolent mockery in existence. He abruptly raised his head, fixating on Chen Juan with a maniacal laugh akin to that of a night owl weeping blood. Ha 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 ha! Excellent! A splendid maneuver! Chen Juan, I, Zhao Yuanpei, have fallen into your hands. It is not unjust. Not unjust at all. Tears streamed from his eyes, mingling with the grime upon his face, rendering him particularly grotesque. Do you believe that by bringing me down, you have emerged victorious? Huh? Do you think this is the conclusion? Let me enlighten you. This abyss runs deep, bottomless. You have meddled with forces you ought not to have, obstructed paths that were never yours to impede. Do you think Sun Dianshi and the county magistrate are virtuous? They are merely using you to rid themselves of an unruly dog like me. Mark my words, you will suffer far worse than I ever will. You will die without a burial ground. I shall await you in the depths. Ha 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 ha! Chen Juan observed him in silence, his deranged demeanor until the laughter subsided, leaving only heavy breathing and a venomous glare. Are you finished? Zhao Yuanpei glared fiercely, eyes brimming with a hatred that no river could wash away. Safe travels, Chen Juan replied, turning towards the prison door. Chen Juan, may you meet a wretched end. Behind him, the hoarse and desperate curse of Zhao Yuanpei echoed through the grim corridors of the prison, gradually fading into silence. Stepping out into the cold, damp air of the night, infused with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil, Chen Juan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Raising his gaze, he found the night sky to be an inky expanse, punctuated only by a few scattered, cold stars. Anu and Lu Mingyuan waited in the distance, and upon seeing him emerge, they hurried forward. "Are you all right, Brother Juan?" Anu inquired. A hint of fatigue finally crossed Chen Juan's face. "Let's go back." Anu and Lu Mingyuan exchanged a glance and silently followed. The streets were desolate, with puddles reflecting the scattered lights. With the removal of Zhao Yuanpei, a malignant tumor, from his life, a massive weight had been temporarily lifted from his shoulders. Zhao Yuanpei had spoken the truth. The waters ran deep. Sun Dian, the county magistrate, and even higher authorities, the county lieutenant, the prefect, and the Gongsun family lurking in the shadows, had merely been fortunate, navigating the fractures among various factions to bide their time and eliminate a direct, avaricious foe. The true tempest, perhaps, was only just beginning. He halted, gazing toward a certain direction within the city, the location of the government office, the very nexus of power and wealth in Tianqi City. Meanwhile, atop a tall building in the city, a window stood ajar, the night breeze stirring the delicate gauze. Gongsun Han leaned against the railing, clad in a pale, moon-white robe that rendered him ethereal and aloof in a nighttime ambience. In his hand, he toyed with a lustrous white jade wine cup, the amber liquid within shimmering with a beguiling glow in the reflection of countless lights below. He had just listened to a detailed report from a trusted confidant, recounting how Zhao Yuanpei had fallen and the role Chen Juan had played, the origin of the rumors, and the subtle machinations of Sun Dian and the county magistrate, all the details rendered vividly clear. This wandering commoner was quite intriguing, Gongsun Han mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he drained the cup. The crisp liquid coursed down his throat, and a faint blush surfaced on his fair skin, enhancing the striking yet somewhat detached beauty of his countenance. He had not anticipated that Chen Juan could extricate himself from the bloodshed surrounding Lu Laohan and the peril of Lu Mingyuan's imprisonment in such a short span. Leveraging the situation with such deft and ruthless tactics to utterly vanquish Zhao Yuanpei, the avaricious head of the tax office who had entrenched himself for years. The cunning, the audacity, and the insight into human nature and bureaucratic rules. How could such a man resemble a mere peasant risen from filth? "Young master, what shall we do next?" Came a low inquiry from the shadows behind him. Gongsun Han did not respond immediately. He slowly set down the wine cup, the sheep-fat white jade ring on his thumb glimmering with a warm yet chilling sheen under the light. He gazed down at Tianqi City, gradually sinking into slumber yet rife with undercurrents, his eyes deep and penetrating, as if capable of piercing through the layers of buildings to see the figure clad in a green robe who had just emerged from the prison, traversing the cold, long street. "What to do?" Gongsun Han softly echoed, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, neither fully a smile nor a frown. "Naturally, we shall continue to observe. Let us see how much commotion this bird, fortuitously caught in the cage, can stir and how high it can soar." As the night breeze swept through, it tousled his few unbound strands of inky hair. Below, the figures of Chen Juan and his companions had vanished around the corner of a long street, merging with the boundless darkness of the night. Chapter 37. Autumn poetry gathering with autumn deepening. The sun no longer bore the scorching intensity of summer. Instead, it became gentle and prolonged, lazily draping itself over the land of the southern city, which had just begun to show signs of life. In the blink of an eye, it had been nearly half a year since Chen Juan, accompanied by Anu and Lu Mingyuan, had carved out the first path of hope from the desolate mire of Manure Water Alley. Days did not pass in mere increments. They accumulated like heaps of refuse, stacked with copper coins stained with sweat. The name Southern City Cleaning Association had firmly established itself on the streets of this mixed society, long regarded by respectable individuals as a den of filth and degradation. Not only had it taken root, but it had also begun to flourish. From the initially cramped and squalid alleys of Manure Water Alley, where sewage flowed and garbage piled high, to now encompassing a significant portion of the southern city. With 8 relatively orderly main streets alongside a network of back alleys crisscrossing like a spider's web, all fell under the wooden sign, brushed with tung oil, bearing the 6 bold black characters of the Southern City Cleaning Association. While it could not be deemed a jurisdiction, the daily tasks of cleaning, collecting, and transporting had seamlessly integrated into an increasingly clear process. Though the work still revolved around the removal of filth, it was no longer a haphazard assembly of laborers, nor were they the downtrodden, forced to toil without regard. They were the organized agents of cleanliness, representatives of the association. Each day at dawn, the small leaders of various teams, mostly those whom Anu had initially gathered and who had shown diligence, would sound their bamboo whistles. Following the meticulously optimized route maps devised by Lu Mingyuan and Anu, they set out promptly for work, cleaning, collecting, loading, and transporting to the composting site outside the city proceeded in an orderly manner. Despite occasional setbacks, some individuals slacking off, neighbors being uncooperative, overall, this system had begun to run smoothly. The composting site beyond the city had expanded to more than twice the size of that initial small pit. Different fermentation zones had been designated, experimenting with varying ingredient ratios and turning frequencies. The resulting clean dust powder was dark in color and evenly granulated, while it still bore a slight earthy scent. The pungent stench of manure had largely dissipated, beyond ensuring that the sanitation fees for the contracted blocks were offset and that some of the laborers' wages were compensated with fertilizer for their families' use. They had managed to produce a significant surplus. Salman, through his network of merchants, facilitated the sale of the clean dust powder to nearby farmers who were well-informed and willing to experiment. Although the quantity remained modest and the price low, the returns in the form of grains, vegetables, and even a small amount of cash constituted a tangible income, marking the first instance of positive cash flow on the balance sheet. Lu Mingyuan's efforts over the past 6 months had not been in vain. He initiated a monthly sanitation competition for the streets and alleys. At first, both the displaced teams and local residents regarded it as a joke. How could there be a competition for cleaning filth? How could one determine which household maintained a cleaner entrance? However, when Lu Mingyuan truly brought along a few literate displaced individuals, a preliminary achievement of the night school, armed with charcoal pencils and wooden boards to document visible litter, the accumulation of sewage, and residents' cooperation along each street and alley, and subsequently published the results monthly, awarding a simple flag sewn from red cloth to the top-ranking alley. The prevailing attitude began to shift gradually. The small red flag fluttered in the autumn breeze, transforming into a peculiar symbol of honor. In the alley that bore the flag, the local leader of the displaced people walked with a newfound vigor, and the faces of the neighbors seemed to radiate a certain brilliance. Those without a flag secretly vied for recognition, determined to exert more effort in their cleaning endeavors, keeping a keener eye on the filth before their own doorsteps. This seemingly trivial sense of honor and competitive spirit became a significant impetus for maintaining daily cleanliness. Salman's entrepreneurial prowess unexpectedly contributed to this system. Not only could he procure sturdy burlap sacks at a price 10% below market value, but he also obtained plans for an improved handcart, inspired by designs from the western regions, featuring larger wheels, sturdier axles, and greater load capacity. He commissioned blacksmiths and carpenters to fabricate several of these carts, which, upon trial, proved to be significantly more efficient and less labor-intensive than the traditional unicycles. Anu's guard squad, tasked with maintaining order and patrolling at night, finally upgraded their equipment, trading in their wooden clubs and bamboo poles for sturdy waxwood staffs, which Anu personally trained them to wield in simple formations. During their nighttime patrols, their movements synchronized and their staffs striking the ground in unison. Even the most audacious troublemakers dared not disrupt this newly claimed territory. The accounts were meticulously managed by Lu Mingyuan, with settlements occurring bi-weekly and monthly. After deducting all labor costs, material expenses, and tool depreciation, there remained an astonishing surplus of over 200 taels of silver each month. This figure just half a year ago would have been beyond the wildest dreams of Chen Juan and Anu. Chen Juan established a rule. Of the monthly surplus, 30% would be retained as a reserve fund, deposited in a bank familiar to Salmon for unforeseen needs or for reinvestment. The remaining amount was distributed among the core group, Chen Juan, Anu, Lu Mingyuan, and Salmon, according to a prearranged ratio, with the majority allocated for acquiring new tools, enhancing the diet of the displaced people, transforming their meals from 2 watery portions to a mix of 1 watery and 1 solid, occasionally with a touch of oil and meat, and for the newly established night school, which utilized the evenings to teach children simple characters and arithmetic, with Lu Mingyuan and a few literate displaced individuals taking turns as instructors. Days seemed to hold promise. The once overwhelming stench of despair, decay, and death in the wastewater alley appeared to be gradually washed away by the daily rituals of cleaning, industriousness, sweat, and the swelling of pockets and the emergence of smiles. Along with this, the entire southern district became noticeably cleaner than elsewhere, with streets more orderly, ditches more unobstructed, and even the faint odor of pollution in the air seeming to dissipate significantly. Walking through this transformed area, though still impoverished, one could not help but feel a sense of order, brightness, and an invigorating spirit. This newfound reputation spread like a gust of wind during the dry autumn season, initially swirling beneath the low, dilapidated eaves of the southern city and meandering through the alleys filled with stagnant water, becoming the talk of the townsfolk during their tea and meals. Hey, have you heard? Those poor souls in Wastewater Alley are on the rise. They're dressed respectably now and even have a main office. Isn't that something? My family lives over there, and I must say the street is truly clean now. The odor that used to linger has significantly improved. Subsequently, the breeze began to ascend slowly, wafting into the ears of the proprietors of the nearby small taverns, fabric shops, and grocery stores. Seated in the tea house, grasping their coarse porcelain tea bowls, they would exchange hushed murmurs. Master Wang, isn't tea peculiar? Ever since that cleaning service took charge of our street, sweeping it to a sheen every day, the entrance to my shop appears much more pleasing. You know, it seems that the number of customers peeking in has increased compared to before. Indeed, Mr. Lee speaks the truth. In a clean environment, who would tea want to linger longer? Yet I wonder how long this business can sustain itself. I hope it doesn't tea revert to its former state one day. The breeze continued its ascent, traversing the rooftops of ordinary merchants, gliding over the walls of the marketplace, and finally, quietly infiltrating the high-walled, deep courtyards adorned with vermilion gates and embroidered doors. In the eastern part of the city, adjacent to the government office, lies the residence of the dignitaries of Tianchi City. Although the estate of Lord Wang, the vice inspector, is not the most illustrious, it boasts a vast expanse with deep courtyards. On this day, with the autumn air crisp and invigorating, a modest yet refined poetry gathering was taking place in the rear garden of Lord Wang's estate. The attendees were primarily the families of Lord Wang's colleagues, renowned literati of the city, and several young ladies from well-connected families. The chrysanthemums in the garden were in full bloom, with artificial hills and flowing water, winding corridors creating a picturesque scene. The guests were seated separately, some composing verses, others playing the qin and savoring tea, while some engaged in the elegant game of flowing wine along the winding water, a tableau of leisurely grace. As the wine circulated thrice and the dishes were served in 5 varieties, the initial formality and pleasantries gradually dissipated, and the conversation shifted from poetry and art to intriguing tales of the city and amusing anecdotes from the officialdom. A young literatus, dressed in a deep purple brocade shirt, with a fair complexion and a slightly frivolous demeanor, sought to capture the attention of the young ladies present. He fanned himself with a folding fan adorned with orchids, cleared his throat, and, feigning mystery, began, "Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, this splendid autumn day inspires a wealth of poetic musings. However, I have recently heard of a peculiar event in the city, which, while not particularly refined, is quite intriguing. I wonder if I should share it? His teasing words indeed garnered considerable interest. A young lady clad in a pale yellow dress partially concealed her mouth with her fan and chuckled. What riddle is Mr. Zhou concocting this time? Please, do enlighten us. If it proves dull, you shall be punished with a drink. Mr. Zhou, pleased with himself, swiftly closed the fan, gently tapping it in his palm, and lowered his voice. This matter, I assure you, is rather astonishing. Are you aware of the peculiar individuals that have recently emerged in the southern part of the city? Peculiar individuals? In the southern district? Remarked a middle-aged scholar at the table, stroking his beard. The south is rife with common folk and laborers. What remarkable individuals could possibly exist there? Not at all. Mr. Zhou shook his head vigorously. These individuals are all refugees who fled from the north, suffering from hunger and cold, their lives hanging by a thread. Yet somehow, they have gathered together and taken it upon themselves to clean the streets and collect refuse. Oh dear! The young ladies at the table suddenly turned pale, covering their noses with their fans as if the foul stench had wafted in with the wind. Mr. Zhou, please refrain from discussing such filth. It offends the ears. Mr. Zhou quickly apologized, yet his eyes sparkled with delight as he continued. Ladies, do not be vexed. The true peculiarity lies in what follows. These individuals not only engage in such an enterprise, but they have also, through some unknown means, transformed a repugnant substance that people shun into a dark, powdery concoction they whimsically name cleaning dust. They claim it can enrich the soil. Manure? Some scoff. For the practice of composting has long been a tradition among farmers. What is so remarkable about that? The true marvel lies in the fact that they have managed to profit from it. It is rumored that they have even accrued a substantial surplus, leaving the southern city impeccably maintained, providing sustenance for the destitute, and seemingly establishing a thriving enterprise. Zhou Qingke paused, his voice swelling with exaggerated mockery as he continued. Even more astonishing is the presence of a down-and-out scholar among them, perhaps driven to madness by poverty. He has abandoned all decorum and penned a piece entitled Transforming Filth into Profit, in which he absurdly claims that there is gold hidden within dung, turning waste into treasure, benefiting the homeless and rejuvenating the streets. What a farce! To embellish such sordid affairs, as if they were wise policies for governing the nation, is utterly laughable. How lamentable! At that moment, a cacophony of derisive, astonished laughter erupted around the table, filled with expressions of scorn and disbelief. Is it truly the case? A scholar mingling with dung collectors? And composing poetry? Such a disgrace to culture. Surely, they must be driven to extremes of boredom, seeking to attract attention. In the southern city, bizarre occurrences are hardly surprising. It is a pity that the scholar has wasted his ink and paper. Alas, let's not speak of it further. It is quite nauseating. What a fine poetry gathering. And yet this is the topic. The young ladies teased, swiftly redirecting the conversation elsewhere. To them, this curious tale was merely a slightly crude anecdote, easily forgotten amidst the festivities, a trivial absurdity occurring in a distant, filthy world entirely disconnected from their refined lives. This jest, akin to an inconsequential leaf falling in the late autumn, spiraled down to the desk of the Pingjuan Prefecture in Tianqi City. The Pingjuan Prefecture, responsible for regulating markets, prices, grain transport, and warehouses, wields immense authority as a crucial institution for the court's economic control and management of the realm's lifeblood. Deep within the government office, in a spacious and serene study adorned with simple yet imposing decor, candlelight illuminated the towering bookshelves and the mountains of documents, casting a warm, dim glow. The Pingjuan minister, Gongsun Han, sat regally behind a broad zeaten-wood desk, reviewing an urgent memorandum regarding the diversion of grain transport from the Jianghuai region this winter to avoid flooding. At the age of 25, he possessed the distinctive elegance and fairness of a scion from a noble family, with long brows merging into his hairline, a high nose, and a pair of eyes that appeared especially deep and dark under the candlelight, as if they could absorb all light yet remain unfathomable. At this moment, A trace of subtle fatigue graced his brow, yet his hand remained steady as a rock while he wielded his brush, leaving sharp, vigorous characters that penetrated the paper. His trusted aide, Mr. Chi, a thin, sharp-eyed man of around 40, stood quietly at the side of the desk. Noticing that Gongsun Han had set down his brush and taken a sip from the nearby celadon teacup, he stepped forward slightly and, in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to Gongsun Han, recounted the humorous tale he had heard earlier at the poetry gathering in the residence of the imperial censor, regarding the impoverished residents of the southern city producing fertilizer. Gongsun Han listened intently, his expression remaining unchanged until Mr. Chi mentioned the title, Transforming Filth into Profit, and the phrases about hidden treasures in dung and turning waste into wealth. In the depths of his seemingly placid eyes, a flicker of light seemed to pass. He set down his teacup, and with his jade-like fingers, lightly tapped the smooth surface of the table, producing a soft sound. He repeated the words, transforming filth into profit in a tone devoid of inflection. Mr. Chi immediately understood, retrieving from his sleeve a meticulously transcribed roll of pristine rice paper. Presenting it with both hands, "My lord, this is the transcription of the poem." Only then did Gongsun Han pick up his brush again, not to critique the text, but to idly point the brush's tip at the roll of paper. Mr. Chi unrolled the document on the empty space of the writing desk. Gongsun Han's gaze swept over the text. The universe cycles, and filth can also be treasure. Where human effort falters, waste can yield profit, allowing the displaced to find their calling and rejuvenating the streets. As he focused on several key phrases, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Upon reaching the signature at the end, Lu Mingyuan, a flicker of understanding flashed in his eyes. He set down the brush and leaned back slightly into the plush chair, his gaze fixed on the flickering candle flame, as if peering through the fire to glimpse the bustling yet humble streets of the southern city. What is the true efficacy of this cleansing powder? He inquired, his tone imbued with the indifference of one accustomed to authority. Mr. Chi bowed slightly, replying, "In response to your lordship, I have sent someone to investigate. The main streets included in the southern city's cleaning efforts are indeed much cleaner and tidier than in previous years, with significant improvements in the conditions of sewage blockages and garbage accumulation. Additionally, several rural households outside the city have sporadically purchased this powder. Feedback indicates it possesses decent fertilizing properties, superior to ordinary soil fertilizers, and is also affordable. However, its scale remains small, thus its impact is limited." Gongsun Han nodded slightly, withholding judgment. It had indeed been half a year since he had paid attention to that ruffian floundering in filth, yet had managed to create some stir, seemingly with greater efficiency than anticipated. "However, I have heard that the production of this substance requires a substantial amount of wood ash as a supplementary material." "Yes, my lord." "You are astute," Mr. Chi replied. "This is a crucial auxiliary material, used to neutralize the acidity of waste, promote fermentation, and absorb odors. According to our findings, the quantity required is not insignificant." Gongsun Han responded softly, picking up the brush once more, his gaze drifting back to another document on the desk that he had already reviewed halfway. It concerned a proposal to stabilize the prices of firewood and charcoal in Tianqi City and its surrounding areas this winter, to alleviate the burdens on the populace. He pondered for 2 or 3 breaths, then let the brush tip descend, calmly adding a line of vermilion script in the blank space at the end of the proposal. The handwriting was as sharp and vigorous as when he had critiqued the grain transport reports. Wood ash is a byproduct of firewood and charcoal. Its market price flow also relates to the supply and demand of firewood and charcoal, as well as the stability of overall market prices. Therefore, attention should be given to the flow of wood ash towards the southern city, with moderate regulation in place to observe the subsequent effects, while balancing the needs of the populace and market prices. Having completed his writing, he gently pushed the document forward. "Proceed with this." "Yes, I understand, Mr." Chi comprehended the unspoken command, accepting the document with both hands, carefully rolling it up and bowing as he exited the study. He yearned to observe whether the seemingly peculiar ants, intent on constructing a nest within their domain, would succumb and disintegrate under pressure, or whether they could carve out an unexpected path in the face of adversity. Commands executed with the distinctive efficiency of the Bureau of Equalization swiftly reached the major charcoal merchants, firewood markets, and associated guilds in the city of Tianchi. The wood ash from the southern city and its surrounding areas, previously almost given away or sold at a meager price in the charcoal trade, began to experience an inexplicable rise in price within a single day, becoming a commodity that was scarce despite its newfound value. The proprietors of the major charcoal merchants, receiving the news, were puzzled yet compelled to heed the rigorously worded regulatory suggestions bearing the Bureau's vivid red seal. Who would dare to neglect such directives? They promptly classified the surplus wood ash, once casually disposed of, as control materials, ceasing its casual sale. Even familiar clients were met with headshakes or exorbitant price hikes. The stall owners in the firewood market fell silent, their larger operations receiving stern orders from their backers or guilds. This silent tempest surrounding wood ash swiftly swept into the southern city's cleaning headquarters. Brother Juan, trouble, serious trouble. Anu burst into the freshly organized main hall, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Chen Juan, engaged in reconciling last month's accounts with Lu Mingyuan, lifted his gaze at the commotion. Lu Mingyuan also paused his calculations. What is the matter? Chen Juan inquired in a grave tone. Anu, though rough around the edges, was clearly agitated over something significant. We can't buy any ash. Anu panted incoherently. I ran through the east and west markets, inquired at all the familiar charcoal houses and wood shops. The old charcoal merchant who usually supplies us with ash recoiled as if he had seen a ghost, waving his hands and stating that the higher-ups had intervened, forbidding the sale of even a single ounce of ash to our cleaning headquarters. Offering more money, not even tripling the price, would work. They wouldn't even engage in conversation. Later, I managed to slip some money to an acquaintance who discreetly informed me that it came from the Bureau. The Bureau issued the order directly, supposedly to stabilize charcoal prices, to regulate the flow of wood ash. This is clearly aimed at us. At that moment, Salman hurriedly returned from outside, wiping the sweat from his brow, his voice taut. Mr. Chun, this is dire. I just gathered information from several familiar Hui merchants and local traders, and the news is indeed true. It comes from the Bureau, personally authorized by Lord Gongsun Han. The justification is grandiose, claiming it's to stabilize market prices and consider the welfare of the people. Yet this regulatory blade strikes directly at our lifeline. Without wood ash, we cannot produce cleaning powder. We cannot manufacture fertilizers. And how can we fulfill the supply contract signed with those farmers? What will become of the semi-finished products fermenting at our compost facility? And our reputation, Mr. Chun, this threatens to sever our roots. Lu Mingyuan set down the ledger, his expression grave. Chen Juan slowly rose and approached the window, gazing at the mountains of refuse awaiting processing in the courtyard, and further still towards the compost facility. The Bureau, Gongsun Han. Lu Mingyuan's voice was dry. He has finally taken notice of us. No, perhaps he had noticed long ago, but now he perceives us as somewhat obstructive, or perhaps as deserving of a reprimand. Mr. Chun employs a legitimate authority bestowed upon him by the court, granting him the power to stabilize prices and regulate the market. He does not require thugs or to fabricate accusations. A mere slight adjustment of the regulatory lever suffices to stifle our most essential supply of raw materials. We cannot even cry out in protest, for on the surface, his actions appear to serve the greater good. The chill of late autumn seems to seep through the walls, infiltrating the room in delicate threads, rendering the atmosphere stiflingly oppressive. Previous adversaries, no matter how fierce or avaricious, still operated within the bounds of societal rules, allowing for maneuvering through money, strategy, or even force in retaliation. However, the Price Stabilization Bureau epitomizes the very framework of this commercial society. It dictates prices, directs flows, and wields an invisible hand that controls resources. Its slightest gesture alters not merely the commerce of a single street, but transforms the ecological balance of entire sectors of the market. Anu's veins throbbed with indignation. It must surely be that old scoundrel who geoscheming behind the scenes. He could not swallow his anger and had ascended to the heights of the Price Stabilization Bureau. Brother Juan, we cannot remain passive. I shall go to the Bureau's entrance and beat the drum of injustice. I will file a complaint. I refuse to believe there is no place left in this world for reason. As he spoke, he was about to rush out. Come back. One called to Anu. Chapter 38. Seeking new formulas, the Price Stabilization Bureau oversees the markets, prices, and transport of goods across the realm. A single pronouncement, a subtle directive, or even a mere insinuation from them can transform the most commonplace and overlooked byproduct, such as wood ash, into a precise chain tightening around our throats. All of Anu's efforts to expand operations, establish processes, and build credibility, even the nascent profits he had begun to accumulate, seemed feeble and absurd in the face of this chain. Anu, accompanied by a few capable brothers, frantically traversed the surrounding coal markets, firewood markets, and even approached some clandestine charcoal producers. With a congenial demeanor, he spoke kind words, gradually raising the purchase price from the market rate, doubling, even tripling it. Yet, those merchants who typically gleamed at the sight of coins now appeared transformed, impervious to Anu's persuasive efforts, their faces rigid with forced smiles. They simply shook their heads like rattling wind chimes, their tone unprecedentedly resolute and fearful. Brother Anu, it's not about the money. Truly, even if you brought a mountain of gold, we cannot sell this ash. My sincerest apologies. The master has issued strict orders to seal all wood ash. Not a single ounce is permitted to leave. Please do not press us. We are merely trying to make a living. One of the familiar merchants, who had previously collaborated well with Anu, discreetly pulled him aside when no one was watching, glancing around nervously before lowering his voice and pleading, Brother Anu, my dear brother, you must return. Do not inquire further. It is from above. The Price Stabilization Bureau. Lord Gongsun himself has issued the orders. Who would dare defy them? That would cost one S-head and ruin a family. For heaven's sake, think of another way. You truly cannot obtain this ash. Anu returned each time with a sullen expression, empty-handed. The conflation of anger and helplessness within him ignited a painful fire in his very core. The veins on his single arm bulged as he clenched his fist tightly, yet he found no outlet for his frustration. Salmon was bustling about in the city, employing every connection at his disposal, but the news he gathered was disheartening. The edict from the Bureau of Price Control was not solely directed at the Southern District. Rather, it imposed regional restrictions on the circulation of wood ash under the pretext of regulating the byproducts of fuel and stabilizing market prices. The areas affected coincidentally encompassed the procurement range of the Cleanliness Consortium's raw materials. This was no mere coincidence. Gongsun Han did not even attempt to conceal this. It was an overt scheme. Salmon even sought to contact merchants from neighboring counties to inquire about alternative materials. But the responses were either riddled with excessive transportation costs due to great distances, or the materials themselves were prohibitively expensive, or their efficacy remained uncertain, making stable supply unfeasible in the short term. Lu Mingyuan was nearly living in the accounts room, his brow furrowed as he faced the increasingly despairing ledger, heaving sighs of frustration. Without the production and sale of the purifying powder, the cash flow on the books was rapidly dwindling. The short-term supply contracts he had signed with several bold farmers were nearing expiration, casting a shadow of breach of contract compensation over his head. Next month, the wages for dozens of refugees, daily food purchases, and maintenance costs for tools loomed like mountains, suffocating him. He attempted to put pen to paper to alleviate Chen Juan's burdens, but the tip of the pen merely left meaningless ink blots. Knowledge, in the face of absolute power and grim reality, seemed utterly powerless. Though the refugees had not yet rioted, for Chen Juan and Anu's authority still held sway, and their daily meals had not yet ceased, the flicker of fear regarding hunger and death had quietly returned to their eyes. They worked in silence, ate in silence, then gathered in hushed conversations, anxiously glancing at the often closed door of Chen Juan's room, observing the deteriorating conditions of the compost yard. After a brief respite of sufficient food and warmth, was this hard-won stability truly on the brink of collapse? The entire Dungwater Lane, along with the Cleanliness Consortium's courtyard, was enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere mingled with the stench of decay and a sense of despair. Anu paced restlessly within the confines of the room, muttering curses without knowing whom to blame or what to do. Salman incessantly lamented about contracts, compensation, and tarnished reputations, as if he could already perceive his invested silver and network of connections dissipating into nothingness with the cessation of purifying powder production. Chen Juan locked himself away in the makeshift office for half a day, without lighting a lamp, relying solely on the dimming daylight filtering through the window, casting his silhouette as he sat behind the desk facing the wall. On the wall hung a carefully drawn sketch of the Southern District and its surrounding areas. Crafted by Lu Mingyuan, the City of Enlightenment appeared as a vast chessboard dissected by orderly lines, while outside the city lay expanses of unillustrated blankness, symbolizing desolation, the unknown, and danger, with only simple annotations marking locations such as a stony slope, ghost wailing rock, old riverbank, and saline alkaline land. His gaze was fixated on that map, as if he sought to penetrate its surface and peer into the depths below. To seek assistance? To the Pingjuan mansion, to beseech the aloof Gongsun Han, who could nearly extinguish him with but a mere pinky. Chen Juan could vividly envision that scene, himself bowing and scraping, articulating his plight, while the other party listened with an air of indifference, perhaps even revealing a hint of amusement at the sight of his desperate struggles, before gently uttering a refusal or proposing an insufferable condition. Such an endeavor would be a humiliation, a complete surrender of his fate into another's hands, allowing himself to be butchered at will. Gongsun Han was likely awaiting the spectacle of his pitiful supplication, to force his way through, to gather a band and attempt to forcibly procure or even seize the charcoal merchant's ashes. That would be tantamount to courting death, setting aside the likelihood of success. Once violence was employed, it would be an outright rebellion against the law, an assault on commerce, providing the other side with a legitimate pretext to unleash their might and utterly crush them. The remnants of Hujui, the old grievances of Zhao Yuanpei, and countless hidden eyes would converge upon them, tearing them to shreds. In the rules set by others, within the confines delineated by them, no matter how fiercely one struggles, it seems only a dead end awaits. The adversaries have woven a vast net of regulations, ensnaring him tighter and tighter. He must leap beyond, escape this chessboard, transcend the battleground predetermined by his foes. He closed his eyes, and a myriad of images flickered through his mind like lightning. Not from this era, but fragments of memories from another world. Wall Street, the glass facades of skyscrapers reflecting a cold light, flickering screens in the trading hall, numbers dancing wildly, and the air thick with the scent of wealth, desire, and blood. How many times had he participated in acquisitions, skirmishes that appeared hopeless where opponents boasted ample funds, connections reaching the heavens, and unfavorable public sentiment? The key to breakthrough often lay not on the front lines, not at the negotiating table where tempers flared, nor in the stock market where capital was recklessly thrown about. Rather, it resided in an overlooked, seemingly trivial financial statements footnote within a supposedly marginal, loss-making business segment. A technological patent barrier that even the acquired party had failed to appreciate, or within the ambiguous, ill-defined gray areas of regulatory policy. The true points of breakthrough often hide in the most inconspicuous corners, invisible to all. They may be unseemly, cheap, devoid of apparent value, even despised and avoided by everyone. Yet, it is often there that the power to overturn everything lies concealed. His gaze fell once more upon the desolate regions on the map marked by names like Rocky Slope, Wailing Rock, and Saline Alkali Land. These places were wastelands that even the most destitute farmer shunned, rumored to be haunted, ominous voids abandoned by the city's metabolic churn. Was it not from what was deemed useless, indeed harmful excrement, that he initially garnered his first breath of life? A bold, nearly mad thought struck him like a bolt of lightning in the dark, illuminating his mind. Anu, prepare the car. Chen Juan abruptly flung open the door. His voice, though not loud, carried a long-lost, undeniable resolve that shattered the oppressive silence outside. Anu, anxiously pacing at the door, was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly approached. Brother Juan, you've emerged. Do you have a plan? Where are we going? Should we seek out a prominent figure to intercede, or should we leave the city? Chen Juan interrupted him, casting his gaze toward the dimming sky outside the courtyard. Leave the city? Anu and several guards who had gathered at the sound were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. At such a critical juncture, rather than concocting schemes or tending to the increasingly dire situation at the compost yard, they considered departing. For what purpose? Indeed, we shall leave the city. Chen Juan offered no explanation, his mind racing with burgeoning clarity. He turned to the approaching Lu Mingyuan. Mr. Lu, I kindly ask you to retrieve those volumes on agriculture, soil, local customs, and mineral identification. I wish to revisit them, particularly the sections detailing the characteristics of various soils and stones, especially those concerning barren lands. He then addressed Salman, who had just returned. Lord Salman, I must trouble you to procure a small bag of quicklime and some soda ash, regardless of the cost. Ensure they are pure. The quantity need not be substantial, but speed is of the essence. Finally, he looked at Anu. Prepare a sturdy cart and bring shovels, pickaxes, and burlap sacks. I will carry a water pouch and a small knife. Select 3 or 5 courageous, meticulous, and discreet companions, those I can trust. His commands flowed in succession, clear and swift, imbued with an undeniable sense of urgency. Although the group was filled with confusion, Chen Juan's grave and resolute demeanor instilled a reluctance to question further, prompting them to disperse and fulfill his orders. Lu Mingyuan soon returned with several worn and yellowed tomes, while Salman, leveraging his connections, quickly acquired a small bag of good quality quicklime wrapped in oil paper, along with a small package of homemade soda ash. Anu prepared a reasonably sturdy cart, personally selecting 4 of the most vigilant and trustworthy guards, and gathered the necessary tools. Chen Juan tucked the books into his coat, carefully stowed the quicklime and soda ash, and inspected the water pouch and knife before silently ascending the cart. Brother Juan, where are we truly headed? Anu, seated at the reins, could not restrain his curiosity any longer. Chen Juan unfurled Lu Mingyuan's map, his finger gliding across its surface until it halted at a region in the southwest marked with ominous jagged stone symbols, accompanied by the words Ghost Cry Rock. We're going here, Ghost Cry Rock. Old Zhao, a refugee driver who had lived in the southern city for over 40 years, turned pale at the mention of the name, his hands trembling on the reins. Mr. Chen, we cannot go there. That place is forbidden. Why is it forbidden? Chen Juan's gaze remained fixed on the map, his tone unperturbed. That is a cursed area. Old Zhao's voice quivered with fear. A chaotic slope of rocks, with stones shaped like the little demons in Yama's court, all clawing and gnashing. Especially at sunset when shadows stretch long, it's positively terrifying. Moreover, it is malevolent. Not a blade of grass grows there, and no birds or beasts inhabit it. When the wind whistles through the crevices, it sounds just like a ghostly wail. Our forebears warned that beneath it lie the vengeful spirits of those who perished in wars of the past, their malice palpable. Anyone who approaches is bound to encounter calamity. Over the years, aside from reckless hunters and desperate fugitives, no one dares to venture there. Mr. Chen, let us consider another destination. Anu and several guards listened, their faces betraying a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. The name, the legend, sent shivers down their spines. Chen Juan lifted his gaze, casting a calm yet penetrating glance at Old Zhao, which stifled the latter's words in his throat. Let us proceed there, Chen Juan stated, his tone unwavering. He closed the map and added, we must arrive before nightfall. Old Zhao dared not utter another word. Swallowing hard, he flicked the reins, and the carriage creaked to life, rolling out through the freshly cleared South City gate and onto the parched, dusty road outside the city. Once beyond the city walls, the scenery contrasted starkly with that within. The desolate expanse of late autumn lay before them, a picture of bleakness. Vast tracts of land were tainted with an unhealthy grayish-white hue, remnants of saline and alkali, with only a sparse scattering of salt-tolerant thistle and seepweed shivering in the cold wind. Villages dotted the distance, their smoke spiraling upward, accentuating the wilderness's emptiness and evoking a sense of oppressive desolation. Chen Juan instructed the carriage to avoid the main roads and farmlands, opting for the remote paths marked on the map as barren or abandoned. The further they traveled, the fewer signs of life emerged, and the scenery grew increasingly desolate. The wheels rolled over dried ditches, startling a few crows that cawed as they ascended into the gray sky. Anu and the guards gripped their clubs tightly, scanning their surroundings with a watchful eye. This place was indeed unsettling. After nearly 2 hours of jostling, the sun began its descent, painting the horizon in a vivid crimson hue. At last, the carriage came to a halt before a massive, jagged slope strewn with bizarrely shaped rocks. "Mr. Chen, we have arrived. Ahead lies the Ghost Cry Rock, and the carriage cannot advance further." Old Zhao's voice quivered as he gestured ahead. Everyone disembarked from the carriage. The scene before them caused even the prepared Anu and the others to catch their breath in astonishment. An endless expanse of chaotic rock formations seemed as if a giant had recklessly smashed them together, shaped over eons by relentless winds and rains into countless grotesque peaks, columns, and stalagmites. Bathed in the blood-red light of the setting sun, these dark brown and gray stones cast elongated, twisted shadows that crawled across the ground, resembling malevolent spirits struggling to escape from the depths of hell, fearsome and terrifying. The air was thick with a dry dustiness and an indescribable mineral scent. A fierce wind howled through the narrow, steep crevices of stone, producing a continuous wail that varied in pitch, at times sharp, at others deep, truly resembling countless vengeful souls lamenting in the darkness, sending chills down the spine. The ground was nearly devoid of soil, covered by a thick layer of grayish-white powder that yielded underfoot, submerging ankles in its softness. As far as the eye could see, apart from a few thorny thickets struggling for survival in the cracks, there was scarcely a hint of greenery. It was a barren expanse, steeped in silence. "Damn this cursed place," muttered one guard under his breath, gripping his club tightly. Anu felt a chill ascend his spine. He leaned closer to Chen Juan and whispered, "Brother Juan, this place feels sinister. Perhaps we should just take a quick look and gather some soil before departing?" Chen Juan offered no reply. He stood at the edge of the slope, his keen gaze sweeping over this forsaken land, shunned and feared by humanity. The mournful sound of the wind, the grotesque rocks, and the desolate white ground appeared to him as if imbued with a unique and alluring radiance. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the expanse of grayish-white powder. A soft rustling sound reached his ears as he moved. Crouching down, he disregarded the choking dust and scooped up a handful of the thick, delicate white earth with his bare hands. The sensation was cool to the touch, and its texture was extraordinarily fine and smooth, almost devoid of the gritty feel typical of ordinary soil. He pinched it between his fingers, watching as the powder cascaded through the gaps like the finest flour. Moistening a portion with saliva, he kneaded a small amount of the wet earth between his fingertips, observing its stickiness and plasticity. Next, he withdrew a small knife from his belongings and approached a rock surface covered in a thick layer of white crust. With utmost care, he scraped off some of the hard, glimmering white substance. Then, he produced a water pouch and poured a few drops of clear water onto a relatively flat stone surface, mixing it with a small ball of white clay. The clay quickly took shape, yet remained unyielding and soft, maintaining a peculiar porous quality. The crucial moment arrived. He extracted a precious packet of alkali, pinching a tiny amount and delicately sprinkling it over the moist white clay. Instantly, the point of contact generated faint, tiny bubbles accompanied by a subtle hissing sound. Though barely audible, it was unmistakably clear under Chen Juan's focused observation. His heart raced. An alkali reaction. He then took out a small bottle of vinegar, sourced from Lu Ming Yuan, containing a low concentration, serving as a substitute for weak acid, and dripped a drop onto another patch of wet clay. The reaction was more pronounced than that of the alkali. The bubbles were more numerous, and the hissing sound was clearer. An acidic reaction was evident, albeit less vigorous than the alkalis. Anu and the others gathered nearby, utterly perplexed, unaware of Chen Juan's intentions. They could only perceive his intense concentration as he squeezed, examined, and dripped substances onto the peculiar earth. Yet, in Chen Juan's eyes, That flicker of excitement grew brighter, almost ablaze. Though he lacked professional knowledge in mineralogy, he possessed fundamental chemical understanding, bolstered by the vague records found in Lu Mingyuan's eclectic texts. This cursed rock's white clay, smooth and delicate to the touch, bore the typical characteristics of kaolin or certain silicate minerals. Its plasticity, when wet yet non-cohesive, indicated potential porosity and adsorption capability. Its varied reactions with both alkali and acid suggested the presence of active components, possibly carbonates, silicates, or other minerals. He recalled Lu Mingyuan's writings mentioning that certain chalks and kaolins could be medicinal or used to ameliorate acidic soils, and in some regions, they were employed in the production of inferior ceramics. He further remembered the vague knowledge from his own era. Silicate materials serve as excellent adsorbents and desiccants. Commonly utilized in chemical and environmental applications, their porous structure effectively absorbing odors, heavy metal ions, and regulating pH levels. Was this not an exceptional candidate to replace certain functions of wood ash, adsorption, pH regulation, mineral provision? The primary component of wood ash is potassium carbonate, which is alkaline, adsorptive, and provides potassium fertilizer. The white clay, possibly rich in aluminum silicate and possessing absorptive qualities, can react with acids and bases, indicating a certain capacity for buffering regulation. It may also provide trace elements, such as silicon and aluminum. Moreover, the vast expanse of this material, thick as a foot in places, reveals an open-air treasure trove, a hidden bounty shielded by fear and legend. Anu! Chen Juan suddenly sprang to his feet, his voice trembling with excitement, his eyes sparkling with an extraordinary brilliance. "Bag it! Fill all the sacks we brought," he urged. "We must collect this white clay, and scrape some of that white crust from the stones as well, and keep them separate." Though Anu was utterly bewildered, the long-lost joy in Chen Juan's eyes, akin to discovering a gold mine, told him that brother one had stumbled upon something remarkable. Energized, he waved his hand. "What are you waiting for? Hurry, fill the sacks with clay. Scrape some of the white skin from the stones too." Despite their apprehension, the guards, witnessing the fervor of Anu and Chen Juan, suppressed their fears, retrieving shovels and sacks, and began to dig and fill with vigor. The white clay was exceedingly fine, easy to excavate, and soon several sacks were filled to the brim. Chen Juan, seemingly entranced, swiftly traversed the slope, examining the hues and textures of the clay in different areas. He also collected samples from stones with a slightly darker coloration, possibly containing iron or other impurities. The setting sun cast his busy silhouette long upon the chaotic rocks, creating an oddly harmonious scene brimming with vitality. As the final sack of earth was loaded onto the cart, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only a smoldering ember of dark red in the sky. The wailing rocks became shrouded in twilight, and the increasingly mournful wind, amplifying their eerie presence. "Let's depart." "Back," Chen Juan commanded, and the cart turned, racing back along the path, stirring up a cloud of white dust behind. Upon returning to the compost yard, it was already deep into the night, with a sparse moon illuminating the chilling wind. Yet, Chen Juan felt no fatigue. His eyes shone brightly in the moonlight. "Clear a small pond." Immediately, he leapt from the cart, issuing orders to the waiting refugees. Although they did not comprehend why Mr. Chen had brought back several sacks of white earth in the dead of night, they swiftly complied, clearing a small fermentation pit in a corner of the compost yard that had been used for previous experiments. Chen Juan personally oversaw the mixing of the collected white clay from the wailing rocks with fresh, untreated manure in varying proportions. 1 part, 2 parts, 3 parts, 5 parts, stirring them to a uniform consistency, with each ratio clearly marked. Simultaneously, he combined a small amount of the scraped stone crust powder with some manure as a control sample. Lu Mingyuan and Salmon were drawn to the commotion and hurried over. Witnessing Chen Juan handling the white soil as if it were treasure amidst the foul odors of the compost yard, their faces filled with astonishment and confusion. "Mr. Chen, what is this?" Lu Mingyuan asked, pinching his nose in bewilderment. Chen Juan straightened up, gazing at the new experimental piles, which displayed a bizarre interplay of gray, white, and black under the moonlight and torchlight. his face breaking into the first true smile of hope and determination he had felt in months. "This is the path forward." He spoke slowly, his voice resonating with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the night. "While others severed our connection to the ashes of nature, we shall forge our own path using the cursed soil of the Ghost Cry Cliff." Chapter 39. Purifying dust of the western regions in the ensuing days. Chen Juan nearly anchored himself to the composting site. He dismantled the makeshift straw mat in the rudimentary hall and moved directly into a hastily constructed shelter of wooden planks in the corner of the compost yard. This location was in closest proximity to the experimental heaps. The night breeze allowed him to detect the subtlest changes in aroma first. And under the blazing sun during the day, he could promptly reach into the depths of the compost, sensing the critical temperatures that pertain to life and death. Every day before dawn, he would rise, wrapping himself in an old robe, now faded and stained, and carrying a dimly lit lantern. He would approach the various marked experimental mounts. He would first close his eyes, taking a deep breath to discern whether the acrid scent in the surrounding air was diminishing. Were there any other odors akin to freshly turned earth or the faint aroma of fermented grains making their presence known? Then he would directly extend his hand, plunging deep into the compost. The sensations at his fingertips were vital. Were they icy and slimy, or warm and moist? Or perhaps they had turned dry and crumbly. He meticulously gauged the humidity, temperature, and the tactile experience of the partially decomposed fibers between his fingers. Throughout the day, he remained virtually inseparable from his work. He instructed Anu to fetch sticks of varying thickness, sharpening one and to insert at different depths into the compost heaps, waiting a while before extracting them to observe the moisture and color upon the sticks, and pressing his face close to gauge their temperature. He also had Lu Mingyuan procure the simplest of leaky pots, a clay vessel with a small hole at the bottom, to calculate the intervals for turning the heaps and making observations. Lu Mingyuan, rolling up his sleeves and casting aside the pretensions and fastidiousness of a scholar, clutched his tattered agricultural texts, their pages yellowed and corners dog-eared, alongside his meticulously prepared recording board, inscribed with charcoal, to accompany Chen Juan in the fetid compost yard. He compared the vague descriptions from ancient texts regarding composting to brewing, observing its color, inhaling its scent, and feeling its warmth. For the production of fine fertilizer, the heap should generate heat spontaneously, emit no foul odors, and feel loose and moist, meticulously documenting everything unfolding before him. At the third watch, with a gentle easterly breeze, the first heap, traditional method, lacking ash, revealed a slightly warm surface beneath 3 inches, with a pungent, sour odor, showing no signs of improvement. At the fifth watch, under clear skies, the third heap, 30% white clay, yielded a warm stick upon insertion. When withdrawn, it was moist yet devoid of slime, with a hint of earthy scent and significantly reduced sourness. At noon, under the scorching sun, the fifth heap, 50% white clay, displayed a dry surface, with white mycelium emerging during turning, resembling frost or fluff. Should this be recorded as a sign of good fortune? Ancient texts suggest that the emergence of white is auspicious. His records grew increasingly detailed, the charcoal pencil gliding over the rough wooden board, leaving a tapestry of varied imprints. This downcast scholar appeared to have discovered something more captivating than poetry or song, a mesmerizing synergy between the written word and the vivid transformations before him, deriving the allure of new life from the murkiness of decay. Occasionally, he would lift his gaze, observing Chen Juan's face, consumed by concentration and tinged with a hint of obsessive fervor, and a peculiar flutter would surge within him. The young vagabond leader truly engages in dialogue with the refuse through the experiments he articulates, contending with the very essence of this land. Days later, the results, emerging amid the anxious anticipation and cautious observation of the onlookers, burst forth like tender shoots urged by the spring rain, breaking through the pervasive darkness and obstructions to reveal themselves clearly. The first discernible differences were in odor and appearance. The control pile, meticulously constructed according to the old methods but devoid of plant ash, pile 1, continued to deteriorate. Its stench of decay intensifying to the point of emitting a nauseatingly sweet and meaty odor. Upon turning it, the interior was sticky and slick, its color dark and dismal. A clear indication of fermentation failure. In stark contrast, the experimental piles infused with the white clay from Ghost Cry Rock displayed a markedly different state. Notably, Pile 3, with 30% white clay, and Pile 5, with 50%, exhibited the most pronounced transformations. The previously pungent and foul odors had nearly dissipated, replaced by a complex scent reminiscent of soil, hay, and an indefinable essence akin to the growth of mushrooms, slightly musky yet not unpleasant. When turned, the fertilizer became loose, no longer clumping together, and its hue shifted from murky black-yellow to a deep, uniform brown, surrounding some of the previously stubborn and hard-to-decompose plant fibers, such as grass stems and scraps of cloth. A delicate layer of white mycelium had formed, revealing a network of white fungal threads. "Mr. Chen, look quickly." On that clear morning, Lu Mingyuan exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the edge of Pile 5. Chen Juan hurried over, crouched down, and grasped a handful of fertilizer from deep within Pile 5. The texture caused his heart to race, dry, soft, and with uniformly sized granules that hardly adhered to his fingers. When squeezed, it could form clumps, yet with a gentle rub, it disintegrated into loose particles. This quality surpassed even the previous dust produced with plant ash. The ash fertilizer occasionally compacted due to excessive alkalinity or uneven mixing, but this white clay fertilizer seemed to inherently possess a quality that prevented clumping. Has it truly succeeded? Even Chen Juan found it hard to believe at that moment. Theoretical speculation was one thing. Witnessing the miraculous effect of this peculiar soil amidst the filth was another. A profound surge of elation intertwined with relief flooded his chest. Yet, the most critical evidence remained the fertilizer's efficacy. The quality of the fertilizer is determined by the land and the crops. Lu Mingyuan had already prepared several pots of wild azaleas and clusters of wild grass, which he had dug from a nearby wasteland, their growth frail and yellowing, barely alive. He meticulously applied the old dust, the newly developed white clay fertilizer from Pile 3, and left one untreated as a strict comparison. The days spent awaiting the crop's response felt even more agonizing than awaiting the fermentation results. Each day, Chen Juan and Lu Mingyuan would check multiple times. In the first 2 days, there appeared to be no noticeable changes. Anu, unable to contain her impatience, whispered furtively, "What if this white clay is just for show and lacks real utility?" Chen Juan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the leaves of those plants. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, as Lu Mingyuan dutifully recorded his observations, he was struck as if by lightning when his eye fell upon the pot of wild azaleas treated with a white clay fertilizer. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and leaned closer, nearly pressing his face against the leaves. Before them lay the once wilted and yellowing rhododendron leaves, their edges dry and curled, now seemingly revitalized. It was no mere illusion. The lifeless grayish-yellow edges of the leaves were gradually absorbing moisture, transforming from the veins outward. Nearby, a cluster of wild grass displayed 2 newly sprouted tender leaves, their vibrant green hue far more pronounced than those in the other 2 pots, standing tall and brimming with vitality. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen," Lu Mingyuan's voice cracked with excitement. His hand, clutching the notepad, trembled violently as he pointed at the pot of rhododendrons, his words tumbling out in a flurry of enthusiasm. "It has changed. The color has changed. Look at these leaves. And the grass. It has grown. It has turned green." Chen, Anu, and Salmon, alerted by the commotion, gathered around, their eyes fixated on the plants. The flora treated with white clay fertilizer exhibited a remarkable improvement in both leaf color and new growth compared to those nourished with the old cleansing powder, far outpacing the pot that had received no amendments at all. It worked. It truly worked. Unable to contain his elation, Lu Mingyuan jumped with the exuberance of a child, his weathered face flushed with excitement. He turned to Chen, tears shimmering in his eyes, not merely in gratitude for discovering an alternative material, but as if he had borne witness to a miracle or a profound truth. "Mr. Chen, may heaven bless us. May heaven bless the clean, total corporation. This white clay not only substitutes for wood ash, but seems to perform even better. Look at this soil. He scooped a handful of the white clay-infused soil from the pot. Light, airy, moisture-retaining, yet non-sticky. This substance not only serves as fertilizer, but also improves soil quality, particularly in hardened, heavy ground. The effects described in ancient texts regarding certain types of soil were indeed realized in this peculiar earth. No, its efficacy even surpasses those claims. Anu and Salmon, upon realizing this, felt the clouds of gloom and anxiety lift, replaced by overwhelming joy. Anu glanced at the visibly more vibrant rhododendron and then at Shun, breaking into a wide grin, wanting to laugh heartily, yet fearing to disturb the moment. He could only pound his chest with a series of muffled thuds, exclaiming, "By all that is holy, this white clay truly works. Brother Juan, we are saved." Salmon was equally jubilant, exclaiming, "Incredible, truly incredible. Mr. Chen, you possess a remarkable talent for turning dung into gold. This foul-smelling white earth in your hands has transformed into golden fertilizer." While Chun did not exhibit their level of exuberance, the tumultuous rise and fall of his chest betrayed the storm of emotions within. He crouched down, gathering a large handful of the processed fertilizer, then stood, spreading his palm, slightly inclined. The fertilizer cascaded smoothly through his fingers, catching the afternoon sunlight and creating a delicate cloud of sandy golden dust, exuding a rich, earthy fragrance. This fertilizer not only serves as a substitute, but performs even better. And the cost is nearly zero. Nearly zero. These 6 words fell like a golden ingot from the heavens, shattering the lingering gloom and worries in Anu, Lu Mingyuan, and Salmon's hearts into a million pieces. The ecstasy of surviving a calamity and the disbelief engulfed the 4 of them. The courtyard erupted with their jubilant cheers. The Ghost Cry Rock area remained an unclaimed wasteland. It is a place dreaded by all, so much so that even the authorities refrain from measuring and taxing it. The white clay, abundant in quantity, has accumulated over the years, exposed to the elements, and yet remains unnoticed by anyone but them. All that is required is labor to excavate and transport it. If the Bureau of Regulation can manage the ash produced from the consumption of firewood, can it truly regulate the mountains of worthless stones and soil? The crisis of raw materials has not only been resolved, but transformed into an overwhelming cost advantage. They are no longer beholden to any suppliers, nor do they need to appease the charcoal merchants. They have secured an almost limitless and cost-free source of materials. Anu, at the break of dawn tomorrow, let us set forth. Gather all the able-bodied and trustworthy brothers. Harness every available vehicle to the Ghost Cry Cliff. Day freely. First, transport all the easily accessible white clay near the road. On the compost site, clear the area immediately and prepare to expand the fermentation pits. We must act swiftly. Yes, Brother Juan, Anu exclaimed excitedly, eager to rush to Ghost Cry Cliff. Rest assured, I shall have the brothers work in shifts, ensuring that while the men rest, the vehicle shall not. We will guarantee that the white clay will pile up like a mountain. Master Salmon, Mr. Chun, your orders. Salmon straightened his plump figure. Kindly reach out to the farmers who had grievances due to previous supply disruptions, as well as all potential loyal customers. Inform them that our clean general office has turned misfortune into fortune, discovering ancient treasures, and has developed a new generation of fertilizers. Its efficacy surpasses that of the past, and due to the naturally sourced materials, we can offer it at a price 10% lower than the previous clean dust powder. No, let us lower it by 15%. As long as they are willing to continue collaboration or try the new product, we are prepared to offer compensation for the previous supply interruption, such as an additional discount on the first batch purchased. In short, we must stabilize their trust and reignite enthusiasm for our products. Understood. Mr. Chun, I assure you that I will persuade them to eagerly seek our new fertilizer. Mr. Liu, Mr. Chun, Lu Mingyuan held a ledger, ready to take orders. Let's redo the accounts. From this day forth, the procurement cost of raw materials must be minimized. No, it should be nearly negligible. The primary costs will be labor, transportation, and auxiliary materials, such as a small amount of lime for adjustments. Clearly calculate the new cost structure and expected profits. We shall use this new ledger to inform everyone, including ourselves, that our path is not only unbroken, but has widened. The stones beneath our feet are pure gold. Yes, I will immediately recalibrate. Lu Mingyuan nodded emphatically, his hand holding the charcoal pencil and wooden board trembling slightly with excitement. Orders swiftly spread throughout the previously stagnant clean general office, and everyone was invigorated by the unexpected turn of fate, reigniting a fervent spirit among all. At the compost site, Anu shouted, directing people to clear the area and expand the fermentation pits in preparation for the impending arrival of the mountain of white clay. Salman, accompanied by two astute companions, hurriedly departed with a newly devised rhetoric and attractive offers to mend and expand the market. Lu Mingyuan sequestered himself within a small room that served as the accounting office, illuminated by the flickering oil lamp, as he embarked upon an exhilarating financial reconstruction, scrutinizing both the old and new accounts. Over the ensuing days, a ceaseless transportation line emerged between the Ghost Cry Cliff and the compost yard. Anu personally led a contingent of robust men, pushing various carts, hand trucks, and even makeshift baskets, resembling a serpentine gray dragon, as they journeyed toward the Ghost Cry Cliff in the western part of the city. Initially, some of the displaced individuals harbored trepidation regarding the ominous location. Yet upon observing Anu and Chen Juan's indifference, coupled with the reports that the cursed soil could yield tangible sustenance and wages, their fears were swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming desire for survival and a yearning for newfound hope. Upon arrival, the crowd united in a resounding cheer, wielding shovels and picks, fervently excavating. The white clay was soft and yielded easily, allowing them to swiftly fill a cart. Quickly, fill it up and return. Don't delay. There's more waiting behind. Anu transformed into the overseer, navigating through the swirling white dust, his single arm waving emphatically, his voice booming. He even personally tested the weight and balance of a loaded hand truck before shouting an order and joining the returning flow of carts. The carts, laden with the grayish-white soil, were ceaselessly transported back to the southern city, delivered to the compost yard of the clean general office. Soon, a small mountain of grayish-white material began to rise in one corner of the compost yard, reflecting the dazzling autumn sunlight. Inside the yard, an atmosphere of industrious fervor prevailed. New, larger fermentation pits were rapidly excavated and lined with water-resistant materials. Following the optimal ratios determined by Chen Juan and Lu Mingyuan, ultimately settling on a mixture of 35 to 40% white clay with manure for the most balanced effect. The workers combined the transported white clay with freshly collected manure and some plant waste, such as fallen leaves and weeds, mixing them thoroughly before filling the fermentation pits and covering them with grass mats for insulation and moisture retention. One by one, the new fermentation pits were filled, and soon, white mycelium began to proliferate under the suitable temperature and humidity, signaling that the transformation process had commenced successfully. Due to the ample supply of raw materials and the matured, even improved, techniques, the new fertilizer, a blend of white clay and manure, was produced at an astonishing pace. Its quality surpassed even that of the experimental batches, exhibiting uniform color, a soft, dry texture, and an almost odorless scent, with merely a hint reminiscent of forest humus. On the diplomatic front, Salman achieved notable success as well. Farmers who had previously complained about supply interruptions, upon hearing of the superior efficacy and lower prices of the fertilizer, along with compensation for earlier disruptions, largely transformed their anger into delight, even feeling somewhat sheepish. After all, who would resist better fertilizer at a lower price? The ancient formula, deemed a boon from adversity, further cloaked this new fertilizer in an aura of mystique and reliability. Before long, the previously signed supply contracts were reactivated, and new farmers arrived inquiring about and placing orders. They temporarily named the new fertilizer Golden Fertile Fields, and upon its launch, due to its remarkable effectiveness, evident in the visibly improved growth of crops and advantageous pricing. It swiftly garnered an excellent reputation. Not only did it stabilize the faltering old clientele, but it also attracted many new customers from the surrounding areas and even farther afield. At the entrance of the compost yard, a surprising sight began to unfold. Carts and vehicles lined up, eagerly awaiting their turn to collect fertilizer, although the number was still modest. This scene was unimaginable compared to the desolation just days prior. The sound of shovels stirring the earth, the comings and goings of vehicles, and the lively shouts of workers filled the air. The familiar scent of fertilizer, now seemingly richer and more robust due to a new formula, wafted around the compost yard. Anu had hardly closed his mouth in days, his cheeks aching from the constant smile. He enthusiastically patted a guard on the shoulder. Pointing at the towering piles of white clay and the bustling fertilizer trucks, his voice booming. "Ha ha ha, did you see that? Do you all see it? The Gongsun residents want to choke us? They wish to bury us in dung? Ha, they're dreaming. Their attempts have only resulted in us striking gold. This soil from Ghost Cry Rock, I now regard it more fondly than a mother." Laughter erupted among the surrounding refugees and workers. Indeed, they had revived, seemingly more vigorous than ever before. Chen Juan stood at the edge, observing the vibrant and industrious scene before him, noting Anu's near-manic excitement, which caused his brows to furrow slightly. After a moment of laughter, seeing Chen Juan silent, Anu leaned in closer, still brimming with excitement. "Brother Juan, this is a true blessing in disguise. With this cost-free white clay, we can minimize our expenses and fertilizer will be in high demand. This business is on the verge of flourishing. I foresee that before long, we will dominate the southern city and then expand our trade into the eastern and western districts. Let that Gongsun Han boy watch and envy." Indeed, a treasure trove was at hand. Chen Juan surveyed the bustling compost yard, but the real challenge lay in convincing more people that this was indeed a treasure, rather than a mere heap of white dirt dug up from some obscure place to deceive. The task was to ensure that what poured forth from this trove was not just cheap soil, but rather gold that everyone clamored to possess. "Anu," puzzled, replied Brother Juan, "our fertilizer is effective and reasonably priced. Isn't that gold?" The current demand was from farmers seeking low-cost, quick results. In the eyes of some, being inexpensive could sometimes be a fatal flaw, suggesting a lack of prestige, relegating one to the lower echelons. Our fortunes had shifted thanks to this free white clay. Yet to others, it appeared merely as a change of position, continuing to wallow in the mud. Lucky enough to stumble upon a discarded stone, nothing more than a stroke of chance. They would not recognize this as skill, but merely view it as the folly of ants. He paused, his thoughts sharpening. We must rise above. We need to convey that we are not merely rolling in mud-seeking stones, but rather panning for gold in the mire. Moreover, the gold we seek should be incomprehensible, unreplicable, and unattainable for them. We must gild this white clay, this new fertilizer, with an aura they cannot ignore, one that even inspires longing within their hearts. Anu, somewhat bewildered, yet sensing the depth of Chen Juan's strategy, listened intently. Chen Juan then turned to Lu Mingyuan, who had been quietly documenting the production data of the new fertilizer. "Mr. Lu, we can no longer refer to this new fertilizer as pure dust. That is too straightforward and too plebeian. Even the name Woi Jin lacks resonance and intrigue." Lu Mingyuan set down his recording board, stroking his beard in contemplation. Mr. Chen's intention is to rename it and imbue it with a fresh narrative? Indeed, a new name, a novel concept, a captivating story, one that can evoke a sense of value, mystery, and distinctiveness. The name must resonate, and the story must be alluring. This time, we shall not only sell fertilizer, but also present a notion and dream that compels people to willingly part with their money, even feeling as if they have struck a bargain. Gradually, Lu Mingyuan's brow furrowed. As a scholar, he understood the significance of proper naming and eloquent expression. Finding a name and story worthy of Mr. Chen's ambitions for this fertilizer, birthed from filth and cursed soil, was no simple task. "Does Mr. Chen have any ideas?" Lu Mingyuan inquired. "Mr. Lu, you are well versed in literature and diverse records. Have you encountered any ancient texts from the western regions, accounts of foreign lands, or Taoist alchemical notes that mention a peculiar white soil or powder used to enrich fields, improve land, or even transform barren earth into fertile ground. Even a fragment of a fantastical legend would suffice. Lu Mingyuan quickly grasped Chen Juan's intention to associate with ancient methods, perhaps even to create a lineage. However, such explicit records seem non-existent. The arid western regions, characterized by scarce rainfall, engaged in agricultural practices vastly different from those in the Central Plains, relying on materials like nitrates, alkalis, and gypsum to combat drought and ameliorate saline soils. Yet, such refined white clay specifically used for enhancing fields was scarcely mentioned in ancient texts. As for the Taoist practitioners, they referred to five-colored earth and spiritual stone powder as means to alter geomancy and enhance land vitality. But these claims were mere fabrications, lacking credible substantiation. To force a connection would necessitate meticulous fabrication and a multitude of associations. Then let us fabricate an associate. The story need not be true, as long as it sounds authentic, mystical, and has a substantial origin. Consider how to cleverly intertwine this white clay from Ghost Cry Rock with terms like Western secret recipes, treasures of ancient nations, Taoist enlightenment, and celestial essences, ensuring the narrative is coherent, the details vivid, and, ideally, subtly quoting ancient poems or texts that remain untraceable yet resonate with an air of truthfulness, leaving listeners in a state of half-belief, yet feeling an unfathomable depth of wisdom. Although Lu Mingyuan had already engaged in numerous unorthodox ventures alongside Chen Juan, his mindset had shifted. However, as a person raised with the principles of integrity and the timeless significance of literature, the notion of fabricating stories and deceiving the public weighed heavily on his conscience. A look of struggle and difficulty crossed his face. Chen Juan perceived Lu Mingyuan's predicament. Mr. Lu, I understand this poses a challenge for you, but please consider, are we truly deceiving anyone? Is our fertilizer not effective? Does it not genuinely enrich the soil and benefit farmers? Lu Mingyuan hesitantly nodded. Then that is the crux of the matter, Chen Juan emphasized. We are not selling counterfeit goods. We are offering genuine value. This true value, however, is hidden beneath the facade of a name like Ghost Cry Rock. We require a compelling story and a captivating name to transform it from cursed earth into gold, from a lowly commodity into a coveted treasure. This is not deception. It is enlightenment, a means of bestowing the value and respect that it rightfully deserves. If the truth remains obscured due to superficiality or crude narratives, and this beneficial innovation for the nation and its people is buried and belittled, if our sincerity allows it to be easily extinguished by adversaries, then that is the true transgression. Consider those brothers among the displaced who have just begun to see hope. Think of the farmers awaiting rich fertilizers to enhance their yields, and reflect upon yourself. Can it be that your profound knowledge, Lu Mingyuan, is merely destined to document the changes of dung and soil, rather than to assign a name and a legend to this transformation that could alter its fate? Writing history need not solely serve to extol virtues. To authentically name the miracles birthed from this earth, and to ensure they benefit a greater populace is indeed a grander path. Lu Mingyuan trembled profoundly. Chen Juan's words unlocked a long-closed and paradoxical restraint within his heart. Indeed, his previous approach, confined to mere words and shackled by examinations, yielded nothing but despair and poverty. Yet the path before him, though murky and unconventional, was genuinely transforming the destinies of many, creating a vibrancy he had never witnessed before, one that grew wildly and robustly. To bestow a rightful name upon such vitality and creation, even if the means are unorthodox, seems far more significant than to toil in obscurity, crafting treatises and verses that go unnoticed. The struggle on his face gradually subsided, his gaze solidified, igniting a flame akin to the eager spark in Chen Juan's eyes. Mr. Chen, your late-born student is indeed enlightened. I shall ponder deeply and strive with all my might to weave a narrative worthy of this white clay, one that befits our dedication and the serendipity we have encountered. A few days later, Lu Mingyuan held several sheets of freshly inked rice paper. Although fatigue shadowed his face, It could not conceal the brilliance emanating from his eyes. Mr. Chen, the first draft of the story is complete. I humbly present it for your review. He offered the sheets with both hands. Chen Juan accepted, unfolding the paper. The characters were meticulously penned, showcasing Lu Mingyuan's distinctive slender elegance. As he swiftly scanned through, his eyes brightened with each line, and a faint smile of admiration crept upon his lips. The story Lu Mingyuan crafted was compelling, indeed incorporating lines from ancient poems whose origins no one could trace, imbued with an uncanny and convincing authenticity. Lu Mingyuan felt his cheeks flush as he finished writing. Chapter 40. Marketing and Momentum. Chen Juan's fingers glided over phrases such as moonlight condensed into cream, purifying the sacred lake, earth's milk, and heaven-sent opportunities. Excellent. This is precisely the feeling we seek. The interplay of truth and illusion, the ethereal mists, the flowers seen through fog. Mr. Lu, once this piece is released, our white clay shall no longer be mere earth, but a pearl veiled in dust. This story not only forms a coherent narrative, but also weaves an elevated tone and ambience, transforming a mundane affair into a tale of elegance and a relic of ancient splendor. Particularly, the interpretation of the treasures at Ghost Cry Cliff, shrouded in mystery with celestial phenomena, is a stroke of genius, turning the mundane into the extraordinary and preemptively addressing all potential doubts. Remarkable, truly remarkable. With this affirmation, a weight lifted from Lu Mingyuan's heart, and a hint of blush graced his face. Mr. Chen, you overpraise me. It is but a series of contrived connections and fabrications, hardly worthy of high esteem. As long as it contributes to significant matters, I, the latecomer, shall be utterly content. No, this is far from a mere trick. Chen Juan rose and paced a couple of steps in the cramped hall, his gaze intense. This is the finishing touch, the transformative art. With this narrative, our new fertilizer shall undergo a complete metamorphosis. We can no longer settle for a mediocre name. Golden Fields is too straightforward, too rustic, unworthy of the ethereal essence of moonlit dew, and does not reflect our painstaking efforts. Our new fertilizer must bear a name that befits this story. After a moment's contemplation, keywords from Lu Mingyuan's tale swiftly flitted through his mind, and combined with the effect he wished to achieve, a name gradually crystallized. It must embody the beauty of moonlit dew, reference the sacred lake of purification, and encapsulate the miraculous transformation of filth into nourishment, rejuvenating the earth and nurturing all living things. Henceforth, our new fertilizer shall be called Western Region Pure Dust Powder. As the name was uttered, the gazes of Lu Mingyuan, Anu, and Salmon converged upon Chen Juan, their hearts racing. Western Region Pure Dust Powder. The name immediately resonated, evoking a sense of mystery, ancient methods, and exotic treasures. Perfectly aligning with Lu Mingyuan's story, it instantly elevated its status above mundane manure, imbued with rich exotic flair and an air of mystery. Pure Dust, harmonizing with the original formula's name, subtly alludes to the sacred lake of purification while highlighting the fertilizer's cleanliness and soil-enhancing properties. It sounds elegant and effective, with an underlying sense of the extraordinary. The term powder aligns more closely with our new formulation, indicating its refined texture, sounding more sophisticated than paste or granules, and befitting a premium product. The 5-character combination rolls off the tongue, vivid in imagery, elegant in style, and subtly implies efficacy, leaving little room for criticism and enhancing its market appeal. Western Region Pure Dust Powder, Lu Mingyuan repeated softly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, applauding in admiration. Excellent. Mr. Chen, your insight is remarkable. This name is a perfect match for the narrative I have woven. Western Region denotes its origin. Pure Dust speaks to its effectiveness, combined with an air of antiquity, mystery, and transcendence. Marvelous. Truly exquisite. Although Anu was not particularly attuned to literary nuances, she felt that Western Region Pure Dust Powder sounded far more refined than Golden Fields, surely commanding a higher price. Grinning widely, Western Region Pure Dust Powder, It sounds exhilarating, far superior to anything like gold or soil. Salman nodded in agreement. Yes, a splendid name. It sounds like a treasure unloaded from a caravan. Those wealthy patrons with exquisite gardens will undoubtedly appreciate this flair. The name, however, was merely the first step. As one is adorned by attire, so too must our Western region pure dust powder possess an appearance that matches its illustrious name. We can no longer use those drab, patched old sacks. They are too unrefined. He turned to Salman. Lord Salman, I must trouble you once more. Please procure a type of fine-textured, dark-patterned, or specially woven blue hemp fabric. The color must be rich and deep, preferably indigo or stone blue, exuding a sense of weightiness and mystery. It should be cut to a uniform size, and not too coarse. On the front, using high-quality indigo dye, we shall print the 4 ancient characters Western Region Pure Dust in a classical seal script. The font must be overseen by Mr. Liu to ensure it carries an ancient charm and grace, devoid of any craft-like stiffness. On the reverse side, he picked up the story draft, penned by Lu Mingyuan, pointing to the most pivotal and enticing segment concerning the legend of the sacred lake of the ancient state of Chiotzi. This passage was succinctly printed in smaller, yet still legible font. It spoke solely of the sacred lake, the moonlight resembling congealed fat. Its miraculous ability to purify the impure and nourish all living things, though shrouded in vagueness and mystery. There was no mention of specific locations such as Ghost Cry Rock or White Clay, which could reveal too much and spoil the allure. The aim was to evoke an air of enigma, stirring a deep yearning in the hearts of readers, leaving them bewildered yet compelled to believe in its extraordinary nature. Salman nodded vigorously. Understood. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I am acquainted with a fabric merchant specializing in trade with the Hu people. There exists a water-patterned blue hemp from the south, exquisite in texture and calm in color, displaying subtle ripples under the light. Though it is slightly more expensive than ordinary linen, it is perfect for our needs. As for printing, I shall find the finest engraving workshop in the city to fulfill Mr. Liu's specifications. What about production? Anu inquired eagerly. Brother Juan, there's an abundance of white clay at Ghost Cry Rock. The brothers are digging vigorously, transporting dozens of loads each day. The compost yard is also operational, yielding 3 to 4 dozen loads of pure dust daily. Should we not supply freely and thus reap great profits? Chen Juan immediately shook his head. No, not only must we refrain from open supply, but we must also impose strict controls. Control? Anu was taken aback. How much control? Every day, we shall release only 10 loads, at most 12. Inform everyone below to maintain a unified statement. State that the purification of this Western region dust is a laborious process, adhering to ancient methods with intricate procedures, and that the timing, temperature, and ingredient ratios are of utmost precision. Furthermore, one key auxiliary ingredient, which we can invent a name for that no one has ever heard of, is exceedingly difficult to procure, hence the production is severely limited. It is not that we wish to produce less, we simply cannot. 10 loads a day, first come, first served, no exceptions. 10 loads, Anu exclaimed, nearly incredulous. Juan, are you out of your mind? Why forego the opportunity to earn from dozens of loads when we are only allowing 10? How much silver will we lose? Isn't the labor of our brothers in digging and transporting clay arduous? The compost yard's pits are even ready to be filled. Salman, too, exhibited a look of confusion. Chen Juan, remaining calm, responded, Anu, let me ask you this. Which is more valuable, the earth that fills the streets, readily available for all to buy, or the rare treasures displayed prominently in a treasure pavilion, which even the wealthy cannot easily acquire without pre-ordering and waiting in line? Anu, caught off guard by the question, instinctively replied, well, of course, the rare treasures are more valuable. Indeed, rarity begets value. This is a principle universally applicable. If something is abundant, even if it were gold, it would be perceived as commonplace, and others would strive to bargain it down. The desire to possess something that is hard to come by, requiring effort, connections, and even extra payment to acquire, elevates even a handful of dirt to the status of a coveted treasure in the eyes of others. Our Western region dust, no matter how skillfully crafted the story or how clever the name, if it is as ubiquitous as cabbages, will soon be pulled down from its pedestal and revert to being merely a somewhat unique fertilizer. However, if it consistently remains in short supply, enveloped in an aura of scarcity, preciousness, and elusiveness, then its value transcends that of mere fertilizer, accruing an essence of rarity, a symbol of status, and even a collectible worth. He paused for a moment and continued, "It is the limitation that creates a sense of scarcity. Such scarcity fosters desire and competition. Today, your estate has employed the dust-cleansing powder from the western regions, resulting in exceptionally fruitful yields. Upon hearing this, the neighboring estate aspires to acquire it as well. Yet, they find it unattainable. What thoughts might occupy their minds? Might they perceive your estate as possessing unique connections and prestige? Would they not seek every possible avenue to obtain it? The affluent and idle, who thrive on comparison, upon learning of this rare commodity, would they not desire a bag for themselves, to display in their gardens and boast of its ancient, secret formulation from the western regions? Anu listened with his mouth agape. Sensing that Brother Juan spoke with insight, it indeed seemed plausible. In the past at the docks, were not the rare spices and gemstones brought by sea traders exceedingly limited in quantity, thus fetching astronomical prices? Salmon experienced an epiphany. Brilliant. Mr. Chen is truly astute. This is the pinnacle of commerce. Instead of us pleading to sell, we compel them to seek our offerings. They shall vie to procure them. Limitation is essential to stabilize prices and even escalate them. Lu Mingyuan wholeheartedly concurred. Mr. Chen possesses profound understanding of human nature. Since ancient times, rare commodities have commanded high esteem. Only through scarcity can their value be accentuated. Therefore, production must be strictly regulated. With resolute determination, Chen Juan declared, a daily quota of 10 loads, unwavering and immutable. Not a single load more shall be permitted. This must be conveyed externally and internally. A unified mindset must be instilled and strictly adhered to. Anew, the brothers engaged in excavation may continue their work, and the white clay can be transported back for storage. However, during the ancient refining process, only a regulated quantity shall be permitted daily. The surplus materials may be discreetly stored or utilized later for producing our ordinary fertilizer products, distinguishing them from the dust-cleansing powder. Although Anu felt a tinge of loss, he placed his faith in Brother Juan's wisdom. Very well, Brother Juan, I shall heed your counsel. 10 loads it shall be each day. I shall ensure my brothers remain tight-lipped. Mere limitation and compelling narratives are insufficient. We require a gust of wind to carry the fragrance of this dust-cleansing powder to the noses of those who ought to perceive it. Master Salmon, your network of merchants from the north is poised to unleash its true potential. There is no need for grand displays. Rather, in casual conversations over tea and meals, we shall subtly disseminate information with an air of mystery, speaking in hushed tones that hint at something extraordinary. For instance, we might mention that a familiar caravan just arrived from the western regions, bearing a long-lost ancient formula for dust-cleansing powder, said to be crafted from a moonlight essence found at the bottom of the ancient holy lake, with extraordinary fertilizing power, unparalleled by any herbaceous ashes or soils of the Central Plains. However, as the raw materials have long since vanished and the refining method is nearly forgotten, that Western merchant, through immense effort, has managed to reproduce only a minuscule amount, which has arrived in Tianchi. Through collaboration with a certain fortunate individual in South City, referring to us, a small-scale trial production has been achieved, with quantities being exceedingly rare, circulating solely within a very limited area of South City, available yet not readily marketable. Remember, details should remain vague, origins must be shrouded in mystery, effects should be exaggerated, and quantities must be emphasized as extraordinarily scarce. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, disseminating information and creating rumors is our forte as merchants from the north. I assure you, within a few days, the gossipy taverns, tea houses, and upscale shops in the city of Apocalypse will be buzzing with tales of the western region's pure dust treasure powder. I guarantee that the origins will remain elusive. Mr. Liu, Chen Juan turned his gaze towards Lu Mingyuan. Your task is more burdensome, yet crucial. Your previous work, transforming filth into profit, although met with derision by some, has indeed garnered attention and discussion among a select few enlightened scholars and lower-ranking officials who are less rigid and even intrigued by practical matters. Would you not agree? Lu Mingyuan nodded, affirming that a few acquaintances had inquired about this matter in their correspondence, their attitudes not entirely dismissive, with some expressing genuine interest. Excellent. Let's exploit this channel. In your exchanges with these acquaintances through letters and poetic banter, you may casually mention that the group from the southern city, without revealing my name, appears to have turned their fortunes around, having discovered an unusual white clay in a remote area of the western city, possibly linked to the ancient kingdom of Kucha. This new fertilizer intriguingly aligns with descriptions of earth milk and congealed fat found in certain lost ancient texts from the western regions, exhibiting remarkable efficacy. You are currently engaged in scholarly research, contemplating the profound implications of this discovery. Remember, you are to approach this matter from the perspective of a learned scholar, rather than as our advocate. Your esteemed identity and literary reputation serve as the finest endorsement. The literary circle delights in such elegant anecdotes imbued with scholarly inquiry and an air of mystery, seemingly connected to practical knowledge. Once a couple of influential literati begin to discuss and express curiosity, the news will ripple through their circles like waves. Lu Mingyuan's forthcoming task is to subtly guide public opinion within his original literary social circle, executing a meticulous and unobtrusive campaign. The younger generation understands the need for cautious phrasing, piquing curiosity without revealing too much. Public sentiment, rumors, limited availability, enigmatic packaging, and high pricing strategies will all be employed in concert. Chen Juan's gaze returned to the fertilizer yard, as he envisioned the impending stir that the western region's pure dust powder would provoke. What we desire is not a sudden burst of fame, but a slow simmer, allowing the fragrance of this pure dust powder to seep gradually into the very fabric of Apocalypse City, cloaking it in a tantalizing veil of mystery even before its formal introduction, igniting curiosity and desire among countless individuals. In the days that followed, the Southern Cleaning Corporation maintained an appearance of normalcy. The laborers continued their routine of sweeping the streets and collecting refuse, and the compost yard remained lively. However, beneath the surface, several unseen forces began to operate quietly. Salmon's merchant friends frequently mentioned the western region's ancient methods and pure dust treasure powder in seemingly casual conversations within the elegant private rooms of several upscale taverns and antique shops, using keywords like extremely rare, miraculous effects, and for the fortunate. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan, in his exchanges of poetry and correspondence with several old friends, meticulously and thoughtfully expressed his scholarly curiosity regarding the new fertilizer from the southern city, noting its intriguing coincidences with certain ancient texts from the western regions, and inquired if they had encountered similar references. His literary reputation and the scholarly demeanor he typically projected only served to enhance the credibility of his inquiries. Soon, a small group of literati, intrigued by the peculiar and the arcane, began to privately discuss this extraordinary matter. In the bustling market, rumors regarding the western region's dust-removing powder began to circulate, and with each retelling, they grew increasingly fantastical. Initially, it was merely whispered that a remarkable new fertilizer had emerged from the southern city. Later, it transformed into a treasure from the western regions, purportedly capable of doubling crop yields. Eventually, it was even rumored to possess the miraculous ability to cure land blight, transforming barren soil into fertile ground. While most regarded these claims with skepticism, some could not help but be captivated by the name Western Region's dust-removing powder, along with its aura of mystery, rarity, and astonishing efficacy. Chen Juan meticulously oversaw the production process. Each day, only a designated quantity, 10 loads, of white clay was permitted to enter the ancient refining process, which was essentially an optimized mixture and fermentation. The resulting dust-removing powder was then packed in specially crafted azure hemp bags by Salmon. The color of the bags was as tranquil as water, shimmering subtly under the light, while the front bore the 4 ancient characters for Western regions dust in bold strokes. The back, adorned with a small inscription of a misty legend, invited endless imagination. Such packaging alone exuded an air of exceptional quality. In a corner of the compost yard lay mountains of unselected white clay and ordinary fertilizers produced by traditional methods. However, Chen had strictly mandated that no mixing should occur until the official unveiling of the Western region's dust-removing powder. The moment was ripening amidst the anticipation, skepticism, and rumors swirling around. Chen chose a clear autumn day, bright with sunlight, to hang a brand-new wooden sign at the entrance of the recently renovated hall at the Southern City Cleanliness General Office. Inscribed in bold black characters on red paper, Western region's dust-removing powder, available today in limited quantities. There were no drums or fanfare, yet the mere presence of this sign instantly captivated numerous onlookers. Some had heard the rumors and came out of curiosity, while others rushed over, eager to glimpse the precious item. There were also passers-by, drawn in by the peculiar name and exquisite packaging. 10 loads of the dust-removing powder, neatly arranged in azure hemp bags, stood at the side of the hall entrance. Under the autumn sun, the serene blue and ancient script starkly contrasted with the dull gray bags of ordinary fertilizer piled nearby, making the distinction unmistakable. However, when Sheng instructed someone to display the pre-prepared price sign, the lively atmosphere instantly fell silent, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, followed by an eruption of uproar. Chapter 41. Marketing Success. The sign read in bold ink: Western region's dust-removing powder, 5 taels of silver per load. 5 taels? My heavens! This is extortion. 5 taels for a load of mere powder? Is it made of gold? Ordinary fertilizer sells for only 1 tael. What is this? Will it grant immortality? Western region's dust-removing powder? More like a scam from the West. Has Chen Juan lost his mind, driven mad by the thought of money? It must be a gimmick. Absolutely a gimmick. Only a fool would buy a load of fertilizer for 5 taels. The cacophony of varied voices nearly drowned out the small space in front of the hall. Even Salmon, standing behind Chen to maintain order, felt perspiration bead in his palms upon seeing the 5 tael price and the furious crowd. The pricing is truly astonishing. A single load weighs 5 taels, and 10 loads amount to 50 taels. This is nearly equivalent to the net profit of our clean general bank for over half a month. Can anyone truly be persuaded to make such a purchase? In the face of the surging skepticism and derision, Chen Juan displayed no signs of distress. He was thoroughly prepared. With a wave of his hand, Anu promptly led a group to bring forth several long wooden tables from the main hall, positioning them beside the price sign. Then, with utmost care, they placed several pots of carefully prepared flowers and plants atop the tables. These were 7 or 8 pots of common ornamental plants, including azaleas, roses, chrysanthemums, and a few clusters of greenery. Each was potted in identical containers of the same material and size, with soil that appeared similar as well. However, the growth exhibited a striking contrast. On the left, though the plants were alive, their leaves drooped and yellowed, and their flowers were small and dull, presenting an image of malnourishment and lethargy. A wooden sign read, "Fertilized with ordinary fertilizer." In stark contrast, the pots on the right were vibrant. Their leaves were thick and glossy, almost glistening in the sunlight, with full, bright flowers that were significantly larger than those on the left, boasting a more vivid hue. The plants stood tall and full of life. The sign indicated fertilized with Western region dust-removing powder. Same conditions, 2-month effect. Facts speak louder than words. As this palpable, visually evident disparity lay before everyone, the clamor and jeers in the crowd diminished almost instantly. Many found themselves drawn to the tables, eyes wide with curiosity, carefully comparing the plants, with some even reaching out to touch the glossy leaves and the magnificent blooms. The difference is indeed astonishing. Are these truly from the same batch? The soil appears quite similar. Could this dust-removing powder be so remarkable? Surely, there must be some trickery involved. Doubts lingered, yet they transformed from baseless insults into a quest for understanding. The vibrant pots of flora challenged each person's senses and perceptions. Noticing the moment was ripe, Chen Juan stepped forward and cleared his throat. "Dear neighbors and friends," he exclaimed, encompassing the crowd with a respectful bow. "The Western region dust-removing powder is a serendipitous discovery of an ancient formula, meticulously developed by us. Its efficacy is not merely a matter of words. You may see for yourselves." He gestured towards the contrasting pots and continued, "However, the crafting of this substance is no simple feat. The ingredients are rare. The traditional method's complex, and the yield is exceedingly limited. Therefore, the price of 5 taels per load is not driven by greed, but rather by the costs involved, making it well worth the value." Finally, Chen Juan presented the most enticing offer: to demonstrate the efficacy of this product and to express our gratitude for your enduring support. "We are introducing a trial period for the Western region dust-removing powder over the next 3 days." The crowd immediately perked up. Anyone interested may register to take a load of dust-removing powder on credit for trial use within the next 3 days. No immediate payment is required. Chen Juan ensured that everyone could hear him clearly, raising his voice. "After the autumn harvest, or 2 months of application, you may judge for yourselves. If you find this fertilizer ineffective, no different from ordinary fertilizer, or if you are dissatisfied with the results, you will own nothing. This load of dust-removing powder will be a gift from our clean general bank." A wave of astonished excitement swept through the crowd, but this time it was filled with joy and disbelief. A free offering? No charge for ineffectiveness? Is such a stroke of good fortune possible? However, with a deft change of tone, Chen Juan remarked, "If you find this fertilizer effective and worth the investment, you may pay the price of 5 taels per load at that time. Furthermore, as a token of appreciation for our initial patrons, any purchaser who decides to buy after trial usage will receive, free of charge, a standard month-long cleaning service for the street where their residence, shop, or farmland is located, provided it falls within the boundaries of the South City. Try it first, pay later. If it proves ineffective, it's complimentary. If it works, you pay and receive additional cleaning services." These 3 conditions combined left those who had hesitated due to the high price, yet witnessed the miraculous results, in a state of eager anticipation. The risk was virtually non-existent, and they could even enjoy a month of cleaning services at no cost. In an instant, those who were merely onlookers, ordinary neighbors, affluent estate managers, orchard keepers, florists, and herbal farmers from beyond the city, along with a handful of small merchants who were skeptical yet curious about the Western secret formula, were suddenly captivated. "I'll register. Lee's Orchard in the West City, 1 load for trial. Count me in. Zhao's mansion in Willow Lane of the East City. I want to try 1 load for the garden. And I, Wang's estate outside the South Gate. I'll take 2 loads. No, let me start with 1 load for now. Please, no pushing. Let us go in order. There are only 10 loads available each day. First come, first served." What had once been an atmosphere of doubt and ridicule transformed into a frenzied rush for registration. Anu and several literate vagrants scrambled to take notes. Salmon hurriedly stepped in to help maintain order, utterly in awe of Chen Juan's ingenuity. This strategy of trial before purchase truly grasped the psychology of the crowd. Each day, the 10 loads of Western dust powder were registered in the blink of an eye. Those who failed to secure a spot lingered nearby, unwilling to disperse, eagerly inquiring if there would be more tomorrow, when their turn would come, and some even began to ask if they could pay extra for a reservation. Chen Juan firmly yet politely declined all requests, citing the limited production via ancient methods and the necessity to adhere to the registration order, which only heightened the allure and mystery of the dust powder. The subsequent fortnight became a period of quiet yet intense anticipation and validation for a specific segment of Tianqi City. Those fortunate few who had registered for the trial cautiously transported the precious dust powder back to their orchards, flower beds, and herbal gardens. Following the simple instructions provided, they began to apply it, deeply, shallowly, or diluted with water, holding a mix of skepticism and hopeful anticipation as they awaited the miracle. Days passed, and in the beginning, little seemed to change. Some began to murmur doubts. Others feared they had been deceived. However, soon enough, the transformations began to manifest. In the orchards treated with the dust powder, The foliage of the fruit trees turned a vibrant green at a visibly accelerated pace, and the small trees bore fruit that swelled as if inflated, their skins becoming smoother. In the flower beds, the autumn chrysanthemums, which had already passed their peak blooming period, surprisingly sprouted new, sturdier buds. In the herbal gardens, several nutrient-loving herbs grew, significantly taller than the adjacent control plots. Even the carefully tended flowers in the affluent estates seemed rejuvenated, their leaves darkening and their buds multiplying. The results were tangible, and they appeared to exceed their expectations. The news could no longer be contained. Zhuangtou conveyed joyful news to the master, while the gardener boasted to his employer, and the fruit and medicinal farmers inquired about one another. The remarkable efficacy of the western region's cleansing powder spread rapidly within the small circle of trial users, akin to a prophecy confirmed, and then surged outward with even greater momentum. Indeed, it proved effective. The pears from the Li family estate this year are notably larger than in previous years. The precious green peonies in the Zhao residence flourished splendidly after using the cleansing powder, bringing immense joy to Master Zhao. The proprietor of Wang's apothecary remarked that his field of ginseng thrived remarkably, both in growth and quality, ensuring potent medicinal properties. 5 taels of silver per load. While indeed a bit steep, just look at the results. Worth every penny. The once skeptical doubts regarding the high price quickly transformed into exclamations of value, even exceeding expectations. Mockery of the western region's deceitful powders morphed into admiration for its genuine treasures. The legendary efficacy of the western region's cleansing powder was firmly established, akin to being engraved in iron. Moreover, due to its limited availability and the significant word-of-mouth effect and aura of mystery generated by the trial-before-purchase model, its value surpassed even its actual fertilizing efficacy. 5 taels of silver per load remained an exorbitant price for the budget-conscious, ordinary farmer. Yet for those seeking higher yields and superior quality to reap greater profits in orchards and medicinal gardens. For the affluent who regard flowers and plants as a reflection of status, willing to pay a premium for novelty, rarity, and effectiveness. And for certain small to medium landlords aiming to improve their barren fields, this price suddenly became acceptable, even advantageous. Thus, before the autumn harvest was fully concluded, eager trial users, almost with a sense of fortunate discovery, hurried to the cleansing general store, readily paying the 5 taels of silver for their goods. Receiving the promised service voucher, and almost without exception, eagerly inquired, "When will the next batch be available? Can we reserve in advance?" The price is negotiable. The western region's cleansing powder became exceedingly difficult to procure. The daily quota of 10 loads could no longer satisfy the overwhelming demand. In the black market, transfers and price hikes for the cleansing powder began to appear, with prices soaring to 6 or 7 taels per load, and still, availability remained scarce. Meanwhile, the cleansing general store's stable supply met the daily hygiene needs of the southern city and the general fertilizer requirements of ordinary farmers. With sales boosted by the fame brought about by the cleansing powder, yet prices remained accessible, creating a perfect market distinction. Mr. Chen's profits did not diminish due to quantity control. Rather, they experienced explosive growth due to the terrifying premiums and the brand value arising from the overwhelming demand for the cleansing powder. The figures on the ledger rolled in at a breathtaking pace. Lu Mingyuan found his calculations increasingly challenging, while Salmon watched the silver flow in abundantly, grinning ear to ear, exclaiming marvelously, "Truly marvelous." Mr. Chen is indeed a remarkable figure, the image of the cleansing general store in the hearts of the people in the southern city, and even among a segment of Tianqi City, underwent a profound transformation. People no longer merely describe them as a band of migrant laborers with a few tricks up their sleeves. When the name of the clean general headquarters is mentioned, many instinctively add the one that produces the western region dust-free powder. There's a tone of curiosity, exploration, and even a subtle hint of reverence, devoid of disdain. Could a mere commoner truly create such a treasure from the western regions? Chen Juan himself has quietly transformed from a somewhat astute leader of a wandering group, a dung baron, into a remarkable figure possessing the ancient, mystical methods of the West, a veritable alchemist. Though many continue to look down upon his origins and trade, they no longer dare to scoff so easily, standing beside the compost heap amidst the rising smoke, inhaling the air imbued with the unique scent of the Western region dust-free powder, an aroma that, after careful packaging and imagination, seems to carry a hint of exotic sandalwood. Anu grinned widely, watching yet another load of the powder being eagerly taken away by clients, feeling as if he were in a dream. Brother Juan, I believe it now. The treasure we unearthed from Ghost Cry Rock must indeed be a relic from some ancient kingdom of the West. How else could it be so miraculous, selling for such a high price and still in high demand? Chen Juan reached into an open sack nearby, pinching a small amount of the deep brown, finely textured, dry Western region dust-free powder. The marketing had succeeded, the brand had established itself, and profits were snowballing. The status and influence of their team were quietly rising. Yet, Chen Juan was acutely aware of the precariousness of this edge he was treading, skillfully played, but fraught with danger. He had transformed a pile of worthless white clay, once scorned, into a treasure of the West worth its weight in gold through meticulous storytelling, packaging, marketing, and creating a sense of scarcity, crafting an astonishing profit myth. However, this enormous, abnormal profit was like the sweetest honey in darkness, drawing countless greedy moths and more discerning hunters. He raised his gaze towards a certain direction in the city. There lay the Pingjuan Bureau, the abode of Gongsun Han. Simultaneously, within the study of the Pingjuan Bureau, the silver frost charcoal burned vigorously in an exquisite brass brazier, emitting a soft crackling sound that completely shut out the chill of late autumn. The study was warm and suffused with the elegant fragrance of sandalwood. Gongsun Han draped in a silver fox fur cloak, the white fur trim accentuating his already strikingly handsome and pale demeanor, was not seated at his desk attending to affairs of state. Instead, he reclined in a Zeton wood chair adorned with brocade cushions, engaging in a casual game of chess with his trusted aide, Mr. Qi. The chessboard was a delicate interplay of black and white, the situation intricate. Mr. Qi, playing black, respectfully placed a piece. Gongsun Han, delicately holding a smooth, white jade piece between his fingers, gazed at a corner of the chessboard, seemingly deep in thought or perhaps distracted. He did not immediately make a move. Instead, he unconsciously rubbed his fingers over the polished surface of the piece. The door to the study was silently pushed open a crack, and a figure clad in black, ordinary in appearance, slipped inside, standing in the shadows by the door. Gongsun Han remained focused on the chessboard, while Mr. Qi glanced up momentarily before quickly returning his attention. The black-clad individual retrieved a thin, wax-sealed document from within his sleeve, presenting it with both hands and bowing slightly. Only then did Gongsun Han appear to awaken from his reverie, barely lifting his eyelids, offering a soft acknowledgement. Mr. Qi understood the situation, rose from his seat, approached, took the document, examined the integrity of the wax seal, and then returned to the chessboard, presenting the document to Gongsun Han with both hands. Only then did Gongsun Han set aside the white jade chess piece in his grasp to accept the scroll. He leisurely unsealed the wax, unfurling the document under the bright and steady candlelight of a nearby candelabrum. Upon encountering the mention of Ghost Cry Cliff and the abundant white soil, he attempted to substitute it for the ashes of plants. A flicker of surprise passed through his deep-set eyes, quickly transforming into a more profound scrutiny. Ghost Cry Cliff? That desolate place shrouded in rumors and fear? He could actually discover a substitute from such a location? This insight, daring, an initiative to carve a new path in dire straits were far removed from the ordinary denizens of the marketplace, the petty individuals caught in trivial pursuits. This revelation indeed took him aback. It appeared that the fleeting glimpse he had caught in the muck-ridden alley was not a misjudgment. This individual seemed to possess greater intrigue and allure than he had initially anticipated. Western region pure dust powder. Gongsun Han furrowed his brow, a layer of frost enveloping his handsome features. The document contained a meticulously crafted summary of the absurd tale concerning the sacred lake of the ancient state of Kucha. along with details on how the cleaning firm intended to package and promote this narrative. Furthermore, it outlined the astonishing pricing strategy of 5 taels per pickle, the hunger marketing technique with a daily limit of 10 pickles, and the promotional gimmick of trial before purchase. In conclusion, the document succinctly reported on the frenzied demand following the launch of the Western Region Pure Dust Powder, the black market premiums, as well as the rapidly established reputation and mysterious aura surrounding the product. Gong Sun Han read each word as if savoring and dissecting the content. The study was enveloped in silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the silver frost charcoal and the flickering shadows cast by the candlelight. Mr. Chi stood by, hands at his sides, eyes observing his nose contemplating his heart, scarcely daring to breathe. The figure in black remained motionless like a statue, shrouded in shadow. After a considerable time, Gong Sun Han slowly closed the document, gently placing it on the adjacent chessboard, suppressing several pieces. He picked up the white jade chess piece he had previously toyed with, rolling it between his fingers. The smooth, cool texture of the jade felt refreshing. Suddenly, he let out a soft chuckle, its clarity resonating in the stillness of the study. Western Region Pure Dust Powder. He murmured the name, sending an inexplicable chill through Mr. Chi standing nearby. The tale of the sacred lake of Kucha, the moonlit essence, was truly a captivating story, transforming a pile of forsaken, even avoided, ghostly soil into a long-lost treasure of an ancient kingdom, a rare gem from the western regions. This remarkable ability to fabricate grandeur from decay, this profound insight into human greed and curiosity, was indeed remarkable. He paused, and with a snap, the white jade chess piece lightly landed on a seemingly inconsequential yet perilous spot on the chessboard. It had caused the official to regard him with newfound respect. His gaze turned towards the heavy night outside the window, as if he could penetrate the layers of buildings to glimpse the bustling, wildly flourishing southern city. Constructed upon filth and white clay, a precarious edifice exuding an astonishing allure. Not only had he not extinguished him, but he had also inadvertently illuminated a more perilous path of evolution. He indeed did not misjudge. Chapter 42. The Taxation Bureau. The scent of the Western Region dust-removing powder had drawn the attention of the Taxation Bureau. On this day, a lone official from the Bureau arrived at the entrance of the main hall. The guard, noticing the unfamiliar face, approached with inquiry. The official leisurely retrieved a document bearing the official seal from his bosom, his gaze traversing past the guard and settling into the hall. Who is Chen Juan? Inside, Chen Juan was engaged in a meticulous account reconciliation with Lu Ming Yuan, deliberating on how to compensate the injured guards and expand the joint defense. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Juan raised his head. It appeared that this individual was affiliated with the Taxation Bureau. Typically, a familiar old official would come monthly to collect the routine fees, always amiable and courteous, taking the money and departing without further ado. Why was there a change today? Chen Juan set down his charcoal pencil and approached the entrance, clasping his hands in respect. I am Chen Juan. How may I assist you, esteemed official? The official spoke in a leisurely manner. Chen Juan. Under the name of the Southern City Cleanliness Bureau, do you possess a new product known as the Western Region Dust Removing Powder? Chen Juan nodded. Indeed, it is an improved fertilizer that has recently commenced trial sales. Trial sales? The official snorted dismissively. As this is a new product, according to the Tianchi commercial tax regulations, any new merchandise must be registered with the Taxation Bureau prior to its launch, detailing the product name, origin, materials, cost, and selling price for tax auditing. Have you registered your dust-removing powder? Chen Juan exchanged a glance with Lu Mingyuan. Registration? They were unaware that selling fertilizer required such formalities with the Taxation Bureau. Previously, when selling ordinary fertilizers, the payments were consolidated with their sanitation services, and they had never reported taxes separately. The Taxation Bureau had never inquired. Although the dust-removing powder was priced higher, was it not fundamentally still fertilizer? Lu Mingyuan promptly stepped forward, donning the customary obsequious smile of a scholar in the presence of officials, and clasped his hands. Esteemed official, I am Lu Mingyuan, the accountant here. This Western Region dust-removing powder is indeed a new product, yet it is merely an improved agricultural fertilizer, utilized for enriching the soil, akin to regular earth fertilizers. We operate on a modest scale, and were unaware that new products required specific registration. It was indeed an oversight, an oversight. We kindly request your understanding. Understanding? The official interrupted Lu Mingyuan. The law is clear. Where is the room for understanding? Since this is a new product, and you failed to report it in a timely manner, it constitutes a violation. I have been dispatched today to conduct an inspection. Present the ledger of your Western region, dust-removing powder, at once. What is the selling price? What is the cost? What is the sales volume? All must be verified without concealment. Lu Mingyuan glanced at Chen Juan, who gave a slight nod, prompting him to turn and retrieve the detailed ledger documenting the revenues and expenditures of the dust-removing powder from within the hall, presenting it to the official with both hands. The ledger had been meticulously compiled by Lu Mingyuan using charcoal pencil on mulberry paper, with entries clearly delineated and figures neatly organized, devoid of any alterations. The official took the ledger, but did not examine it closely. He merely flipped it open, pausing at the title page where the words Western Region Dust-Removing Powder were inscribed, then swiftly traced his finger over the preceding records, finally halting at the most recent page, where it distinctly noted the selling price of the dust-removing powder at 5 taels of silver per load. 5 taels? The official lifted his gaze from the figure, an enigmatic expression crossing his face. 5 taels of silver for a load of mud? Mr. Chen, what a lucrative business you have. Truly remarkable. He closed the account book, but did not immediately return it. Instead, he held it in his hand, lightly tapping it against his other palm, his gaze sweeping once more over Chen Juan and Lu Mingyuan. The accounts are indeed meticulously organized. However, the new products have not been reported, and the pricing is exorbitantly high. Is there some hidden agenda? Are there issues of inflated costs or tax evasion that require further investigation at the office? Please have Lord Jingqing examine this matter closely. We shall return in 3 days. Upon finishing his words, he rolled up the copy of the account book, which Lu Mingyuan had habitually transcribed as a backup, and tucked it into his own clothing, turning to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he seemed to have suddenly remembered something, and, without looking back, tossed a final remark over his shoulder. Oh, by the way, I must remind you, Boss Chen, according to regulations, if new products are not reported in a timely manner, and this is confirmed, not only will the profits be confiscated by the authorities, but depending on the severity of the situation, fines of 3 to 5 times the selling price will also be imposed. Your business is thriving, so you must consider how these accounts should be managed. As the figure in the pristine official attire receded into the distance, the subtle scent of fertilizer wafted from the compost yard, mingling with the faint sounds of distant carriages. Lu Mingyuan, having devoted himself to the study of sages, understood that harsh governance could be more ferocious than a tiger. Yet, facing such a cold, legalistic challenge, fraught with potential for significant penalties, was a first for him. Confiscated profits, coupled with fines of 3 to 5 times the amount, given the current profit margins and sales of the dust powder, the figures would be astronomical. It could obliterate all the capital they had painstakingly accumulated over the past few months, including Salmon's investments. It might even plunge them into substantial debt. Almost simultaneously as the official departed, Salmon rushed back, sweat glistening on his plump face, clutching his silk handkerchief with which he incessantly wiped his forehead and neck. Mr. Chen, the Taxation Bureau, if they enforce their regulations, the confiscated profits, and additional fines. Oh heavens, what we've earned over these months, 1 tea even suffice. We might have to pay out of our own pockets. We could even face legal action and imprisonment. Merchants dread dealing with the government, particularly in scenarios where the law is applied with seeming justification. While bribery can resolve many issues and connections can ease legal entanglements, being ensnared by tax law violations feels like being shackled by invisible chains. One cannot articulate their innocence, and it often leads to unending exploitation and trouble. To hell with it. Anu slammed his right hand heavily on the adjacent table, causing the tea bowls to jump. It must be that bastard Gong Sun Han. The Bureau thinks they can choke us and resorts to such underhanded tactics. Auditing? Venus? I reckon they have a death wish. Brother Juan, give the word. I'll take a few capable brothers, and tonight we'll pay a visit to that tax officer as home, confront him in his bed, and demand to know how these accounts should be settled. Let him understand who truly holds authority in the South City. Anu, at his core, remained the same man who fought for survival in the docks and marketplaces, adhering to the most primal laws of the jungle. Might makes right. To him, the government and officials were merely wolves in sheep's clothing. The softer you are, the more they will take advantage of you. The harder you stand, the more they will fear you. With the enforcers of master who rendered ineffective, what fear do we have of a mere tax collector? Absolutely none. Anu, cease your chatter at once. Looming Yuan's face turned pale with dread. Engaging with officials and threatening tax collectors equates to rebellion, a grave crime punishable by death. Though the situation is dire, we still possess a sliver of hope. Our immediate priority must be to seek an individual of reputable standing within the scholar community or one well-connected within the government to intercede on our behalf. The dust powder we produce is indeed beneficial for agriculture and environmental improvement, devoid of deceit. Perhaps we could solicit the government's understanding for a lenient resolution. We must not resort to petty tactics that would only exacerbate the situation. As a scholar by upbringing, even in his downfall, Lu's mindset remains conditioned to seek solutions within established systems. When faced with governmental harassment, his instinct is to leverage connections, find pathways, and seek support. Employing the currency of human relations and reason, aligned with upper-class values, to defuse tensions. To him, Anu's approach seems utterly self-destructive. Three individuals, each harboring distinct thoughts and strategies, found themselves at an impasse. Salman sought to minimize losses, even contemplating withdrawal. This venture bears excessive risk. The government has set its sights upon us. Mr. Chen, shall we not consider cutting our losses? Cease the dust powder production and focus solely on regular fertilizers and cleaning products? Or perhaps devise a means to balance the books? Anu remained resolute. Withdraw? To where? Hundreds of us depend upon this for sustenance. Halting the dust powder production would leave us bereft of wages and food. Seek help. From whom? Those in power devour without remorse. The more you plead, the more they will exploit you. I say we confront them head-on. Let us see who blinks first. Lu Mingyuan interjected. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Striking an egg against a stone is the act of a fool. The pressing concern is to mend relations. Mr. Chen's interests might still hold a glimmer of hope. Mr. Chen, I recall your previous acquaintance with Mr. Qi. Could you not reach out to him to advocate on our behalf? Alternatively, I could seek out a few old classmates to ascertain if any hold positions within the bureaucracy. Listening to the heated debate among his companions, Chen Juan remained silent. Once their voices diminished, he finally spoke. Have you all finished your quarrel? The three in the room fell abruptly silent. Chen Juan turned his gaze to Salman. Master Salman, you now contemplate withdrawing your investment to mitigate losses. I ask you this. If you were to withdraw now, what would you reclaim? The silver you invested has long since transformed into those compost pits outside the city. The carts, sacks, and tools within the warehouse, and the hundreds of mouths waiting to receive their monthly wages for sustenance. Can you truly extricate yourself? Even if you were to dismantle those pits and carts for scrap, what value would they yield? Would it suffice to recoup your investment? He paused, then continued. Furthermore, now that the government has commenced audits, the first target will be the funding sources of you, the major shareholder of whose trade. Is every transaction of your silver above reproach? Can it withstand scrutiny? If you withdraw now, are you more afraid of penalties or the revelation of something far more sinister? Salman's flesh quivered, and beads of cold sweat multiplied on his brow as Chen Juan's words pierced through his lingering hopes. Indeed, much of his wealth bears questionable origins, at least in the eyes of the authorities. Should they focus their scrutiny on him? Chen Juan's gaze shifted once more to Anu. Anu, your resolve is indeed formidable. One can confront the tax collectors and the soldiers of the Equalization Bureau. But then what? For every one we defeat, 10 will come. For every 10, a battalion will follow. Do you believe that with our meager numbers and crude weapons, we can stand against the imperial soldiers? In such a scenario, we would not merely be conducting business, but inciting rebellion against the law. Those brothers outside, who have just begun to taste the sweetness of a full meal and see a glimmer of hope. Do you wish to lead them into a fray against the soldiers, only to watch them perish beneath a hail of blades and arrows? Do you intend for them to glimpse the light, only to plunge back into a pit darker and deeper than the filth of the streets? Anu, with a defiant neck, felt his resolve weaken, ultimately emitting a nasal grunt before dejectedly returning to his seat, striking his thigh forcefully with his unscathed right hand. Brother Juan speaks the truth. He may fear not death, but he cannot drag hundreds of brothers into the abyss alongside him. At last, Chen Juan turned to Lu Mingyuan. Mr. Lu, you seek to enlist others, to forge connections and pursue the righteous path. Your intentions are commendable, but whom do you intend to approach? The county magistrate of Nansheng? Do you suppose he would risk offending the equalization commissioner, Gong Sun Han, for the sake of our modest enterprise in muck and manure? The governor of Tianqi? In his eyes, our plight is likely less significant than the ants beneath the feet of his stone lions. Your petition would scarcely pass through the threshold of his residence. Even if fortune smiles upon us and we encounter a prominent figure willing to listen, what shall we say? That our dust-cleaning powder sells well and the authorities are envious, leading them to investigate us for taxes? Or that we merit recognition for our efforts in cleaning the streets and should not be harassed? They would merely deem us madmen, troublesome commoners, seeking to exploit their goodwill. Perhaps they might even suspect we are hinting at bribery. Lu Mingyuan's lips quivered in a bid to retort. Yet he found that every word Chen Juan uttered resonated with stark reality. His classmates and acquaintances, for the most part, were preoccupied with their own survival or had severed ties with him long ago. Who among the influential would dare to offend the Equalization Bureau for the sake of a group of impoverished laborers? He hung his head in despair, his shoulders slumping as if all strength had been drained from him in an instant. After a lifetime of studying the teachings of sages, he discovered that, in the face of this harsh, unyielding world, those principles felt painfully inadequate. Is there truly no alternative but to resign ourselves to fate? Salman appeared despondent. Who claims we must simply wait for our demise? Chen Juan stepped to the center of the room. Sunlight streamed through the dilapidated window, casting a long shadow upon the floor. They play by their rules, wielding the edicts of the court and the regulations of the bureaucracy to tighten the noose around our necks. Thus, we must no longer simply endure or beg for mercy as we once did. To resist head-on is a path to ruin. Better to rely on ourselves. If they seek to ensnare us within their regulations, let us endeavor to find a means of survival within those very confines, perhaps even a way to retaliate. He surveyed the three individuals who placed their hopes upon him. Taxes are inescapable. Thus, we shall not evade them. Not only shall we stand firm, but we shall confront them head-on. Mr. Lu, you must prepare at once. Bring with you not the mere copy of our most accurate and transparent accounts that was taken earlier, but the original. Go directly to the tax office and seek out the official who visited today, or approach their esteemed commissioner directly. One must adopt a demeanor of utmost humility and express one's self with sincerity, acknowledging our ignorance as common folk, unacquainted with the edicts of the court. In light of the recent product launch, we regretfully overlooked the requisite registration procedures, an oversight for which we sincerely apologize. We have come today to rectify this error and willingly remit all applicable taxes owed since the commencement of our sales, without exception. We kindly request your esteemed consideration. Should you find our contrition commendable and choose to exercise leniency, we are prepared to pay an additional fine for our negligence, as a token of our remorse. Lu Mingyuan, this proactive remittance? And a fine? Mr. Chen, this is merely a temporary measure. First, we must shed the accusation of tax evasion and intentional concealment. We must present ourselves with humility, transforming our transgression into a mere oversight, and our resistance into acknowledgement of fault. The penalties, including the confiscation of all earnings and hefty fines, are beyond our capacity to bear. However, if we can manage to remit the taxes and a nominal fine, we might endure. Our immediate goal is to disarm them of this most damaging leverage to prevent them from striking with full force. This is a strategy of retreating to advance, purchasing time with our resources. Understood. I shall prepare the necessary documents and funds forthwith. Rest assured, I will see to it diligently. Master Salmon, now is not the time to lament over our finances. You have operated in Tianchi City for many years, familiar with the officials and connections across all walks of life. I require you to immediately leverage all your contacts and resources to investigate a crucial matter. At your command, Mr. Chen, seek information regarding the waste disposal proposal. I must ascertain who is advocating for this proposal, its specific contents, and most critically, how one can obtain the official qualifications mentioned within. What conditions must be satisfied? Is it through examination, recommendation, or monetary means? He emphasized his point. Regardless of the cost or the connections required, it is imperative we uncover the truth. This is not merely to address our immediate concerns. It is vital for our survival in the medium and long term. Securing those qualifications would signify an endorsement and recognition from the authorities. Our endeavors in cleaning the streets, managing waste, and producing fertilizers would transform into legitimate operations, sanctioned by the state. Consequently, issues like tax audits and product registrations would become considerably less burdensome. At the very least, should they wish to act against us, they would need to weigh the significance of that qualification. This is a strategy for survival. Investing in a safeguard. Indeed, if we can truly obtain that qualification, it would elevate us from illegality to legitimacy, from being troublesome citizens to public servants. While we understand that acquiring such qualifications is likely to be exceedingly challenging and costly, at least we now have a clear objective and a glimmer of hope. Salmon pounded his chest with determination, the flesh of his ample face quivering. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I, Salmon, may lack in many areas, but I excel in gathering information and navigating connections. I shall endeavor to clarify this matter for you. Sheng gestured for the three to draw closer. I have contemplated the waste disposal proposal deeply. It seeks to standardize and unify management through an association. While this may serve as a constraint for us, could it not also represent an opportunity? An opportunity to realign everyone to a common starting point, even allowing us to overtake others in the process? An opportunity? Anu and Salmon exchanged puzzled glances. Yes, an opportunity. They seek to establish an association for unified management, do they not? While we may not currently possess the standing or qualifications to form such an association, this could be our chance. However, may we borrow a shell? A shell? Anu and Salmon were increasingly bewildered. A shell? What shell? Lu Mingyuan, however, excitedly slapped his thigh, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Chen, you are brilliant. What you imply is to emulate the practice of commercial name lending, using substitutionary methods. We seek a legally sanctioned small guild or workshop, one that is either already registered or possesses the necessary qualifications related to sanitation and waste management, yet is struggling and on the brink of collapse. We could invest funds or employ other means to acquire it or collaborate with them. We would provide the personnel, technology, and management, assuming responsibility for all operations, while they merely contribute the name, the shell. Thus, we would ostensibly operate under the auspices of this legitimate guild, rendering all our actions as legitimate undertakings under its purview. Gong Sunhan's stipulations and the requirements for qualifications would, in fact, serve as our shield and passport. If this plan succeeds, it would be nothing short of miraculous, transforming decay into vitality, finding life in dire straits. Lu Mingyuan, a true scholar, grasped the concept immediately and even broadened it into a deeper understanding. He regarded Chen Juan with admiration. This was no mere response. It was a quest for loopholes within the framework of the rules set by the opponent, engaging in a sophisticated reverse exploitation of the regulations. Chen Juan nodded, affirming Lu Mingyuan's interpretation. Yes, that is precisely the intention. This is known as reverse shell listing. The stipulations are rigid, yet humans are dynamic. They aim to ensnare us with their regulations, and we shall find a way to slip into the shell of these stipulations, becoming the very entities that the regulations seek to protect. In due time, we shall see who suffers more. His words were akin to parting the clouds to reveal the sun, igniting a torch in the darkness. Though its light was faint, it distinctly illuminated a thorny path ahead, one that, while fraught with challenges, was not devoid of possibility. Salmon perceived a newfound hope for preserving their investment and perhaps advancing further, the color returning to his plump face. Anu, though still perplexed by terms like reverse shell and listing, understood the core idea of becoming legitimate, utilizing their rules for self-protection, and felt immense admiration for Brother Juan's intellect, reigniting his fighting spirit. Lu Mingyuan felt a surge of excitement within. He realized that he was partaking in a venture that could indeed inscribe itself into an alternative legend of sorts. Chen Juan's strategy comprised 3 critical moves, each akin to traversing the brink of a precipice, requiring precise calculations, decisive execution, and a touch of fortune. Previously, when faced with the underhanded tactics of Refugee, the extortion by Zhao Yuanpei's clerks, or even the commercial suppression from the Pingjun Bureau, though perilous, they still operated within the rules of the underworld and marketplace, always possessing the opportunity for maneuvering or counterattacking. Yet now, they confronted Gongsun Han's elevated dimensional assault, leveraging the authority of court laws and governmental regulations. This was not merely a predatory wolf blocking their path. It was a tightening net, descending slowly, intent on completely enveloping their territory or crushing it entirely. They must discover that singular, perhaps elusive exit before this net fully descended. Chapter 43. Organizing internal affairs. Salmon was probing. Lu Mingyuan was supplementing payments. And Anu was searching, 3 lines of inquiry advancing simultaneously. At first glance, it appeared to be a response to a situation, but in truth, they were on the fringes of an invisible web woven by regulations, seeking potential flaws through which they might break free. The overt path was one of compliance for survival, while the covert route involved the artifice of reverse mergers. Searching for a decayed tree that would provide a legitimate support for the wild vine known as the Clean General Bank to climb and flourish within the gaps of the law. However, where could they find a shell that offered legal refuge without overshadowing them, one that they could control? In the vastness of Apocalypse City, there might be guilds or workshops related to waste disposal and street cleaning, but either they were too small to ensure their own survival, and thus of no value, or they were deeply entrenched with certain powerful factions far beyond their reach. To locate an entity on the brink of collapse, yet possessing a certain standing and willing to collaborate, was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Chen Juan was engaged in repeated simulations of the situation, a nimble youth, assigned to watch at the alley's entrance, burst into the main hall, breathless and flustered. "Brother Juan, Sir Salmon, there's an official outside. What kind of blundering fool are you?" Anu snapped, stepping forward. The boy gasped for air before stammering. "An official is outside, dressed in official attire. He claims to be the manager from the Southern City office of the Equalization Bureau, surname Wang, specifically requesting to meet Sir Salmon. He says he wants to discuss a significant business deal. The Equalization Bureau? The Office of Transport? A manager? Looking for me?" Salmon's eyes widened in astonishment. The fact that someone from the Equalization Bureau sought him out was far more alarming than even a surprise audit from the tax office. What benevolence could a weasel show when visiting a chicken? What on earth was Gongsun Han up to? Chen Juan turned to Salmon, saying, "Sir Salmon, since this business is specifically directed towards you, it is only fitting that you attend to them. Please invite them in, here in the main hall. Anu, keep your men stationed at the entrance. No one is to approach without an invitation. Be courteous." He emphasized the need for courtesy. This served as a reminder to Anu to remain composed, and also hinted to Salmon that, regardless of the visitor's intentions, they should first extend civility to ascertain the situation. Salmon swallowed hard, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown, nodded, adjusted his robe, and signaled for the youth to fetch the official. Anu left the hall without a word and quietly instructed several guards practicing their stances in the courtyard. The guards immediately dispersed, appearing casual while strategically taking key positions around the hall, their hands instinctively resting on the short sticks at their waists. Moments later, Manager Wang from the Southern City Office of Transport entered the hall, accompanied by Salmon. The newcomer appeared to be in his early 40s, slightly portly, clad in a somewhat worn but clean green official uniform, with the edges showing signs of wear. Two similarly dressed attendants followed closely behind him. The steward Wang wore a facade of superficial politeness typical of bureaucrats, his gaze fleetingly passing over Chen Juan before settling on Salmon, whose face was adorned with a broad smile. Ah, the esteemed presence of steward Wang graces us. It truly illuminates our humble abode. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea. Salmon warmly greeted, his Mandarin laced with a hint of a regional accent, as he personally fetched a relatively intact chair, brushing away non-existent dust with his sleeve. Wang responded with a curt nod, boldly occupying the prominent seat. He accepted the coarse porcelain teacup handed to him by Salmon, casting merely a cursory glance before placing it on the battered wooden table beside him, abstaining from drinking. Master Salmon, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I hear you are a major stakeholder in this cleaning enterprise. The Hu merchants are quite resourceful. Indeed, Wang began, his voice slightly shrill and tinged with the condescension of authority. Not at all. It's merely a small operation to make ends meet. Thanks to the support of esteemed patrons like yourselves, Salmon replied with a forced smile, his heart racing as he speculated about the true intentions behind Wang's visit. Make ends meet? A rather curious choice of words, Wang remarked with a smirk. Your Western region dust cleaning powder sells for 5 taels a load. If that's merely scraping by, then most merchants in Tianqi City would be reduced to begging. Salmon's heart sank. Indeed, Wang's visit was about the dust cleaning powder. His smile grew even more strained. You jest, Steward Wang. Those are inflated prices. The costs are substantial, and after accounting for various expenses, the profits are minimal. Whether you profit or not. You are well aware, Wang dismissed, cutting to the chase. I come today, representing the South City Official Sanitation Bureau, to discuss a serious matter with you. He paused, assessing the reactions of Salmon and Chen Juan, who had remained silently shrouded in the shadows of the corner. Noticing their attentive expressions, he continued leisurely. Your cleaning enterprise has stirred quite a commotion in South City, tidying up the streets and handling refuse, even introducing what you call Western region dust cleaning powder. Ordinarily, this would be commendable, as cleanliness is paramount. However, managing refuse and cleaning streets is not a task for just anyone. Without rules, chaos ensues. The court has long decreed that such matters should be overseen by designated guilds or official institutions to prevent disorder and disputes. Indeed, it appears you are adhering to the age-old principles of regulation and qualification. Salmon thought, anxiety tightening his chest, yet he could only respond with a smile. Of course, Steward Wang, your guidance is invaluable. As humble citizens, we are eager to learn how to obtain the necessary qualifications. Obtain them? It is not so simple, Wang replied. Qualification review requires layers of approval, verification of capital, assessment of capability, and reliable guarantors. With your current standing, he trailed off but softened his tone slightly. Yet, I see you, Master Salmon, as a reasonable businessman. While your operations may not fully comply with regulations, they have nevertheless contributed positively. The higher authorities are currently promoting the refuse management regulations to establish standardized oversight. As an official institution, we must assume responsibility. My intention is to offer you an opportunity. The cleaning enterprise, including the business of the dust removing powder, can be registered under the auspices of our municipal waste management office in the southern city. Externally, you may present yourselves as our cooperative merchants or as an external cleaning team. This arrangement would bestow upon you a certain legitimacy and a supportive foundation, facilitating smoother dealings with the Tax Bureau and the Military Affairs Office in the future. As for the dust-removing powder, it could be categorized as a specialized fertilizer under our Waste Management Office, thereby broadening its market reach. The proposal of affiliation caught Salmon off guard. It did indeed sound appealing. With the endorsement of an official institution, many complications could potentially be resolved. He instinctively glanced at Chen Juan in the corner. Chen Juan remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. Observing Salmon's interest, Manager Wang felt a surge of satisfaction and continued to lay out the conditions. Of course, this affiliation is not without its costs. You would be required to pay a monthly management fee to our waste management office, calculated at 20% of your dust-removing powder sales. Additionally, your existing cleaning routes, client lists, and the formulas and production processes for the dust-removing powder must be submitted to our office for unified management. As for daily operations, our office will not interfere in principle. But for significant decisions, such as scaling up, adjusting prices, or negotiating with government entities or other guilds, you must obtain our consent in advance. How does that sound? This is a clear path I am offering you, considering your previous contributions. A 20% management fee on sales. Submission of client lists and formulas. Major decisions requiring approval. This was not a mere affiliation or collaboration. It was a blatant attempt at annexation, exploitation, and control. Not only would they seize their most critical profits, but they would also gain access to their vital commercial secrets and lifeblood. Once they acquiesced, the so-called cleaning enterprise would swiftly become a vassal and sweatshop under the domination of the Waste Management Office. Moreover, this proposal originated from the office of Chen Juan. Was there a more profound ulterior motive at play? Perhaps to achieve certain economic regulatory objectives through control of the dust-removing powder's formula and sales? Or could it simply be another tactic employed by Chen Juan to subjugate these defiant ants? Solomon recognized the peril embedded in the offer. His expression shifted several times, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He stammered, hesitant to agree, yet equally reluctant to refuse outright, casting another pleading glance toward Chen Juan. Chen Juan understood that he could no longer remain silent. He stepped out of the shadows, positioning himself a few paces before Manager Wang, slightly cupping his hands in a gesture of respect and speaking in a calm tone. Manager Wang, I am Chen Juan, the person in charge here. The matter of affiliation you just mentioned is of great significance and cannot be decided solely by Master Solomon. May we request a few days for discussion before providing a response? Only then did Manager Wang seem to notice Chen Juan, scrutinizing him with unabashed disdain. So you are the infamous Chen Juan? I have heard you possess some skill. However, let me make it clear, this is an opportunity one am extending to you. Do not fail to recognize its value. The winds of change are stirring, and it appears that the regulations are about to tighten. At that point, without proper qualifications, your operation could be shut down at a moment's notice. My intention is to nurture talent, which is why I am guiding you down this path. You have 3 days, at most 3 days, to provide me with a definitive answer. Once this village is passed, this shop will no longer exist. With that, he stood up, dusted off the hem of his unadorned official robes, and without casting another glance at Chen Juan and Solomon, he strode out with his 2 attendants, exuding an air of bestowing a monumental favor. Manager Wang was courteously invited inside by Solomon and equally courteously sent off. In the main hall, Mr. Chen, it is evident they intend to devour us. Solomon wiped the sweat from his brow. 20% of the sales revenue. They also demand the formula and the list. What difference is there from outright robbery? Anu was visibly agitated. This corrupt official. How naive. Brother Juan, this reliance is utter nonsense. We cannot agree. Should we acquiesce? We would become mere meat on their chopping board, at their mercy for whatever they desire. Chen Juan approached the chair that Manager Wang had occupied moments earlier, but did not sit down. Instead, he lightly brushed his fingers over the coarse backrest, as if to sweep away some unclean essence. It is both an opportunity and a fire pit. Their approach signifies 2 things. First, we have indeed caught their attention, and they perceive us as valuable, worthy of their outreach. Second, they are in haste. Pressures from the draft provisions and their internal demands compel them to urgently seek a means to swiftly exert control and generate profit. He turned to Anu and Solomon. Agreeing would mean a slow demise, surrendering all autonomy, ultimately leaving us stripped bare. Refusing would result in an immediate rupture. They would employ every legal means to completely obliterate us before we can secure the shell. Then what shall we do? Solomon inquired anxiously. Delay. Chen Juan replied succinctly. There's no need to rush. We must cultivate an appropriate demeanor, indicating that we value and appreciate their approach, while also requiring time for discussion. Let us utilize these 3 days to gauge the winds and observe for any unforeseen variables. Simultaneously, we must expedite our original plans. Mr. Liu, ensure he stabilizes the Taxation Bureau. Anu, intensify your efforts to seek out potential shells, expanding your search to more obscure and less conspicuous locations. Lord Salman, continue your inquiries. Ascertain whether there are additional forces at play behind the sudden visit from the Clearing Bureau, aside from Gong Sun Han, such as the local government or other offices dissatisfied with the Price Stabilization Bureau. Any scrap of information could prove invaluable. The draft of the provisions for the disposal of waste is reportedly complete and has been formally submitted to the local government for deliberation among officials before being made public as a formal decree. Once announced, any relevant trades lacking official qualifications will immediately lose their legal grounds for operation. At the Taxation Bureau, Lu Mingyuan proactively settled the taxes for the dust-free powder and voluntarily paid a substantial sum as a penalty for oversight. The previously stern-faced clerk's demeanor softened slightly, and he refrained from mentioning immediate confiscation again, yet remained unyielding, leaving a curt remark to await the higher-up's determination regarding the provisions and the nature of your enterprise before proceeding with any actions. Lu Mingyuan found himself visiting the Taxation Bureau daily, exhausted from cooperating with audits. The sales of the dust-free powder from the western regions remained fervent, fueled by prior media hype and tangible results, with orders continuously flowing in. Yet, despite the wealth that lay in their hands, Chen Juan anew, and even the members of the refugee team felt little joy. Instead, they perceived it as a hot potato, gleaming yet burdensome. Chen Juan resolved that passivity was no longer an option. Solely relying on fertilizer sales was insufficient. It was imperative to leave an impression, to gain recognition, and to be regarded as something substantial rather than just a group of fortunate individuals possessing a modicum of cleverness, yet ultimately unrefined. That evening, as the sun sank beyond the horizon and the sky dimmed, Chen Juan refrained from lighting a lamp. Utilizing the last vestiges of twilight streaming through the window, he summoned Anu, Lu Mingyuan, and 7 or 8 other standout members promoted to squad leaders into the modest yet hopeful hall that encapsulated their aspirations and struggles. The room was dimly lit, and the atmosphere was tinged with gravity. The squad leaders were uncertain about Chen Juan's sudden summons, standing rigidly with bated breath, their eyes betraying unease and confusion. Anu, with one arm folded across his chest, furrowed his brow, while Lu Mingyuan appeared somewhat weary. Chen Juan approached the old table, retrieving several folded and somewhat coarse mulberry papers from his pocket and carefully spreading them out on the surface. Upon these sheets were drawn some haphazard yet simplistic patterns and inscriptions in charcoal. "Come closer and examine this." Chen Juan's voice resonated in the stillness of the room. The group gathered around, straining to see the papers in the faint light. The first sheet depicted a straightforward illustration, a broom crossed with a sheaf of ripe wheat. The lines of the broom were bold, the grains of wheat clearly defined. Though the artistry was crude, the meaning was unmistakable. "What is this?" Anu leaned in, squinting to observe closely. "A broom and a bundle of wheat?" "Indeed," Chen Juan nodded, pointing to the design. "The broom signifies our role in sweeping the streets and removing filth. The wheat represents the fruits of our labor, enriching the soil for bountiful harvests. The intersection of these two elements embodies our mission. With one hand, we cleanse the streets. With the other, we cultivate the earth. We sweep away the dirt and, in return, reap the rewards." Lu Mingyuan praised. "This emblem is exquisite. Its symbolism is both concise and profound. Clean streets and fertile lands. It serves a dual purpose, articulating our endeavors while resonating with the principle of purging decay and transforming waste into treasure." "Mr. Chun, you are truly talented." The other squad leaders began to comprehend, exchanging glances, albeit still somewhat perplexed. Most of them were illiterate, yet they grasped the essence of the imagery. "I intend to adopt this design as the emblem of our Southern City Cleaning Corporation. Henceforth, all items belonging to our organization, hand carts, wheelbarrows sacked for fertilizer, and cleaning tools. Even," he emphasized, "the garments worn by our brothers will bear this mark, either printed or embroidered." "Printed on our clothes?" A squad leader named Zhao Shurtu blurted out, taken aback. He was a straightforward former stonemason. Brother Juan, our coarse garments, patched upon patches, what purpose would that serve? It would be more arduous, and, after a couple of washes, it would fade. If we had that money and effort, wouldn't it be better to add a bit more substance to our brothers' bowls instead? He voiced the sentiments shared by most of the squad leaders. Their foremost concern is perpetually whether they can fill their stomachs at the next meal and if they possess sufficient warm clothing for winter. Such notions as patterns and designs seem trifling to them. Although Anu appreciates the aesthetic of the pattern, he similarly believes that now is not the time for such frivolities. As Shurtu wisely stated, we are currently beset by difficulties, finances are strained, and who knows when Hu Jio might come looking for trouble again. Instead of squandering our funds on embellishments, it would be far wiser to procure sturdy sticks or to acquire better medicine for our injured comrades. Chen Juan observed the bewildered expressions of the several squad leaders and posed an ostensibly unrelated question. Anu, Shurtu, and the rest of you, when you stroll through the streets of a southern city without donning these garments, what do you think is the first impression people have of you? Anu instinctively replied, "What else could it be? We are seen as refugees, as laborers." He, being visibly marked by his disability, was well recognized from his days mingling at the docks and streets. Zhao Shurtu chimed in, "When people see my tattered clothes and calloused hands, they surely think I'm a laborer. Indeed, they are perceived as refugees, laborers, those who toil mightily." Chen Juan continued, to put more bluntly, "Some might even consider us as filthy muck diggers, the lowly of the low." These words caused the squad leaders to lower their heads involuntarily. Yes, this is how others perceive them. Even though they diligently clean the streets and their fertilizer aids in better crop yields, in the eyes of the respectable, they remain muck diggers at heart, engaged in base trades, seen as the lowest of the low. When others look at us, they first see our ragged attire, the lingering scent of dirt and sweat. What they think of is lowliness, filth, and the notion that we can be easily manipulated or humiliated. Yet, we are acutely aware that our labor is dirty and exhausting, something others would rather avoid. However, every coin we earn is honestly obtained. It is through our toil, shoveling mud, carting manure, and vigilantly nurturing compost that we earn our keep through sweat and strength. We have made the streets of the southern city cleaner and brighter than ever. Our fertilizer has contributed to bountiful harvests. Why should we continue to bear the brunt of derision, labeled as muck diggers? Why should we be belittled and treated with disdain? A barrage of questions struck the hearts of those present. The long-suppressed humiliation and resentment were ignited by Chen Juan's words. Indeed, why should this be? They are human too, desiring to live with dignity. We must change. We must ensure that we are remembered not as muck diggers, but as those who clean the streets, as those who can transform waste into treasure. We must become the agents of cleanliness, making the city more pristine and the fields more fertile. This skin must be shed. From the inside out, we must undergo a transformation. He picked up another sheet of paper, inscribed with 4 prominent characters, Clean Street Envoy, written in a precise script by Lu Mingyuan. Henceforth, all who labor for our cleanliness shall not be known as the Refugee Brigade, nor as sanitation workers, nor as muck diggers. Chen Juan pointed to the 4 characters. They shall be called Clean Street Envoys. Clean Street Envoys. Envoys are those who act on a mandate, who bear mission, who possess a name and a status. No longer are we anonymous, indistinct laborers or vagrants. We now possess a clear, resounding, and even somewhat solemn designation. Each individual shall don a new garment, in a deep navy hue, practical and robust, yet spirited. On the back in white thread, our emblem, a broom and a wheat ear, shall be embroidered. Beneath the emblem, the words Clean Street Envoy shall be stitched. Further below, each person shall be assigned a unique number, commencing with Clean Street Envoy number 1, and continuing sequentially, numbering into the hundreds and thousands. Each individual shall possess an identity that is singular and distinct. He then pointed to another line in small characters written by Lu Mingyuan. Clean streets, harmonious neighbors, fertile land, abundant harvests. This is our slogan, the essence of our endeavor. Clean streets embodies our duty. Harmonious neighbors reflects our attitude. Fertile land, abundant harvest signifies the benefits we bring. Henceforth, every morning before commencing work, all Clean Street envoys shall assemble in small teams in the courtyard of the headquarters, taking roll call and reporting their numbers, then collectively proclaiming this slogan. The volume must be loud, and the spirit must be vigorous. Not only does this announce our arrival to the neighborhood, but it also serves as a reminder to ourselves of our purpose for standing here and the work we are engaged in. The team leaders, refugees within the room, exchanged glances, their eyes a mixture of excitement, yearning, apprehension, and eagerness. They were accustomed to bowing their heads in labor, to being summoned and scolded, to lurking in the shadows, unnoticed. Now, however, Chen Juan demanded that they stand tall, don a uniform adorned with insignia, names, and numbers, line up daily, and shout their slogan, marching into the sunlit streets as a true collective. Simultaneously, the suppressed yearning for dignity and recognition, buried deep within, was ignited like a wildfire. Brother Juan, will this truly work? Zhao Shurtu scratched his head. If we proceed in this manner, might we not attract undue attention? Will we become a laughingstock? They might mock us as a bunch of dung collectors trying to parade like soldiers. He remained apprehensive, fearing ridicule and the potential for greater trouble stemming from this unconventional action. Laugh. Chen Juan let out a short, cold snicker from his nose. Are they not laughing already? Behind our backs, do they not mock us? By wearing the garb of Clean Street envoys, at the very least, we convey that we are not an assemblage to be easily dismissed or bullied. We are an organized, disciplined group with a name and our own rules. Anyone who dares to intimidate us must consider that they are not confronting a mere insignificant refugee, but rather a designated Clean Street envoy. They are not facing an individual, but hundreds clad in the same attire, shouting the same slogan, supported by a united brotherhood. Anu finally grasped the concept. Brother Juan, I understand now. I completely comprehend. You aim to raise a banner, to establish a rightful name. Just as in the scripts, where the heroes of Liangshan gather, they must first erect the banner of righteousness. In the military, battles are fought under uniforms, where flags delineate friend from foe, uniting the hearts of the soldiers. When we don this attire and bear this title, the brothers will find their roots and have a sense of belonging. Stepping forth, our posture shall be threefold straighter. Whoever dares to underestimate us must first inquire of the insignia behind us and the implements our brethren possess. How splendid! Mr. Chen's actions truly embody a grand endeavor to establish our rightful identity. As Confucius once stated, the rectification of names is imperative. If names are not correct, words will not align. If words do not align, endeavors will not succeed. Our undertaking to transform filth into benefit and to cleanse the streets is inherently virtuous. Yet due to an improper designation, we have often faced constraints and been looked down upon. Now, under the esteemed title of Clean Street Envoys, we shall execute the practicalities of cleanliness, with name and reality in harmony, refining both our inner and outer selves. Henceforth, we are no longer mere drifters, but distinguished envoys with purpose and title. With this clarity of designation, we can unite hearts and achieve our mission. Mr. Chen, truly astute and far-sighted, I am in awe. Chen Juan observed the few squad leaders who still hesitated, yet were evidently swayed by his words. And he ultimately offered them reassurance. The funds for the new uniforms shall be drawn from the general account, sparing each of you a single coin. There is but one rule. Once you don this garb of the Clean Street envoy, you must embody the demeanor of an envoy. Walk with your back straight. Speak courteously to the neighbors. Work with alacrity, demonstrating the vigor of an envoy. Should anyone violate these rules, act deceitfully, provoke discord, or tarnish the reputation of the Clean Street envoys or our esteemed organization, he shall find the gates of the Clean headquarters barred to him. We harbor no disgraceful miscreants. Upon uttering these words, the initial trepidation of seeking recognition and the fear of becoming a laughingstock were eclipsed by a stronger urge to maintain dignity and honor the uniform and title. Who among them would wish to be perceived as a beggar, a lowly outcast, especially when they could don a uniform that is well-fitted, marked, and requires no personal expenditure. Moreover, Juan was right. Stepping out in this attire, they would present a united front as clean street envoys, rather than a disbanded mob. Juan, we shall heed your counsel. Indeed, we shall wear it. What is there to fear? Let those who look down upon us see that we too possess a name. The squad leaders expressed their resolve. Their eyes ignited with fervor. Excellent. Chen Juan not emphatically. Let us commence without delay. Salmon, present. Immediately procured durable dark blue coarse cloth, ensuring it is resilient and hard-wearing. Engage the swiftest seamstresses in the southern city, offering fair wages. The more, the better, and expedite the work. Let us create 100 pieces at once. The sizes shall be determined by the approximate measurements of our brethren. Anu, here, take charge and thoroughly clear the front courtyard of the headquarters, marking white lines to establish orderly positions. Starting tomorrow, all brethren off duty shall dedicate 1 hour each morning and evening, under your guidance, to practice formation, stances, roll calls, marching, and chanting slogans. I require a squad that appears formidable, not a disarray of scattered individuals. Mr. Liu, here, the standard designs for the insignia and lettering shall be entrusted to you. Additionally, devise a means to carve larger wooden stamps for marking bags and vehicles. For the smaller items, such as those on the uniforms, we may need to trouble the seamstresses for hand embroidery or use stencils for printing. Commands were issued one after another, infusing the entire cleaning headquarters with a newfound spirit and vigor, liberating it from the oppressive gloom and unease imposed by the authorities, and propelling it into a fervent self-reform movement concerning its image and dignity. Salmon's efficiency as a merchant was once again exemplified by the following afternoon. Several bundles of thick, dark blue coarse fabric were delivered. Alongside him were several nimble and reasonably priced seamstresses from the southern district, who set up their operations in a spacious room temporarily cleared within the headquarters, the sounds of cutting, sewing, and laughter resonating throughout. Lu Mingyuan toiled through half the night, meticulously crafting the most precise markings and patterns, and summoned a carpenter to carve variously sized wooden stamps. Anu, accompanied by a group of robust men, laboriously drew neat squares and alignment lines in the front yard with lime, and began to train the ragtag group of refugees, most of whom could scarcely distinguish left from right. Attention, at ease, align right, count off, 1, 2, 3, 4. Initially, the scene was chaotic to the point of hilarity. The formation was crooked, resembling a drunken centipede. The counting was erratic, with some so nervous they forgot their numbers. The march was replete with blunders. Some moved in sync while others tripped over the heels of those in front, and collisions sent some sprawling as they shouted their slogans. Some voices were faint as a mosquito's buzz while others cracked unexpectedly, drawing the curious gazes of onlookers from the neighborhood and passers-by, who paused to point and chuckle. Look at those muckrakers from Manure Lane. What's this all about? Military drills? Ha, what a joke. Dressed up like that, yet still just mucking out. Clean street envoys? Ha, more like street feces collectors. The derision, ridicule, and disdainful comments rained down upon the practicing refugees like hail, making their faces flush and their limbs stiffen, wishing to vanish into the earth. Even Anu felt his composure wavering, eyes ablaze with indignation, nearly ready to confront the hecklers. Yet, Chen Juan stood calmly at the threshold, observing quietly, neither angered by the chaos nor embarrassed by the mockery. When the day's training concluded and the weary members disbanded in a despondent state, Chen Juan called Anu and several squad leaders to him. Did you hear their jeers? He inquired. The group hung their heads silent. Do you feel ashamed? He asked again. Zhao, sure to, with a deep voice, replied, Brother Juan, are we too ostentatious? Too overconfident? Chen Juan completed his thought, shaking his head. Remember, their laughter stems from ignorance. It is because our efforts are not yet commendable enough. Once our uniforms are ready, and everyone is dressed properly, standing in formation, shouting their slogans loudly, appearing on the streets punctually, keeping the streets spotless, and delivering fertilizers to the farmers on time. Then when they laugh, it will not be at us, but at their own folly. His gaze swept over the group, from being the subject of their ridicule to earning their recognition. And ultimately their respect requires time, and more importantly, our own determination. This skin, this title, is not meant for the gaze of others. It is for our own reflection. It serves to remind us that we are not mere mud. We are capable individuals, the diligent guardians of cleanliness. Stand tall, everyone. Tomorrow, we shall practice again, until no one dares to mock us. Chapter 44. The newsletter days later. Propelled by Salmon's financial urgings and the tireless efforts of a dozen seamstresses working day and night. The first batch of 50 navy blue uniforms for the Guardians of Cleanliness was finally completed. Although time was short, the materials were substantial, and the dye was evenly applied, presenting a tranquil, dirt-repellent indigo hue that shimmered faintly in the gentle autumn sunlight. The insignia on the back, featuring crossed brooms and wheat ears alongside the bold characters for Guardians of Cleanliness, was meticulously printed using indigo plant juice, crafted through a hollowed-out paper template created by Lu Mingyuan. Despite some slight smudging at the edges, the design was clear and the lettering striking, exuding a raw and unrefined sense of strength. In the early morning, before the cleanliness headquarters at Manure Lane, a freshly lime-marked and swept square created an atmosphere that was almost solemn. 50 selected vagrants, chosen by Anu and several team leaders for their industriousness, integrity, or resilience despite their afflictions, stood in 5 uneven but resolutely straight rows. Anu stood at the forefront of the formation, one arm behind his back, while his intact hand tightly grasped a scroll of names. Chen Juan, Lu Mingyuan, Salmon, and many others who had not been chosen gathered nearby, eagerly awaiting their turn, holding their breath in anticipation. Zhao Shitu, present. Li Xuanzu, present. Wang Laonian, present. Anu called out each name with a voice that resonated powerfully. With each name announced, a vagrant responded loudly, stepping forward to the makeshift wooden platform beside him. Lu Mingyuan stood there personally, cradling a neatly folded navy blue uniform in both hands, and solemnly handed it over. From this day forth, you are a guardian of cleanliness. Remember your duty, foster neighborly harmony, and honor this attire. The vagrants receiving the uniforms, regardless of age, felt their faces flush with emotion. As they took hold of the garments that represented recognition and identity, some even glistened with tears. They clutched the uniforms tightly against their chests, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, before stepping aside to change. All the while, under the envious and expectant gazes of their peers, clumsily yet eagerly beginning to don their new attire. The process of changing was somewhat chaotic. Buttons were mismatched, and straps were tied incorrectly, eliciting gentle, hushed laughter from the onlookers. But soon, all 50 individuals were fully attired, standing in formation once again on that open ground. When these once disheveled, tattered, and dull-eyed vagrants reappeared before the crowd, the entrance to Manure Lane seemed to be seized by an invisible force. The sunlight rises gracefully, filtering through the narrow gaps between the low eaves on either side of the alley, casting a gentle slant upon this newly formed assembly, though the ranks remain imperfectly aligned. And some individuals exhibit the stoop born from years of toil, while the weathered lines etched upon their faces cannot be concealed by mere garments. This group of 50 men, clad in identical attire adorned with the same insignia and lettering on their backs, stands together, radiating an unprecedented, ineffable sense of unity and solemnity. The scorn and disdain, an evasion that once clung to them like a label, have been supplanted by astonishment, curiosity, and incredulous scrutiny. Anu's chest heaves with fervor as he faces the formation, summoning all his strength to bellow. Clean streets, harmonious neighbors, fertile lands, bountiful years. The chorus of 50 voices erupts, shattering the stillness at the mouth of the alley. Although their voices may not yet be perfectly synchronized, and some falter, the raw power surging from the depths of their chests crashes against the hearts of each onlooker, causing the window panes along the alley to tremble ever so slightly. Within the alley, those who had just opened their doors to wash their floors or stoke their fires, and merchants preparing to unveil their wares, paused in their tasks. They turned, bewildered, to behold this peculiar yet striking formation. The habitual expressions of disdain and indifference towards the destitute laborers were now replaced by a complex swirl of emotions. Are these really the people from the sewage lane? The clean street envoys? What is this all about? Dressed as if for a show, yet still mere muck diggers? Yet, as they stood united, there was an undeniable difference. Whispers of discussion began to ripple through the alley. The gazes remained intricate, yet at the very least, they were no longer dismissive. The procession commenced. Anu led the way, with the 50 Clean Street envoys pushing uniform, freshly painted gray wheelbarrows and carts, now marked with their insignia, forming several groups as they headed toward their designated neighborhoods. Clad in dark blue, their figures created a flowing tableau against the crisp autumn morning light. Wherever they passed, the gaze of onlookers became increasingly complex. Children chased after them, unafraid, pointing at the lettering on their backs and struggling to articulate. Clean Street? Envoy? Mother, what is that? This prompted parental admonitions and gentle tugs. Elders shook their heads, murmuring about the changing times, noting how even muck diggers donned uniforms now. Yet in their murky, aged eyes lingered a hint of perplexed scrutiny. Meanwhile, the shopkeepers and their assistants paused in their work, leaning against door frames or behind counters, casting complicated glances at this procession. Some scoffed, others pondered, but a few, observing the relatively orderly formation, the clean attire, and the tools emblazoned with the same insignia, instinctively nodded in approval. Cleanliness and order themselves embody a certain power, an innate ability to evoke favor and trust. The transformation is subtle, akin to the gentle spring rain nurturing growth in silence, yet it is undeniably taking place. When the elderly woman at the alley's entrance no longer calls out for help to the dung collectors, but instead hesitantly asks the street cleaners if they could assist with a seemingly blocked drain. When the storyteller at the tea house no longer refers to the muddy-footed folk from the filth-laden alley, but begins to speak of the street cleaners. When a neighbor, noticing the exceptionally clean entrance at their doorstep, gives a thumbs up to a passing team and accurately identifies it as the diligent work of Team 37. A subtle yet profound transformation quietly takes root and spreads through the air and hearts of this neighborhood. More importantly, this change also reflects back upon the street cleaners themselves, donning their uniforms emblazoned with the 4 characters and their identification number. They walk the streets with a newfound sense of difference. Once they hurriedly averted their gaze, fearing judgment and disdain. Now, although still unaccustomed to being observed, they unconsciously stand a bit taller, minding their tone and choice of words in conversations. As they work, the urge to complain and slack off diminishes significantly, for they feel an obligation not to bring disgrace to their attire or tarnish the reputation of the street cleaners. The despondency of merely getting through the day for the sake of a meal has been supplanted by a genuine sense of responsibility and honor. Even if this honor appears humble to others, it weighs heavily in significance for them. Days pass, and even Anu, who initially opposed this superficial facade most vehemently, believing it more pragmatic to provide more substantial rewards, has fallen silent. Walking the streets with his small team, he can distinctly sense the gazes upon them. So different from before. No longer met with blatant disdain, avoidance, and expulsion, they are now scrutinized, assessed, and perhaps even regarded with a hint of admiration, as if they were a group engaged in earnest endeavors. Although this earnestness may still be deemed lowly by many, it is at least no longer the refuse that is entirely overlooked and trampled upon. This feeling nourishes a peculiar satisfaction within Anu, awakening his pride and spirit. As he trains his team and inspects their cleanliness, his voice booms louder and his posture straighter. Lu Mingyuan is even more exhilarated, losing sleep over the past few nights. A well-read scholar, he understands the power of rites and music in shaping minds and transforming customs. This simple unification of uniforms, drills, and slogans, albeit rudimentary, has proven far more direct and effective in altering the spirit and conduct of these displaced individuals than the flowery prose of his previous writings or his persuasive endeavors. He perceives the immense energy contained within the form, capable of shaping the content, which deepens his admiration for Chen Juan's vision and methods. Standing at the entrance of the headquarters, Chen Juan observes the revitalized street cleaners marching in formation, shouting slogans, and energetically heading to their respective posts, filled with emotion. This is merely the first step of a long journey, a barely adequate skin. They are still far from achieving a brand of intrinsic value and widespread recognition. Yet, at the very least, they are no longer a scattered, forgotten mass easily kicked aside. They now possess a simple yet striking banner, a form that can be seen, remembered, and even discussed. In this era where reputation and image hold paramount importance, such outlines serve as the foundation of their existence and the most fragile armor against the tempests of the future. The foresight of Chen Juan has, once again, been cruelly validated by reality. With the emergence of the Clean Street Envoy and the growing renown of the Western Region Clean Dust Powder, discussions regarding the Clean General Association and Chen Juan have proliferated throughout the tea houses and taverns of Tianqi City, particularly in the Southern District and its surroundings, akin to bamboo shoots after a spring rain, ever more numerous and diverse. Initially, the chatter stemmed from curiosity and astonishment. Look at those folks from Manure Water Alley. They've really made a name for themselves. The Clean Street Envoy indeed seems somewhat formidable. It is said that the fertilizer is genuinely effective. The radishes from Wangjia village have grown as thick as a child's arm. Yet, soon the tone of the discussions began to shift, becoming increasingly complex, dark, and even malicious. The human tendency to resent the prosperity of others, coupled with an instinctual wariness and skepticism toward the unknown and the sudden rise of fortune, began to ferment. Did you hear? That Western Region Clean Dust Powder sells for 5 taels of silver per load. Good heavens, is it made of golden muck? 5 taels for a load of dirt. Such blatant extortion. However, the rumors did not end there. It is rumored that it contains secret ingredients from the West, devil's tears, ancient country ash. Otherwise, how could it be so miraculous? When applied, crops grow vigorously. Secret ingredients? I suspect it's more akin to poison. Who knows from which graveyard that white clay was excavated? Consuming produce grown with that fertilizer could shorten one's lifespan by 3 years. Indeed, that Chen Juan, an unknown vagrant leader, might have once been a bandit. In such a short time, he has gathered hundreds of followers, donned official garments, which they believe resemble official attire, and is raking in gold. Where does he acquire such resources? Surely there must be unsavory dealings behind the scenes, colluding with foreign merchants, smuggling prohibited goods, or perhaps clandestinely communicating with the North. I suspect this matter is far from simple. Gathering hundreds, issuing unified commands, and even establishing a joint defense fund to maintain his own guard. What does he intend to do? Establish himself as a local tyrant in the Southern District? I fear the authorities will eventually deal with him. Whispers and rumors swirl in the air. Gossip often originates from some shadowy corner, quickly mutating and spreading through countless embellished tongues, sometimes proving more lethal than real blades. As the saying goes, the voices of the multitude can melt gold, while accumulated slander can erode bones, for the invisible tongue can kill without a trace. Lu Mingyuan, a scholar, is acutely aware of the terrifying power of public opinion. Hearing these increasingly outrageous and venomous rumors, he became infuriated, furiously berating the notion that 3 people can turn a tiger into a myth, condemning the malice of the small-minded. He wished to immediately compose a magnificent essay to refute all these rumors and restore the Clean General Association's reputation. Anyulu, rolling up his sleeves, was ready to lead a group to smash the taverns and tea houses where the gossip was most fervent, to confront the gossiping women and loquacious men and impart some sense to them. I shall take a group to silence those vile tongues. Chen Juan sat behind the old table, reflecting. You can silence 1 mouth, or even 10, 100, but how can you silence the multitude? They hide in the shadows, blend into the crowd. Today you silence 1, and tomorrow 10 more will emerge. We are in the open, and thus easy targets. They speak as they please, indulging in baseless rumors, spreading falsehoods with little cost, yet significant impact. Our attempts to block, to explain, or to confront will only paint us in a more unfavorable light, suggesting our own guilt and leaving us exhausted. Should we then allow them to besmirch our reputation? To accuse us of peddling poison with our purifying powder? To claim we harbor ulterior motives? Lu Mingyuan clenched his fists in frustration. The notion that the innocent will clear their name is but the wisdom of sages. Yet in this world, the voices of the many can tarnish gold. If we remain silent, falsehoods repeated 1,000 times may be taken as truth. At that point, the hard-earned reputation we have built could be shattered in an instant. Those farmers who have purchased our fertilizer, will they still dare to use it after hearing the rumors? And what of the neighbors who have only recently begun to view us favorably? What will they think? Anu, too, was stifling a surge of indignation. Brother Juan, shall we merely stand by? I cannot swallow this insult. They can speak, yet we must remain silent. Chen Juan raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the furious pair. Posing a counter-question, we must have our voices heard and our pens wielded. Chen Juan stood, observing the occasional passerby clad in navy uniforms and the onlookers pointing at them. Let us bring their insidious whispers from the shadows into the light. We must openly articulate what we do, our principles, and the true nature of our Western region purifying powder, revealing the daily endeavors of our clean street envoys with dignity. Let us print our words, transform them into paper, and distribute them to every hand, posting them on street corners. This will allow those who seek the truth and care for real matters to listen and see. It will also provide a reference for those hesitant and easily swayed by rumors, enabling them to discern the truth. Additionally, it will let those lurking in the shadows know that their voices are not the only ones. Confusing the narrative will not be so simple. A glimmer of realization flickered in Lu Mingyuan's eyes. Is Mr. Chen suggesting we publish written works? Or perhaps emulate the court's official bulletins, disseminating articles to clarify misconceptions? As a scholar, his first thought naturally gravitates towards the power of the written word, for written words endure through the ages. It is neither overly complex nor profoundly esoteric. We shall not discuss the gains and losses of state affairs, nor indulge in romantic musings, nor recite lofty verses incomprehensible to the common folk. Instead, we will address 3 matters intimately related to the lives of ordinary people in Nanjing. First, how to keep our homes, yards, and streets cleaner, lessening the breeding of mosquitoes, flies, and rats, thus reducing illness. We will articulate the effective methods we have discovered for cleanliness in plain language. Second, regarding the crops and the fields, what should be done during each season, how to fertilize with a focus on the principles and benefits of our purifying powder, how to prevent pests, and practical local wisdom and techniques. Third, in Nanjing, which shops offer genuine goods, treating both young and old with fairness. What new, good, or unusual happenings are there? And, of course, what commendable deeds our clean street envoys have recently accomplished, such as assisting an elderly person in need, returning a lost wallet, or extinguishing a small fire, documenting the time, place, and envoy's identification number. He paused before uttering a name that sounded both foreign and audacious to Lu Mingyuan. Let us publish a small newspaper dedicated to these matters. The name is settled. It shall be called the Urban Commerce Gazette. Lu Mingyuan softly repeated these 4 characters, his brow slightly furrowed as he savored their meaning. Urban delineates the target audience and scope. Commerce Gazette conveys a sense of seriousness and practicality, elevating it above mere idle chatter and rumors. It is unpretentious, grounded, and yet distinctly purposeful. As for the material, the cheapest mulberry paper or even inferior bamboo paper will suffice, as long as it can clearly print the characters, minimizing costs to the absolute lowest. Chen Juan continued to sketch his blueprint, his thoughts clear and agile. First, let us have our literate comrades. He gestured towards Lu Mingyuan's literate followers. Copy the text by hand. We'll recruit a few more individuals to rotate in this task. In time, we will devise a means to create a simple wooden block to carve commonly used characters, enhancing efficiency. Content. Mr. Lu, you shall oversee this. It is imperative to adhere to one principle: authenticity. Speak the truth plainly, neither exaggerating nor concealing facts. The writing style must be straightforward and colloquial, ensuring that even those with limited literacy among the neighborhood, be they merchants or elderly women, can comprehend it, finding it both useful and engaging. Once printed, Chen Juan's gaze deepened with contemplation. He envisioned the street cleaners as they swept the alleys each day, carrying copies with them. Upon encountering open shops, they would present a copy. To the elderly basking in the sun at their doorsteps, they would offer a sheet. To the literate shop assistants and owners, they would distribute several copies for sharing. No payment would be required. They would be given freely. No payment. Given freely? Lu Mingyuan began to calculate mentally. The cost of paper, ink, and the labor of hand copying, even at the most basic level, constitutes an expense. We could ask those merchants wishing to feature in our small publication to contribute a modest fee. Chen Juan had anticipated this, his tone matter of fact. For instance, if Zue Xian Lu introduces a new dish, or Rue Fu Xiang offers new fabrics, or Tong Ji Tang acquires fine medicinal herbs, they could provide a small sum for a brief mention in the Gazette. The amount need not be substantial. It merely serves as an acknowledgement of their support, advertising fees. If you will, we do not aim to profit from this venture. Covering the costs of paper, ink, and the labor would be sufficient. What we seek is a platform for voices to be heard, a mouthpiece to convey their narratives. The key is to act swiftly and sustain the effort. For the inaugural issue, we need not print more than 200 to 300 copies, initially distributing them along several main streets in the southern city. The content must be substantial, compelling readers to find it valuable. Subsequently, we will publish regularly, perhaps every 5 or 7 days, fostering a habit among readers to anticipate our Gazette, eager to discover what fresh and practical news emerges from the southern city. Over time, our Urban Commerce Gazette will become an integral part of the daily lives of the neighborhood. When the time comes, those who wish to spread unfounded rumors will need to consider whether to trust our regularly published, authentic account of local affairs or to believe in the increasingly bizarre tales that circulate without provenance. Lu Mingyuan was utterly captivated by Chen Juan's novel, audacious, yet immensely practical and visionary concept. The long-dormant flame of his idealism, rooted in the traditional scholar's aspiration to apply knowledge for the benefit of society and educate the populace, was ignited fiercely by Chen Juan's pragmatic and incisive words. To establish a newspaper, although unprecedented and seemingly trivial, if this endeavor can disseminate valuable knowledge, document the myriad facets of everyday life, promote virtuous deeds, and refute absurd rumors, could it not be regarded as a distinct form of expression? Is it not more meaningful and aligned with the intrinsic impulse to cultivate oneself, manage one's family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world than to remain confined within a study, penning poetry and essays that go unnoticed, or engaging in empty discourse on moral principles? He felt a surge of warmth in his veins, his fingers trembling with excitement. As he gazed at Chen Juan, it was as though he was rediscovering this young man. He was not merely a calculating leader adept at survival in the cracks of society, but rather a remarkable visionary and an agent of change. Excellent, Lu Mingyuan exclaimed. Rising to his feet, his demeanor animated. He solemnly clasped his hands to Chen Juan, bowing deeply. Mr. Chen, your foresight is commendable, and I am in awe. Should this merchant report come to fruition, it would greatly benefit the clarification of rumors, the guidance of public opinion, the education of the populace, and the documentation of truth. As an unworthy successor, I am eager to undertake this significant responsibility and shall exert every effort to ensure the success of this publication, fulfilling Mr. Chen's trust. With Mr. Lu at the helm, I am at ease, Chen Juan replied, assisting Lu Mingyuan to rise. He understood that entrusting this endeavor to a man of talent, passion, and a gradually refined perspective was the most prudent choice. Without delay, Lu Mingyuan entered a state of near euphoria regarding his work. He summoned the 5 or 6 former refugees who had previously assisted him with document organization and literacy, predominantly the offspring of fallen gentry who had attended private schools. They formally established the Merchant Report, which would occupy a modest room within the courtyard of their headquarters, furnished with 2 old tables and a few rickety stools. Chen Juan instituted stringent guidelines. The content must be factual, adhering to the principle of one truth, favoring simplicity over fabrication. The writing style must be clear, comprehensible even to the elderly, avoiding convoluted language. Under Lu Mingyuan's direction, the first edition was swiftly finalized, simple and unpretentious, yet resonant with the heart. The front page, essentially a folded sheet, the front serving as the headline, prominently featured Lu Mingyuan's handwritten title, Merchant Report, in elegant regular script. Below, it was a brief article penned by him, no more than 200 or 300 words, entitled 3 Essentials for Autumn Cleaning, Preventing Rodent Infestations and Diseases, in straightforward language. It discussed the importance of clearing refuse, maintaining drainage, and spreading lime, subtly noting that the white clay and dust cleaning powder has similar benefits to deter rodents and disease. On the left side of the back page appeared a piece titled An Old Farmer Speaks, Frost's Arrival and the Planting of Radishes and Chinese Cabbage, which included a few lines of folk proverbs, succinctly explaining the key points for sowing radishes before and after the frost, and mentioning the use of well-decomposed fertilizers, such as dust cleaning powder, to promote robust seedlings that can withstand the cold, effectively a soft advertisement. The right side was divided into 2 sections. The upper section contained market news, announcing that the Zhuai Xianlu restaurant had received a fresh supply of succulent river crabs, stating their deliciousness and reasonable prices, signed by the proprietor, Chen Juan of Zhuai Xianlu. This marked the first advertisement revenue Lu Mingyuan had negotiated, albeit a mere 50 copper coins, yet it held significant value. The next section chronicled a minor incident. On the 23rd of September, the street cleaner Zhao Daniu, while sweeping in Cat Alley, discovered a blue cloth purse containing 120 copper coins, which he promptly returned to the headquarters. The owner, Granny Li, expressed her profound gratitude upon reclaiming her belongings. Time, location, characters, numbers, events, all laid out with utmost clarity. At the bottom of the page, in slightly larger font, it reads, "This newspaper is published by the Southern City Cleaning General Office, distributed free of charge for the benefit of the community. Merchants are welcome to advertise, pricing negotiable. We also welcome submissions of local anecdotes and practical advice." Once the content was finalized, Lu Mingyuan, accompanied by several of his editors, worked through the night, meticulously transcribing each word with a brush onto coarse mulberry paper. Although the handwriting was not particularly elegant, it was neat and legible. On the first night, they managed to produce only 50 copies. However, Chen Juan reassured them, saying they should distribute them and gauge the response. The following morning, as the Clean Street messengers set out in formation once more, each individual carried not only their tools, but also a few still damp copies of the local business journal. Following Chen Juan's instructions, they politely handed a copy to any shopkeepers they encountered or to residents loitering at doorways, simply stating, "This is the local business journal published by the Cleaning General Office. It discusses matters of the street and farming. Please have a look. It's free of charge." Initially, most recipients were taken aback, casting suspicious glances at the messengers and then at the rough paper and its scrawled text, their expressions bemused. Some tossed it aside while others, driven by curiosity, unfolded it to read a few lines. However, a subtle shift soon took place. "Oh, it says here that leaving rotten vegetable scraps at the door attracts rats? How true. It's time to prepare for planting radishes before the frost. The Drunken Immortal Tower has river crabs available? I must check it out tonight. Hey, this Clean Street messenger found some lost money? Number 21 seems rather interesting." The discussions gradually shifted from malicious rumors and speculations to the tangible, life-related content within newspaper. Though some remained dismissive and skeptical, at the very least, a new, proactive voice, publicly issued by the Cleaning General Office, began to make its way through the alleyways of Southern City, albeit slowly and tenaciously. Standing at the entrance of the General Office, Chen Juan observed as each poorly made newspaper was dispatched, watching the diverse expressions on the faces of the community members, feeling no sense of relaxation. He had just played a crucial piece in the chess game of public opinion. He was no longer a toothless tiger. He wielded a pen, a piece of paper, and a group of messengers traversing the streets. Chapter 44. Gathering under my wing in the city of Tianqi, Southern City. The chilly winds of late autumn whisked away the fiery red leaves of the yellow locust trees, scattering them into the narrow alleys. At the entrance of the courtyard, now known as the Cleaning General Office, Anu was distributing the latest issue of the local business journal with a dozen Clean Street messengers. The paper was coarse mulberry, tinged with a faint yellow, its edges rough and textured, allowing one to feel the undecomposed fibers within the pulp. The text was handwritten by Lu Mingyuan and two of his slightly literate assistants, each stroke trembling, ink blots spreading here and there, reminiscent of unintentional tears. Yet, it was precisely this crude paper and these shaky letters that, when delivered by the Clean Street messengers to doorways or handed to shopkeepers leaning against counters, stirred an unspoken storm in this long-forgotten corner of Southern City. What is this? A newspaper? In the drunken immortal pavilion, Manager Wang held a thin sheet of paper, turning it over and over with a face full of skepticism. In his 50s, he had operated his tavern in the Southern City for 30 years, witnessing all manner of spectacles. Yet this was something he had never encountered before. Initially dismissive, he carelessly tossed it atop the counter, allowing it to obscure the abacus. As the afternoon lull settled in with fewer patrons, Manager Wang idly picked it up and glanced at it. To his surprise, the admonitions about autumn cleaning resonated quite well. Greasy stoves easily lead to water damage, and damp warehouses can indeed attract rodents. Upon further reading, he discovered that the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had just received a fresh batch of Yangsheng crabs, rich in roe and yellow. A moment of astonishment washed over him, followed by a hearty laugh. That Chen Juan lad certainly knows how to curry favor. At the bottom of the page was a notice about an honest act. At 7:15 last evening, the Clean Street envoy Zhang San found a money pouch on Wudong Lane, containing 2 taels of silver and 30 copper coins, which has been returned to its owner. The Liu family. Such integrity was indeed commendable. Many scoffed at the notion, doubtful that anyone in the Southern City would return even a copper coin, which could easily be lost in the mud. Yet, at the very least, they became aware of the existence of such a Clean Street organization, recognizing those clad in indigo short jackets, pushing peculiar wooden carts to collect manure, not only as envoys, but also as reporters. The second and third issues of the Municipal Commerce Journal consistently appeared beneath their doors and on counters every 5 days. The mulberry paper remained coarse, yet the print was increasingly neat with fewer ink blots. The content grew richer, including tips for treating autumn diarrhea in children, an essential topic given the number of children in the Southern City and the scarcity of literate adults in many households. Simple advice on ginger and brown sugar water, along with suggestions for abdominal warmth, undoubtedly saved countless children from the dangers of inept remedies. Moreover, the latest edition provided insights on distinguishing between new and old rice, particularly pertinent as the new crop came to market. In previous years, unscrupulous merchants often passed off old rice as new, and upon the release of this issue, several rice shop owners appeared visibly perturbed. The publication also featured information about additional merchants. A new fabric store on East Street had received fine cotton from Jiangnan, while a blacksmith in the West Market began accepting urgent repairs for cookware. Even local vegetable farmers timidly approached the Clean Street office, inquiring whether they could pay to announce their fresh produce. Reports on the Clean Street envoys evolved beyond mere good deeds. The latest issue meticulously detailed their operational procedures, rising at the crack of dawn to inspect vehicles and tools, setting out to collect refuse by district, and ensuring that daily waste clearance was completed before noon. The refuse was then transported back and processed into a cleansing powder using a secret ancestral method, which was merely described as naturally fermented, conveniently omitting the terrifying white sludge pits beneath Ghost Cry Cliff. Unbeknownst to them, this rudimentary newspaper had transformed into a topic of conversation and anticipation for many households in the Southern City during their tea breaks and meals. Did you read it? This issue mentions it's time to cure meat for the winter solstice. Old Wang's cat has been found. Indeed, placing an ad was worthwhile. We've used our 3rd bag of cleansing powder. The vegetable leaves are glistening green. Though humble, it proved to be genuinely useful. People began to adapt to, and even rely on, the snippets of information and changes brought by this small publication. As the Clean Street envoys distributed the newspapers, They found themselves engaging in more conversations with the residents and shopkeepers. Aunt Lee, this issue has a recipe for pickled vegetables. Do keep it. Manager Sheng. Here's the information you requested about the pot repairman. Improvements in relationships occur in subtle nuances. Those indigo figures are no longer mere laborers collecting manure. They have evolved into individuals capable of delivering news and articulating reason. Just as the urban commercial daily gradually establishes its foothold in the southern city and begins to extend its influence into surrounding streets and alleys, an unwelcome breeze, whose origins are unknown, quietly stirs. Initially, it begins as idle gossip shared over tea and meals. Have you heard? That cleansing powder from the western regions contains something. What is it? Poisonous stones, extracted from the mines of the west. The vegetables grown with it appear fresh, but consuming them leads to dire consequences. Rumors spread like a plague, becoming increasingly sinister. During the Yongshang period of the previous dynasty, a Taoist used mineral fertilizers for alchemy, leading to the demise of an entire village, did it not? Indeed, my cousin's brother-in-law's neighbor used that powder, and 3 of his chickens perished. This is not fertilizer. It is a matter of life and death. The rumors were so vivid, they fabricated a victim, Old Lou from the West Street tofu stall, claiming his garden of vegetables withered overnight after using the cleansing powder. In truth, Old Lou had never used the cleansing powder. He couldn't even afford to buy it. The atmosphere at the Cleanliness General Administration was tense. Anu slammed his fist on the table, causing the teacups to jump. Damn it! Who is spreading these malicious tales behind our backs? If I catch them, I will tear their mouths apart. Lu Mingyuan paced the room, clutching a brush. I shall write articles. 10 pieces. We will go to the tea houses to spread the truth and post notices at the street corners. We must debunk these rumors. Chen Juan calmed the crowd. There's no need to rush. The others turned to him. Chen Juan sat on a low stool by the window, holding the latest draft of the Urban Commercial Daily. Let's use our paper, he said. That night, the makeshift newsroom of the Cleanliness General Administration was brightly lit. Lu Mingyuan was bent over his desk, writing furiously, while Chen Juan stood beside him, meticulously refining each sentence. The front page would feature the largest letters. Chen Juan pointed at the paper and declared, "Cleansing powder is non-toxic. Please see the testimony of the farmers." The letters must be bold and the ink thick, so it is readily visible. Salman ventured out of the city at night, bringing back 3 honest farmers from the outskirts who had been using the cleansing powder for over 6 months. One even carried freshly harvested radishes from his field, crisp and succulent. Lu Mingyuan interviewed them one by one, meticulously recording their responses, when they started using the powder, how long they had used it, the growth of their crops, and whether their families experienced any discomfort after consumption. The farmers spoke plainly, confidently assuring, "We've used this powder for 5 months, and our vegetables are thriving. Every one of the 7 in our family eats well and sleeps soundly." Chen Juan then instructed Lu Mingyuan to add an article on safe fertilization practices, explaining the fermentation principles of the cleansing powder in the simplest terms. The article also pointed out that indiscriminate use of untreated raw fertilizers or certain unidentified minerals is the real danger. Finally, in the bottom right corner of the newspaper, in an inconspicuous spot, Chen Juan personally added a line of small text. Recently, we have heard of malicious individuals spreading falsehoods with the intent to disrupt the market and harm the good citizens. Let all neighbors be aware. This statement was understated, yet each word pierced the heart. The urgently produced new edition of the Urban Commercial Daily was delivered to every street and alley in the southern city on the morning of the 3rd day after the rumors began to fester. The emissaries of cleanliness have mobilized en masse, distributing information while vociferously reading aloud to those unable to decipher the written word. The venerable farmer stands witness. Behold the radishes. Here lies the fertilization guide, composed entirely of natural ingredients. Anyone who propagates falsehoods is at odds with the good people of South City. Panic surged like a tidal wave, only to recede just as swiftly, with the black and white evidence provided by a reputable farmer, alongside the vibrant radishes on display. The potency of this refutation surpassed mere hearsay. Many citizens, newspaper in hand, scrutinized the rumors and discovered glaring inconsistencies. Did old Lu's crops perish? Yet he has never employed such methods. They exclaimed. Toxic stones from the western regions? The report clearly states they are merely manure mixed with ash. Where then are these so-called toxic stones? The implications of malfeasance and market disruption were evident. Some astute individuals began to ponder. Who is orchestrating these rumors? Who stands to lose from the flourishing of the cleanliness initiative? Who fears the success of the dust-removing powder? A tempest that could have obliterated the cleanliness initiative was effortlessly quelled by a modest, inexpensive newspaper. That night, in the rear courtyard of the cleanliness initiative, Lu Mingyuan clutched the freshly printed paper, still imbued with the scent of ink. Under the moonlight, his eyes glistened with emotion. This is not merely an article, he murmured, but a weapon, a blade that spills no blood. For the first time, he acutely felt the power of words and public opinion, capable of defending their painstakingly built enterprise with such immediacy, lethality, and effectiveness. This sense of accomplishment eclipsed the years of arduous study spent crafting elegant essays. It far surpassed the spirited debates held in the academy. This was, indeed, the living force that could alter destinies. Chen Juan approached and patted him on the shoulder. Yet Lu Mingyuan perceived a fleeting glimmer of relief in Chen Juan's eyes. Following this encounter, the municipal commercial newspaper garnered significant acclaim. Not only in South City, but merchants from East and West City began to inquire. Could this paper also be delivered here? Could they submit an announcement? The advertising revenue of the newspaper gradually swelled from a handful of patrons to dozens. Although each advertisement brought in only a meager sum, collectively, they began to cover the costs of paper and ink, even yielding a modest profit. More importantly, through this humble newspaper, the image of the cleanliness initiative and its emissaries became tangible, positive, and approachable. They were no longer an enigmatic, perilous band of laborers, but rather a group diligently engaged in meaningful work, capable of producing a newspaper and imparting wisdom. The streets grew cleaner day by day, and the efficacy of the dust-removing powder was evident, consequently benefiting the businesses of South City. After all, who would not wish to trade in an immaculate and orderly marketplace? The once malodorous alley, known as Manure Water Lane, had transformed into a modest model for South City. Local officials and neighborhood leaders from other areas began to covertly seek advice, eager to replicate this success. The atmosphere within Chen Juan's team was infused with a burgeoning sense of vitality. Lu Mingyuan, buoyed by inspiration, immersed himself in the newspaper office, contemplating the next issue's content. Should they introduce a column for local stories? Could they enlist a storyteller to weave the events of the newspaper into engaging narratives? Anu stood tall alongside his brothers, their spines straighter than ever. As they distributed flyers, the neighbors greeted them warmly, some even bringing forth bowls of water. Brother, take a break and have sip. Salman, with a glint of calculation in his eyes, smiled more often as the accounts began to show a surplus, albeit modest. This was a breakthrough from nothing to something. Yet, only Chen Juan, in the stillness of the night, would stand alone in the courtyard, gazing toward the north, the direction of the Bureau of Equalization, his eyes deep and unfathomable. As the sun barely crested the eaves, the autumn sunlight bathed the freshly crafted sign of the Cleanliness General Office in warmth. A group of officers clad in the garb of the Enlightenment Guild swaggered up to the entrance. The leader of the officers kicked open the ajar door. His voice sharp. Who is in charge? Step out. The guild is conducting an investigation. Inside, Anu was assigning today's tasks when he turned to look. Chen Juan, hearing the commotion, adjusted his faded indigo tunic, the attire of the street cleaners, and walked into the courtyard, slightly bowing toward the officer in charge. I am Chen Juan, the head of the Cleanliness General Office. May I inquire what instructions you have? The officer squinted. Instructions? Chen Juan, you are in trouble. He withdrew a document from his sleeve, unfurling it and reading aloud. Upon investigation, it has been found that the Cleanliness General Office has set up a private manure collection without the guild's permission, unlawfully sold dust cleaning powder, and published an unauthorized newsletter, inciting public sentiment and disrupting market order. By the order of Lord Gongsun of the Bureau of Equalization, the Cleanliness General Office is hereby sealed. All accounts, goods, and equipment are to be confiscated. Head Chen Juan and relevant personnel accompany us back to the guild and await your fate. As the officer concluded his reading, Chen Juan felt a surge of resentment within. Thank you, Gongsun Han, for your kindness. It seems I have encountered every officer in this enlightenment city. Supporting himself on his waist, he slowly straightened. He stared at the ceiling order stamped with a vivid red seal, witnessing the predatory smiles of the officers. Then, he smiled in return. He softly repeated the name Lord Gongsun, then lifted his gaze over the courtyard wall towards the imposing government office to the north. Turning back to the pale-faced crowd in the courtyard, he commanded, "Anew, continue today as collection. Not a single cart of manure must be missed. Salmon, organize the ledger. Let them inspect if they wish. Mr. Liu, ensure the next issue of the Market Gazette is published as usual. I have already devised the headline for the front page. The Cleanliness General Office is sealed. When will the citizens of the South City again see the street cleaners?" After delivering his orders, he adjusted his collar and approached the officers. "Let us go. I wish to meet Lord Gongsun." The wind rustled through the old locust tree in the courtyard. An unfinished copy of the Market Gazette was lifted by the breeze, tumbling through the air before landing against the door that had just been kicked open. The crooked, bold letters on the front page, under the autumn sunlight, appeared particularly glaring. Dust cleaning powder is non-toxic, witnessed by local farmers. Meanwhile, in the study of the Bureau of Equalization, Gongsun Han leaned back in his grand chair, toying with a smooth jade pendant. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, a faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips. He certainly knows how to keep his composure. Gongsun Han rose from his seat and walked to the window, gazing towards the direction of South City. Alas, possessing patience does not equate to withstanding the blade. This wall of South City is the wall of my Pingjuan prefecture. What words should grace this plaque, and who shall inscribe them? At that moment, someone reported, "My lord, Chen Juan seeks an audience." Gongsun Han turned and resumed his place in the grand chair, instructing, "Let him enter." "Yes, my lord." Pingjuan prefecture, located to the north of Tianqi City, boasted a vermilion gate adorned with gilded plaques and menacing stone lions. This office, which governed the myriad guilds of Tianqi City, was a place both revered and feared by merchants. Today, a young man clad in a deep blue short coat crossed the imposing threshold. When Chen Juan was ushered into the side hall, Gongsun Han was engaged in the art of brewing tea. The purple clay teapot released wisps of steam, and the fragrance of the tea enveloped the room. Gongsun Han was not donned in official robes, but rather wore a moon-white garment, the cuffs embroidered with subtle silver cloud patterns. With his eyes lowered, he intently observed the boiling water cascading into the teacup, his movements fluid and graceful, as if he were not in an official office but in the comfort of his own elegant abode. "Please, have a seat," he said without raising his gaze. Chen Juan, however, did not sit. He stood tall in the hall, his posture as straight as a pine tree. The attendants had long since departed, leaving the two of them alone. Outside, birds chirped, accentuating the stillness within. After a considerable pause, Gongsun Han lifted the teacup, gently blowing upon it before finally directing his gaze towards Chen Juan. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, with slightly upturned corners and pupils as dark as ink, scrutinizing Chen Juan with a seemingly indifferent curiosity, as if appraising an intriguing object. Chen Juan. He pronounced the name as if savoring its essence. At last, Chen Juan raised his head to meet Gongsun Han's gaze, and upon seeing the true visage of the man before him, he felt a small shock within. Internally cursing, "What the hell?" Chen Juan considered himself worldly. Yet this individual was exceedingly handsome, truly comparable to the likes of Panin, though he had encountered many male celebrities in his past life. None possessed a beauty that would prompt even another man to commend such divine features. Yet beneath this extraordinary visage lay a heart as dark as coal. This only compelled him to steal another glance. Compared to him, Gongsun Han was still leagues ahead. Born in the fetid alleys of South City, orphaned at a young age, he grew up on the charity of others. At 15, he began laboring at the docks, and by 22, he had rallied a few laborers to take over the collection of night soil in South City. In just over a year, he transformed that loathsome trade, which others shunned, into a respected cleaning enterprise. He paused, taking a sip of tea. He even established the Urban Commercial Gazette. Chen Juan clasped his hands respectfully. Your Excellency, Gongsun, is quite thorough in his inquiries. One must investigate what needs to be uncovered, Gongsun Han replied, setting down his teacup, the porcelain lightly clinking against the wooden table, producing a clear sound. What should not be touched, once touched, incurs a price. What have I inadvertently touched that I should not have? Chen Juan with a calm smile that cut like a blade, Gongsun Han replied, you have infringed upon the rules. He stood and strolled to the window. Outside lay the back garden of Pingjuan Prefecture, with its rockeries and flowing water, pavilions intricately designed, a stark contrast to the dilapidated confines of South City. All trades in Tianqi City fall under the jurisdiction of the guilds. The collection of human waste is categorized among sundry trades. Each sundry trade has one head, overseeing various district heads. Collection routes, pricing, and personnel are all governed by established regulations. Gongsun Han turned his back to Chen Juan and asked, and you? Without the guild's permission, you set up a transportation route. You sold dust powder without paying the guild share, not to mention your clandestine publication that incites the masses. He stepped closer to Chen Juan. Chen Juan, which of these three offenses would not warrant me sealing your fate 10 times over? Chen Juan also stepped forward, his gaze unwavering as it met Gongsun Han's. Rules? May I inquire, sir, where were the guild's rules when the streets of South City, particularly Night Fragrance Pile Street, lay unattended for 3 months, festering with odor and rife with disease? Where were the guild's rules when the dust powder enriched the fields and benefited the farmers, bringing prosperity to the common folk? When the street merchant Gazette published the truth, articulated reason, and aided the neighborhood, where were the guild's rules then? Enough, Gongsun Han interrupted, returning to the tea table and resuming his seat, gently tracing the rim of his cup with his fingers. Do you believe you're doing good? Chen Juan fell silent. South City was indeed filthy, chaotic, and malodorous. Gongsun Han raised his gaze, but that is a matter for South City alone. Tianqi City comprises the northern, southern, eastern, and western districts, with hierarchies of wealth and status, governed by rules and order. You have shattered these rules. If today you break them for the sake of doing good, tomorrow you might break them for another reason. If everyone behaved as you do, what order would remain in Tianqi City? Suddenly, Chen Juan laughed. So, the people of South City deserve to wallow in filth. The children of South City deserve to perish in disease. The merchants of South City deserve to close their doors amidst the stench. All for the sake of your so-called rules and order? Gongsun Han's fingers froze. He stared at Chen Juan, speechless for a long moment. The fragrance of tea in the room grew cold. After a while, Gongsun Han slowly spoke, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Chen Juan, you possess considerable talent. He stood and approached Chen Juan, the two men separated by a mere 3 feet. Chen Juan slightly tilted his head to meet his indifferent, dark gaze, catching a whiff of his crisp incense mingled with a faint aroma of tea. Achieving this in just over a year is no small feat, Gongsun Han observed, his expression complex. Someone like you should not be in South City, nor in filth. Chen Juan's heart trembled, as if he had heard this voice before. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, that exquisite, effervescent tone from that day. The Pingjuan Bureau lacked a scribe. Gongsun Han's voice was as soothing as a cat's purr. Though you lack rank, you could serve at my side. A monthly salary of 20 taels with a private residence, and transportation at your disposal, far superior to toiling in South City under the sun and rain, dealing with filth. He added the cleaning guild can remain, but must merge with the miscellaneous guild, pay its dues, and accept the guild's jurisdiction. As for the street merchant gazette, you should cease that endeavor. It is not for you to meddle with. It seemed as though Chen Juan had stumbled upon a bargain. What were the conditions? Gongsun Han's lips curled slightly, a hint of amusement in his expression. A clever man, he said, extending his hand, his fingertips almost grazing the indigo fabric on Chen Juan's shoulder before stopping in midair. The conditions are simple. You and your group of brothers will henceforth follow my directives. Not the guild's, but mine. These words were light, yet they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Chen Juan understood. The rules, the order, all were mere facades. What Gongsun Han sought was control. Control over the emerging power in South City. Control over Chen Juan himself. He did not desire a mere figurehead who adhered strictly to the rules, but rather a blade that could be wielded at his command, one capable of shattering conventions. What if I refuse? Chen Juan Gong's son Han retracted his hand, his gaze turning icy. Then today's confiscation is merely the beginning. He returned to his seat and picked up the cup of tea that had long since gone cold. I shall restore Nansheng to its former state. The streets will once again be filled with filth, the purifying powder will vanish from the market, and the market gazette will be reduced to nothing but waste paper. Your band of brothers will have to return to the docks to carry their loads, while those who have fallen to the streets will remain there. He lifted his eyes, his stare penetrating. And you, Chen Juan, will lose everything you have painstakingly built, including your laughable ideal of transforming Nansheng. The word ideal slipped from his lips with a deliberate lightness, laced with unabashed mockery. Chen Juan closed his eyes. Vivid images flashed before him. Anew pushing a cart of excrement under the blazing sun, drenched in sweat yet smiling broadly. Salmon, counting his coins. Elated by each small profit. Lu Mingyuan burning the midnight oil to write, his eyes bloodshot yet brimming with spirit. The eager glances of neighbors in Nansheng as they receive their newspapers. The gradually cleaned streets, the vibrant vegetables, and the nights when children no longer succumb to disease. He opened his eyes. Lord Gong's son, do you know what the greatest wish of the people of Nansheng is? Gong's son Han frowned. It is to live. To walk upon streets devoid of filth and foul odors. To gaze up at the sky without pinching their noses. To be free from the torment of disease. They, too, wish to live healthily, to be well-fed, warmly clothed, and to live with dignity. He smiled, a resolute determination reflected in his expression. Once, Chen Juan had been a favored son of the emperor, yet he had never truly cared for the sufferings of the most downtrodden. My ideal is to help them realize this wish, even if it is merely for one street, even if just for a day. Thus, Chen Juan bowed deeply. I am grateful for your kindness, my lord. However, the filth carts of Nansheng must continue their rounds. The newspapers of Nansheng must continue to be printed. He straightened, his gaze ablaze. If rules are to be broken, let them be broken. If propriety is to be disrupted, let it be disrupted. As for the cost, Chen Juan turned and walked toward the exit. Upon reaching the threshold, he paused. Not looking back, I will spare no effort, and I hope Lord Gong's son will allow a path for the lower classes of Nansheng to survive. With that, he stepped over the threshold, his indigo figure vanishing into the light outside. Gong's son Han stood in the hall, motionless for a long while. The teacup in his hand had grown cold without his notice. He gazed down at the floating tea leaves and suddenly smiled, a mix of admiration and an unrecognized hint of loss stirring within him. At any cost, he murmured softly, his fingertips tracing the cold rim of the cup. Watching Chen Juan's silhouette fade into the long corridor of the Pingjing prefecture, the autumn wind swirled fallen leaves, rustling against the window frame. Gong's son Han's expression gradually turned frigid as he summoned Mr. Qi standing outside. Convey this order to Zhao Yan, the head of the night fragrance collection. Starting tomorrow, all night fragrance collection in Nansheng will be contracted at 70% of the original price. All merchants and farmers using purifying powder will incur an additional 30% sanitation tax. Upon discovering the sale of the Sheng commercial newspaper, individuals will be prosecuted under the provisions regarding the illegal printing of documents. Mr. Qi bowed slightly, acknowledging the statement. Chen Juan, the individual in question, remained silent for a moment. Let us refrain from taking action for now. I wish to observe how long he can endure, he thought. Mr. Qi then withdrew. Alone, Gong's son Han stood by the window, gazing towards the southern city. Dark clouds gathered ominously on the horizon, heralding the arrival of autumn rains. At that moment, Chen Juan had just exited the gates of the Pingjing prefecture. He did not look back, merely tightening the indigo short coat he wore, striding purposefully towards the southern city. The wind was biting cold, yet he held his back straight. Chapter 45. Incorporation. The following morning, the sky was overcast. Though the autumn rain had yet to arrive, a chill had already seeped into the bones. As the doors of the Cleanliness General Chamber opened, the steward appeared once more. This time, he bore not a confiscation order, but rather a carefully mounted document. Mr. Chen, we meet again, he said, a smile concealing sharpness as he slowly unfurled the document. Clearing his throat, he began to read aloud with clarity. Hereby, the Tianchi Association of Various Trades, in order to regulate the urban landscape and uphold industry standards, has received verification from the Pingjuan Prefecture and thus issues the following new regulations for waste disposal. 1. Within Tianchi City, all businesses engaged in the cleaning, transportation, and disposal of refuse, regardless of scale, must apply for occupational qualifications from this association. Upon verification, a certification plaque will be issued, allowing them to operate. The application requires a fee of 50 taels for entry and an annual review fee of 20 taels. Anu's eyes widened in disbelief. 50 taels? 20 taels? This is blatant extortion. 2. All fertilizers, including waste treatment agents, whether for personal use or sale, must undergo inspection and registration by the Quality Assessment Department of this association, which will categorize them into 4 grades: superior, medium, inferior, and substandard. Corresponding maintenance fees must be paid. 1 tael for superior grade per 100 caddies, 501 for medium grade, 201 for inferior grade, and substandard goods are prohibited from sale. Salmon's fingers trembled. Currently, 100 caddies of dust-removing powder sells for only 801. If classified as medium grade, the maintenance fee alone would consume 501. This does not even account for the entry fee and annual review fee. 3. Operating outside the association is strictly forbidden. Engaging in business without qualifications, cross-regional transportation, and price dumping are all prohibited. Violators will be penalized according to the severity of the infraction, facing fines, confiscation of earnings, revocation of qualifications, or even referral to the authorities for prosecution. Each regulation was pronounced with such cadence and emphasis that every word struck like a nail upon the hearts of the listeners. Lu Mingyuan exclaimed, "This is preposterous. This association is merely a civil organization. When did it gain the authority to enact such laws? Must it even be verified by the Pingjuan Prefecture? Clearly this is." Chen Juan raised his hand, silencing him. He listened quietly. Behind this document stood not merely an association, but the Pingjuan Prefecture and Gong Sanhan himself. 4. All personnel associated with the association must wear a standardized uniform and display identification badges. The specifications and colors of the uniforms will be uniformly determined by the association and may not be altered privately. 5. The association will convene on the first and full moon of each month, gathering all heads of departments to discuss governmental decrees and coordinate inter-industry disputes. Absence without cause 3 times will result in a record of misconduct, incurring a fine of 10 taels. The steward read for a full quarter of an hour, detailing 13 new regulations, spanning qualifications to inspections, pricing to attire, deliberations to penalties. Upon concluding the final entry, he closed the scroll and turned to Chen Juan, a condescending smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Chen, do you comprehend?" Chen Juan nodded affirmatively. "Very well. The steward will present the document copy before you. You have 10 days to prepare the necessary materials, including registration of the business name, personnel roster, transportation routes, fertilizer formulas, and detailed accounts to apply for qualifications with the guild and to submit for appraisal. Remember, 10 days. He paused. Failure to comply within the deadline, or discrepancies found during verification, will result in your establishment being shut down as per the regulations. At that time, do not claim we acted without warning." With that, he thrust the document copy into Chen Juan's hands. The courtyard door creaked shut. Anu exclaimed, "Dumb. This is not regulation. It's outright robbery. Qualifications? Appraisals? Maintenance fees? This is merely a convoluted scheme for money and power. 50 taels for admission, 20 taels for annual review, and 501 for maintenance fees. And that's merely the surface." Salmon wore a frown. "We are required to submit detailed accounts, report transportation routes, and disclose fertilizer formulas. This strips us bare, leaving us with nothing. The rules are dictated by them. The game is set by them. If they declare you unworthy to sit at the table, you're left only to scavenge beneath it for scraps. No, not even scraps remain." Lu Mingyuan inquired, "Mr. Chen, what shall we do next?" Chen Juan gazed at the document in his hand, The coarse mulberry paper, the exquisite woodblock printing, the vivid red seal of the Pingjuan prefecture. Each character was meticulously inscribed. Each clause appeared just, yet combined. They formed an insatiable abyss poised to consume them. He closed his eyes, plunging into contemplation, his mind racing once more. Qualifications, appraisals, maintenance fees, mandatory guild attire, monthly council meetings, events scattered like disordered beads, suddenly strung together in a flash of insight. A revelation. Chen Juan opened his eyes. Look at this new regulation. He raised the document, his voice steady. What does it convey? Anu replied, it states we must pay, we must obey, or face closure. Incorrect. Chen Juan countered. It indicates that those of us in this trade must possess qualifications. Fertilizers must undergo appraisal, and we must adhere to regulations. What does this signify? The crowd appeared perplexed. This signifies that in the eyes of Gongsun Han and the Pingjuan prefecture, our labor of muckraking is no longer deemed a disreputable mire, but an industry worthy of regulations, deserving oversight, and deserving of recognition. Why establish regulations? Chen Juan raised his voice, because he has realized that the previous chaotic leniency can no longer contain us. The ruffians and tyrants can no longer suppress us. Thus, he must personally intervene, employing his regulations to confine and immobilize us, transforming us into mere pawns on his chessboard. Anu's eyes widened in disbelief. Doesn't that spell our doom? Doom? Chen Juan shook his head with a sardonic smile. No, this is an opportunity. An opportunity? Salmon queried in confusion. Indeed, an opportunity. Chen Juan unfurled the document, pointing at the text. Observe, it states, one must apply for operational qualifications from our guild. It does not specify that qualifications can only be issued by the guild. It merely states that qualifications are required. Now look at this clause. It requires verification and record-keeping by our guild's appraisal division. It does not assert that appraisals must be conducted by the guild. It merely states that appraisals are required. He continued, rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. If he intends to use these rules as a cage to confine us, can we not instead transform them into a threshold? A threshold? Lu Mingyuan murmured, yes. A threshold. With this new regulation, moving forward, it will no longer be possible for just any rogue to gather a few people and push a cart to engage in this business. One must possess qualifications. Your fertilizer must undergo evaluation. You must adhere to the rules. This threshold not only obstructs us, but also deters all the opportunistic intruders seeking to snatch a share. If the guild denies us entry, must we remain barred? This new regulation explicitly states that we need qualifications and evaluations. Very well, let us apply. Let us apply with integrity. We shall see whether they grant us these qualifications, how they grant them, and on what grounds they might refuse. Anu grew anxious, exclaiming, but it is clear they will not grant them. This is merely a trap. Then all the better. If they refuse or intentionally complicate matters, delaying and nitpicking, we shall let the entire city witness whether this new regulation is truly meant to standardize the industry, or if it is merely a tool for the government to eliminate dissent and suppress virtue. He turned to Lu Mingyuan. Mr. Lu, in the next issue of the Urban Merchant newspaper, let us boldly proclaim our proactive response to the new regulation, detailing our preparation of materials and legal application for qualifications. We will document every step of the process. Every instance of their obstruction and harassment shall be recorded in full. Let our neighbors judge, and let the citizens see how fair and just these regulations truly are. Excellent. We shall compel them to respond. If they adhere to the rules, we will obtain our qualifications with integrity. If they resort to underhanded tactics, we shall expose their facade. Regardless of their choice, we stand on the side of righteousness. Salmon also grasped the implications. Furthermore, by doing so, we will emerge as law-abiding merchants, while the guild will appear as the ones deliberately creating obstacles. Public opinion will be in our favor. Indeed, we cannot place all our hopes on the guild. If they seek to monopolize and keep us at bay, then we shall forge our own path. Forge our own path. The crowd was astonished. Yes. Chen Juan looked towards Anu. Take a few astute brothers and gauge the situation. In the southern, eastern, and western districts, how many small cleaning businesses like Lu Lao Homes are struggling to survive? Initiate private discussions and ask if they wish to standardize as well. Do they desire qualifications, free from the constant fear of the Guild's interference and our competition? If they are willing, they can affiliate under our name. They will follow our rules, utilize our collection routes, use our cleansing powder, and don our uniforms. We will assist them in applying for qualifications with the Guild, or, he slowly uttered a groundbreaking proposal. We could establish our own cleaning guild and issue certifications ourselves. Establish our own guild? Issue our own certifications? The audacity was staggering. This was akin to establishing a rival faction right under the nose of Chen Juan. Chen Juan chuckled at their astonished expressions. What? Are you afraid? It's not a matter of fear, Salman expressed, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. But can this truly be accomplished? Will the guild agree? Will the government consent? Why would they not agree? Chen Juan retorted. The new regulations only state the necessity for qualifications and assessments. They do not specify that they must be issued by the Tianqi Guild. We could establish our own guild, the Tianqi Cleaning Guild, issue qualifications, and conduct assessments, all in accordance with the new regulations, albeit as a different entity. He approached the wall, his fingers gliding gently over the rough brick surface. If the guild refuses to let us in, we shall create our own circle. We will use the new regulations as a pretext to recruit those scattered individuals and small enterprises. In the end, who will hold sway in the southern city, the lofty and untouchable guild, or our grassroots cleaning guild? Chen Juan glanced at the others. It remains uncertain. His words cast away the clouds of doubt. Anu was the first to leap up, exclaiming, "Let us do it. I'll gather information right away. I've already identified several small nuisances in the southern city that are being exploited to the brink of desperation by the guild." Lu Mingyuan declared, "I will pen an article. This edition of the newspaper must be flawless, clearly expressing our support for the new regulations while subtly hinting at the guild's obstructions for those with discerning eyes." Salman added, "If we can indeed incorporate those smaller guilds and coordinate their operations, we could further reduce costs. Moreover, establishing our own certification and collecting membership fees is certainly feasible." The group seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. This was merely a risky maneuver. Chen Han was no fool, and that document of new regulations undoubtedly concealed numerous traps. Establishing a separate guild would directly challenge the authority of the Equalization Bureau, a blatant provocation. Yet, there was no other path available. They could either be slowly suffocated by the existing regulations or tear open a breach to escape and then formulate their own rules. That night, as Chen Juan lay in bed, listening to the autumn insects chirping outside, his eyelids twitched. With his eyes closed, his mind was ensnared in a web of thoughts, twisting and tangling before unraveling. What would Chen Han's next move be? Would he continue to exert pressure through regulations or directly mobilize the government's power? Would those small cleaning guilds agree to affiliate? Were they afraid of retaliation from the guild? If they were to establish their own guild, what would they name it? How would they set the rules? How would certifications be issued? How would assessments be conducted? And most importantly, there was the matter of funding. Applying for qualifications require money, as did securing connections and assimilating the smaller guilds, and conducting their own certification demanded even more resources. Could the meager surplus of the cleaning guild sustain it all? A tide of questions surged forth. Chen Juan turned over, gazing at the oppressive night sky outside. From the morrow onward, he could not afford to relax for even a moment. He needed to establish the framework of the cleaning guild before Chen Han could react, assimilate those smaller guilds, and shape public opinion. He intended to make Chen Han aware that the quagmire of the southern city was not something he could manipulate at will. Lost in thought, Chen Juan eventually drifted into slumber. He dreamed of standing in a long, dim alley flanked by towering walls. Atop the walls, Chen Han, clad in a moon-white robe, stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at him with that familiar, mocking smile. Beneath his feet lay a pool of fetid waste, the stench overwhelming. He desperately attempted to move forward to escape this alley, but the muck was too viscous, making each step a struggle. From atop the wall, The voice of Gong Sun Han drifted down, light yet clear. Chen Juan, you cannot escape. This wall is my wall. This path is my path. You can only crawl in the mire. Chen Juan abruptly opened his eyes. The dawn had yet to break, and darkness enveloped the outside world. He sat up, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart pounding violently within his chest. It was not a dream. The dim alleyway, the knee-deep filth, the towering wall, and the icy gaze of Gong Sun Han atop the wall were all too real. This was the stark reality he had to confront. Taking a deep breath, he tossed aside the covers, rose from his bed, and lit the oil lamp. The warm, yellow light illuminated the meager room, casting its glow upon a scroll entitled New Regulations on Waste Disposal resting on the table. Chen Juan approached the table, took the scroll in hand, and unfurled it. The rough mulberry paper bore exquisite woodblock printing, adorned with the vibrant crimson seal of the Pingjuan Prefecture. He studied it for a prolonged moment before picking up a brush and meticulously inscribing 2 characters on the back of the document. Breakthrough. The ink bled through the paper. Outside the window, the first rays of dawn pierced the heavy darkness. On the 3rd day following the promulgation of the new regulations on waste disposal in the southern city, the sky was shrouded in a gray haze. The autumn wind swept through the narrow alleys, carrying fallen leaves and dust, creating a mournful sound. In the dilapidated courtyard of Lu Ji's Qingdao line, old Lu sat on the threshold, puffing on his dry tobacco. The flickering light from the tobacco pot danced across his weathered face, etched with lines of sorrow. Behind him stood 2 ramshackle earthen rooms, permeated by drafts, their peeling walls revealing the packed yellow earth within. In the courtyard, 3 rickety waste carts leaned precariously, their wheels askew and boards cracked, hastily bound with hemp rope. 7 or 8 frail and ailing workers squatted or sat, each gaunt and hollow-eyed. The air was thick with an inescapable stench, a mingling of filth and despair. The echo of the manager Wang reciting the new regulations reverberated in old Lu's ears, each word cutting into him like a dull knife. 50 taels? Even if he sold himself, his cart, and this wretched courtyard, he could not gather 50 taels. And what was this nonsense about the appraisal office and maintenance fees? Was it not clear that they were after the lives of these small fry? Old Lu, what shall we do? Beside him, Wang the Lame, leaning on his crutch, hobbled over and squatted down. Wang had broken his leg years ago and, unable to afford treatment, had become disabled, with only 5 or 6 elderly hands under him. He barely managed to scrape by emptying toilets for residents of 2 streets. What to do? Just wait to die. Another member of the fast foot gang, Sun Matzi, known for his explosive temper, kicked a broken dustpan aside. His face bore a few pockmarks, and though he had some youthful laborers under him, they had no connections and could only accept scattered jobs, often going hungry. Damn it, let's fight back. Better to die together. Fight? Old Lu forced a cold laugh through clenched teeth, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. What are we to fight with? That Chen Juan can barely hold on. What can we do? What is the guild to us? What is the Pingjuan Prefecture? If we fight, they'll all just think our graves are too dirty to bury us in. The group sank back into despair. In the past, though times were arduous, one could still flounder for a morsel to eat. Yet now, with the advent of these new regulations, even the chance to struggle has been stripped away, leaving them utterly drained. Are we to disperse then? Wang the Lame lamented, his voice tinged with anguish. Each to their own home, seeking their own mothers? Return home? What home is left? Lu the Black spat. The land has long been sold, the house mortgaged to pay debts. Shall we return only to starve? Silence enveloped the 3 of them, the only sounds being the rhythmic clatter of the smoking pipe and the mournful wail of autumn winds seeping through the dilapidated door. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Lu the Black warily lifted his head, his hand stealthily reaching for a stout wooden stick propped against the doorframe, his sole means of defense in this forsaken abode. The door creaked open. Anu entered, accompanied by 2 capable street-cleaning enforcers. Today, Anu eschewed his signature dark blue short jacket, donning instead a plain gray outfit. But the emptiness of his sleeves and the piercing intensity of his gaze instilled a sense of trepidation in Lu the Black. It was Chen Juan's men. Lu the Black's heart sank. Was Chen Juan seeking to take advantage of their misfortune, intending to absorb them? Indeed, with the guild's new regulations. Their livelihoods, as small fry, had been obliterated, creating an opportune moment for the larger fish to devour them. That young scoundrel, Chen Juan, though seemingly youthful, wielded a ruthless hand. After all, how else could he have clawed his way out of the muck to achieve his current standing? He tightened his grip on the stick, his palms slick with sweat, yet he forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace. Brother Anu, what brings you here? Please come in. However, Anu waved his hand, refraining from entering. His gaze swept across the derelict courtyard before landing on Lu the Black's makeshift weapon, a grin spreading across his face. Uncle Black, no need to be alarmed. My brother once sent me. I'm not here to cause trouble. He pulled over a rickety stool, missing a leg, propped up with bricks, and sat down with an ease that suggested he was in his own yard. What is this? Lu the Black did not relinquish his hold, his eyes filled with suspicion. I am here to offer a way forward, Anu stated plainly, his voice resonant. A way forward? Lu the Black, Wong the Lame, and Sun the Scar exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief. Yes, a way forward. You are aware of the guild's new regulations, which unequivocally deny us small fry any means of survival. Striking out alone leads to certain doom. If you wish to survive, you must band together. Band together? Wong the Lame leaned in closer. How we do that? Lu the Black's grip on the stick relaxed slightly. Anu, recalling Chen Juan's instructions, articulated clearly. It is simple. Your 3 households will merge with our Cleanliness Guild. The signboard will remain temporarily, serving as a branch. Brother One will provide manpower, expertise, and resources, assisting you in managing your business according to our rules, ensuring you earn more than you currently do. You will still act as the stewards, overseeing the affairs of this area, with profit sharing at the year's end. The courtyard fell into silence. Lu the Black and the others exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. Could this truly be a stroke of good fortune? Chen Juan providing manpower, expertise, and resources to help manage their business? They would still be the stewards? Profit sharing at year's end? Is there truly such good fortune in this world? What could Chen Juan possibly gain from this? Lu Laohai directly voiced the greatest doubt that lingered in the hearts of the 3. Anu chuckled. It's about unity. Rising to his feet, he swung his one arm and clenched his fist, declaring, let us bind together as one, no longer to be treated like soft persimmons. Does the guild not require qualifications? If we unite, our scale will grant us the audacity to negotiate with them. As for the qualifications, Brother One will find a way to navigate that. You need not concern yourselves. Do you truly have a solution for the qualifications? Wong Kezi leaned on his cane, seeking confirmation once more. Results depend on our efforts. Anu did not firmly assert his words, yet his tone was resolute. This is certainly better than waiting for death. If we succeed, we all prosper together. If we fail, the worst outcome is merely our current plight, closing the doors for good. But at least we would have fought for it. If one is a man, let us be decisive. Will we lie down and await death, or rise and strive for a chance? With interests at stake and desperation closing in, Lu Laohai and the others huddled in a corner, their heads together as they deliberated for quite some time. The smoking pipe made its rounds, the thick smoke causing coughs to erupt. They glanced at their dilapidated courtyard, the few dilapidated vehicles on the verge of falling apart, and their emaciated subordinates. They contemplated the guild's predatory rules, the exorbitant 50 taels of silver, and the layers of maintenance fees that drain them. Then they thought of the bustling scene at the Cleanliness Guild, the neat uniforms, the brand new vehicles, the vibrant spirits, and the supposedly astonishingly potent and in-demand Western region dust powder. It seemed there were truly no options left. Await death or fight for a chance. Lu Laohai took a final, fierce drag from his cigarette, striking the bowl against the sole of his shoe, sending sparks flying. He lifted his head, his face twitching as a fierce determination shone in his eyes. All right, damn it. Since death is inevitable, I might as well fight alongside Chen Juan. Wang Kezi looked at Lu Laohai, then at Sun Matsi, and nodded earnestly. I'm in. Following Boss Chun is certainly better than starving. Sun Matsi smote his thigh, exclaiming, let us do it. If my head falls, at least I'll have a scar to show for it. After 18 years, I'll still be a good man. Anu burst into laughter, slapping Lu Laohai's shoulder with his one arm, causing him to stagger slightly. Splendid. From now on, we are family. In the days that followed, the Cleanliness Guild buzzed with renewed vigor. Lu Mingyuan, accompanied by the accountant, personally visited the 3 smaller guilds to assess assets, calculate debts, and register personnel. He squatted on the dilapidated threshold, meticulously tallying accounts with Lu Laohai and the others, formulating a detailed profit-sharing plan, written in black and white. The terms were clear enough for these rough men, who could barely read, to understand how much they would earn and how it would be divided. Anu assigned several of the most capable street cleaning team leaders, equipped with standardized tools, new navy blue uniforms, and a thick manual titled Cleanliness Operation Standards, to take over the operations of the 3 smaller guilds. They rolled up their sleeves and began teaching the previously disorganized and apathetic workers how to efficiently push carts, collect refuse without spilling, and greet the neighbors properly. Look carefully, push the cart like this, keep your back straight, use your legs. When collecting refuse, tilt the bucket, pour slowly, and avoid splashing. When greeting neighbors, wear a smile. We are now street cleaning envoys, not the mud-stained laborers of the past. At first, friction and discomfort were inevitable. Lu Ji, an old acquaintance, had spent over a decade collecting night soil, accustomed to kicking doors open and leaving with a toilet in tow. When the new squad leader attempted to correct him, Lu Ji defiantly retorted, "This is how I've always done it for the past 10 years. You've only just arrived." The squad leader, unfazed, gently pulled him aside and pointed to his pristine navy blue uniform, saying, "Brother, do you see this attire? This is our official uniform. Once we don this, we are not mere waste collectors, but guardians of the streets. Do you understand? We serve the community. If you continue this way, people will curse your ancestors behind your back. How does it feel to wear this uniform?" Liu Yi, observing the crisp navy attire and then glancing at his own greasy, patched-up coat, fell silent. Days later, as he donned the navy uniform for the first time, receiving polite acknowledgement as a brother of the guardians from the townsfolk, and earning a full wage, along with a few extra coins, he found himself crouched in a corner, covering his face, his shoulders trembling. No one mocked him, for many had tears in their eyes. To be well-fed and respected was worth more than anything else. At the compost yard, Salman personally orchestrated the distribution of the refined dust to the 3 newly integrated units. He even dispatched seasoned workers to instruct the new recruits on the appropriate usage, the correct ratios, and how to explain the fertilizer's efficacy to the vegetable farmers. This is our unique secret formula, potent yet gentle on the seedlings. With this fertilizer, the vegetable leaves will glisten. When the first batch of farmers from the western regions, pleased with their vibrant produce, paid them handsomely, even offering a few extra coins for their hard work, the initially skeptical workers were entirely convinced. Now, this is the kind of work worth doing. It brings dignity and financial reward. Lu Laohong, Wang the Lame, and Sun the Scarred were initially apprehensive, fearing they would be sidelined, turned into puppets, or that Chen Juan would discard them once he had used them. However, Chen Juan fulfilled his promise, and they now stood alongside him as legitimate operators. Lu Laohong continued overseeing the collection arrangements for his streets. Wang the Lame managed relationships with old clients. And Sun the Scarred led his group of young men in tackling urgent and challenging tasks. Although their authority appeared diminished, no longer able to withhold wages, cheat, or arbitrarily raise prices, the burden of worry had lessened. They no longer fretted about tomorrow's work, feared extortion from guilds, or worried about losing their workers. Moreover, at the end of the month, their dividends exceeded their best earnings from when they operated independently by 30%. Lu Laohong clutched the heavy coins, his hands trembling slightly. In his lifetime, he had never seen so much clean money that belonged to him. It seemed this great tree could indeed provide shade. Sitting on the threshold of his still humble courtyard, he smoked a cigarette, murmuring to himself. The deep-set frown that had marred his face for half a lifetime appeared to relax somewhat. Almost overnight, the navy-clad figures of the street guardians swiftly spread across more than half of the southern city. The once struggling territories of 3 small operations, choked by sewage, were revitalized with new management, innovative techniques, and standardized practices. The streets became cleaner, unpleasant odors diminished, the farmers' crops flourished, and business for merchants became more prosperous. The business scale and personnel of Chen Juan's team are soaring dramatically. Following the acquisition of 3 smaller firms, the total workforce has surged once again, nearly doubling the fleet and equipment. More crucially, the previously fragmented territories have now united into a cohesive whole, establishing a de facto monopoly over sanitation in the southern city. An indomitable giant has silently risen amidst the mire of the southern city, impossible to ignore. Salman gazes at the figures in the ledger, which flow steadily upward, patting his forehead and nodding repeatedly, his lips making a clicking sound. Although life under Chen Juan is fraught with anxiety, the profits are undeniably tangible. The surplus on the books fills this astute businessman with a sweetness akin to honey. Anu has expanded the patrol team, doubling its size once more. Wherever they go, the local thugs who once coveted this lucrative territory now keep their distance. The very scale of the operation serves as a deterrent. Lu Mingyuan is busily engaged, integrating personnel information from the 3 new branches, delineating districts, and assessing client needs. In the latest issue of the Market Bulletin, the service areas and contact information for Lu's branch, Limin branch, and Kuaijiao branch have quietly appeared, accompanied by a note stating, "Branches under the Cleanliness General Office. Standardized services, unified standards, please supervise." Thus, a fledgling cleaning alliance has begun to take shape. Scale, in itself, embodies power. When your operation grows to a size that pertains to the sanitation of a significant portion of the southern city streets, employing hundreds of individuals and impacting the lives of thousands of households, it cannot be easily dismissed by mere paperwork. The guild, too, seems to have sensed a shift in the winds. The previously relentless officials, who would regularly remind them of qualification issues, have fallen silent. The overseer has not shown his face for several days, as if that document of new regulations was merely a fleeting shadow, dissipating into the ether. In the evening, Chen Juan stands in the courtyard of the general office, gazing at the newly marked, contiguous business areas on the map. He turns to Lu Mingyuan and says, "Mr. Lu, now we can proactively approach the guild to discuss the qualification issues." Lu Mingyuan responds, "Does Mr. Chen imply that we should pressure them?" "No. It is about demonstrating strength and seeking compliance. We will present our scale and the favorable reputation we have garnered in the Market Bulletin openly, informing the guild that we are already successfully managing sanitation in the southern city, and doing so better than anyone else. Will their qualifications serve merely to provide us with a title to ensure everything is more regulated, or will they continue to obstruct us, forcing our 100-strong workforce, which is crucial to the city's sanitation, to remain in an illegal state?" In an instant, Lu Mingyuan comprehends Chen Juan's intent. He aims to solidify their operation before approaching the rulemakers to demand a legitimate framework. Chapter 46. Turning rice into cooked rice. The moment has come. In the back room of the Cleanliness General Office, which serves as a conference